surveying. And even then, it was doing it
I didn't. A
horizontally.
theodolite specifically, not
I thought you
surveying,
showed me.
because it's not a
I
surveying
told you that you were
manual.
looking at the wrong thing. You were like wrong twice,
Okay, okay, he caught
but
that.
you're
He
not
was
gonna let
just
that.
going to talk while I was talking, but that wasn't what was going to happen. So, yeah. Um, look through the manual, theodolite manual, not a surveying manual. And the theodolite specs are not that far. You don't you don't put the tool to use for angles that are beyond the horizontal distance of, I don't know what it was. Was it 1,000 meters or 100 meters or something like that? It wasn't very much. It most certainly wasn't miles. Most certainly. You're just a liar. I mean, people just come in here and just lie straight up about stuff that people can look up. It's insane. No shame. We're supposed to give them a platform early in the morning. Why?
Well, there's nothing else going on.
That doesn't answer the question. Or
Well,
the
yeah, to provide entertainment. That's why.
So you disagree with J.E. Barrington in terms of conversations we've been having over the last couple of days
Sorry, what conversation is this with regards to?
in regards to stuff like this, with people like him doing stuff like this? And we say, well, there's really we put a lot of emphasis on these anti-flat earthers and the like, when really it should be minimized.
Great. Well, why don't you ban him?
No, I'm asking you if you agree or disagree with JE's perspective, which I agree with. You can't
Oh,
answer that
I'm
question?
tired. I'm tired of dealing with the same cast of characters. Listen, I don't have mod perms here because I banned all these people and pissed other people off on our team.
Not to minimize that, but it sounds like you're coming from a personal place. I was just asking a simple
Well,
question.
well, I mean, it is frustrating dealing with the same cast of characters over and over again, having the same discussions day in and day out. I mean, I'd so want to ban them and move on to somebody else, and if nobody's here, then move to a different fishing hole.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
At the very least, keep them on mute. Continue to cultivate conversations with people who, will engage honestly. Doesn't the Southern Cross move horizontally? I'm looking at what something Professor Phil posted. He said, of course they can. And if Earth was flat, the Southern Cross would be moving horizontally across your field of view. I mean, doesn't the Southern Cross move east to west across the horizon, like, or above it, or I don't.
That's weird, man. Yeah, the Southern Cross is analogous to the Dipper, the Big Dipper in the north, and it sweeps across the sky. Some flat earthers seem to confuse the Southern Cross with a location that's much, much closer to the perceived point of rotation of the southern circumpolar stars. But it's really quite off. It's like 24 degrees off. And it's also a big constellation, relatively. So there are supposedly places in South America where you can look directly overhead and see one of the Southern Cross stars.
And then you could just sit there and like post the information, and he could dead ass just be like, "Nope, you're misunderstanding." Like, yo, it's the gaslighting is crazy. Like, yo, the gaslighting of flat Earth has got to be the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, more than political topics, I think. I think you're right.
Yeah, you know what? Now that you mention that, like, being into politics and stuff, that is where I picked up on gaslighting, like in general. I'm like, yo, why are they saying that, knowing damn well? Like, I was just at that event. That's not true. Like, I, yo, I, I can't stand gaslighting, but it's used so heavily. It's like they put that stuff on everything, like ketchup or mayonnaise, whatever. I guess I'll check back with you guys later. Try not to feed the trolls.
Yeah, man, take care. I gotta go.
Yes, in the
If
start of,
already behind the curve. You can see at the start.
Yes.
Start of video, there is no ship. You cannot see the ship,
No, no.
and you can see the horizon. And then they zoom in and ship come back. If behind
Yes,
the curvature,
yes.
if behind, you cannot see.
yes, yeah, I understand. In the first of video, I can't see, but if I zoom in, the shape is come back and I see it. Yes.
Well, guess what? If you are on a ball, that should not happen, ever. Not possible. If something go behind a curve, it doesn't matter how good your camera, telescope, phone, binoculars, it will not come back. It is behind something. If I stand behind a
Yes.
hill, if I go and walk and hide behind a hill, can you see me? No.
No.
If you
Yes,
grab
I
binoculars,
understand.
can you see me? No. If you grab telescope, no. Camera, no.
No, yes, I understand you. But
Well, at the start of that video, have a look. You can see the horizon clearly. Absolutely nothing there. And
Yes.
then the camera zooms in and,
zoom in and
voila,
show
ship
and the
appears.
shape appears. Yes, yeah, understand you 100%. But I have a question. Why? Why we keep zooming? In and until the last of video, and we see the shape moves forward, and then it's not appears. Why should us bring another big telescope and zoom, and then the shape will come, will appears again, or it's not? It's not. It's
Okay,
not
so
really
what you're saying
appears.
is get a bigger and better telescope and have a look again.
Yes, and then I will see again the boat, because in the last of video with this zoom or telescope power, I don't know. Well, in the last of video we see that the boat
Well,
it's
the
not
problem
really
is, with that zooming in, it's already beyond your eyes' capability. So a lot of people lose track of that. They think, oh, that is someone standing there. That is done with a P900. That ship is probably 10, 15 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a problem, isn't it? Now, the other thing is, on your telephone, you can have a look at your weather app to see what the temperature is going to be like, humidity, how far you can see. If you get on your weather app and it says you can only see 10 miles, it doesn't matter how good a telescope you use or camera or binoculars, you're only going to see probably that far. Because of air conditions, dirt, fog, humidity, moisture. If you're, say, on the beach, moisture conditions, there's all sorts of stuff that makes it harder to see.
Mm-hmm. So the reason is our eye. It's not.
It's a limitation to optics, yes.
Yeah. But we don't see with eye. We see with telescope.
Also, with telescope, it has a limit. All optics have a limit. Yes, the telescope can see further, but it still has a limit.
So if it's not possible, but if we bring this limit and the telescope has no limit, we will see the boat forever.
Well, it has a limit. The problem is the air that we breathe is not perfectly clear.
Mm-hmm.
Best case scenario, perfect conditions. I think it's about 270 miles at sea level is the best you'll ever probably get.
200.
That's why. Not 270 miles, sorry, 270 kilometers. It's only about 180 miles, 186 miles, something like that.
Uh-huh.
So that's why when you want to see long range, they switch to infrared.
Mhm.
Because it cuts out a lot of the nasty stuff.
Yes.
Because light scatters as it goes through the air. So it's the bits that scatter, they basically don't see those with infrared. So all the nasty bits get put aside and you can see straight through. But even then, infrared has its limitations also.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Matrix. You need to go, bro.
Not a problem, Travis.
Thank you for
Hopefully,
the information.
in the side chat, there's a few videos. If you scroll up, the laser tests, and you've already had a quick look at one,
Yes.
and see the Jay Tolan Media one. Jump onto YouTube and have a look at some of his stuff. He's got long range infrared videos, and you might look at that and go, "Oh wow, pretty cool stuff."
I understand you.
Yeah.
Bro.
So you can
Thank
watch
you,
them
thank
in your own time, my friend. So you enjoy your day, and I'll probably
thank you,
see you around.
Yeah, thank you, bro. Have a good day.
No worries, mate. See ya. Welcome, PM.
Welcome. Thank you.
What brings you to this channel, mate?
I don't know what happens in this chat room, like 24/7 flat Earth Discord. What this chat room is for?
Hold on, you're very quiet. I have to turn you up. Where's my volume?
Wait. Can you hear that?
You're very hard to understand. It sounds like you're underwater.
Oh, it's probably my microphone.
Yeah, it's not that great shot, to be quite honest.
Let me shift it. Now. Can you hear me now?
Oh, wow. That's 1,000 times better.
Yeah, that's my headphones. They are not good.
So anyways, mate, what brings you to this channel?
I'm surfing to other channels, so obviously there's a Ask a Christian, Ask a Muslim, Ask a Hindu. There's a science and technology relationship, but I don't know what happens in this channel.
Well,
Like I did know.
sometimes...
Well, I didn't
Keep
know
going.
about. I did know what happens in the Veganism is Better channel. Like I've been there. They only like either try to convince why it is better. Ask question about the ethics of killing animals or hurting animals for own benefits, and mainly sometimes give some alternatives for if help others to become vegan if they are stuck with something. That's something that generally this happens over there. Or what is this flat Earth channel makes? Like, are you trying to prove like Earth is flat or something?
Well, that's not that difficult. It's actually quite easy to prove it's flat. We get a lot of people in here that gallantly try to defend the globe. So they put their shiny suit on and they grab their sword and then they go nowhere in a hurry because they're too heavy and they're all weighed down. So
What
we normally ask people what's their best proof that they live on a globe. So, what do you think? What's your best proof? If I was to walk down the street and bump into you and say, my friend, what's your best proof of curvature? Or I'll steal your wallet. What are you going to say?
Okay. Obviously, there are reasons. First of all, the first thing is gonna be like, I'm not gonna say if I got it from internet, but like I did know about the fact that whenever we move some place from one place to another, we tends to like lose our, what I could say, sight from it. Like if I'm seeing a mountain and I'm moving away from the mountain in a car, at one point the mountain is going to disappear under something behind the curve. That's one possible, one proof I would say.
Well, that's not proving that it's curved. That's just telling me that you believe it is.
How can I could say believe in it? Because I'm seeing, like, if I'm moving away from
Well, moving backwards
mountains.
away from something, wouldn't that just be perspective? It gets smaller and smaller as you get further away.
Yeah, but it's not just getting smaller, it's also getting lower.
Well, that's perspective. When things get smaller, the top comes down, the bottom comes up, the left goes to the right goes to the left, and it converges to a point. And that point is your eye line or eye level.
Okay, like it's not perspective, it's just an observation.
Well, that's what perspective is.
No, perspective is different. Perspective change your observation. But
There is
perspective is like you.
perspective.
That's like perspective is sometimes like how you view something, an idea on. This is like general
Yeah, it's
observation. you see
projected
from-
geometry. It's perspective is created by a 3D world. It's projected onto a 2D space, like the back of your eyeball.
Yeah, okay, this is what you mean to be perspective. Then okay. But
Yeah.
still, I'm not.
So objects
I'll
decrease in angular size with distance. That's perspective.
Okay, so how is that not proof? Like, because as you're saying, if you defining it as I could say, as a perspective, so why is it shrinking then?
It's shrinking in
appears-
angular size due to the distance. Because it's a smaller angular size, it's going to look smaller in your vision, right? Because that's how it's being projected. The angles created by an object that is large and up close are going to be different than the angles created by that same object that's distant and far. Like, I have to look up to see the top of a skyscraper that's nearby because the light is entering down from the top of the skyscraper. But if that skyscraper is often on the horizon, I don't have to look up. The angle goes from nearly vertical when it's up close to nearly horizontal when it's far away. And so do all the angles of all the light that's reflected off that skyscraper. They go from being more vertical to being more horizontal, and they decrease in angular size relative to each other. The top of the skyscraper becomes much smaller relative to the bottom. And this is just the angular size. The height is obviously fixed.
Our little friend bailed out.
Well,
That's a shame. He was a lot easier to understand than the other one.
in the other room in politics, Mez told everybody twice emphatically that theodolites are capable of establishing a horizontal reference plane that is infinitely accurate.
Infinitely.
Infinitely, yes.
Interesting.
And then he said, well, it's infinitely accurate within 20 arc seconds. I said, no, that's the optical accuracy. That's not the leveling accuracy. And he said, well, yes, it is. And I said, well, no, you've got the leveling device for the theodolite. You've got the optical measuring device. You got the little ticks, the capability to discern between tick marks versus capability to produce a horizontal reference plane that's level to a certain distance. And you got the interplay between the two, right? So
Mm-hmm.
the errors of one compounded the errors of the other. He said, well, not a single manual he's ever looked at indicates that there's some maximum range that you can, that limits this use.
When you set them at infinity in order to get the most accurate setting that you can get. So,
Yeah.
so you wind it out to infinite. You set your bubble first to get the level perfect, or as close to perfect as one can get it. Then with your optic, you set that at infinity and adjust that. And the reason for that, if you set it at 10 yards and you get it within 20 arc, then all of a sudden you measure out to 2 mile, and that'd be pushing it. It would be inaccurate. Whereas if you set it at 2 mile and then use it for close range, that would improve your accuracy. And that's the whole purpose of doing that.
Hatte in den Tasche, hatte in den Tasche, hatte zu nein,
Is it
nicht,
just me or is
was
his...
du war. Er muss doch
Is this
wissen,
English?
weil er das nicht versteht. Er nicht,
The carrots.
das ist Englisch. Mutter denkt, er wird eigentlich Englisch. Die kommt
Sounds like
aber eigentlich
drunken accented German.
Yeah. Mate, I don't know if you're hot micing, if you're trolling or what, but we're just going to put you on mute. Type up in the side chat if you want it unlocked. Oh, well, he'll come back. Yeah, if he started yodeling or something, then that would have been awesome.
I don't think he was ethnically Germanic, though. Dude, I just don't get it. Like, this belief in technology being so accurate, so perfect. I'm like, where is this coming from? Is this coming from NASA propaganda? Honestly, people think
Don't
that
know.
this technology that people have today is so freaking good that, and the methods and procedures that man create around it have been so refined as that they're perfect too. Oh, funny. Another funny thing he was telling me was for the missing base of the mountain to be so as such on a flat Earth that the refractive gradient index would have to be flipped upside down. So it's warmer on top of the mountain and colder at the base. Like, what are you talking about, dude? It's like, yeah, on a flat Earth, that's what you need for this image to be produced.
Wow.
You're gonna need a denser and warmer peak of the mountain. I'm like, what the hell? Like, where do they come up with this stuff? And I was trying to explain to him, no, man, like, this is comporting to what we see. We've got path loss due to obstructions in the near field. I gave him an example that I heard Indio use, and I love it. Think of a giraffe standing behind a wall with its long neck rising up. You can see the head on top. And as that giraffe walks away from you towards the horizon, and you're staring at it from still behind the wall, his neck will appear to be obstructed bottom up the further he walks, until only you can see his head left. So the base of the mountain is experiencing that with all the hills and trees and buildings and everything else in the near field going out to 75 miles is providing some obstruction. Like if you are 5 feet high, if your observation point, let's say your eyeball's 5 feet high, and you got like a semi truck that's 20 feet high, I don't know how high they are, 10 feet high, that is like 10 miles away, it's going to block things bottom up that's taller than it. And you may not be able to have the optical resolution to see the truck, but it's still obstructing objects. So you got that going on. You've also got a warmer, thicker density of air that you're peering through when you're looking at the base of the mountain that thins out if you gaze slightly upward towards the mountain peak. You're looking through a decreasing density gradient. Not that that's going to change the path of light that much, but in surveying manuals, they say it does. So I'm like, well, if we're being consistent here, are you taking all these effects into account? Terrestrial refraction, for example. Well, no, we're not taking that into account here because he told me it's a stable image you see. Completely stable, that there may not be any refractive effects going on at all. So I said, so you just turn off refraction when it suits you and turn it back on when it suits you. Just on, off, like a switch.
Actually, one guy earlier on got a bit upset when T-Dub said something about refraction. He was rattling off all these reasons why it has to be a globe, it can't be flat, and then T-Dub just goes, what about this? What about this? What about refraction?
Yeah.
Broke him. It's funny when we use it every now and then and throw one back. It just caught him off guard.
It's true. There's one more line of questioning I wanted to get through too with Mez, and I think he took off. And that was, when they try to tell us that the bottom of things are being obstructed due to Earth curvature because they're getting further off in the distance, do they have evidence that the top of the thing is scaling with perspective and with Earth curvature at the same time? Like, let's move away from discussing the bottom where there's going to be path loss, a propagation between the source of light and your eye due to all the shit in the air and due to the terrain features. And let's look at the top of the object that everybody can agree appears to be quite visible and there. Does that thing obey both the law of perspective and the curvature of the Earth geometry at the same time? Is it dropping at 8 inches per mile squared? And is it shrinking at half the size for twice the distance?
I thought someone already did a bit of calculations and worked out that a boat with a 6-foot mast would actually disappear due to perspective technically before going over the curvature.
Yeah. Yeah, the width of a mast is pretty tiny. Never mind that the height of a mast, like 10 feet, 20 feet, whatever, would be doing one thing. The width of the mast should be shrinking too with perspective and eventually should be too small to see. Yep. I'm in full agreement there. But here's something else to consider. There is a documented lensing effects that can happen when you have a hot object and a cooler medium. And basically it causes magnification on your side of the object looking at it. It can make it appear fatter. And Dr. John D points this out with the windmill poles. in one of his observations, one of his Rampion wind farm observations. He's like, look, here's an example of magnification, of a lensing effect. You can see that these further windmill poles appear to be fatter, thicker than the ones closer up. This is because they're warmer and causing rays to disperse outward. Whatever rays are.
Interesting.
Yeah. Just a vector of waves, I guess. Yeah. So that can happen. Or, we've got the Thornton Bank wind farm observation, where the top of more distant windmills, the hub and the spokes, appear to be closer than the ones that are actually closer due to magnification, and thus also appear lower in your field of view, which you'd expect if it was further away. So you're like, okay, if those are further away, how come are they like twice as big as the windmill hubs that are near to me? And all of this shit plays with your sense of perspective. It plays with being able to predict curvature. I mean, surely measuring vast distances is very difficult, which is why we try to work at such scales and distances where it doesn't require us to be that precise, especially if we're not dealing with infrared. Like, I don't care if the windmills are partially visible or completely visible, because if the Earth is curved, maybe I shouldn't see them at all. Or like, I don't care that mountain range off in the distance from Jay Tolan's overhead flight is partially visible when the whole damn thing should be like 100,000 feet behind the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, it's amazing how they'll sidestep one little thing and forget about the rest of it. It's like, dude, where's your curve?
Yeah, where are all of the infrared observations of the curving horizon?
That's what I'd love to
And
have,
certainly,
say, two cameras side by side and do some
Yeah.
of these observations and go, right, I think DJ or 20 has got one.
Yeah,
actually,
I've
I've
seen
got it
that.
somewhere. Yeah, I'd love to have, but those two aren't the same cameras. So yeah, the P900 and P1000, the zooms, there's a big jump in zoom capabilities. But it'd be nice to
Yeah.
have two the same. The only difference is one's locked in infrared, one's standard, both with the same zoom capabilities, just so people can see what is actually able to be done. It'd be a good eye opener for a lot of people, especially a few of these young kids that come in and just bark refraction as their get out of
I
jail
know.
free card.
It's like your flat earthers are just a small group of people, small subset of the wider population. We have limited resources, limited time, and we're the only ones pumping out freaking long range infrared observations. If you look at the law of large numbers, there should be many more globies that are capable and should be producing this kind of content and put flat Earth to bed forever. If every single one of Jay Tolan's observations is wrong, then I want to see counter evidence to that. I want to see that beautiful curving edge of the globe Earth in infrared in all of its glory. It should not be hard to suss out.
Well, they claim that refraction allows us to see further. If that's the case, as soon as we jump on the infrared cameras, the horizon should be back in front of those oil rigs, and it should be exactly where it should be, as per the calculable distance. So if you're at 1 foot, 1.225 miles. There you go.
I want somebody to take an infrared P900 out to Santa Barbara coast and get those oil rigs from 1 foot off the ground.
Oh, don't worry. That's
I
my
really,
next holiday
really,
trip.
really, please, God, let it happen.
I'd love to go and do that, actually. 2 cameras side by side. Here's a standard shot. Refraction. Here's an infrared shot. Oh my, where'd the horizon go?
Well, you see, there's still refraction. There's just not as much of it.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I think an observation like that is desperately desired. Not that we need it, but we want it. I think this community would be freaking energized if we could issue a new observation like that. It takes the same familiar setting, puts it in infrared, and voila. Maybe do it multiple days or different times. I mean, since it's passive infrared, if you do it towards the evening, you're not going to see much at all in the early morning.
I wonder what it costs to get a P1000 converted over.
The place in the United States to go is KalariVision.com.
Yes.
Yeah, VoxOps has a converted P1000, right?
Yep.
Sounds like someone's
Dude,
on a
like
road
someone
trip.
like that, I'd say like I'd crowdfund his ass to get down there. Let's try to raise like $1,000. VoxOps not only has the camera, but he has the chops, the technical knowledge and experience to use it correctly. Can we crowdfund like $1,000? Can he take time off of his life to go to Santa Barbara at that exact coastline and do this observation? Or who else is available with the resources? Let's freaking do it. Let's make something like this happen next year. Totally serious. Let's get 100 people to chip in $10.
I'm willing to put in a bit more than 10, just so we can end this bullshit once and for all.
Oh, hell yeah. I'd fund the whole fucker if I could be reasonably sure that it would happen. The right person with the right equipment needs to be available. We can put up the cash. I wonder if that's worth an announcement 24/7 in like ranked roles or something.
Maybe talk to Box Ops first.
Yeah.
Just how
I
like
saw him
big
around.
trying to get a big heap of coin ready, and he'd sit there just go, "Yeah, nah, not happening."
Yeah.
The boss says no. We're going in the opposite direction.
I know. I know, but we need to find somebody. We need to be like, put out a call. Like, hey, who has the equipment? Who's trustworthy enough and who's got the technical chops to pull this off? We will support you. Money will not be a problem. And because it's approaching wintertime in the United States, it's going to offer an opportunity to get some great shots that aren't impeded by humidity and other factors.
Yeah, I don't think money has never been the issue. It's always been like an individual who's going to champion the actual test to do justice to it and get every point that we want on there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think mainly that's what it's been.
All right, so $2,000 Australian for me to fly to LAX from Sydney.
Hope all is well with everybody. Good morning and all that.
Well, these are all return also. Wow. $2,000 over and back.
I have to rent a car and pay like $10 a gallon for gas in California.
$10 a gallon.
I don't know what it is.
Mic check.
Yep, you're good.
Gotcha.
Cool. Morning, y'all. Hope everybody's doing good. Good. And welcome to whoever just joined in.
Hey, hi guys. How are you all?
Oh boy, here they come.
Oh, they
What
followed
you
me in
mean?
here.
What you mean by here they come?
Here they come. Here comes all the glow proof.
You're there. You're there. What you mean by here they come?
Well, what's your worldview?
Sorry? What did you say?
How do you see the Earth? What shapes the Earth from your perspective?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I digress. Y'all have at it.
No.
I know. Just a couple quick things you can determine right now if it's worth it or not. Clearly not.
Oh my god, who's speaking?
You should probably look at the voice chat that you're in and pay a bit of attention to it. Take accountability for yourself. Oh no, accountability. Kids. He won't qualify for this conversation anyway. All right. Gonna grab a coffee. Be back later. Peace. I'll be here. I'm just gonna mute up.
There you go. Cool Picks P1100. $1,749. All right, so I'm up to 3,800 already. So I've got my camera, I've got my trip. What else do I need?
A little bit of piss and a little bit of vinegar.
Time off.
Yeah, the time off's a bit of a bastard. I'm already wasting it on an ankle operation.
Jesse Path of Light. What a joke, dude. This morning over there on
What's going on?
politics.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, he didn't.
Yeah, man. Dude, he never stops talking about Jesse Path of Light and what he did for over 75 miles. Like, that was, I think Yoder already explained this, but
Yeah.
well, we told him, man, he got kicked out of the channel because he was a known liar. He's lying about what he's putting down on that spreadsheet.
That's for sure. That's for
Jesse
sure. First off, he cherry picks it. I think Indio brought up the great question is, what was your criteria for including certain observations on your spreadsheet. It's like, well, if it conformed to what looked like the curvature of the Earth, it went on there. It's like, okay. So you're throwing out all the instances where it doesn't. And then secondarily, like, look like the curvature of the Earth. Okay, according to who? You? Look like? Is that just a subjective evaluation? I mean, when they show me a mountain that's squished in the distance, I'm not seeing curvature of the Earth obstructing the bottom. I'm seeing a squished mountain in the distance. And I'm also understanding that over 75 miles, there's probably going to be a fair bit number of objects that are just above my eye line, my eye height. It's going to be obstructing my ability to see the base of the mountain. And due to the foreshortening of perspective, the greater the distance between the thing obstructing the mountain and the mountain, the more of the base of the mountain gets gobbled up by terrain features, giving the illusion of bottom-up disappearance over curvature when that's actually not what's happening. It's not even an illusion of it. It's just, this is what's going on. So you got that. You've got the squishing, the flattening effect due to the air itself being denser, cooler, and less dense at the top. So it's warmer, cooler, and denser to less dense. So when you're looking straight ahead, you're looking through the thickest of it. And when you're looking at the top of the mountain, you're looking through decreasing, thinning of the atmosphere.
Sorry, I took the pause as though you were finished. My bad.
I looked at laser targeting systems, the ones that actually paint the target. They're good in accuracy for like maybe 1 to like 3 miles. And they say that they become a little less accurate whenever there's optical distortions due to the fact that weather conditions can cause a factor to it.
Yeah. Rain. Rain sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking back and forth to Grok, and basically it gave me the name of the type of laser too. I'll post it in the text for you guys.
Nice.
I might get a project going here. I'm going to send an AI agent out to go get me every total station manual that's published on the internet. Then I'm going to have it, and I'm going to import everything into Notebook LM. And then pull some facts and figures.
Do a big super comparison.
Yeah,
Who's got the best accuracy, who's got the best range, the whole lot.
Check out what I posted in the text chat.
Gee, it's 3 miles due to the curvature of the Earth, AV. Duh. Yeah, it didn't say depending on curvature of the Earth, though. It said depending on weather and visibility.
Yep.
For reliable hits.
I mean, this information can be found out by anyone that looks into it. It's not like behind, classified documents. This is something that is just known about this device. There's another one from air to ground that's a little bit farther, actually, like 10 or 15 miles.
All right, I'm gonna get going. I'll be around.
Stay blessed, man. Watch out for zombies. All that. Yeah, as long as people don't treat ChatGPT or these AI things like it's some kind of flawless oracle that can do no wrong, I don't see a problem in using it. Just fact check anything that it gives you. It's a glorified calculator for words. It does what it does. Midnat said AI is vomit. I was just pointing out that it really depends on the user.
Google's Notebook LM is awesome. Stuff it with 300 PDFs and then have it build a mind map out of it for you.
That is cool.
Yeah, that's why I use it.
See, most people are using it to answer crappy Google searches or make shitty memes. Brain rot. If used for brain rot, will rot brain. Of course, everything in life is that way. Garbage in, garbage out. You're supposed to be a steward of yourself anyway. Welcome to whoever just joined.
Alrighty, it's up ass. I gotta go to bed, and if I don't get away from this computer, I'm gonna buy a camera. So, anyways, guys, have yourselves a great day. Be good, or be good at it, and I'll catch you all tomorrow. Peace.
Good day, everybody. Looks like there's no new people on here. Am I correct? Looks like a bunch of globe deniers. I'm gonna mute. We've been joined by Cad. Never mind, he already left before he even welcome to the room. Anyway. How about Get Lost? Welcome to the room. What say you, if anything?
Oh yeah, hey man, what's up? Like, why?
What's going on?
Nothing much, bro.
What brings you by the Flat Earth chat today?
You said what?
I said, what brings you to the Flat Earth chat room today?
I don't know, but I just enjoy it. It's like it's my first time.
Are you curious about the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, like what are you doing, guys here?
Well, do you think the Earth is a ball?
Oh, Earth is a ball. Yeah, I think that.
You think that? Do you know why you think that? What's your number one
Just,
reason? Go ahead.
It's a ball. Like, and if you go into in solar system, you can see all.
Did you say if you go into the solar system?
Yeah, like a lot of stuff.
How do you know that?
How many of us have been in the solar system? Go ahead, Miggy.
Like, what do you believe? Like, you believe Earth is ball or? Huh?
I don't have a belief related to the shape of the Earth, the form of it.
What were you what were you able to verify within the solar system that you were taught?
I'm not like professional in this stuff, but I know the Earth is a ball.
You know it, or you believe it because you were told
I
that?
believe that.
Right, but you don't know for sure, right? It's just a story you were
I
told.
believe Earth is it's a ball. Like.
Yeah, everyone does because they're taught it from a young age, right? But most people don't check, right?
So what do you think, you?
Yeah, so we experience the Earth as flat, okay, and then when we go out and test for curvature, we can't find any, and there's no evidence that there's such a thing, okay, and then we have government agencies faking moon missions and things like that, right? That's a bit strange. Okay, so it seems like we're told a big story about where we live, but it can't be verified. In fact, the opposite can be verified, right? So it's not a globe, it's actually flat. Yeah. Not a flat planet. Flat's not a shape, right? We're not claiming a flat planet instead of a globe. Okay, so instead of just replacing the globe with a flat planet, right, we're not claiming that. Is that what you thought flat earthers were claiming? A flat planet? Hello? Get lost?
Hmm? Yeah, what's up?
Did you hear anything I said?
Yeah, I hear what you said. Like, bro, there's a lot of true about the poles Earth. You know,
Oh yeah, like what?
like like there's all of the plants is the poles. You know, you didn't see that? Like,
You have a pool table that's flat, the balls top it around. It doesn't. The pool table's not a ball.
Yeah, so you're assuming that you're on a planet. How do you know that?
I know that because from NASA, uh, from
So you just believe
some
NASA.
of yeah, I
So it's
believe in
faith.
NASA.
So it's faith. It's just faith. You have faith in NASA, and you just
No,
you
no,
just
they
go.
didn't fake
You just
anything.
use faith, huh?
They
What's
didn't
that?
fake anything. You know.
Well, they didn't fake anything.
Yeah.
How did you validate that they didn't fake anything? Because you believe it. You have faith.
I believe that, bro.
You have strong
Bro,
faith in NASA, don't
I
you?
believe the Earth is a ball. You know, I know.
Well, belief and knowledge are different. Okay,
I'm
so
not
you
professional
said
in
that
this
you
stuff,
just
bro.
blindly
Like, I saw.
believe in NASA.
But you can't hear him if you're not listening. If you're talking over him, you're not going to hear what he's trying to tell you, dude. Please listen.
No, no, I hear it. I hear it, bro. I know the Earth is a ball. You know, like
How?
I
How
believe
do you
that
know?
because
How
I
do
saw a
you?
lot of video. Some of guys talk about this. You know, like they have a lot of proof about this.
Really?
Yeah.
Can video easily be faked?
No, 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 no.
There's a lot of footage of Bigfoot. Did you know that?
Bro, like there's some of stuff you can't try it by yourself.
Right,
I
so
don't
you
know.
have to have faith.
I'm
You
not
have to have faith in
professional
NASA. So if I put this
stuff.
video in the side chat, okay? So if I put this video, can you see the side chat?
What is that?
This is footage from NASA from when they went to
Bro,
space.
that's not That's not real.
I know, that's what I'm telling you, but you believe this is real. NASA's telling you it's real.
NASA made that. So you say NASA's liars?
This is NASA footage, bro. This is what you're defending, right? These are the people that give you your faith in the ball.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Looks pretty fake, doesn't it?
You still there? Get lost? Do you think that looks fake or not? Go ahead.
He already said it looks
What do you-
fake.
What?
You already said it looks fake, right? Because
No,
it
no.
looks fake.
This is not. This is not like. This is not real. Like there's real video. But
No, this is
I don't
this
know,
is
like,
real
what is
video.
that?
NASA
That
claims that this is real video
No,
footage from
NASA
space.
didn't.
Okay, so what
Uh-huh.
if they did? Would that be a problem? Would they be lying? If this is real footage from NASA, does that mean that you're going to trust NASA less because this is obviously fake, right?
Yeah, but I believe in NASA, bro. I know
Okay, so
the Earth.
listen to what I'm saying. If this footage is claimed by NASA to be real footage from the Apollo mission in space, will you then agree that NASA is giving you fake footage of space?
No, bro. I don't know how to say that in English, but
No. It's yes or no. It's the most simple of words. Yes, right? That means affirmative. Yes. Okay. Or no. Okay, so if this is real footage, if NASA says this is real footage, right? This is the astronauts inside the lunar lander at the moon. Real footage. What will you say to that? Will you call bullshit? Hello? Get lost.
Wait. Yo, this is
Are you comprehending what I'm saying?
like this is someone just added, bro. Like this is not from NASA.
Okay, do you understand my question? If this is real footage from NASA, okay, if I can prove to you that NASA claims that this is real footage, will you agree that NASA's faking footage?
Bro, like they're spending a lot.
How are you unable to comprehend what I'm asking you when I've asked you 3 times in a row? Like how are you unable to comprehend what I'm asking you? How is that possible that this information is not processing in your brain to the extent for you to be able to answer the question? How is that possible? I don't get it.
If you could answer,
do I need to
no.
like are you not understanding what I'm saying?
No, I understand what you're saying. Like,
What am I saying? What am I asking you? What am I asking you right now? Tell me what I'm asking you. Tell me what I'm asking you, bro.
But you know what? Like I saw.
What's my question? What's my question? Do you understand how questions work? Right? What is the question that I've been trying to ask you for the last 5 minutes? What is it?
No, he trying to tell me the Earth is not ball.
No.
That's all he's saying.
My God, bro. Okay, so I've put footage in the side chat. Okay, I said this is footage from NASA from the Apollo mission. You said no, it isn't. I said if it is, right? If NASA says this is real footage from space, will you then agree that NASA is faking footage? And you're unable to comprehend what I'm saying or answer the question for some reason. It's really weird.
Wait, all the back.
And you still don't get it, right? I could explain this like 50 times in a row and you're just not going to get it. This is crazy, bro.
It's
like, what the hell are they putting in the water? Are you drinking tap water? I have no idea what's going on right now. I'm going to mute up.
I was just going to say it sounds like cognitive dissonance to me. There's nothing we can say that's correct. Flat earthers are wrong about
you
everything.
guys, you don't believe that Earth is ball.
Not a belief, dude. Do you believe in your own height?
His brain's just blocking the question out. It's blocking the footage out.
No, I'm not liking, bro.
Bro, if this is real footage from NASA, then will you agree that the footage is fake and that NASA's lying? Yes or no? Bro.
I saw a lot of proofs.
You can't answer it. What's wrong? What's wrong with your brain, bro? Why can't you answer the question? If the footage,
you gotta learn English. You gotta learn how to answer questions. He's asking you a direct question. All you gotta do is say yes or no. Do you understand that?
Yeah. If NASA says that this footage is real footage from space, will you agree that NASA is faking footage or lying about footage that's fake?
No, they didn't fake anything, bro.
Okay, so if NASA, okay, so you said this footage is fake. If NASA says that it's real, do you agree that NASA is lying about the footage being real?
Bro, you can't check this footage.
You can't answer it, bro. You are.
You can't check it. Look. You can't check this picture.
Yeah. If NASA is putting this footage out on their official NASA.gov website, listen. Let me finish. Okay, if NASA is putting this exact footage out that I just showed you on their official YouTube channel and on their NASA.gov website and saying that it's real footage from the moon, okay, will you agree that NASA is lying?
Yeah, you can't check if NASA give me the picture, I can check if that real or fake. You can't this picture's editing, you know? It's easy.
No. Oh my god, bro. So if NASA says that this footage is real footage, is NASA lying?
I don't know what he's trying to get, bro.
Bro, good lord. Okay. This footage is from NASA. NASA says that this is real footage from the moon landing. Is NASA lying about the footage?
So what's your proof to saying that Earth is not bald? What's your
Wow.
huh?
You're not going to be able to, if you can't understand the questions I've asked you so far, how are you going to understand the next following questions, and answers? Okay, so, we know, we've tested the Earth and we cannot find any curvature. Okay, it's been measured countless times and there's no measurable curvature over distances where there must be curvature. It's just like I'm kind of talking to a brick wall, though, right? Like, what did I just say then? Crickets?
Can you summarize what he just said to you?
No.
You just repeat the last sentence that DJ said to you.
Oh, no, yeah,
I don't think he's listening to you, DJ.
No, he's hearing to respond, not listening to understand.
He's asking questions, but he's not listening to the answers. Or it's just not processing. It's kind of like a loading symbol going on in it. It's not completing the loading process.
He's just waiting for any one of us to stop talking so that he can start talking.
Exactly, DJ. He's got that little spinny circle going on in his brain right now.
Mm-hmm.
You can keep on. I'm not gonna. I feel like it's disrespectful when folks ignore us like that.
Flat Earth isn't for everyone, that's for sure.
Somebody said in the chat that maybe you hit him with that NASA footage and it just fried his brain. He went to the little spinny circle thing.
Like, I
got
get
the
it.
blue. It's like the blue screen of death.
Yep. And I get it. English is not everybody's first language. Whatever. That's not the
This
problem.
is not an English issue.
Yeah, that's not the problem.
Yeah, that's not the problem.
Thought we might have another new person here if they want to talk. Or it looks like they left. Never mind.
Okay, get lost. Right, here's more footage from NASA. Right, NASA claims that this is real footage. Do you agree? Or do you think this looks fake? Blue screen of death.
You still with us? Get lost. You're an actual fellow human being? Are you a bot? I'm just kidding. I guess you don't want to talk anymore, DJ. Anyway, back at the range, like DJ said, we have no measurable curvature, so how can it be a ball? Go ahead, guys.
Well, we have some ketchup that's on pasta. Wanting to ask some questions? Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Don't think I've ever put ketchup on pasta. I could be weird though. Anyway,
Yeah, it's probably not the best idea. If you fry egg and mix it through pasta while you're frying the egg, then it's kind of nice with a bit of ketchup on top.
I was going to say there might be some versions of pasta that wouldn't be too bad. You know,
Yeah.
it's individual taste, right?
Yeah.
But whatever you do with pasta and ketchup, you're doing it on a flat earth and not a ball. Do you agree? Ketchup on pasta?
It's only possible on a flat earth.
Ketchup on pasta. Do you think you live on a spinning ball, and can you tell us why? Go ahead. You see, this is why I've achieved the nickname Dead Air Dave, and that's why I don't talk much on here. Just kidding. You guys go ahead. I see someone new named Kathos. Would you like to talk? Hello, Kathos. Hello. All right, then, keep your secrets. Back to you guys, or silence. Your choice. Okay, cool. If you're at work, I understand that. That's the main reason I can never talk on here. Anyway. The earth is not a ball. If you think differently, come in here and tell us why.
You guys actually believe the earth is flat?
Belief is not part of it, young lady. We know that the earth is not measured to be a ball. Who wants to take it? Go ahead.
Wanted to confirm that you're old enough to be here?
Yes.
Are you talking to me, brother?
No. You sound like you're old enough, but Peak sounds like they're very young, so.
No, I'm 18 above.
Yeah, you sound like you are. I wasn't talking to you.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Okay, so we don't claim that the Earth is a flat disk, right? We don't claim that the Earth is a flat planet. We don't claim to know the shape of the Earth, in fact.
But why?
Why what?
Why is it? Why do you claim that you don't know the shape of the planet Earth?
Because nobody can get up high enough to take an image of the entirety of the Earth.
You don't believe in NASA?
I believe in NASA, but I believe NASA is fraudulent. And they faked the moon landings.
Okay, so, what do you think the Earth is?
Well, I don't know what the Earth is in its entirety, right? I don't know the shape of the Earth, but I know it's not a globe. Because when we go out and test over long distances, right, we can see too far for the Earth to be a globe. There's no measured curvature on the Earth.
Can I speak something?
Sure.
Have you read science? Do you believe in physics?
Read science and believe in physics.
Okay,
Physics
then tell
doesn't
me-
really require belief.
Okay,
And science isn't something that you would just read, right? There's not like a book just called Science.
Science is basically the hypothesis, calculations, measurements, and make them prove, na?
Well, we're talking about geometry here, right? So we're talking about a globe Earth that has a particular size. Okay, so they tell us the radius of the Earth. Okay, and when we go and test to see if the mathematics is correct in reality, it doesn't match up. The observations don't match the mathematics that are given to us.
Why don't you believe that Earth is, spherical? It is not round, it is just spherical. It is the shape
Yeah.
of an egg.
Well, they claim that it's the shape of a sphere, almost a perfect sphere, not an egg.
Egg is also the shape of sphere, basically. If you look
Not
at
really. That's why it's called egg shape. It's different.
because it is called spherical shape because both ends of the egg are narrow type, so that is why it is called
No,
sphere, not
it's
round.
an egg is an oval shape.
Oval is also called sphere in some kind of.
No.
All right. If you say that, my point is that you say Earth is not spherical.
Correct. It's not.
All right. Have you tennis ball?
Yeah, I have seen tennis balls. Yeah.
Okay. Just imagine. Be practical now.
Mhm.
Just small. Just a second. Just a second.
Okay.
I won't interrupt though.
Oh, all right. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Take your tennis ball. Okay.
I have it. Yeah.
And just imagine that your size is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, even smaller than an ant.
All
right.
I'm picturing it. I'm picturing it in my mind. I'm shrinking.
Okay. Even smaller than an ant.
I'm
And
smaller than an
put-
ant. Yes, and
put
I'm on the
yourself-
tennis ball now.
Now put yourself on a tennis ball.
I'm on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'm on it.
now you will see that Earth is flat, but it is not.
Yes. Okay, so how am I going to check? How am I going to check? Because now I'm on the tennis ball and I'm an ant. I'm an ant, and all I know is that the tennis ball is flat. Okay, but
Alright.
some people are telling me that it's curving. So as an ant, what's my next procedure in confirming that it's not what it seems?
All right. If you have to confirm, then you will have to launch a rocket that will go outer space, and it will give you images that if the curvature is there or not.
Oh, okay,
If it
but
is, then
I can't build a rocket.
You don't have to build it because NASA and other space agencies have also
okay.
built it already.
Oh, okay, so I just have to put my faith in NASA, do I?
All right. Do you believe in gravity?
Do you know what it is?
No, I don't believe in gravity.
You don't believe it on gravity. When you jump, which force pushes you back?
No force is pushing me back.
All right. Do you believe that air exists?
Yes.
Why? Have you seen it?
Air? Yeah, because I can breathe, right? We can test.
No.
We can test that air exists.
Have you seen air? I'm saying, have you seen?
No, I don't need to be able to see the air to confirm that it exists. Yeah.
You just felt it now.
No, I don't need to see it. I don't need to be able to see the air.
That is what my
But
point is.
I can perform different tests.
Sometimes you don't have to see the see what is going on.
That wasn't my argument, though. I didn't say that because I can't see it physically, that it doesn't exist. That wasn't my argument.
All right.
Right.
Then what is your argument basically? Because I was.
Well, I didn't. I already told you my argument. Okay, when we test the surface of the Earth over large distances where there must be a certain amount of curvature, it's not present.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Okay, so if we have a large distance, say 20 miles of water, okay, we're going to use water, right? Because water is level on the surface. Why are you interrupting me? Notice how I didn't. Yeah, notice how I did.
Sorry. I thought you have finished. Sorry. Please go ahead.
What made you think I was finished?
All right, please go ahead. I said already.
Okay.
Relax, man.
So if we have a 20-mile section of water, okay, if the Earth is a globe, then you must have approximately 260 feet of curvature over that distance.
All right.
Okay, and then when we go and test over that distance for the curvature, it's not there.
All right.
Okay, and then we go and test different distances, and then we keep repeating the test over and over again, right? So we can keep reconfirming that the test results are correct. And that's been done over and over again and over different distances, right? Different parts of the Earth. And we can confirm that no curvature is measured in any of the observations.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Have you finished?
Yes.
Okay, then please tell me then in your humble opinion, what is the actual shape of Earth is?
I don't know what the shape of the Earth is. I didn't make that claim.
All right. But basically, you don't want to make any claim, but you are also.
No, I just made a claim. I just made a claim. I said it's not a globe because we tested for curvature and there's no curvature.
All right. Mm-hmm. It means that the theories of physics are totally wrong and we are being.
No, I didn't say that.
But you're indirectly you are saying it now.
No. The physics of water are correct, right? The surface of the water will be flat over the surface because that's how the physics of water works.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Then just answer my question. Then when scientists, NASA, SpaceX, and other space agencies, when they plan some kind of space missions, sending the satellites on some other planets in our solar system, on what measurements, on what standards and rules and regulations they are working on.
They're telling you that the Earth is a globe, right? And they're using the radius value in their calculations. Okay, so if we test for the radius value and can falsify the radius value, we can confirm that the imagery that they're showing us is not matching reality.
All right. Then,
do you know what a prerequisite is? Do you know what a prerequisite is? Do you know what that means?
No, I will love to know by you. Please.
Okay,
tell
it's
me.
a requirement for something to be true. Okay, so if I tell you that so I have $1 million in the bank. Okay, and if I earn $1,000 interest,
all right,
for 10 days, right, then I'm gonna have $1 million plus
all
an
right.
extra $1,000 on top of that. Okay, so the math, right, is going to be correct, right? I'm going to give you the math, right? The math is going to work, but I would need to confirm that I have that $1 million in the first place for the mathematics to match reality. Okay, so that's the prerequisite to the math being correct. Does that make sense? Okay, so if they're telling us that they're doing mathematics, right, and they require the Earth to be a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, okay, the prerequisite would be that the mathematics matches reality. So when we go out and test, right, for the curvature that must be there over the surface of the Earth, and it's not there, then all of the claims that require that prerequisite to be true are therefore dismissed.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Do you agree?
I don't totally agree with you, but I have some other question. Could you answer it?
What do you disagree with? What do you disagree with?
Sorry?
What do you disagree with? You said you don't agree with me. What did I say that you disagree with?
Hear me?
Well, you said you disagree with me, right? All I said was if they're claiming that the Earth is a globe, right?
All right.
Then and they tell us that the radius value is 3,959 miles, and then we go and test for that, and it doesn't match reality, then the Earth can't be a globe.
All right. All right.
Okay, so if there's no curvature, can the Earth be a globe?
No.
Okay, there you go. That's my argument. So do you disagree with that?
No, it is logically it is true.
Okay, thank you. So you don't disagree with what I said?
No, yeah.
Okay, that's good.
But,
Thank you.
But I have some other theory now.
Okay, what's your theory?
My theory is
Put it
that
to the test.
Yeah. It is just like a test because I believe in my solar system. I believe that 8 planets in our solar system, which revolves around the sun, and our Earth finishes. Could you hear me, please? Actually, I have some poor connection right now, so could you
I
hear
can
me?
hear you just fine. Yeah.
All right.
You're telling me about your beliefs, right? I don't really. Right.
Yeah.
Well, this is not about beliefs, right? Anyone can believe anything they want, right? This is about providing empirical evidence that the Earth is a globe. Yeah.
All right. And I have theory that Earth revolves around the Sun in 365 days, and also revolving in its orbit.
Okay. Cool. Well, that's a nice belief that you have. Right? Can you substantiate your belief with empirical evidence?
And similarly, Moon revolves around Earth.
Yep. Cool. Okay.
Which completes its cycle in 30 days. All right.
Mm-hmm.
If they are, my question is, if they are not round or spherical, what measurement is which are they following?
What? Say it again. What do you mean? What measurement are the following? What do you mean? What are you talking about?
I meant why? Would you hear me, please?
Yes.
all right. I am saying that what I meant for measurement, that what on what parameters they are working on. If they are not 30 days, if they are not 365 days, if they are not round,
Okay,
then
so
what?
you're gonna need. So you're claiming that the Earth is a globe, right, with a radius of 3,959 miles. I'm asking you if you have any evidence for the belief that you're telling me about. Otherwise, it's just a blind. It's just a belief that you have, right? What
Have
proof do you have that the belief is true?
Have you measured it that after 3,000 and something, which are you saying after these kilometers curvature
No, we don't
exists?
need to. Okay, so just let's go back to your tennis ball example, right? You don't have to measure the whole tennis ball. You can just measure a section of the tennis ball and then another
Alright.
section of the tennis ball. And if there's no curvature, then it's not a tennis ball, is it? It can't possibly be a tennis ball. If you keep measuring the tennis ball surface and there's no curvature, when there must be mathematically curvature over that distance, right? There must be physical curvature over that distance and it's not there, then you're not on a tennis ball, are you? Okay, so when we go out and measure the surface of the Earth, right, over and over again, there's no curvature. So it cannot be a globe, right? And you're not even asking to see the tests, right? You're just telling me about your belief system.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just a belief system. I had the same belief system. Everyone's taught that at school and from a young age. Okay, but they're not giving you proof of it.
Yeah. So it is a good conversation we had, and a lot of things I learned from you, and I will research on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question. You keep curvature, but don't we already know the curvature of the Earth? It's
No, we're
I
told
mean,
the curvature, right? We're told the formula. We're told the size of the Earth, but then when we go and test for that in reality, it doesn't match.
so the calculation doesn't match.
That's correct.
Okay, but
It's
if we
geometry.
are on,
I know the Earth is supposed to be really big, but it's just geometry. The distance
yes,
to the
but
horizon is a certain distance from your observation height. The Earth is a certain size. It's not bigger. If it were bigger, then we wouldn't have the satellite orbits, wouldn't have the distance to the moon. Everything is based on the size of the Earth that they.
okay.
If the Earth is not the size that they tell us, everything is wrong.
Why don't you believe in gravitation?
Well, if gravity is real, then the Earth is a ball, right?
Yeah,
If the Earth is a ball, that means it's curving at a certain rate, right?
yeah.
So it's not a matter of whether or not I believe in gravity. I just want to know if the Earth is what they're telling me, so I go out and test for the circumference. And then if the circumference is wrong, then the story about gravity is wrong. I'm not denying that heavier things displace beneath lighter things. What I'm more concerned with is whether or not the Earth is curving. Because scientists don't even know what gravity is.
Why is everyone quiet in this server?
It's
It's
because we
like,
can't all talk at the same time. Because that would be crazy if everyone was talking at the same time. People are just listening to the conversation, that's all.
no, I think it's because you guys have hijacked this server. I see all of you sharing the same server.
Yeah, so we have a channel in this server, okay? Right? So this is just a channel in the server called 24/7 Flat Earth. Right? We're from a different server, but the owner of this server, who is a flat earther, invited us to come to this server, right? So we can have a channel here. Okay? So we're not taking over the channel, over the server. This is a flat earth channel, and we run the channel. This is our channel.
Yeah, we don't tell people to come in here, right? We're just here as an opportunity for people to talk to. Because maybe they've never met a real flat earther, and they want to know why the Earth is flat.
So you claim that you do not know the shape of the Earth.
Yep.
Right? This is correct.
Nobody does. Nobody knows it.
So why is the name of this channel Flat Earth?
Okay, so is flat a shape? Is smooth a shape? And is bumpy a shape?
Flat is a plane, and plane is a geometrical figure, so...
No, it isn't. It's the description of a surface.
Right.
A square is a shape, right? Right, but
yeah.
You could describe a surface of a square as flat. Or you could have something that's not a square that also has a flat surface, right? Like a CD or a mirror. A mirror can be any shape, but the surface is going to be flat. Flat is a descriptive word to describe a surface area that's not curving. There are other contexts to use the word flat as well, like a flat tire or a joke that's flat, because it's not funny. But the word flat is just a descriptive word, it's not a specific shape.
And just for added context, we don't make a claim to the depth of the Earth. The Earth could be any shape. We don't know. We're just talking about the very surface, right? Like if you look at like TJ was saying, you look at a TV, you can have a TV screen that's curved, or you can have a TV screen that's flat. It doesn't make any claim to like the depth of the TV. You're just talking about the outer surface and just one piece in particular.
So your argument is that the surface of the Earth is flat, but it can be of any shape.
Any shape except for a ball, because a ball requires curvature. So if the surface of the Earth is not curving, what is the surface of the Earth doing?
Okay. So it cannot be a dome shape?
Flat. Okay, so flat means that it's not a curving surface. Okay, so when we go to a large body of water, the surface of the water is flat, just like we all experience. Okay, if the Earth were a globe or a donut or a cylinder, okay, all of these different shapes that have curvature, then you don't have a flat surface. Okay, so we're not claiming that the Earth is a particular shape. What we mean by flat Earth is that when we go and measure over a large distance of the surface of the Earth, it's not curving. Okay, so that's what we mean by flat Earth. Okay, we don't think that the Earth is a flat disk planet in space. Okay, don't try to replace the globe with a flat object. That's not what we're doing. This is a completely different way of looking at the Earth system that we live in.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we're about empirical evidence, okay? Actually going out and doing real world tests to try to find the curvature of the Earth. So think about this. If you had a 20-mile body of water, okay, like a big lake or a section of the ocean, we can calculate how much curvature there should be if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so once we do the calculation, we can work out and we can calculate that there should be about 260 feet of curvature over that distance. Okay, so we can go and test for that curvature very easily. Okay, because that curvature would block things that are in the distance. Okay, you wouldn't be able to see all the way across a 20-mile lake and see something on the other side, right, that's small. You wouldn't be able to see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, for example. But when we go out to a big lake and set up a camera or a laser, we can see all the way across the lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake most of the time, depending if the weather conditions are, nice and clear. And this has been tested. This has been tested over and over again, and we can't find any curvature. And then we can't find any tests that have been done by anyone on the globe Earth side, right, that confirm that any curvature exists. Right? We just get calculations and assumptions, right? Or relying on footage from outer space, which you can never verify to be true or not true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome. And goodbye. And welcome. Nope, sheepdog, I think. How's it going, man?
It's going. I'm driving as usual, so my microphone sucks.
Fair enough. We've just been listening to this dead air here. It was better than the last conversation we had. Like,
Apparently, I
seriously.
missed that one.
Yeah, I would rather just listen to dead air than listen to what we just had to endure. DJ was trying to explain a lot of stuff to the guy, and he kind of had the all flat earthers wrong about everything syndrome. It was just a big no matter what was said to him. Welcome.
Yeah, I don't even know if you heard the one after that, though, because I came in right after that conversation.
Yeah.
Some kid was just saying, like, I think you're just here to take over the server. Like, what?
Yeah, I was preoccupied, so I heard bits and pieces of it. It sounded young, but I figure it sounded like a female, so they sound like that anyway sometimes, that high-pitched voice. I had a lot of noise going on. Yeah, but, yeah, I heard a couple of the conversation, or a couple questions, sorry, in the conversation.
Well, my favorite part is when people come in here. Why is everybody so quiet? It's like,
because we're respectful. Yeah, one of the main reasons most people use hands-free instead of push-to-talk, so they just leave the mute on, so that when they unmute, they can talk, mute back up when they're done. That's why.
I do the same thing.
No, when they specifically say, "Why is everyone muted?" Because we're being respectful. We don't want to talk all over each other like a bunch of yapping dogs.
And then my other favorite is when someone comes into the room and you're in the middle of a conversation. Hello, how are you? Why is the earth flat? It's like,
They would never do that in the real physical, tangible world. They would not walk into a room and suddenly interrupt the conversation that's going on. They'd wait.
I don't know. I think they would, man.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe they would.
Yeah, maybe. Like a little toddler walking in thinking that they're the center of the universe and they must be addressed immediately. It's very childish. That is what we're dealing here on Discord a lot of times, aren't we? It's very underdeveloped minds that need a little bit of encouragement. It's okay to grow.
I mean, I wouldn't say underdeveloped minds. It's just more or less like misguided, right? Like they were pushed in a different direction.
I'm thinking stunted by the system.
Yeah, more like the flea in the jar. You remove the lid, and that's as high as they can jump.
Oh yeah, yep. It's a psychological entrapment. Yep. And no one's to blame, and no one's to be demonized with it. It's just the state of the world. It just is what it is. I really think we all need to be charitable in our interpretation of what folks say to us, because most of them aren't going to do that to us. They take it out of context just so that they can straw man us. They'll go out of their way to take stuff out of context, but we're not them. So.
Well, I mean, I think we are charitable for the most part. Yeah, we might be a little quick for some people, but I mean, we're not perfect either, you know.
Oh, dude, our entire group, our whole team as a whole, the whole server has improved over the course of the past couple of years, gained better arguments and just more self-control, more patience with folks. I've noticed a difference, and it's awesome.
Oh, I have too. You know, I went off for a while there and went over to X and dealt with that for a while. And when I came back, I just noticed how everybody else here, the patience has improved, the maneuvering through the conversation.
Patience comes through tribulation, so we've been through plenty of that. Welcome to whoever joined or returned. I can't see every single person who joins, so when I hear the noise go off,
Oh my god, why is it so heavy?
hot mic in there.
What's up, Truth? What's up, Truth by proxy? You're hot mic.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Yeah. No worries, man. We're
It
just looking
happens
out for you.
sometimes you walk into a room or jump into a room and it automatically comes off mute.
Oh, dude. Sometimes Discord will switch you from push to talk to hands free. It did that to me several times. And I'm like, what the heck? I had to mute myself real quick. Just got to keep an eye on it. I hope a globe earther comes in here and starts asking questions. That would be cool.
I'm all out of glow. I'm so lost without you. I thought you were right, and now I know you're so wrong.
We got somebody in the side chat chatting it up, but they're not in here. We're kind of lenient on that, but I can boot them out for not participating over here. But I tend to let folks chat because some of them are listening in on the YouTube, even though they're not in the room. This
Embo's been in here before. He got wrecked.
Yeah, that's see, I'm kind of observation thing because that person's new to me, but y'all probably spoke with them before.
I spoke with him a little bit a couple days ago, but I don't even remember what we talked about.
He's just another one of those anti-flat Earth characters from politics. He would come in every single day, all day, every day, just coping and just mental gymnastics and not really ever conceding anything. Just another Mez, another Brit Nat, another one of these characters.
Anybody who has a cat profile pic, 99% chance, 99.9% chance they're a troll.
Oh, I'm talking about Embo, by the way.
Oh, okay. I was talking about this random cat person, but then I looked.
Oh, yeah. Bro, those cat profile picture people, yeah. That's like the latest anime profile picture, right? They've changed to cats now.
No, dude, it's been that way. The cat thing has been like for years now, like 10 years. And there's like a kind of mini cult of cats.
Little cat people.
Yeah, the cat people. And they all, their script is about the same. Like they're low-level trolls. They're not that good at it.
It's always some like weird-looking cat as well. Like a cat with an annoying face.
More often than not, it's like 2 or 3 of them will come in, and they'll all say something dumb that's similar, and then they all leave giggling. You know the type.
Yeah.
And Embo, yeah, Embo's Embo.
Yeah, it's not really the type of channel for people like that, you know. He can go to politics, you know, he can stay in here for a little while. As soon as he starts getting annoying and like taking over the conversations and whatnot, he can just make politics his hangout because that kind of thing doesn't really fly here.
That's my thought. This place is more about discussion, and we're really trying to help folks practice speaking English. It's part of why we're here. The other place, debate bros stuff all day. That's fine. Doesn't
exactly.
The This one guy, Flattened Destruction, though, as far as I'm concerned, he's not welcome, man. He doesn't listen to anyone has to say, or anything anyone has to say, and the minute you mute him, he runs away like a coward. So there's no talking to him.
Yeah,
I know him from X. There's no talking to him.
Yeah, this channel's for genuine conversation, not for entertaining obsessed anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, because all he does is run his mouth, and he's got nothing.
I was just gonna say, yeah, if I have an itch and I want to cuss on some people, I go over to politics. Like, I'm not gonna stay in here, turn into that person and whatnot.
I mean, politics is okay once in a while. It's just certain people there are very aggressive, and that's counterproductive.
Exactly. That's why I like going over there sometimes. Sometimes I just want confrontation.
Well, it's if we can't even accomplish exposition based off of what somebody's saying, then there's no point. That's all I'm saying. But more often than not, we find it for certain problematic people.
I am eager though. There was a teacher I checked in the other day. I think it was Friday. He's teaches basic physics and science to like middle school, lower level high school. And like we had a pretty long conversation. He conceded to a lot of my points, but still, I think it starts over. And I can't wait to have more conversation. I hope he comes in here. I hope you guys get a chance to. Well, can't remember his name.
I can hear what you're saying, but your voice is difficult. It's kind of staticky there. I mean, I can understand you, but it is difficult.
I apologize. It's me driving. Sorry.
I'm just letting you know because I don't want you to waste your breath and then feel like you got to repeat yourself over and over or anything. I know it can get annoying.
Yeah, if you ask me to repeat myself and I have to yell, it's because I more or less think that it's because of the sound of the road. But if it's just me cutting out, just say, hey, you're cutting in and out, and I'll be like, okay, and I'll wait till I get to it.
All right. And welcome to Nahom, who just joined in. I hope that I pronounced that correctly. He must be shy.
I think he left. Oh, Nahom. Never mind. Nahom.
I try to make everybody feel welcome when they come in here.
Oh, for sure, man. It's pretty crazy though, Nahom. Like we can talk amongst ourselves, but we kind of hear the same thing over and over again. So if you want to hear something particular, it's a good idea to ask questions. It's not that you're being confrontational, but more or less, if you ask a question, you're asking to learn, not to argue, right?
Yep. Questions are welcomed. Feel free to ask anything that's on your mind. As long as you're being respectful, it's welcomed. And welcome to Peaky, who just joined us.
Welcome back, Peaky.
All right, I'm gonna go get situated, so I'll probably be quiet for a minute, but I'll be back. Welcome to whoever just joined us.
Hey, Nahom, if you got a question, man, it does help with the conversation. Otherwise, we might sit in silence. It's not that it's a weird room that we like sitting in silence. It's we have a lot of decorum and respect for each other and other speakers. So if somebody wants to ask a question, it will, it's nice to ask clear questions without other people talking.
I feel like when we're welcoming the guys, we need to ask them if they have a question about the nature of the Earth. I think just opening it up to just if you have a question is a bit ambiguous, and they don't really know direction of how to formulate a question if it's just like open to whatever. So I think it would be better to just guide them into like what specifically about the topic they want to ask.
That's fair.
So I think, and just, I don't know, kind of putting that into a, forming it into like an opening for someone. Do you have any questions about the nature of our Earth? Or something along those lines. Not exactly that, but.
Yeah, fair enough. I can go back and restate my question in a better way. Does anybody in here have any questions on whether or not the Earth is a shape? What the surface of water does when it's at rest? Anybody have any idea of why gas pressure on Earth next to the infinite vacuum of space is impossible?
Yeah, that's a
interesting.
That's an interesting topic. I think we got Sandy and Nahom, Piki that have joined the room. It's good that you guys are listening, but engaging with the panel, you'll start to realize that if, certain questions about the topic of the room, you'll be able to get answered if you just talk to us.
And
Morning,
I think
AB.
Hold on, go ahead.
But I think the issue is that I don't really understand what you guys say when you explain these things, like we don't see them and I just don't understand them.
Yeah, Piki, before we get into like answering your questions, your internet connection is kind of sporadic. So we hear some of the words you're saying. I don't know if you can fix that by getting near your router, or is there some way that you can get a stronger signal, perhaps?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, please restate that question.
I meant I do not understand some of your arguments.
Okay, which one do you not understand in particular? You can put one up that we've talked about before, and if you're listening, you can let us know which one you don't understand.
The curvature one.
Okay, the curvature question, like why are we challenging people who believe the Earth is a globe?
No, because I will admit I did ask ChatGPT about it, and it said that the Earth had a curvature, but then you guys said that you guys don't. The calculation of the curvature is wrong. So then I didn't understand your point of view.
All right, we're challenging the notion that we're being told that the Earth is a globe and the surface of the Earth is curving such that it would be conforming to a giant oblate spheroid. So a giant globe, right? That's what they say the surface of the Earth conforms to. So the surface would be curving like it would if the Earth was a sphere. Do you understand that point at least? If the Earth was a globe, then it would be the surface would be curving. Do you get that much?
But the surface do curve, right? I mean, you see the horizon and it's curving.
Yeah, everybody says that, but like there's no way to determine whether or not what they're saying is true. So we're asking, how do you determine that the surface is curving? It's fine if you believe that it is, but we want to know how to determine that it actually is. Do you understand now? Like yeah, you could say that it's curving, so can everybody else because you believe that it is. We want to know how you can determine that it actually is curving. How can it be measured to be curving?
Okay, so you have heard that argument is that a ship goes all around the whole world. How does it do that if the Earth is not around?
Yeah, so now you're talking about a distance that a ship would travel on the surface of the Earth equals the Earth being a globe. That doesn't make any logical sense. You didn't determine that the Earth was a globe by a ship traveling X amount of distance. What you're trying to find is the ship that travels, is it going over a curve or is it going over a horizontal plane? So you're trying to determine that, and a distance traveled isn't going to get you that unless you find out if the distance traveled is on a curving surface or not. So just because a ship goes from point A to point B doesn't mean that the surface in between point A and point B is curving. You're not determining that. Unless you start to figure out, okay, how do we know that the ship that traveled from this place to that place, the Earth is curving in between that place? That's what we want to know, not how far the ship goes, if the ship is traveling over a curving surface.
But without curving, how will you reach the initial point?
I didn't get any of that. Peaky, I didn't get any of that. Your internet's breaking up.
It's very staticky. Perhaps try to join, leave and rejoin. It might help.
Hello? Guess she lost connection.
Yeah, I hope she gets that worked out.
Your connection is bad too, AG. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm sorry. I'll shut the hell up. I gotta talk a lot louder too.
Well, it's like it comes in and out, like it's going in and out when you just play back the live stream. Play back the live stream. You'll see what I'm talking about.
I'm probably not holding the button down on the push to talk long enough, and it's cutting off part of what I'm saying.
That was clear, what you just said there.
That's what it is. I'm not holding the button down long enough. I just got to be a little bit more patient.
Well, I don't want to be left out. AB, how's my connection?
Surprisingly stable for being, sounding like you're driving. Yeah. I can make out what you're saying, so it's not, hasn't been where you can't understand what you're saying.
I'm just being silly.
Yeah, with the new people that come in here and they start to ask questions about they're not understanding what we're saying, perhaps we can go into the reason why we're saying what we're saying, but also identify the questions they ask. Like she was asking, how do we know that ships aren't going over the curve? And from there, she went over to, like, she didn't confirm whether or not I answered her question to affirm that I cleared up something about that question. She went straight over to, like, distances, like, traveled on the surface of the Earth, like, somebody saying they circumnavigated on a trip. Like that, she doesn't get it, right? So we need to go back to the first question and figure out if, hear the confirmation that she understood that first part first, and then perhaps answer the second one. Because we're not doing due diligence if we just bypass that she didn't understand the first one and just go to answer the second one.
She's back. Welcome back, Peaky.
Oh, she's been in here, AG. She's been in here.
I thought she left and came back.
No,
Somebody just joined.
that was somebody else. That wasn't Peaky.
My bad. Well, welcome to whoever just joined then.
All right, specifically for the topic of the room, which is flat Earth, and or if you are imagining that the Earth is a globe, we have to figure out if the Earth can be measured, tested, and verified as a globe. On its surface, they're telling you that the Earth is curving at a specific drop rate. So we want to know if that's actually something that's been tested in any time in history. So we're asking you guys if you can search the archives, maybe ask a friend. There isn't any way that we can test the Earth to be curving. It's an imaginary Earth that you think that's a globe. It only exists in your mind. Doesn't exist outside. Outside, we experience, the common human experience is that the Earth is a horizontal plane. Because we look at a horizon and it's flat and level. So now the question is being raised, if the Earth is a globe and we see a flat and level horizon, how can we test to see if it's an actual globe? That's the next step. Would anybody like to take up the challenge if they can provide evidence that the Earth is an actual globe? It's important because your education system might be telling you that it's a globe, but if you're able to validate it some way with a method that you're able to tell this room, then we can see if we can test that method. Yeah, I was listening to you earlier, DJ, and that person earlier was not able to handle the reasoning behind why you were asking him the question about whether he can understand the point you were making about the video that's being presented. If it was an actual NASA video, or if it wasn't, if it was fake, if he would capitulate to say that it was fake, and he was in no way ready to admit that NASA's doing any fakery. And it was just that cognitive dissonance, that wall that he had put up, that he was not going to answer that question. He ignored it completely and acted like he did. He was having a whole separate conversation about it. Yeah, it's I think that part right there is the interesting part, I think, about psychology and being indoctrinated, not being able to kind of reason with somebody about whether or not they could say that something is true or false based on evidence that's being presented. Because in his mind, everything that NASA does is, is solid gold. So they're putting out information, even if it looks fake, it doesn't matter that. It just matters that it's coming from them. And very strange. Yeah, welcome to the chat. I'm on the voice, so if you're typing the text channel, you can also jump into the voice chat if you like. The best way to understand something is to challenge yourself. You have to do that. If you feel kind of timid, like you don't want to ask the question, that also shows that the confidence level that you have about the subject, it should be at least to the point where you can say, I know that the Earth is something. Like if you're asking us, what about this and what about that? Because I see that you're asking that in the text. I think it needs to be understood as like, how did you verify the thing that you're asking about? You need to ask yourself that question. Or perhaps critique the information that you're receiving, whether it's an image or video. So has anybody verified that the curvature of the Earth has been measured at any time in history? I wonder if it's a very difficult task to do that with all the technology you guys have, all the AI knowledge. You have Google at your fingertips. You've been in academia, some type of schooling, and still nobody can present a method by which we can test the Earth to be curving like they tell us it is. It's quite telling if you ask me. It's quite telling. Welcome to the chat, Yellow Wex. I actually had that card that you have in your avatar, Abdaham. But mine had like a red stripe in the center of it. All right, we got the reader 123. Welcome.
Yes,
Yasin,
hello.
welcome.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, welcome to the room. We're challenging individuals who come in here with the knowledge of how they can test the Earth to be a globe in any way. How can you test it? Can you verify that the surface has the curvature that they're telling you exist with the images from NASA, with the videos that they're showing you from the live streams? If we could test the surface in some way to find out that there's actual curvature.
Can it also be the opposite? Like, can I challenge you or ask a question?
Yeah, but you can. But the most important thing is understand when I ask this question, can you find out if there's an answer to it or not? Or at least say I don't have the answer, I don't know.
All right, I
That's
would
important.
say I would say I don't have any evidence.
Interesting.
For sure. Yeah, but
That's good. That's good. That's intellectual honesty. You know, you've admitted that.
yeah, but I would have the same question. Is
Sure.
there anyone here or that you know who has like traveled, because it's physically possible, who has traveled all the way east or west or north to find out whether it's a globe or not, or even up to see whether it's flat or not a globe?
Yeah, I'll give you good logic and reason. We do not have to travel. Let's say everywhere on Earth. We could just measure a small sample set. A small sample set in the field, which means that a short distance, like maybe 10 or 15 miles. Because
No, I'm sorry. That wasn't my question. I know what you're talking about. I've seen it before.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm talking about like physically going north, east, wherever, because I think it's physically possible, or up to like.
Yeah. Okay, so think about it like this. I get your question now. You want to travel the Earth going in a cardinal direction. Is that correct?
Yeah, like, do you know someone or one of you here done that? Like, I need that kind
Yeah, all of us, every single body that's in here has traveled in a cardinal direction once in their life, at least using a compass, right? So using a compass, we can travel in a cardinal direction. Do you agree with that? Any one of us can do that in here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So using a compass, what does a compass depend on? What is it referencing? The compass.
Direction, like you talk about north and east, etc.
Yeah, but what direction, or excuse me, what cardinal direction is the compass usually pointing?
North.
Okay. And how do we base the other cardinal directions off of? Do we base it off of north?
Honestly, I can't tell you how it works. I don't.
Well, see, now this is the most important step.
They say gravity or something.
No, you don't need to talk about gravity. The most important thing about the compass is when your question is asked, you want to know if you travel in a certain cardinal direction, like wouldn't we just wind up back again like where we were before? But there's another interesting part about the compass. The knowledge of how it actually references the Earth's magnetic field lines. So when it's in reference to north, like you know how the compass points north, well, the other cardinal directions are based off of north. So if you're saying west or east, that's based on where the compass needle's pointing to north, right? I mean, you agree with that, right?
Sure.
Okay. So if you're going to travel, let's say, I don't know, west, then it's going to be based off of knowing where north is. But the compass itself is not, it needs to be referencing something. So it's referencing the magnetic field lines of the Earth. So the north is the way it's adhering to is referencing the pattern of that magnetic field wherever you are on the Earth, right? Wherever you are. And depending on where you are, those magnetic field lines are going to be differently. Now you can actually type this into your Google, right, or whatever, ChatGPT, or it doesn't matter what you type it into. But if you type magnetic field lines, you're going to see this kind of a diagram that's going to show all the different types of ways that the magnetic field lines, depending where you're at on the Earth, are going to be looking like, depending on what geographic location you're going to put yourself at. So if let's say you want to travel west or whatever, if you're using the compass that pointing north, well, it just depends. It just depends where you are. It just depends where. I'm sorry, somebody's hot micing. Someone's hot micing.
Danny. Yes.
Yeah, so it just depends where you are on the Earth. You're going to be following that compass based on like where you want to travel, right? Like going east, west, south, north. But that magnetic field line is going to be pointing to that north. So you're going to be following that compass thinking that you're going around a globe, but you're not. You're just following where the compass is referencing those magnetic field lines, well, north, and then you're just going to be going based off of that. So you don't know, to be honest, if you're going in a giant great circle route. Like they show you like on the Earth being a globe that you're doing this giant circle. You couldn't verify that you're actually doing a giant circle like the way they're showing you. So there's no way to tell if it's around a giant sphere or not. So traveling a distance isn't giving you the information based on the compass. If you're going to, in the cardinal directions, I'm answering you specifically, right? Based on the cardinal directions that you're going around a globe because they're following the magnetic field lines that are pointing to the north.
Right.
AB. Hold on real quick.
Go ahead.
Hold on real quick. AB. The navigation doesn't even work that way. I posted in the chat if you want to take a look at it. If you walk holding your compass, constantly looking at your compass, you're just going to make a circle around north, whether you go east and west. But if you were to literally walk in a straight line,
hold on.
You would eventually go southeast. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, Sheepdog, hold on. But it's not exactly a circle around north because that would insinuate that you're actually making a circle. Yeah, okay. So there seems to be a kind of a situation here going on with an explanation about how to travel using a compass, right? So you're not going to, there's no way to confirm that you're making a giant circle around north. There's no way to confirm that. And if you are trying to confirm that, I'd like to see how you did it, right? There's the other thing. but there's no way you can tell if you're making a giant circle around north. There's no way you can do that. The only thing you know is that the magnetic field line is keeping the compass north. Now, if you're saying you're making a giant circle, I want to see how you know that you went in a giant circle. That's one thing you got to show me. But that's a grand claim that's coming from people that are saying when they travel using this is in a particular manner. Like that particular manner you think you're traveling in, you're going to have to verify that's the case. So this is kind of like what the flat earthers sometimes fall into, the trap of saying they're going circling around north. They can't verify that. So I'm asking whoever's saying that you're traveling in a specific field line direction, then how do you know you're going in a circle? What's the verification you're going in a giant circle? Not just saying you're traveling in a circle. Is, how do I put it? The argument becomes circular, pun intended, because we're talking about circles. But it becomes circular when you say you're traveling around a circular point when the needle of the compass is pointing north. Because you think that you're going in a giant circle, but the way the magnetic field lines are depicted on a huge world map doesn't assume that every single place on Earth is adhering to that. So you can't say that specifically. It's not true. So that's why I'm asking the gentleman to go ahead and pull up magnetic field lines and see what it looks like depicted on a diagram. And these are fluctuations. So these magnetic field lines are fluctuating. They're not exactly static. They're not static to where they're just always going to be remaining the way that it looks on that diagram.
And wait.
Mm-hmm.
Let's put it this way, okay?
Sure.
I am a normal person. I'm stupid. Okay, I don't understand all of these magnetic field things and all these graphs, etc. All right, because there is as much complication theories and evidence for the globe Earth as well. Like someone else will bring me some things about science that tells you that the Earth is globe. Okay. So I, as a normal person, can't really tell which one is right, which one is not, or which one is
Yeah,
not.
but
Okay.
okay, I'll put it this way, man. I give you more credit than you actually think that you're giving yourself. I think you're capable to understand because you understood what I said, because you're able to respond to what I said. So I think
no, that's not the point. It's not about me.
But hold on, sir. Hold on. I think you're capable of understanding. All you need to do is be able to parse out information to figure out what's being said. So on the case for the Earth being a globe, they're only telling you you're going around in a great circle route. That means a giant circle over a curved surface. That's what they say that you're traveling over, and it's a direct path. That's not true. That's not true.
Who told us that? Like scientists and
I mean,
NASA or whatever.
Yeah, no, we're not. Yeah, I mean, anybody can talk about it because based on the Earth, the idea of it being a globe, they're saying the way to travel over a surface that's curving like a sphere is in a specific manner that you're going to be using a great circle route. You can even type that in the great circle route. Oh, this information that I'm telling you, actually, you can go look up what it means, and then you can find out, the specifics about it. Because as far as the Earth being a globe, you'd have to be traveling over the surface, in accordance to what the Earth being a globe would have to be utilizing the Earth with longitude and latitude.
Yes. That wasn't really my question though. Like most scientists tells us that the globe, that the Earth is globe, right?
I don't know about scientists, but I know what you mean. Go on.
Yeah. So same for like these magnetic field things that you're telling me about and stuff. We are told about it too, like by scientists, etc. From like the same almost people. So how can you use that source or that argument when you don't trust the other arguments that the scientist gives?
No, it's not about. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's not about trusting the information. It's about seeing if there's a method to verify if the information is true, validating what's being told to you. So
but same goes for the globe Earth. Like there's as much like theories and
No. Wait. No.
Similar like you're telling
I get
me.
what you're saying.
Just explain differently.
Listen, I get what you're saying. But the problem we have here is you're going to identify things when you look into them. When you do research, you can find out whether or not what somebody's saying, if it has validation in like the physical world. When you go outside, if you can test any of the things that they're saying, then it would have a practical application. It would be practical. You can test it.
But
right?
But about that, like when scientists come to a conclusion, they majority agree on. Okay. But
it doesn't. No. Wait a minute. Time out. Hold on, sir. Hold on.
All right.
We're not talking about those guys agreeing or disagreeing. Whatever they agree or disagree on, you're gonna be able to listen to what they're saying, right? If somebody says, "Hey, the Earth is a globe, and this is how the compass works," or whatever, and you can accept that. That's your choice. You can accept that. But it doesn't matter what they say. The only thing that I'm telling you to do is look into the information. Do you understand? I'm not saying, oh, disregard what they're saying at all times. No. Listen to what they're saying and see if it has any relevance to the Earth you live on right now. Do you understand? That's how we know what things are when we find out if they're actually applicable to the Earth or they're not. So if somebody says, hey, you're traveling over a curved surface, the Earth is a globe. Then you can say, how can I test this? These are the questions you would ask. You would ask these questions because you're curious.
By traveling around the world, by trying.
No. See, hold on a second. If you think about it like this, imagine the Earth as, I'm going to tell you, imagine the Earth being a horizontal plane, just a flat plane, right? Now, imagine the Earth being a curved surface, right? A curved plane or curve, it's just a giant curve. So if something was to travel like a plane or a boat or a car or whatever over those two surfaces, how would you know if you're on the surface that the surface beneath you is either curved or flat? How would you know?
What? Okay, no. Why did you say no? There's a lot of you guys.
Do you understand the question I asked you, sir?
Wait,
do you understand?
No, but you're moving on from one to another. Like
no.
You're not getting my question.
Yeah, I am getting your question. You're talking about distance.
I'm trying.
Listen, brother, you're talking about a distance traveled. You're saying from point A to point B over, 300 miles or whatever. That's fine. Whatever distance you travel, what I'm asking you, if you have two types of surfaces, one curved and one flat, two surfaces, and you're a guy who travels 300 miles from point A to point B. Now, from point A to point B, how do you know it's either flat or curved? That's the question to you.
That's not what I was saying, though. Like, I'm listening to you. If you just let me finish, so we are talking about the same thing, all right? I'm still trying to stay from the first question you asked me. I'm trying to say there is a lot of people who are arguing this flat Earth, globe Earth.
But
thing.
Who cares, sir? Who cares?
No. Isn't there just one person who would try to go east, between brackets, all the way east and sees if it goes around or not?
Yeah, sir. So here's the problem, right? There's a gap of knowledge that you're missing. You don't know how a compass works is one of them.
I don't care about a compass.
You can't ask that question unless you understand the problem. Okay, so if you're saying, why doesn't somebody just travel west and come back all the way around again? Wouldn't that be like...
Follow the sun, don't follow the compass.
It doesn't matter, sir, what you're saying. My question to you would still stand. It doesn't matter what you're following, a chart or whatever. It doesn't matter. How do they know that the distance they're traveling when they're following the sun, that the surface underneath them is curved or flat? How do they figure that out?
Again, as I said, if it was a globe, you will go around.
No, sir. No. So? That's wrong.
Follow the sun, follow the stars.
No, that's wrong. Sir, that's wrong because you're saying only if it's a globe you go around and come back again. That's wrong. No, that's not true.
Not necessarily come back. If it's not a globe, that means there's other things. If you go in one direction, either there is a wall or other things, as you guys.
No, you're making. That's what you're making up in your mind. You're making this up in your mind. You don't know this to be true.
Why?
How have you confirmed this to be true, sir? How have you confirmed that this is the truth?
I didn't say it's the truth.
Who has done this experiment? Who has done it?
Physical. Someone has to do it.
Who has done it? Tell me who has done it.
Someone who is not biased.
Who has done it? Has somebody done this at any time in history, sir? Has anybody
What
ever
I'm
done
saying, what I'm saying, someone need to do this. There's a lot
Okay,
of you
so no-
guys.
so,
Just one
okay,
need
good.
to.
Good.
Just
Let's put
one
it this way.
person
Let's
need
put
to
it this way. So
volunteer and do it.
Yeah. All right. So let's put it this way. In your mind, nobody has done this test yet,
I don't
right?
know. No, I mean they say they have went around.
Okay,
the
well
globe.
then that's the problem.
I want one. I want one from you guys.
No,
who
no, no.
says
Wait a minute.
It's
Wait
not
a minute.
true to do the
No,
experiment.
no, 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 no. You haven't given us anything. Like you made a certain experiment up in your mind, and then you're saying, "We've already done the thing that I've made up in my mind, and I don't know if anybody's done it, but that means that the Earth is a globe." That doesn't make sense, sir. You're giving it. You okay? So who's done the test? You just said who's done it.
Listen to me. The guys
Who's done the test that you just said, sir? Who has done it?
I'm gonna answer you. Just
Yeah,
listen
answer
to
me, please.
I said the guys who claim the Earth is globe said
Who
they
is
did
it?
it.
Who?
Oh my
Who
god!
is it? Who is it?
Give us
Who
a
did it?
name.
No, no, I'm not making a claim. Wait.
Yes,
wait.
you are.
Wait.
Give us a name of a person. We don't want a magical scientist that their name doesn't exist.
Wait.
Give us a
I'm
name.
telling you what they said. It's not. It doesn't
No,
mean
you
they're
did.
true or
Oh
wrong.
my God! You don't even know who said what. You said I'm telling you what
Fine,
they
I
said.
don't-
Who said
fine.
that?
I don't
Who
know. I
said that?
just. I don't know. I just saying that the people who claim the Earth is globe.
Who
claims it?
They
Who
went
claims
around.
it?
I
Who
don't know, I'm
claimed
pretty
it,
su-
sir?
I don't know. I don't know. I
Well,
have
then
no
why are
knowledge.
you
It's
saying
like-
somebody? Well, it's the people
it's
that
like what I
claimed
learned
it, and we're
from
like,
I was
who
young.
claimed it? You're like, brother, listen to this, right? You're like,
Mm-hmm.
hey, so it's the people who claimed it, and we're asking who claimed it, and you're like, I don't know. So then why are you saying someone claimed it? Who? You're like those people who claimed it, and I asked you who claimed it, and you're like, I don't know. Then why would you say somebody claimed it if you don't know? Does that make any sense?
I don't know. It's irrelevant. I'm pretty sure
No, it's
people
not.
claimed it.
It's not. You're pretty sure people claimed it. That sounds suggestive. You don't really know if somebody
I
claimed
didn't say
it.
it's the truth.
I know that. So you're making it up. This is what I'm saying is happening to people that can't imagine the Earth being something other than a globe. They do what you do, sir. You're just imagining these people saying things that you've never verified they've ever said, and then also you're imagining some test that nobody's ever done. And then I asked you who did the test. You're like, oh, it doesn't matter. Like, oh, who cares? No, we do care. This
That's
is the
not what
reason
I
why
said.
brother, you're under a spell. This spell that you think that somebody's did something magical, and I'm asking you who did it, how did they do it? You're like, I don't know.
That's not what I said. That's not. I
Yeah,
didn't
that's
say how
not what
they
I
did it.
said. Is what you're saying all the time. That's not what I said. That's exactly
is it not
what you're
physically
saying, brother.
possible for
That's
someone
what I'm
to
telling
go
you, sir.
one direction and see?
That's exactly
No one has ever gone in one direction and came all the way back around. No one.
Yeah, tell me somebody that's done that. If somebody's ever done what you're claiming, go ahead and show who done
I
that.
didn't say someone done that. I said they
Okay,
say
then.
they did that.
Who's
I didn't
they,
say-
sir? Who's they?
I don't know, NASA, whatever the word.
Well, NASA or whatever. Oh, then show
the
me.
governments,
Okay.
whatever.
Okay, the governments. Show me where the governments or NASA has ever said what you said. I want to see that right now. I want to see where they're
Like
saying this.
if they went around the globe or something.
I get if that's their claim. If you're claiming that they said it, I want to see it.
All right, let me see if I can find someone. Yeah.
Let me see if I can find someone. You know what's interesting about a mind who's trying to contemplate whether the Earth is a globe or not? He didn't know about this question until this specific moment in time. Now he's going to look for the answer, even though he's confident that somebody already did what he thinks
All right.
they've done.
Here's the people that claim this.
Can you speak the name?
Yeah, I mean it's a Google search, by the way, just so you know.
We don't care.
No, what do you mean you don't care? You told me to.
We don't
tell
care
you
if it's
people who claim
Google
that.
or if it's Perplexity AI. We don't care where
okay.
the information
My bad.
came from.
My bad. Okay. So it says here there is Ferdinand Magellan, Solo Sailing, Laura
Magellan?
Becker, Human Powered Jason Lewis. by
one.
air, Willie
Pick one.
Post,
Hold on, pick one.
Dorothy Kilgallen.
Pick one, sir. Pick one so we can look into it. Pick
See,
one.
that's the problem. You're not getting me on. I'm not telling you I'm
Pick
agreeing with these
one.
people or disagreeing.
Oh my God. So then how do we know that the claim even stands if you can't
I
even
didn't
agree
say
whether
it
they...
stands. See, you're not getting my question. If you, I don't know if
We
I'm not
are
making
getting your
myself
question,
clear.
sir. We are getting it. Don't act like we're not understanding what
So
you're
why
saying.
why are you
We hear very clearly.
attributing me with them? I didn't say they're right or wrong.
Okay. So then when you said they did it, who did it if not these guys?
I didn't
Who
say
then?
they did it. I said they claim they did it.
Okay, how do you know they did it?
I don't. That's not that wasn't my claim.
You know what's difficult is that even the claim itself, you don't even know if they're claiming that. You don't even know if they're actually saying that themselves. How do you know that these people are speaking this? You don't know this.
Fine. That's fine.
Well, I mean,
I didn't say
yes, you did. Oh my
I
God, dude,
agree or
why are you?
I did not.
You are saying that these people are saying that they travel around the world like in the
All right,
manner in
Ash.
which you said. That's what
It's
you're saying.
either- Fine. It's either I didn't make myself clear enough or you didn't understand me. Can I repeat
Dude,
what I said?
are you
word by
serious
word?
right now? Are you serious right now? Are you serious?
Trying to be.
Are you not telling me that the people you just mentioned are claiming that they went around the earth, they circumnavigated the earth? Okay, are you not saying this?
Yes, they claiming, yeah.
Okay. How do you know that they are saying that?
Someone said that in their place.
Oh, Jesus.
So that someone who said in their place he is claiming whatever someone is claiming, right?
All right, so I went to Iraq and came back. The Earth is flat. Now what?
Yeah, you're claiming that. It could be true, it
Yeah,
could be
that's
wrong.
fine.
That's
fine.
my point.
That's fine. So you're basically putting a standard that he told you the Earth is flat because he traveled the distance, and these guys are saying I traveled the distance, and they're saying the Earth is a globe. Dude,
no. This guy's saying they went around. I want someone
around what?
Who has
a globe?
Wait. Oh my God. They claiming they went around. I want someone who thinks or contradicts this idea.
No, okay, wait a minute.
A similar
Hold on,
experiment
dude. You're just like a runaway train, bro. You need to stop. I'm asking around what? Around a globe?
As they claim.
Did they
Doesn't
say
mean it's
around a
true or
globe?
wrong.
For God's sakes, can you just tell me if they went around a globe, yes or no?
They claim to
That they
go around the globe. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. For God's sakes, man. So they're claiming they're going around a globe. Fine. That's
Mhm.
fine. They're saying this. Now the next
Yes.
question is, how did they confirm that they went around a globe? They said it. Now how do they know they did it?
I don't know. I told you. I don't. I'm not saying they're right or wrong. I'm not
Okay,
taking
so
any
they didn't.
side.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
I want
That's fine.
an experiment from someone who thinks they're wrong to give us.
Okay, wait a minute.
physical
No, they're not
experiment.
right. They're not even. So, in your perspective, they
Is
didn't.
it not
they didn't
physically
prove it.
possible?
Listen to what I'm telling you, sir. In your perspective, what you're saying, they didn't prove that they're going around a globe. In your mind and your the way you worded it, right? Is that correct? They didn't prove that they're going
Fine.
around a globe.
Sure.
Okay.
They have no
Okay.
proof.
So now the standard is if somebody makes a claim that they're going around a globe, they're going to have to prove it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now who has done that and said, I'm going around a globe and I proved it? Don't just say it, not just you, but whatever person is saying it, who has proved it?
I don't know. I guess no one to your understanding, which is fine.
Not
I
to
can
me,
understand
not
that.
to me, not to me, to you.
I don't know. I don't know any proof yet. So yeah, I don't have
Okay,
any
then.
proof from them. Yeah.
So there now we're at a good place. There's nobody that's ever produced the information that not just saying, but they actually tested and verified they're going
That's
around
fine.
that sphere.
That's what I was trying to say from the start. I'm not taking their stance. I'm not saying they're right or wrong. I'm not saying I have proof or they have proof. All I'm saying is someone can do an experiment too, like a physical similar experiment.
Well, it's
to
never been done.
disprove the claim which
No,
can be
no,
physically
wait a minute.
possible. Why not?
You don't need to disprove something they never proved.
All
Why
right, right
would
now,
I listen to this?
go
Hold on.
out.
Listen. No, hold on a minute. Hold on. I don't need to make a test to disprove something that you know that they're just saying and they never proved it.
Why not?
I don't need to make it. Oh, dude,
people
just let
do
me
the-
finish. Just let me finish.
Sometimes-
Just let me
All
let me finish.
All right, my bad. Okay.
So I don't need to disprove something that you heard them saying and they never proved. They never proved it to you. I don't need to disprove what they're saying because they never proved it.
I mean,
So I don't need to. I don't need to. I don't need. I was almost done. I was almost done. I
Okay, my
don't
bad.
need to. I don't need to disprove something they never proved. Do you understand that?
But you are. The whole point of this movement
What?
is to disprove what
No.
they claim.
No.
Yes,
No. No.
You're
Here's
pro-
what we're doing. Here's what we do. You don't tell.
much
You don't
time-
tell us.
how
No,
much
we're the
time you have in
flat
those-
earthers.
in
Listen,
this
dude. Let me tell you how this goes. Let me tell you how this goes. We're the flat earthers. We tell you our position. We're asking people like you and everybody else. Has anyone proved that the Earth is a globe? And when you guys like you can't tell me how that anybody's tested and verified that the Earth is an actual globe, then we tell you that the Earth is flat and how it's been measured. We don't say that we're trying to get the actual globe and disprove it because it's never been proven
You are.
before. No, it's never been
The
proven.
name of this voice channel: 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, but we're not trying to disprove something that never existed. We're trying to show you that it never existed. That's the whole point.
The same thing.
No, it's not. You're trying to
doing
say that
you're
trying to tell us.
trying to
Yeah, you're
disprove that claim, which I say it's fine. It's fine. I see nothing wrong with it. But
actually,
you're
it's like
contradicting
this.
yourself.
Actually, it's like this. We're exposing your mind to the fact that you know that it's never been proven. Just like you're telling me now.
So it's
I don't know who's
disproving it. By doing that.
Yeah, but you have never proved it ever existed. So it's like me telling you
Fine.
this. I want you to. I
Fine,
want you to.
brother.
Yeah, it's like this, dude. It's like me telling you. I want you to disprove rainbow unicorns. Disprove that. I haven't proved it yet. You have to disprove it. How does that work?
هي صورة كبير.
How does that work? How does
Same
disproving
thing.
a rainbow unicorn? No, it's not. I haven't
Same thing.
proved
By
it.
disproving it, it doesn't have any evidence or proof. You are disproving it by doing that. Anyway, we are getting out of topic.
We're not out of topic. We're not out of topic. So the point I'm making is exactly what it should be. The Earth as a globe is an imagination of people that they believe they live on, and they can't prove it. That's the whole point of this whole conversation.
So where is
and
the
then
proof?
we're gonna move into the realm of actually providing evidence of what the Earth actually is, instead of you just imagining that it's a globe.
I mean, same goes if you give me magnetic theories and not theories, but arguments, whatever. I can say the same thing, like what you just said about the globe. I can say the same thing about the arguments for the flat Earth. Or
You
whatever.
could say whatever
Because-
you'd like about flat Earth, and we're gonna be able to back up with data and
It's
with
fine.
actual empirical. Dude, just wait till I'm done. we could back it up with empirical information and test and verify that the Earth is actually a horizontal plane and not a curving surface like you believe that somebody's ever tested it
Didn't
as.
say that. Didn't say that.
No, I'm saying that.
Yeah, you are saying, but I didn't say that.
I don't care what you said. You don't know if the Earth is a globe or not, so I'm giving you information of how we do things. That's
You're
how we
talking
do it.
about being delusional, and then your delusion believes I never
No,
said.
no,
to
no,
me.
no, no. That's
Okay.
you'd love to believe that. You would love to believe that we're delusional because you can't imagine a
I
world.
didn't say
that's
that. See,
not- You
again,
just. What do you mean you didn't say that? You just said we're delusional just 5
I
seconds
didn't
ago.
say that. I said you were talking about not being delusional, and then you just delusioned a statement or a belief I never claimed about myself.
Yeah, you don't like to be held, bro. You don't like to be held. You don't like to be held accountable. You
It
just want to
sounds smart.
say. Yeah, well, it is smart because I understand the mind of somebody who thinks that they know what they're talking about and they really don't. It's like you.
No, I in the first, I did tell you I don't really know. I'm not
I know
here-
that.
I'm trying
But yet
to understand.
you sounded confident when it came to the people that circumnavigated the Earth. You thought
No,
was a
I'm-
globe, but when it came
Wait,
down
wait.
to it, when it came right down to it, you weren't
Wait,
able
I'll
to
be back.
prove it.
One second.
Just like everybody else. and they can't trap me. Like, I didn't say that. These guys always do that. I never said that. I'm not saying that. Just so that the audience can be like, oh shit, maybe we should go back to the live stream, and he probably didn't say that. Oh, that's weird. Maybe he got them all wrong. It's a tactic, dude. So they can escape being held accountable for the things that they say.
He came in being subversive. He was like, "Oh, I'm stupid. I don't know anything." So the flat Earth.
No, sorry, I was
Now he
called
knows
before.
everything.
Yeah. Sorry, someone
Yeah,
called
what?
me. Can you? Where were we?
Hey, reader, I'm gonna ask you a quick question, man. If I told you that I was on the autobahn driving 150 miles an hour, right, 200 kilometers an hour, prove I wasn't doing that.
Huh? Sorry.
Prove that I've proved to the world that I have never been on the autobahn going 150 miles an hour.
Just now, I can't, but I can investigate if I want.
Yeah, how can you investigate? How could you investigate that? How would you be able to investigate that? It's made up. He just made it up. How would you investigate something he made up, dude? How's that possible?
I mean, if I'm investigated, I will find out that he made it up. If I have the right tools and right authority, like CCTV, where he was, his clothes,
Okay, so you would use empirical means to verify his claim, yes?
What does that mean? What does empirical?
You would use something you could test and verify his claim.
Of
if
course,
he says,
I've never said. I never.
All right.
I never.
All right.
I believe in evidence. I like evidence. Yeah, I never said. I
well, the
believe-
evidence. Yeah, listen to this, man. The evidence should lead you to proving whether or not his claim is real or not. So,
of course,
if let's say he said I did I drove 150 miles on the autobahn or whatever, and you're like, okay, I can accept what you're saying right now, or I can challenge it and find out if I can know you actually did that. Maybe there's some highway cameras I can find if you're there or whatever, and see the license plate of your car or whatever. It doesn't matter. But you can test and verify his claim. You can see if what he's saying is true or not. That's what we're doing for Flat Earth. That's what we're doing for the Earth being a globe. We're checking it out. And it doesn't seem that we live on the Earth that's a globe. Because in every test that we do, the Earth isn't curving like the way it should if it was a globe.
All right. You said you for that example, you can go to the autobahn and check like if there was cameras there, etc. For example,
But that was just an analogy. It was an analogy.
Yeah. Well, but it's possible. It's physically possible. What's the difference between that and with my experiment that I asked you about to do?
You're not testing for the curve of the Earth, which is the most important step.
Not about the curve of the globe.
Sir, listen to me. Listen to me. When you look at the sun and you follow the sun in the sky, you're not paying attention to the ground that you're traveling over. That's the important part. Not the sun and following it, the ground. If it's curving or flat. That's what you're asking. Not if you're following the sun, if you can follow wherever it goes.
Not
that
about
doesn't
curvature
matter.
Only a curve can be
Yes.
anything. We're talking about a globe. A globe connects to each other. If you can go around it, what I'm saying is, someone go in one direction and see if he can.
You
go
don't know
around
if the
or
ground
find
is
the
curving
new
or
things.
not. You do not know. You're not asking that question.
Exactly. If it's not curving.
What do you mean
then
exactly?
If it's not curving, then the experiments will show that.
You know what's even wild?
That it's
Wait
not globe.
a minute.
If it's curving,
Okay, I want you to tell me. I want you to
very
tell
simple,
me.
like a kindergarten
No, it's not.
person.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not simple.
Completely
I
possible.
want you to tell the audience how traveling east, west, north, or south is going to determine whether the ground underneath you is curving. Tell the audience how you made that conclusion by traveling in one of those directions. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Looks like I showed up right on.
All right. I don't care about east, west, whatever those names is.
That
Just
was
pick
your
one
whole
direction.
point. That
Just
was your
pick
whole
one
point.
direction and go. Just
Yeah,
pick one
okay.
direction and go.
Yeah, one
If you
direction.
want-
Pick one.
If you, I don't care. One direction.
Fine,
Explains itself. I don't care the names of the west or whatever. If you want a
Okay.
reference point, choose the stars. Use the stars.
Oh my
as a
God.
reference
Fine.
whatever you believe,
You can use
something
whatever
that
you
doesn't
want,
change
dude.
because of magnetic field.
Jesus, dude. Get to the point where you're traveling now.
Yeah, keep going straight in one line. So go, and see if you go around as they claim, or if not, you will
Okay.
find the new
All right,
places
all right,
or a
dude.
wall or whatever.
You're literally stuck on this point. Okay, fine. You traveled the distance. I already agree with you. You traveled the distance. I agree. Okay? Understand that I agree with you on that. Now, the next question. How do you know the surface below you is curving or flat based on the travel distance?
Below me, I have no idea what that means. I'm sorry.
God, dude. Like, okay, so you're traveling over the surface of the earth, right?
Yes, surface.
Okay. You went from, I don't know, let's get an imaginary thing, like from LA to Chicago. I don't care. You traveled over a specific distance. Okay. How do you know the ground underneath you is curving like they say the globe is?
Bro, are you stupid? I'm not saying go from LA to Chicago. I'm saying go from LA all in one direction non-stop. I'm not talking about 100 kilometers.
100 kilometers. Jesus Christ, bro.
You can't do it. You can't do it. Stop bringing up shit you can't do.
Why not?
I tried to tell him, man.
Because you can't do it. You cannot do it. You tell me how you're going to do it. Give me your spreadsheet. Give me the order of how you're going to do it. You're going to leave LA, and how are you going to go?
Make a group, a movement, as you already did. Gather some donation. Buy a boat, plane, whatever. Both, all the type of things. And pick a line and keep going and use whatever.
Okay, so right there tells me you've never actually hiked anywhere by yourself, because you think you can just point yourself in a straight line and walk that direction, or be on a boat and then you think you can just pick a straight line. Yeah, you think you can pick a straight line in an airplane and it just goes there. Because you don't know about this wind and current and all kinds of shit. Yeah. Oh, so now you need more stuff.
How is that? That's very possible. It's very impossible.
No, you need to be able to navigate and know where you're at in order to be able to try to make a straight line.
Fine, I already established that. Use something other than east, north, or whatever those things.
Look in the chat. Reader.
Then you're gonna go in a circle.
No.
Reader, look in the chat. Look in the chat, bro. Look in the chat. I just posted in Google about land navigation. Any navigation. If you just started from your point and you turned east and then walked in a straight line, you would not return where you came from.
Fine, that's the experiment I'm trying to say. Then do that.
It wouldn't work on a globe either.
What I'm trying to get him to realize is that he doesn't know if the ground underneath him is curving or not. He's not answering that question by traveling the distance. He keeps thinking that if he goes in a specific direction, he's going to know that the Earth is a globe. That's what he keeps saying over and over and over and over and over. It's like never going to happen, dude. You're not testing the ground whether it's curved or not. You're not asking that question.
That wasn't the point of the experiment. The point of the experiment.
Oh my God! No, that's bullshit. That has nothing to do with curve. Then
if you don't,
it's nothing to do with curve.
And you'll probably find something like a wall.
No, you're not answering that question. You're not answering that question. You're not answering the question if it's a globe or not. That's what you're not doing. Sorry.
How is it not though? I thought
because in order for it to be a globe, the Earth has to be curving on its surface. And you're not answering that question by traveling the distance.
Yeah, I can't. If I travel, I'm very small compared to the Earth or to the ground.
I think it's a comprehension problem. You don't get it, do you?
Fine.
You're not answering the question whether the Earth is curved or not.
Point of view,
based on a distance traveled.
From my point of view, what I see with my eyes, it looks flat. Yeah.
Yeah, and it also measures that way. Welcome to Flat Earth.
His brain was sucked out of his head when he was a kid, and now he can't imagine the Earth being a certain size. It looks flat, therefore,
I never claimed
therefore it must be curving.
That's why you're getting me wrong. From the start, I said I don't claim it's a globe or a flat. I didn't claim it was globe either.
Sir, do you realize flat's not a shape?
I don't
So you don't
care,
know
bro.
if it's
You know what I
flat.
mean.
Listen,
Stop using different words.
dude, you don't know if it's a globe or if it's flat. You just said that. So walking in a straight line isn't going to prove shit. The end.
I don't have evidence for this or that. In fact, I don't really care that much. But since I'm in this room, I'm talking about it. So yeah, I can't prove neither this or that. For me personally, I don't really have enough proof.
The
That
harassment
would convince
presents
a
itself to
stupid
be
person
horizontal.
like me who doesn't understand physics or any of that. Yeah,
I believe in you. You can understand it.
I don't. Trust me.
But you can if you want to. Apply yourself.
I mean, at the same time, if I choose not to trust scientists about, like, for example, telling me those stuff about if Earth is globe or not, why would I trust them on other thing?
Just be the scientist. You realize that anybody can be a citizen scientist and go and do science.
I don't care. I'm not.
Hey,
really don't.
who told you scientist? Why did you say scientist and globe? Scientists have nothing to do with measuring curves. Why you bring up scientists?
It is considered science.
It is considered science. It's not science. Measuring shit is not science. You know what? My dog's a scientist now. Because he knows how far 6 feet is.
Fine. Anyway, that's
he's a scientist. He's a scientist, right?
Yeah, your dog is a scientist.
So anybody that can use a measuring tape is now a scientist. So nobody needs degrees anymore, according to this guy. Yeah. You just take a measuring tape out, you get a degree because you can read a tape measure. So now you get a degree because you're a scientist.
In fact, yeah, if you go back like thousands of years before, a measuring tape is actually kind of scientific. Yeah, it kind of makes you a scientist.
Math is not a science.
You know, if you use a computer, it is kind of science. Back
Math
in the
is not a
days,
science
they don't
for
know.
the same reason that English is not biology.
Yeah, and food is not.
Using a computer is not science.
Philosophy.
I never considered myself a scientist. When I was 12 years old building computers, I never said, "Oh, I'm a scientist."
But if you do that back in like 1,000 years, it might make you a scientist. You know?
It's not science.
A barber is scientist. Anyway, I'm just saying nonsense.
I know you are.
At this point, yeah. So that was all. If someone else can, like, I'll leave time for someone else to like ask or say something. Yeah.
What, do you run away? Yeah, he probably dipped out.
I guess measuring stuff. You're carpenters are scientists now.
Yeah. There was so much wrong with everything that guy was saying. Just every aspect of it. You take any given sentence, and there was like 100 things wrong with what he was saying.
He absolutely did not want to be held accountable for anything he said. Like, not even a little.
I swear, for some people, accountability is kryptonite. We got somebody who just joined this server today. He's here. This Mr. Jesus Christ character. You join the server and you come directly here. What brings you here? And welcome.
Welcome. Just listen to me.
Fair enough. Welcome to whoever just joined.
Hello, Jesus Christ. Welcome to the channel. What say you? You have any empirical evidence?
Hello.
Do you have any empirical evidence for the globe? Do you believe in a globe?
No. No, I think it's flat.
You think it's flat? Why do you think that?
I don't know, I just think that. I just think that it's flat.
It might be because when you walked on water, you didn't walk over a hill of water. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I think that it's flat because of the water.
I don't know if it's just me, but I can barely hear you. Can you do something with your mic, or is it just me? Hello?
Yeah, I said that it's flat because of the water.
Okay, you said it's flat because of the water. It might be me, but I can barely hear you. I'm going to try to turn you up. Does anybody else want to engage here?
It's fine with me.
Okay, say something else, Jesus Christ. I want to see if I can hear you now. Jesus Christ. Superstar. Are you there?
Yeah, what'd you say?
Nah, it's still shitty for me. Can anybody else hear him?
Yeah, Dave, I can hear his microphone, but there's a lot of crackling and distortion coming from his mic. I know what you mean.
Thank you, Alaska. I've heard that loud and clear. I cannot hear him, though. Jesus Christ. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it must be my microphone. It's messed up.
That was a little better, but I've got you turned all the way up and I can barely hear you, so. Anyway, you don't think you're on the globe, right?
Right.
That's a good start, man. Think for yourself. They told us all about this globe when we were kids, before we could think for ourselves. And once you actually investigate the physical claims of this globe, it turns out it's just an idea that men had. But anyway, I'll shut up now.
Yeah, water is a good start to know if the Earth is flat. Because if you pay attention to water, you go to the beach, you see the sea. Yeah, it lays flat at the top. That's why it's called sea level. Where when you run a bath, yeah, you open your tap, the water runs out. Yeah, and then you leave it for about 10 minutes. You turn off the tap. The top of the water lays flat, horizontal. So if the world is 70% water, yeah, and it's flat, how can the other 30% be curved? It cannot make sense. Does that make sense? Flat level water.
Yes.
He was asking you, Jesus Christ. Did you understand what he said?
Yeah, I heard him.
Yeah, basically, bodies of water just do not curve. They do not stay there in a convex shape. That's silly if you actually think about it. Anyway. Well, let's look through the list. I wonder if is there anyone on here that thinks they exist on the exterior of a spinning globe? Anyone? Go ahead. Guess we currently have no spinning globe dwellers in their minds. Fair enough. Oh well.
Circumnavigating proves the globe.
Yo, Embo, long time. Where have you been?
Nowhere.
I thought you said you was quitting FE. But you decide no, yeah?
Yeah, I got re-interested. I wanted to see what has changed.
Because something inside you you have a desire to know the truth. That's why you couldn't get away from FE.
Yeah, let's say so.
Yeah, because you know flat earthers are right, innit? They're right with the claims.
Yeah, I absolutely know.
There's no measurable curve, is there?
Truth.
That's why,
There's
innit?
no
Embo, you can't find no
measurable
curvature.
Yeah, I've
You
never
can't find no curvature to justify your globe.
So
I mean, if there was curvature, there won't be no such thing as flat earthers. Correct?
If there was God, there would be no such thing as atheists.
No, I said if there was curvature, there would be no such thing. There will be no such thing as flat earthers. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
How's that incorrect?
Because even if something is true, there will be always
flat
delusional
earthers,
people who want to deny it.
That's why. Flat earthers are flat earthers because there's no curvature. Very simple to comprehend. Not difficult.
So, do you happen to know how can you circumnavigate and the Earth can be flat? Like that other
You go
guy
around
was
the
making that.
circle. You go around. You walk out your front door. You turn left, and you turn left, and then you turn left again, and you go back to your front door. That's how you circumnavigate, go around a circle.
But
You know
but
what a
this
circle
isn't.
is. A
But
circle is
this
not a
isn't
ball.
what is happening though.
A circle is not curvature going around a ball.
No, circumnavigation happens in a straight line approximately. Not in a circle. I mean, it happens in a circle, but on a globe, on a sphere, a circle is a straight line. It's a straight line in a way, in the meaning that you don't have to turn in order to travel it. That's why it's a straight line. So you have a compass, you see where's east, where's west, and you go in that direction, and you come back.
East and west are not straight lines.
They are. I mean, they are on the equator. Yeah, you're right. They are on the equator, but not in.
Those are circles going around a pole. Yeah, those are not going to be straight lines.
A circle is a straight line on a sphere.
Okay.
Embo, how'd you get that idea? I don't understand you. How'd you get the idea that a circle is a straight line? Where's your common sense?
From spherical geometry. Do you know what spherical geometry is?
I just answer your question, Embo.
Again, so on a sphere, when you go straight without turning left or right.
What sphere? What sphere? There is no sphere.
Regardless of what sphere, on any sphere. On any sphere, if you travel in a straight path without turning either left or right, then you will travel in a circle, and that circle is called a great circle.
So you've gone in a straight line, you come back to where you started in the first place?
Yes.
No, incorrect.
It's so big.
Yeah, Embo, maybe in your imagination, but in reality, that's incorrect.
Okay, so someone posted a GIF like this. Is there a giant magnet like this on the North Pole? But has anyone ever found that magnet, like when they went to the North Pole, to the middle of the ocean?
Wait, where's your magnet on the globe?
It's
what are all the magnets? What are the compasses pointing towards?
It's in the they're aligning themselves with the magnetic field lines, so they are pointing to the north and to the south, because that's where the magnetic poles are.
Where are those magnetic field lines originating from?
From the mantle of the Earth and the dynamo there.
From the ground?
Yes, like the mantle, it flows and that generates a magnetic field.
Interesting.
But it's the entire Earth producing it. It isn't like you have a magnet on the North Pole.
How do you know that?
Because people have been to the North Pole.
Have you been there?
No.
I mean, that's what they say about outer space too, right? People claim to have gone to outer space, but I mean, you can't verify that, can you?
I actually can. I can watch satellites which are in space, and in order to place satellites there, they would have to go there.
How do you know the satellites are in space?
Because they can be viewed from a very broad area, and the higher something is above the ground, the broader area, from a broader area you can see it. Like a balloon, let's say, you will be only able to see it from like maybe one city, then a plane from like a couple of cities, but a satellite you can see it from multiple countries at least at the scale of Europe. In the US, maybe from multiple states, because it's so high.
How would you get past that physical container that contains the gas that we breathe to put a satellite into outer space?
There is none.
So how are we breathing?
Because of gravity.
Do you have an experiment validating that gravity is capable of pressurizing the gas we breathe?
The Cavendish experiment.
As a what?
The Cavendish experiment, it violates gravity. It proves gravity.
Oh, I was not aware that Cavendish used gravity to pressurize gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure.
Why would I have to separately prove that gravity can influence gas if I can test that it depends on the variable of mass, and the gases do have mass? And
well, yeah, if you want to claim that gravity affects gas, you would need an experiment to prove that gravity affects gas. Right? Like if I want to claim that temperature variance causes water to freeze, I would need to conduct an experiment where I vary temperature to get water to freeze.
Okay, yeah.
Right? Okay, so where's the experiment proving that gravity is capable of affecting gas, like pressurizing it adjacent to an area of lower pressure?
I don't think you could get enough strong force in a lab, but we...
Okay, so perfect. There's no experiment validating that claim, so you're just saying things.
Maybe there's no experiment, but it's still observed. It's just observed with the Earth, because we have a pressure gradient, which is adjacent to the Earth. And
okay, so you're just a science denier, because we're using the scientific method to prove that there is a physical container containing the gas that we breathe.
We can use the scientific methods to prove gravity exists. We can manipulate the variable of mass.
And what happens when you manipulate mass?
You can observe masses attracting each other.
Only in Cavendish?
Cavendish is a name for a type of experiment. It wasn't only one experiment. It's just that in general, it has many renditions where people have like different masses, different configurations. Like there was a vertical Cavendish where like a guy had a weighting scale, and he placed one mass on that weighting scale, and then he placed like a gigantic lead ball below that weighting scale, and he saw an increase in the weight of that mass, because that giant lead ball, it's added to the mass of the Earth, and it's pulled it down even harder. So it wasn't like only a single experiment. It had multiple renditions with different.
So you're telling me, like, let's say I have a lead ball inside on top of a weight. Let's say I have this set up within like some indestructible glass. So you're telling me if I drive a tank over this indestructible glass, that lead ball is going to weigh less because it had some heavy mass above that weight, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so if I was to conduct this experiment, if I was to walk over a scale, it's going to read less?
Yes, it's going to read less, although you would have to run it through the formula and see how much you would expect it to weigh less, and like you would have to account for that and have enough big mass to actually be inside of the margin of error, the capabilities of the instrument. Because
this is interesting because I have access to a tarmac and I walk underneath airplanes all the time. So you're saying that let's say I have a scale in my hands and I weigh, let's say, my cell phone in that scale, let's say it weighs like 5. An airplane, it's going to weigh like 499 above that cell phone, pulling it upwards, yeah.
Oh, you're talking about an airplane?
Yeah, that's a really big, heavy mass that would be above pulling that cell phone upwards, yeah.
Although at the same time, a very big distance, don't you think?
Well, I'm going to be like right underneath it, within like maybe 10 feet.
yeah, I guess if it was like on the ground.
Yeah.
But
I mean, the center mass of that airplane would be above my head. It's not going to be on the ground.
Yes. I guess
Okay,
you could
so
probably
when
do something like this.
So when it eventually doesn't happen, right? What are you going to say then?
I would say that it's a proof against gravity, but you'd have to again run it through the formula, know what's the mass of the airplane, and see how much you would actually expect to weigh less. That's why.
Well, it would be measurable, right? Because it would be measurable even in your paradigm, because the masses used in Cavendish were smaller than the mass or the amount of mass that was in the airplane is going to be much greater, so it should be measurable, right?
Yeah, it was smaller, but at the same time, the second mass was also smaller. Like it wasn't a human; it was also a small ball. And
that's fine. I can get something. I can still get a mass that's bigger.
Yeah, and like
If I have two masses that are bigger than the masses used in Cavendish, then I should get a reading, right?
Yes.
Okay. You know, I'm actually going to go test this, actually. I'm going to weigh myself standing to the side of an airplane, and then I'm going to weigh myself with an airplane above my head and see how much less I weigh.
Okay, but specifically, again, I want to specify this. You have to run this through the formula. So you can't just say that you haven't noticed any change without actually calculating how much you would expect. Because it's like...
Well, no, it doesn't. I'm not going to calculate anything. I'm just going to go based off of what you said. I should weigh less with an airplane above my head.
Okay.
It should be measurable because both of the masses, the mass of myself and the mass of an airplane, are both greater than the masses used in Cavendish, showing that there should be greater effect with the greater mass, right?
Yes. I think it would be measurable.
Yeah, just like with the moon, when there's a mass that giant above our heads, like the moon, we should weigh less. Right? Or no?
I actually have no idea.
Then why are you claiming it then? Like if I'm standing with the sun at my zenith directly above my head, I should weigh less, right?
But I think that's a different situation because it's in a free fall.
Well, if the sun is capable of holding on to the earth, that means that the sun is also affecting me, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I should weigh less with the sun above my head, right?
I think so. I actually don't know because, like,
so that
according
means that
to how I imagine it, you would weigh less, but at the same time, I don't think that's anything anyone ever said. So there's probably some error in my reasoning.
So imagine during a solar eclipse with the sun and the moon above my head at my zenith, I would weigh the less possible weight that I've ever weighed, ever, right? Since I have two giant masses above my head. You know what? I'll even make it. Imagine I had like a really big, thick cloud above my head too, with like a really fat airplane too. All those masses above my head just stacked and layered above each other. Like I should fly away almost, right?
I don't think this would be pulling you harder than the Earth.
You know, we can even add like a helicopter and a drone, airplane, clouds, moon,
I
sun,
don't think that
and a
would
lunar
be pulling you
eclipse.
harder than the Earth.
You know, we could even have like all the planets aligning above my head too. all those big masses, you think I should fly away or no? What do you think?
No.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think we will fly away. Just takes us back to the original statement that gravity will not affect the gas.
Why would it not affect the gas if you observe it affecting the gas? You can observe that there's a pressure gradient, which wouldn't make any sense if there was no acceleration on the gas.
No, you can't have a pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure. You need a physical container to have a pressure gradient. Gas pressure gradient, to be more specific.
What are even talking about? A pressure gradient is, from definition, area of higher pressure adjacent to area of lower pressure, because it's lowering pressure.
If we had a container, a volume of gas, we can change the single variable of temperature to create a gas pressure gradient. Like if you were to heat the bottom and cool the top, you can have a gas pressure gradient. But once you introduce that gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure, like a vacuum, the pressure gradient is going to vacate into that area of lower pressure, showing that you would still need a container to have a gas pressure gradient.
But the gradient you observe, it isn't proportional to the temperature. It's proportional to height. To height above the Earth.
Are you sure?
Yes,
Is it colder at higher elevations?
I think it gets colder to some point, then it gets hotter again, and then again it gets colder.
Yeah, so it's hot and then cold. Yeah. I'm not saying that's the reason why we have a gas pressure gradient on Earth, but that could be, it could be a variable for pressure gradients of gas, because we can actually conduct an experiment to recreate that.
Yeah, you could, but again, first, this isn't proportional to the temperature. You could say so if you only get, only count for the most lower layer of the atmosphere, the troposphere. But once you get to the stratosphere, it reverses. It gets hotter with height, not colder. And if you only take those most lower layers into account, if you actually do this, calculate this with the numbers, not just saying that this changes and this rises, but actually give it values like PV equals nRT. You run this through this formula, it won't match. Like when you plug in temperature, you plug in pressure, it's not going to equal.
How did you get that V?
V? You would just take, it will basically cancel out, because you just take an arbitrary V at one height, arbitrarily at the lower height, and then you compare them, it's going to cancel out.
Well, no, that V is volume. To get a volume of gas, right? Like the volume of gas that we have on Earth, you need a container.
A volume of gas, it could be just an arbitrary part of space that the gas occupies.
Yeah, the gas that's already within a container.
That's begging the question.
It's not begging the question, because you're saying that there's the initial observation is gas pressure adjacent to an area of lower pressure. You're saying that we have the gas pressure next to lower pressure because of gravity. Yeah, you still never shown it to
be the
case.
We can observe this. This isn't like a conclusion. This is what we observe. We do observe that gas has this adjacent to lower pressure without the container in between.
Well, yeah, you'd have to prove that through experimentation, right? That gravity actually affects gas. Like I was saying earlier, that if we let's say we take a container, right, like an hourglass shaped container, we're going to separate the two halves in the middle. I'm going to pull a vacuum in the top half. If I remove that barrier, the gas is going to go which direction?
Again,
from the bottom half, it's going to go which way? Yeah, the gas is going to go which way?
Up.
Yeah, it's going to go away from gravity, right?
Yes, that's true.
Okay, perfect. So that's showing that gravity is unable to pressurize gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure, debunking your claim that gravity is holding onto the gas. We can even place this container directly on the Earth's surface, where gravity is the strongest.
That just means that you would need a bigger container.
So you're saying that more gas can have this effect, right? Okay,
No,
so let's say I take two mountain size. Let's say I have a mountain, right? And then I have another mountain, and I flip it upside down to recreate an hourglass shaped container. I'm going to hollow these mountains out. I'm going to pull a vacuum in the top half, put some gas on the bottom half. If I remove the barrier separating these two halves, which way is the gas going to go?
It's going to probably at that height, if you get enough heavy gas, like let's say sulfur hexafluoride, it's not going to actually escape it.
Yes, it will.
No, it won't.
The gas is going to vacate areas of lower pressure, yes. Even if you take sulfur hexafluoride, you can recreate this at any scale. If there's an area of lower pressure above sulfur hexafluoride, that gas will still vacate into areas of lower pressure.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would.
Well, it was done in experiments with the boat floating on it. It wasn't dissipating.
Why not? Why won't the gas fill areas of lower pressure? Because this would happen with higher pressure or lower pressure, right? Like if you were in an airplane, if you were to remove the container, the gas is going to go where?
Outside.
Yeah, to areas of lower pressure, right? So we know that this works at higher elevations. If you were to recreate this
Why is
under
there
the water,
an area of lower pressure? Why, when you have an airplane, you take this airplane to like, let's say 10,000 kilometers high? Why, when you then make a hole in the airplane, why does the gas escape? But this gas inside of the airplane has the same pressure that is on the surface. Yet you don't need a container between that pressure on the surface and that pressure where the airplane cruises. Why is that?
well, you notice that at every elevation, right, the gas will escape into an area of lower pressure. And you forget that the Earth is surrounded by an area of lower pressure in your paradigm. So it would require something physical to contain that gas. Because I've already shown that gravity is incapable of doing that. So it would require something physical. That's the only state of matter capable of pressurizing gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure or higher pressure.
It clearly is. The pressure difference between the top of the Mount Everest and the surface, like the sea level, is much bigger than the pressure difference between the Mount Everest and space and the vacuum.
Yeah. Like I said, you can have a gas pressure gradient with a single variable of temperature. I'm saying that there could be other variables that create a gas pressure gradient. But with just that one, we can recreate a gas pressure gradient. You can have a gas pressure gradient in a container, but once you introduce that gas pressure gradient to an area of lower pressure, like a vacuum, it's going to vacate into that vacuum.
So why doesn't it do the same thing between Mount Everest and the sea level? But when you take the same amount of pressure into that height of Mount Everest, the thermal of the airplane, and make a hole, it suddenly escapes.
Well, like I said, we can have a gas pressure gradient with just temperature, right? So is it cold at the tip of Mount Everest?
Yes, it is.
Versus the ground at the very base of Mount Everest? There's a pretty big temperature difference, yeah?
Sure.
Okay. So with just a single variable of temperature, you can have a gas pressure gradient.
And it is
within a
warmer.
container.
And it is warmer in the stratosphere than at the top of Mount Everest. Yet in the stratosphere, it's much lower pressure. It's basically a vacuum.
Okay, that's fine. Like I said, there could be multiple variables, but if you were to introduce a gas pressure or gas pressure gradient adjacent to an air lower pressure, it's going to fill that space.
Bro, yeah, what again? What are you talking about? You're saying you're going to have a pressure gradient adjacent to an area of low pressure. A pressure gradient is already being adjacent to an area of lower pressure because throughout the pressure gradient, the pressure gets smaller. So the parts of the gradient where it's bigger are adjacent to the parts of the gradient where it's smaller, and it isn't
Wait, where's
equalized.
that? Go look at what old dude posted up in the side chat at 30 minutes after the hour. Right underneath the GIF showing that gravity is incapable of pressurizing gas adjacent to areas of lower pressure, he posted up a picture of Earth and then in the area of lower pressure adjacent to Earth. You see that?
Yes.
The black. Yeah, the black in that picture would be outer space. Outer space being that area of lower pressure. Yeah, if we know that gravity is incapable of holding on to that gas.
Again, it is. I disagree with that statement because we can go enough high where we can observe a pressure difference compared to the sea level much greater than the pressure difference between that height and like a complete vacuum. And you're saying that even though we can demonstrate this much bigger pressure difference, we can go to Mount Everest or even higher. We can like send weather balloons and observe this much bigger pressure difference without the container.
Okay, so what would be holding on to that gas then? Because we know that gas particles will not change directions, right? Unless they collide with themselves or within the walls of the container. So what is going to change the vector of these gas particles if we know that gravity in your paradigm is incapable of doing that?
It is capable.
Where? We just showed that they're not capable of doing that in the experiment. In the GIF, right above the one that I'm asking you to look at, right above that picture, you'll see that the gravity is incapable of changing directions of gas particles.
How fast does this gas travel in this GIF?
Very quick.
Very, very quick. So in order to deaccelerate something that travels more quicker, do you need more time or do you need less time than something that travels like slower? Will it take, like if you have the same deacceleration, will it take a longer time to deaccelerate like a car traveling at 10 kilometers per hour or like 1,000 kilometers per hour?
Okay, hold on. Do you know what gives gas their movement to speed?
I don't think anything would have to give them their movement. Like if they are already in motion, then they will be moving because
it's gonna be
of
temperature. The hotter the gas particles are, the faster they move, right? You yourself told me that at higher elevations, it's going to be hotter, meaning that the gas particles are going to be moving even faster.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so they're not slowing down as they increase in elevation, right?
Yeah, and this shows.
Okay, so that would be that's a counter to your argument, because you're saying that the gas particles will be moving slower at higher elevations, but you're saying that it gets hotter. If you know that temperature affects gas particles' movements, specifically the hotter it gets, the faster they move. That means that they would not be slowing down. They'll be moving faster, escaping the Earth even quicker if that was the case, that we are not contained.
But you still have a lower pressure there, because what influences a pressure is not only the momentum of the particles, it's also the amount of them, and you have much lower amount of them in stratosphere. So you still have a lower pressure even though the temperature is higher.
Yeah, so where is that at then? Where are we gonna ever notice that gravity can affect gas particles?
In the pressure gradient. And also I wanted to point out how mathematically illiterate this image is, like the one you pointed out with the vacuum of space next to the vacuum. It's like gives this enormous number of pressure difference between the space and atmosphere, but a pressure difference is not a multiplication, it's a subtraction. So if you have 1,014 millibars of pressure at the sea level and space has 0, then the difference between those two is 1,013 millibar.
Okay, but the gas would still be vacating into that area of lower pressure.
But you already agreed that it doesn't have to if you acknowledge the existence of pressure gradient, because pressure gradient is just that. It's just two areas of pressure that don't equalize next to each other.
Yeah, I don't have to acknowledge it. It's the observation, right? That's just a scientific method. Observation. If you want to see why we have that pressure gradient, then you would need to conduct the experiment. So in your case, you'd have to
Technically, you don't even have to know why is there a pressure gradient in order to know that you don't have to have a vacuum to have a container. Because if you just observe that it is, regardless of what is causing it, then you will be able to know that the gas isn't capable of reaching the higher layers of the gradient, because if it was capable, then it would equalize. And that means that there would be basically no gas at some point in height.
Okay, so you're saying that we don't need the scientific method for your claim, but I'm saying that we do. I'm the one asking for science. I want the scientific method for your claim.
If you want to get into what is causing it, then I don't think you have to have a separate experiment proving that gravity is doing all of that, because you can just prove gravity in a lab, and then what we observe with the gas is consistent with what gravity would predict. We can observe that gravity of the Earth influences other objects. If I drop something, then it will fall towards the Earth. And gas pressure gradient is exactly what you would expect if the same thing was happening with the gas. So I have no reason to think that the Earth isn't influencing the gas with gravity if we observe perfectly what it would do if it was. And we can also observe influence of gravity on other objects, and we can also prove gravity on other objects besides the Earth, like in a lab.
Yeah, but not everything goes down, right? Like with gas, you can also observe liquids going up as well, right? Like if we look at trees, that would be solids moving away from gravity, right? Liquids moving away from gravity.
And what, trees are moving away from gravity?
Yeah, what direction are they growing? What direction are they growing?
Oh, they are growing, but they have to spend energy to grow there.
Yeah, would that not be solids, liquids moving away from gravity?
It would be, but they have to spend energy on that. They have to do photosynthesis.
Okay, so not everything goes down, right?
Everything goes down.
You're just saying that's just based on the observation, but if I can look outside and I observe grass growing, that's solids, liquids. And if I look up, I can see clouds. That would be water that moved upwards.
Technically, you could always say that something isn't always happening if you have just some other variables influencing it, and you can say you have those other variables. But if you account for those variables, you don't have other forces acting on stuff, then it will be always falling down. So if you isolate a resistance by doing this in a vacuum, you don't have any magnets nearby, any whatever nearby, and you just drop things, then everything will fall down at approximately 9.81 meters per second squared.
Well, that's not the case, like I just said, with plants. That's matter moving away from gravity. Like liquids and solids, and then you can look up even higher than them, you can see clouds. Liquids turning to gas, going away from gravity.
I guess he doesn't know that all things don't fall at the same rate. That's been debunked.
It's never been debunked, what they're talking about.
Yeah, we have a 4-story or 5-story, maybe taller than that, 80-foot, 8-story tall vacuum drop tower, and they dropped different elements at the same time, and lead and lithium fell the slowest.
In a vacuum. Was it in a vacuum?
What?
Was it in a vacuum?
Yes, it's the world's largest, tallest vacuum chamber. Bremen Drop Tower. So that was debunked. So can't say, well, that magic number means something now because things fall at different rates in a vacuum. So we can't use that anymore. That's not proof.
So do you have a proof of that?
Are you going to watch the video?
Why not?
I don't know. Maybe somebody can put it in there for you. I'm on my phone. I don't have any of my links. But it's Bremen Drop Tower. You want to Google, look it up on YouTube. So if things don't fall at the same rate, what does that mean to you?
Considering the fact that this has been repeated thousands of times and it always falls at the same rate, I think if there was a case where it didn't, there's a much bigger chance that there was something influencing it than it's actually the banking gravity. Because I've seen this being done myself, like in a vacuum with a feather and like a heavy ball, and they indeed fell at the same rate in a vacuum. I've seen this myself.
Those must be similar properties then, huh? They're not made of lead or lithium. So you use a piece of calcium or whatever the fuck a bird's feather is made out of, and a piece of plastic. There you go. I noticed they didn't drop the bird's feather sideways. They just dropped it pointing straight down. That's weird.
All right, I do have to go now. I'm gonna go hit the gym. Just want to say that we still have evidence against gravity affecting gas because gases are shown to move away from gravity for some reason. If you ever do find that experiment, please provide it. I'll be listening in. Have a good one, boys. Oh my goodness, he left. Oh.
Oh my god, there are lots of people, but no one talking.
We were just talking about how outer space is fake. And how Earth is flat, measured flat, utilized flat. There's a bunch of new people in here. If anybody wants to,
That's why things fall to the ground, because Earth is flat.
yeah, if anybody has any questions, any comments about flat Earth, feel free to speak up.
I don't think Earth is flat.
Prove it.
Can someone please explain to me how the day and night thing works on flat Earth?
Well, since the Earth is already flat, we have day and night. So now what? Can you explain how it works on a globe? Do you ever see the sun move across the sky? That's the end of that one.
Earth is not flat, it's spheroid.
Prove it.
Scientists are researching and they don't tell us that Earth is flat.
So
They
you
also
need
say
somebody to,
it's like spheroid.
somebody needs to tell you then. Somebody else needs to tell you.
You saw it. Did you saw that Earth is
Hello?
flat?
You can't answer that. Somebody else needs to tell you that if it's a globe or flat.
Yes, of course. I'm not a scientist. Scientists
I
are
am.
working on it.
No, scientists don't work on it. What? How do you science a ball? Science me a ball. What's the independent variable? What's your hypothesis?
But what Like, what if Earth is actually a pyramid?
Space is fake. You got to update your script. That's from like 2015. Pyramid Earth and flat pancakes in space. That's all. That's about 10 years old. You guys have new material yet?
If space is fake, how people go on satellite or how satellites work?
Go ahead. Tell me how they work since you know, since you're going to test me on it. Tell me how satellites work on a globe. So you're just going to mute up? So you don't know how they work on a globe. You don't know how they work on a globe, but you want to ask me how they work.
Tell us how it works and where are the satellites?
So you don't know how they work, but you want me to explain to you how satellites work. But
Yes,
you
I
don't even
don't
know.
know. Explain it because you
I don't
are
know. I
thinking
don't
like
know
you know
either. I don't know
everything.
either. Yeah, I don't know either. Since you don't know, I don't know either.
You are using network by satellites and
No, I'm
you
not.
don't know.
Everything at where I at work, the only thing that we're wireless is Wi-Fi to the antenna, which is about 20 feet away in the ceiling. And that's Wi-Fi. Everything else is cable run all across the country, under the water, all the way, connects all the other countries by cables. There's no magic thing in the sky that connects countries.
Do you even study in school or colleges?
Yep, and I learned that internet is connected by cable. What did you learn?
So you are telling that satellites are fake. They are not in space.
Space is fake. I don't give a shit what satellites do. They don't have anything to do with our daily lives. Zero things to do with what you do every day. You never, ever, ever rely on a satellite for anything.
I'm not arguing, but I think you need to explore more or research more. Why don't you go to
I have
NASA
researched it all.
or
Oh, my dad worked at NASA. I've been there probably 150 times, maybe.
oh your dad tell you that space are fake?
I don't know. He didn't work in space. He worked at NASA.
Is he a scientist or engineer?
Yeah, engineer.
So did you ask him that space are fake or not?
No, he's dead.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. He worked on the Hubble project.
So don't you have connections on NASA's company or some engineers with?
What are engineers going to do for me? I work with about 600 of them right now. We increased our engineers last year by 100.
What's your profession,
We
by
have
the way?
more engineers at our company than NASA has at theirs.
I asked, what's your profession? Like, what are you working on?
Unfortunately, you would need to sign an NDA for me to tell you what I'm working on.
I didn't understand your answer.
Oh, so in the United States, we have non-disclosure agreements, NDAs, that would have to be signed, or I could get fired for disclosing information without having one signed. So to be safe for all of us, whenever we do anything, we always have to have an NDA signed. Takes about 2 weeks. Got to go through legal, all this other crap. Do a background check on you, everything. That's a fact, though. It's just the way some companies are. It blew my mind too, and I'm like, why can't we talk to these guys? And I saw this legal document. I was like, holy shit! These guys got to read this and initial it and sign it and all this other crap. It's not like one piece of paper you sign. You got any other proof that the Earth is a globe besides talking about satellites? Because that's not proof.
Actually, I trust that Earth is spherical, and that's no matter what you think. It's everyone's personal choice what they believe or not.
Who told you that it was like that?
Actually, I am a Muslim and I believe in Quran.
Oh yeah, it's not. It's not in the Quran. It's the Quran says it's flat, like a carpet.
No. Quran said it's spherical.
No. You don't know how to read. Practice reading Arabic, and you'll be fine.
I read it before every day. Hadith.
Well, you should. Now you're going to have to go pray because you screwed up. You don't know what you're reading. So go read the part where it's laid out like a carpet, and somehow tell me that's a piece of carpet laying over a ball.
I think you should search in Google, then you can find. If you don't know what is Arabic or.
Yeah, I already know. I already looked it all up. It says it's laid out like a carpet. Somehow you Arabs think carpets are balls now.
I'm not from Arabs, and I think you should search again.
Nope. Somehow you Muslims think that carpets, like in your living room, are actually curving like a ball. And that's mind-blowing for me. Nowhere in the Quran does it say anything about gravity or space or planets flying by and vacuums. Nowhere in there. I searched all the books. Doesn't say anything about that shit. That only was made up by NASA 100 years ago or whatever, those people between 100 years and 50 years ago.
If you want, I can read the Google. I recently searched. Google said, I asked the Google, is Earth is flat in Quran? He said, no, the Quran does not state that the Earth is flat. In fact, many Islamic scholars and verses suggested the Earth is spherical. Interpretations that suggest a flat Earth are based on a misunderstanding or poor translation of the original Arabic, while other points to verse like the one describing the earth as an egg. Quran 97 ayat 30.
So I guess they lied, huh? So if it was an egg shape, we'd be able to measure that, wouldn't we? Liars. So you're reading a book written by liars, it sounds like.
Bro, show some respect. Don't want to
I'm
disrespect
not
any
saying
religion or
anything
anything.
disrespectful. I'm saying they're wrong. If you say we live on a flying egg, which sounds absolutely crazier than anything in the whole world, if you say we live on a flying egg, we have to be able to measure that curve. Also, post a line from the Quran where it says we live on a flying egg.
Many scientists are not Islam, may follow Islam, but they also believe that its shape is spherical. Why do they do that?
Egg is not spherical.
It's oval.
Most people just believe the Earth is a globe. Misdisplay flex. They don't know it is. They're just believers like you are. There's no way to verify the Earth is a globe. Can you think of a test that someone's done to know that the surface is curving, like the way they think the globe is?
Yes, there's a way to verify it. I can do it. I can verify if it's a globe or not. What do you think of that, Misdisplay Flex?
You probably want to get something to eat or something.
No, it takes this long to get an answer. It's been this way the whole time.
Can you maybe please explain how you think GPS works?
Yeah, it's based on spherical coordinate system.
Ground positioning systems? Yeah, they use towers and they figure out where you're at just by timing.
Yep. And it's derived from the coordinate system of longitude and latitude, which is based on a celestial sphere.
But how would a GPS know when I just stop?
I mean, how you just stop?
Well, when I go from A to B and then at random point I just stop, how would it know?
Because your little device has an accelerometer in it.
So because a GPS signal is being fed to your device and your device is telling it something, what does that have to do with the Earth being what you think it is? And what relation does it have for the Earth being a globe? You kind of have to like think about it logically when you ask the question. I don't think you like critiqued whether or not the question is valid to say if the Earth is a globe or not. You just believe that the technology is being utilized by people who already know that the Earth is a globe. That's why you ask these questions. You don't know how it works per se, yet you're trying to figure out why all the technology is built around the idea that the Earth is a globe. You want us to answer the question, then what's actually going on if it's not telling me that the Earth is a globe? Well, it's not telling you that information. It's built on top of that information. So the Earth being a globe is superimposed over that signal transfer from your, your phone or whatever you're using GPS with. You just believe the technology is based on a spherical Earth, and it's not. Does that make sense?
You don't have also proof of any of your talking about.
Yeah, Miss Lady, did you hear what I just said?
Scientists
Hello?
have proofs, but you are not.
No, not you. The other one. There's two ladies in here. You're asking one thing, she's asking another. She wanted to know how GPS works. I was wanting to see if she's going to respond, whether or not I can get a confirmation that she understood what I said or not. It's important, right, for dialogue to progress. We need to know if it's actually the points are actually landing, or if you have anything questions about what we said. I think your name is Di Radical, whatever. Hello.
D Antword.
I mean, they come out and ask questions, but whether or not they understood what you said is not able to be confirmed. So how do we know they are going to ask more questions or they understood?
I think we're looking at the slow technology of translators.
Oh,
Yeah, I
I get
totally
it.
got it. Thank you so much.
Okay. But if you do have any more questions about it, because a lot of people think that technology is built on top of the Earth already being known as a globe. That's not true.
No, you can't build you cannot build anything on a curve unless you design special brackets to hold things onto a curve. Everything needs a flat surface to start.
Thank you for the confirmation, Di Radical. But now the other lady who was in here, did you have a question? I just wanted to hear confirmation that Di Radical understood what we were saying. I think your name was
No, it's a
Miss.
German username, and it's not die, it's D, like the. It's just the German word for it, so you don't have to pronounce it like die.
Apologies. Yeah.
That's
Thank
why
you for the correction.
That's why I said D Antword. That's D.
D. Okay. How do
Exactly.
you pronounce? Can you tell me how you pronounce your name, please?
Die radikale Veganerin.
Oh hell no.
There you go.
Oh, hell
So I think she said D abracadabra.
Yeah, no, I'm saying oh hell no because I can't say that.
D abracadabra, like that, and it sounds pretty close, doesn't it?
Yeah, how you make your. I don't know. That's pretty awesome. Anyway, I can't say your name like that, but that's yeah.
Yeah, we
Can
couldn't
I
even
just-
date. We couldn't even date because I wouldn't be able to bring you home. I would be like, I don't know what her name is.
It's Alex, so it's fine.
Thank you.
Oh,
I can just say
that's
Alex.
better.
Thank you. Thank the Lord. My actual name is actually hard to pronounce too for people that don't know Spanish. So. Looks like we're getting some more people. Miss, what was her name? flex or something?
Yeah.
Display flex. Did you have more questions?
She got mad and upset at Space's fake, so.
And she seemed to be pretty upset about it, like the whole thing. Most people are, like, when they first come into this topic, you're really upset that somebody says the Earth is not what you think it is or believe it to be. We all, like, from that side of it, we all understand that, but at the same time, the logic is sound. The test behind all what we're saying is true. So nothing of what we're telling you is just like a meme on the internet, and we're not trying to be in a special group or anything like that. It's just the truth. That's all. It's just the plain truth. Yeah, don't be mad at us. Be mad at the people who telling you that the Earth is something that it actually is not. Whoever that is. We got some more people joining the chat. Welcome.
Hey, I have another question. Why is it day in one part of the world and night in another?
Well, that has to do with the sun being away from your geographic location. So wherever you are, don't know where you are, but if it's nighttime where you are and it's daytime somewhere else, the sun has just moved to another part of the earth. Because we would say that it's not the earth in motion, but the sun that moves. As just like the way you see it, like as it moves across the sky, you notice the sun moving across the sky. So we'd say that the sun is in motion and it moves to a different part of the earth. And the other thing too is that you might think that the earth is going to illuminate the entire earth if it was flat. That's incorrect as well. Because the air that you and I are breathing right now is considered a medium. And the light that attenuates through the medium, that means as it travels through the medium, it has an extinction limit. It doesn't travel forever. So it can only illuminate so much of the earth. Does that make sense?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, you might think that the sunlight illuminates as much of the earth as it can possible based on like how it's positioned to the earth being a globe. That's a story that they told you, but they need to actually tell you how the earth could be a globe in like a way that you could identify it that it's a globe yourself. But in no way can you identify the earth being a globe in any way. You can't measure it. You can't visually see it unless it's a picture that someone gives you like from NASA or like a ISS live stream. But outside of that, you yourself don't have a first-hand experience that the earth is identified as a globe. So you can only identify the earth as a horizontal flat plane. That's what you've always been seeing it as. So therefore, however the sunlight operates on the surface of the earth operates in a manner in which there's daytime for somebody and nighttime for somebody else. And also it depends where you are too, because some people experience like a 24-hour sun at certain times of the year. It's hard to comprehend when you only think of a globe, in the vacuum of space. So in other words, if you were to think about it like overall, we're just saying that we're like the floor of all of known existence. Like the floor of the universe, essentially. Like what you're standing on is the floor of all that there is. And imagine like a giant floor where everybody's standing upright. Nobody's like upside down on the other side of a ball or anything like that. We're just all standing upright everywhere on Earth.
So you're saying sun is moving.
Mm-hmm.
So why are some people place has 24-hour sunlight?
Well, that has to do with the sun's position and that location.
Why
That's all.
is that sun is not moving here there?
Yeah, it's moving. It's moving
So-
around. And yeah, go ahead.
That's not the similar logic you gave.
What do you mean?
It's not matching. If you're saying sun is moving but earth is not, so why some place has 24-hour sun or maximum time of sun? Why? It's like sun is stick there. That's not moving.
Yeah, I think the question is a bit malformed. I think that's not what you really want to ask, because it's like, why is it there? Well, an observation will say that we see it there. So the question would be answered, well, I don't have to ask why, I just see it. It's a 24-hour sun in the Arctic and the Antarctic, depending on what time of season it is. But I notice it there. So my observation is the fact that the sun is in this particular area for 24 hours. Like asking why it's there is kind of, I think it's based on philosophical reasoning. Like, why would the sun be here and not over there? That's just where the sun is. It's an observation that you make, or anybody makes, depending on where you live.
So you're telling everyone should believe by their observation.
No, if it's an observation, it's not a belief anymore, because you see something. If I say, hey, look at the sun, it'd be different if I tell you, hey, do you think the sun's right there? You don't have to say, I think it's there. You can say, I see it. It's right there. So belief is removed because you see the thing that you identify as the sun. You don't need belief in that case.
So thank you for your answers, but I'm not satisfied or believed that I believe what I believe, and thanks
What is this
for today.
all about?
That's fine. That's fine.
Is the Earth flat?
Absolutely.
Absolutely not, bro. Holy fuck! I don't even know why we're having this debate.
It's not a debate. It's a rejection of reality. It's what it is.
Yeah, but do you have anything to back it up?
Sure
yeah,
do.
it's not curving. Yeah, Earth's not curving. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
sure do. So
It's
if
only
you
the
could-
Americans that say it as well. That's the funny part.
I was about
not
to tell
true.
you. Do you want to hear or no?
I'm sure.
Up to you.
I'm down to hear. I'm always open.
Okay. So large bodies of water display no convexity when while at rest. So we're going to take a look at like maybe a lake on a calm day where there's no wind, hardly any wind. You're going to see across the surface a specular reflection. Now the reflection, the way the light strikes the water, and it depends on what it is, right? Like something that you see in the far distance will be reflecting on that water and back into your eye. The angle that reflection is can only happen on a flat surface. Now, if the surface was curving in any way, the specular reflection that the image is being portrayed on that surface of the water will not be shown to you as a flat mirrored surface. You would see it as a curved surface, and then it would look distorted, like a funhouse mirror. I don't know if you've seen like a carnival funhouse, those mirrors that look really wavy. Well, that's what the surface of water would depict that image of that thing in the background to look like. It will look really, really wavy and distorted. But it doesn't look that way. It looks clearly mirrored from the image that you see. So the way the light strikes that object and then it reflects off the water is at such an angle that your eye will be able to see it on a flat mirrored surface. So yeah.
Interesting argument. I'll accept it.
Okay.
I have a question for you. It's completely unrelated. Can you describe the concept of the event horizon to me? What is the event horizon, and why can't we see certain things off to the distance, even though in a realistically flat, or in your case, a flat Earth, it would mean that you could see everything ever on Earth in a straight line? Can you explain that to me?
I think it's the question is malformed because you're inducing something that the actual vision or what you're seeing is not able to do. So you're saying that in order for me to see across a flat surface, I would be able to see forever. That's incorrect. Let me tell you why. Because when you start to say that I see something move away from my location, like no matter where you are, right? Something moves away from your location, you apparently see the thing that's moving away from you get smaller. So everything that goes off to the horizon will appear to get smaller all the way until your eye will not be able to resolve the thing that you're looking at. Unless you pick up an optic, like a telescope or binoculars or whatever, and then you could put something that was out of focus back into focus. However, there's an optical limit for those things as well. Not to mention that the vanishing point can also occur with distortions in the air. The opacity of the air can cause you not to be able to see things farther past the opacity of the air, which means that it turns into like a film, right? Like a specific haze, if you want to call it that. And then you can't see beyond that haze or that opacity. So it becomes harder to see and the farther distance you get. Now, different things in the air will contribute to this, right? Like dirt, if that's a lot of dust particles or whatever it is. A lot of things will contribute to why you can't see things in the far distance. However, there's also, not only that, the compounding factor will be the way that the temperature is outside. Now, we know that on a very hot day, a lot of distortions can happen from the ground to the horizontally looking across the surface, because there's going to be pockets of air that are cooling and heating, and it's going to cause like a wavy distortion. Now, what I'm saying is actually verified, because you can actually do this test on a hot stove, right? Like a gas stove. If you turn the gas stove on and you look across the horizontally across that stove, you'll start to see the air above that stove look like it's really wavy. And so similarly, that's what happens and causes distortions in the viewing distance for someone that's looking horizontally across the surface on a hot day. So variables like the temperature outside, variables like the angular size of something moving away from you, variables like the size or the angle at which you're seeing something across the surface. Like, let's say you're a 6-foot man and you're looking horizontally across the surface. Well, you could only see so much of that surface based on the height you are above the ground. Now, that also, what you can see on the far distance decreases or increases based on your elevation or altitude, if you'd like. So depending on that will increase or decrease the distance you could see. So there's compounding factors that will add to that based on all the things I just mentioned, which is, the angular size change that something will have if it apparently moves away from your position, and or the distortion that can happen with the air being bent based on like the pockets of cooling and heating that will occur over distance. So as you increase the distance, the more distortions you will receive. And then therefore, if you say, I see something like a mirage or something happening in the far distance, you can't quantify that by saying, I know how much of it. You can only say like a quality sort of deal where you say, I know that this is a type of mirage effect that I see. Like looming, stooping, towering, lowering, based on superior mirage effects that have been cataloged that way. And we could say that could be a type of superior mirage or inferior mirage. If there's a certain distortion where I see something cut off from the bottom up or whatever. And so you can regulate that to an optical phenomena versus it being something like you might imagine the Earth's curvature cutting off something from the bottom up and saying it's just curvature. Now, I know I said a mouthful, and I could take a little questions here if you have any questions on what I just said.
I think I'm very glad that you're answering my question. I have a problem with the way you approached my question. You called it malformed. I was just trying to figure out information, and I feel like that was a bit of a rude remark, calling my question.
It's not rude. It's not rude because
I don't understand. Yeah, it's not, okay, let me speak for a second.
Let me vindicate myself. Let me vindicate myself before you paint me in a bad light. Let me vindicate myself. Because you're going to paint me in a bad light. I don't want that to happen. And the audience is going to hear you painting me in a bad light, and I don't like that.
I'm just
here's the problem. Here's the problem, sir. When people ask questions in this specific topic, they don't understand how to ask the questions. So when they ask the questions, unbeknownst to them, they're asking it malformed. You don't realize that you are, and I'm not blaming you. But when you do it, I pointed out for the fact that the audience listening, they can understand that what I'm replying to is not a malformed question. That I clarify the question that you're really trying to ask. That's the only reason why. I'm not trying to say that you're dumb or whatever, that you don't know what you're talking about. But malformed means that the way that it's actually put to me, I have to respond in that manner, and I can't if it's not something of how I know that how you mean it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I know what you mean.
Term. It's a very loaded term, though. I don't appreciate that being used as a loaded term. I think you had a loaded connotation with it, and I don't accept that answer. I'm sorry.
You don't have to. It's your choice. You make a conscious decision on what you accept or deny. But
What I will do is listen to you, though.
Yeah, depending on what people want to accept or reject, that's totally up to you. At the end of the day, I'm not going to sit here and try to convince you. I will, however, tell you the truth of the matter.
Okay. I also have another remark that I was thinking about. Oh. Explain opacity of the air, because air is very clearly translucent.
Yeah, over distance, however, it becomes like if you have ever seen like a window, okay, like just a plain old window pane, you can see, understand, or at least understand what I'm talking about. If you start stacking a bunch of glass, windows back to back to back to back to back, what you're going to have is the opacity of that window is going to start to become very apparent to you. You're not going to be able to see through all the window panes, even though one window pane is very clear. You can see straight through it. But as you compound the window panes, what you're going to do is start adding more of the medium, more of the window panes, and that in and of itself is going to compound over distance. And that will create an opaque. Sorry.
Is that why YouTube compression, the more you compress something, the worse it gets?
Compression is not the same.
No,
I know what you mean.
It's a similar effect. What I'm saying is that you compress a video and then you compress the video again. Like you compress that compressed video and then you compress it again and compress it until you can't.
Maybe.
I feel like your
I don't know.
Has a very similar kind of.
I don't know what example you're trying to like. If I seen what you're talking about, I might agree with you. But I don't know what example you're talking about, so I'm kind of like
compress the video 1,000 times, and then like usually there will be a video that shows a YouTube compressed and repeat until you literally cannot see what's happening anymore. I think you're trying to describe that effect. It's like a very similar effect, but that's just the digital version of it.
I mean, if that's how you understand it, I still need to see what you're talking about for me to agree with you, but.
Anyways, that's all my remarks. Other than that,
he's saying you've just seen something and you don't know what it is, and you're not really seeing anything that proves anything.
What?
Exactly.
So, on the side of the Earth being a globe, however, you're only being told that it is. You're not being taught that it's a globe. Because if I was to challenge you and I say, okay, you think that you're being taught that the Earth is a globe, not told, go ahead and describe to me how you know that the size of the Earth has been understood to be what it is. Now, when I said that, you don't have to appeal to, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a whatever guy, not a smart guy or whatever. If you don't know the answer, just say, hey, I don't know. Just believe it.
I don't like the tension. It seems like I don't know why there's so much tension in here. Like
tension. Well, it's what it is, dude. Think about it like this: we're internally critiquing the idea of the globe, the whole proposal, if you will, that the Earth is a globe. So we're critiquing that. Not you per se. You feel like you're sweating bullets or under the gun because you think that we're asking you, hey, we're demanding you to give us the evidence. No, nobody has the information. Nobody has the information to substantiate the claim that the Earth is an actual globe. We're all sitting here waiting for somebody to say, hey, I know the Earth's a globe. And then we're going to ask them how they know. And if somebody else comes in here, we'll ask them how they know. But what we're doing, though, is exposing your guys' minds to the fact that no one has the answer. Or otherwise, you guys would easily be readily available and say, hey, this is how I know you can measure the Earth. Just do this method, and Bob's your uncle. But that's not what happens.
I have a question.
We get a lot of like, oh, I'm not a scientist. I only think it's a globe, and it's never. I know it's one, and here's the method to find out how it is. Never that.
I have a simple question for you.
What's up?
How long do you think AI has existed for?
No idea.
What do you think? How long has video capable AI existed for? I just want your answer.
No idea, bro. No idea.
How many years do you think?
He thinks everybody
idea.
we're making up shit. Like if I go out with my P900, and he thinks if I go out with my P900 and take a video and I just zoom in on something that's just not there, and then all of a sudden it's there, that's somehow AI. He's crazy.
No idea, bro. But if Radwin is correct, and you're alluding to the fact that AI predates the flat Earth argument, then you're gonna have to go ahead and give us an example.
I just want you to answer for me. How long has AI existed?
Bro,
because
I don't know.
Okay, I'll answer since I do know the answer. It's existed since around in the 1950s, 1956. But what relevance does that have to the surface of the Earth?
Video capable AI.
Okay, we're not gonna go down this road if the answer I don't know isn't sufficient, because it should be. Intellectual honesty should be the key for you, right? If you're being honest and I'm being honest, then I'm telling you the answer I gave you should have been sufficient. Why it's not, I don't know.
I never said it wasn't. Why are you putting words in my mouth?
All right, so I'm telling you I don't know. Now what?
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. I wasn't even talking to you. I was directing that generally. Okay.
No, you were asking me, and then someone else jumped in. Someone else jumped in.
It was for everyone.
Bro, you asked me specifically what I think, and I told you I don't know multiple times until somebody else got frustrated and answered on my behalf.
This is a general question. You chose to answer it. I can't do anything.
Okay. All right, that's fine. You can paint it however you'd like because you don't want to be wrong. I don't care anymore. Now, what relevance does it have to the Earth being a globe?
I also don't claim I'm right. I'm just claiming I'm asking a question.
All right, dude. All right. Now, what relevance does it have for the Earth being a globe? That question.
Whatever. Just gonna stay quiet. I'll listen to you guys, but I'm gonna stay quiet.
For God's sakes, dude! Are you not gonna answer what I asked?
Wait. Can you ask? Can you ask again?
What relevance did that question that you wanted to ask have to the Earth being a globe?
Because sometimes people portray that the Earth being a globe was an AI video. That's why.
Okay, but yeah, we're not saying that. I'm not anyway.
So you're saying that the videos of the Earth being a globe are not AI videos? Are you saying they were not made?
I'm telling you that I'm not making a claim that videos that you're receiving about the globe are from AI. I'm not saying that.
Because I know some people use that argument. That's why I just want to clear that up.
Oh, it's clear, right?
Well, not really. It's a bit
not really. I just told you that I'm not saying that, bro. How is it not clear?
I don't know why you're centering everything around you. I'm saying generally.
Oh, for God's sake!
I don't understand why you're.
You want somebody to chime in here and say, yes, there are some globe videos from AI, so you can go, aha, I gotcha. One person out of the whole group said that. What, dude? Like that whole gimmick.
General.
It's just
okay.
Okay. Now, what relevance did it have to the Earth being a globe?
Just like conflicting points. That's why it's confusing me.
How is it confusing you?
Because some people say it's AI video, some people say it's not. Because you just said it's not.
Okay, so you really want somebody to say it's AI. In your case, you really want somebody to say it.
Multiple people have different views, and those different views are very conflicting. And because of those different views, it's really hard to comprehend what is right and what is wrong.
Okay, so let's clear the air. Let's clear the air. I'm not saying that anybody that says that there's videos from the Earth being a globe are coming from AI. Now, I'm not saying that. Now what?
Yeah, but you're always centering it around you. I know you don't say it, but
so let's say other people will say that. I'm not saying that. Where do we go from here?
But why are you centering everything around you?
Where do we go from here?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the one that's
You're the one that's asking the question. Obviously, you wanted to go into an endpoint where it's going to lead to some sort of conclusion, or you just asking questions for the sake of asking questions and you don't want to know anything about it.
I want to know your take, but I also just...
Oh my God.
Don't interrupt me. I want to know, I want to clear up all the confusion because I hear too many different sides, too many different theories, too much of everything, and it's hurting my head. Is it that fucking hard to ask a question?
No, dude, listen to me when I say this. Anybody that tells you or reasons with you and says all videos from the Earth being a globe came from AI, or at least some videos came from AI, or whatever the case is, then you can grill them on how they know that specific thing. So you can clarify if they know that those videos were from AI or not. You can actually clarify that. If you don't, that's on you. So I'm not saying that, therefore I don't need to go into that. And I want to know what relevance this conversation had to do with the Earth being a globe.
I mean, I've explained my point multiple times. I'm just not going to say anything anymore because this is going in circles.
No, it's not, sir. You're going in circles. I'm actually leading it to a final point, which you don't want it to be. You want to stay confused, and I'm telling you, you don't have to be. It's a conscious choice you're making to stay confused. That's up to you.
It's like arguing with a fucking wall, bro. Holy shit.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that your take from this? Is that your take from this? I'm asking you the relevance to that question, and you're just saying, well, I'm so confused.
So the answer to the relevance of that question was because there is a disconnect between multiple people that have differing opinions and differing views that might not correlate with each other.
It's not a disconnect. Okay, first of all, it's not a disconnect.
That was all I said.
It is not a disconnect. Whoever said that bears the burden of providing evidence of what they say. It's not a disconnect. Nobody in there's no continuity for somebody saying that the videos were made from AI that they're showing of the globe to then say, oh, well, that has relevance to the conversation of the Earth being a globe. Nobody's saying, like, I can't say nobody's saying it. We're not. I'm not.
You're saying not everyone is correct.
Person is not here.
Correct.
That person's not here. Whoever said that's not here.
Okay, I'm just gonna.
And then so it's non sequitur.
Yeah, and then extrapolating some sort of relevance to it can't even get that either. We're not getting anywhere with this guy. This guy is just like not saying, hey, you know why I'm asking? Let me give you an example, because it's really hard for you to understand what you need to do, right? What direction you need to go. Okay, so if none of you guys are saying that globe Earth videos are coming from AI, then that must mean that you think the videos are real or something. Like you would come up with something like that, but you didn't even say that. I'm actually thinking for you at this point.
How about this, AV? I record 20 different calls from different Discord servers. I'll ask them all the same questions. I'll come back to you and tell you what I get. And if stuff doesn't line up, then we're going to have problems. Okay?
Sounds good.
Yeah, because see, if we isolate different calls, that means no other calls can have influences on each other.
Yeah, but you're just gonna, dude. What's your name?
Then in that case, it means that everyone has one big idea that they're leaning towards. I'm trying to.
No, dude. Like, dude, it doesn't. Okay, you need to do this on an. You need to do this on an individual basis. You need to do this on an individual basis. If you do this, if you ask somebody a question and they give you some weird, wacky answer, you can't then therefore say, well, this person gave me a weird, wacky answer. Therefore, all flat earthers are weird and wacky.
No,
you can't do that.
Does not imply causation, and that's one of the first things you learn in statistics. What I mean is that yes, you can do it on an individual basis, but you could also just observe group calls and how people interact with each other and call that.
Why?
That's
how many ballers think reptilians exist, huh? You know?
Oh my. You know, I'm not getting... Oh, actually, I am kind of getting somewhere. I feel like I'm making my point. But I do appreciate... AV,
look, nobody speaks for me, guy.
AV, I do want to thank you for sharing your point, though. I think it's valuable.
That's fine. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm all about that discussion. And sometimes we get into a bit of a tiff when it comes to like what we're talking about. I don't care. It's a part of what we do here. It gets people upset.
I respect that. I respect that, honestly.
At the end of the day, we're still walking away like having to be able to talk to each other and not just like totally, not have a conversation, because that's not productive.
See, I feel like open-mindedness is the art to openly be able to discuss with people, even if they have differing views. I think that you're pretty good at it. I'll admit it. You're very good at having an open discussion about something that I might not agree with. But I'm reading the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and they're literally bullying me for what I'm trying to say, and I don't appreciate that. I'm just trying to put my mind out there, and I don't
Welcome
want
to the
that
internet.
interfered with. You know what I mean? Like
You say welcome to the internet.
Yeah.
He's getting bullied. Are you serious?
Listen, man.
I'm reading the chat and people are just mocking.
Dude, stop whining like a girl then.
What do you mean? I'm just addressing you. Like, I don't see why I should be mocked for my opinion.
Dude, I just told you why. Stop whining like a chick, dude. Quiet.
Damn, okay. What did you do? I was talking.
You sound like a weenie.
Okay, I've definitely joined the wrong chat. I just want to be heard. That's all.
Come on,
Even
man.
If y'all don't agree with me, I at least want you guys to be like nice enough to listen to me.
Dude, I'm not trying to be mean to you, man. I'm just trying to get you to have thicker skin. Don't let the internet bother you.
Yeah, exactly. Chill out, man.
Yeah. You know what? Y'all are right. Anyways, y'all have a good day.
I got a question before you leave, before you bounce out. How mathematically minded are you?
I dabble in maths every once in a while. It's not like my
Okay,
main thing, but
Did you take a geometry class in high school?
yeah, I did.
Okay, did you do well?
Yeah, I think so. I did pretty well. I think I got like a B plus or A minus or something. I don't know. I went to an international school. We use a different grading system.
Okay. Well, yeah, I also got a B plus in geometry, so I'm pretty good at it, right? So the Earth as a globe would be a geometric issue, wouldn't it? A geometric thing, right?
What do you mean with geometric issue?
Maybe I used the word issue right. It would be a geometric thing. How about that?
Oh.
Okay. So this would mean that there is math to it, right? There's geometry to it. Now we're gonna go out into the real world, and we're going to test that to the globe math. Okay. Do you know what the distance to the horizon should be from a 1 foot observer height above sea level at the beach? Do you know how far the horizon, how far out the horizon should be from that height?
I believe the globe formula is 8 centimeters squared per kilometer. So if you go out at a certain point, your eyes it'll like curve beyond what's it called? The 8 centimeters squared will definitely equal more than a meter. Wait, how tall did you say the person was?
The observation height. So the camera, being what's making the observation, is set up 1 foot in the water, 1 foot above sea level.
What's that in centimeters? I'm sorry, I only know centimeters.
Okay, well, let me try to
33 centimeters. Let's just say 33 centimeters.
I can try to convert it for you, but
you're good.
Here's the thing. Okay, I'm gonna do it in miles and feet. Okay, and we can convert that later. So the distance to the horizon should be 1.22 miles from a 1 foot observation height above sea level. Okay, 1.22 miles. That's it. That's where the geometric limitation is for a globe. However, when we go out and we can test this, we can test the real world to the purported globe math, and we find that we are, in fact, observing known distances that we should not be able to observe. They're not matching to the globe math. It's not that we're doing anything wrong. We are quite literally observing these known distances that would be too far to observe for a globe. So we've got oil rigs, oil platforms. We've got one of Anacapa Arch. We've got windmills. We've got these things, at 1 foot, 1.5 feet, and 3 feet above the surface of the water. And we're seeing, 9, 10, 12, 15 miles, 30 miles out from these very low observation heights. These things are impossible for a globe Earth. They're not, our observations are not matching to the globe math. Right? So we're finding that there's 1,000%, 2,000%, 3,000% more visible, observable distance that shouldn't be allowed. A globe Earth should not be allowed. That it wouldn't allow those observations to be made. Okay, so all we have to do is do the math. That's all we have to do is we take the globe math and we compare it to real world observations, and we find that the globe math is wrong. We are in fact able to observe too far. Go ahead.
What about? Do you think that atmospheric refraction might have an effect on this?
Okay, I need you to stop right there because you just combined two things. Okay, refraction is Snell's law and requires two mediums of water and air. Okay, what you're talking about is atmospheric distortion, things like miraging, turbulence, and things like that. So, miraging and turbulence will affect what you see and how far you see and how you're seeing it. Okay, but it's not going to prove that there's any kind of Earth curvature because despite the miraging and the turbulence and things like that, we're still seeing way farther than we should. Okay, that's not helping us see farther. Atmospheric distortion, miraging, the turbulence isn't helping us see farther. Actually, it's limiting a lot of observation distances.
I still stay firm with my point, but I do hear your point.
So when you have things like, so when we're talking about atmospheric distortion and you've got miraging going on, miraging can cause a whole lot of different things to happen. For example, it can cause compression. Okay, so it can cause things to appear compressed closer towards the horizon. So atmospheric distortion, it's responsible for the phenomena like mirages, right? Where objects appear stretched or compressed or displaced, especially near the horizon. So this means that you're seeing, oh, the boat looks cut off or the buildings look cut off at the bottom. That's not Earth curvature. That's literally miraging over level water, flat level water. So there's a miraging happening, which is causing compression near the horizon, which is why boats and buildings and things will sometimes appear cut off at the bottom.
Okay. Interesting observation, and I do see your point. It's a good point. It's a solid point. I will give you my take. I hope you don't judge it. I hope this is a judgment-free zone. Okay.
Oh no, this is a courtroom. This is like a courtroom.
Yeah, no, I don't want to be judged. And if you guys think I'm wrong, and if I am wrong, I'm wrong. But I'm gonna give you guys my take now. So basically, what I think is happening, that's why I mentioned atmospheric refraction, is that atmospheric refraction increases our visible distance by about 8 to 15.
No, it doesn't.
Can you not? Hey, did we just talk about now it's my turn to speak? I'm just trying to speak, okay? Yo, let me speak my point. I'll give you your chance to speak, okay?
Okay.
I just said this. I just asked if it was a judgment-free zone, and then you just interrupted me.
Continue, please.
Thank you. So my personal take is that I believe that atmospheric refraction might be one of the key players, which on average increases our visible distance by around 8 to 15%, but only under specific conditions. For instance, like temperature inversions and other related things with atmospheric activity. And that bending makes the Earth appear rather flat in optical observations, which is, I feel like it reinforces your point. That's why the Earth looks flatter than it is. But in my opinion, doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. That's my tiny point that I want to make. And now it's your turn to speak.
Okay, well, that's incorrect. Okay, there's this misconception that says that atmospheric refraction is causing you to see farther. And like I said, it's not called that, right? You have refraction, which is Snell's law, and you have atmospheric distortion. Okay, and atmospheric distortion is not going to allow you to see further. Refraction, Snell's law, isn't going to allow you to see further. So that's a fallacious argument that you just gave. And I hope you understand that because I just explained it. Unfortunately, I got to post it in parts here because my citation on atmospheric distortion is rather lengthy. I can read it off, right? So atmospheric distortion is the bending or warping of light as it passes through the atmosphere, causing objects to appear distorted, blurry, twinkled, compressed, wavy. Let's see. This occurs because of turbulence, which is caused by pockets of air with different temperatures and densities. Atmospheric distortion is particularly noticeable in ground-based astronomical observations and can be corrected with adaptive optics. Right? So, for instance, adaptive optics, when we take infrared, we can see even further. We can cut through the distortion and see even further. Right? So, atmospheric distortion, or refraction as you call it, actually limits how far you can see.
You mean, wait, distortion or?
Yes, it's you called it refraction, but it's atmospheric distortion. And so I'm correcting you.
I found them to be two different terms, but go on.
They are not, because when you say atmospheric refraction, you are blending in two different things. Refraction is Snell's law, and that requires two different mediums, a medium of water and air. Okay, so it's not refraction, it's distortion.
Okay.
Yeah, his claim is this: the worse the conditions, the farther you can see.
Yeah, I know that is the claim.
The worse the further.
Right. Okay, so let me restate your claim back to you, okay? Atmospheric distortion allows you to see further. Well, you said refraction, atmospheric refraction. So this would mean that conditions are terrible. Absolutely dog shit terrible. And you're saying that it allows you to see further?
I'm just saying temperature inversions may have an effect, and that's what refraction is fueled on.
Those temperature inversions are going to limit what you see. That's the turbulence in the air, which is going to totally mess with what you're seeing. It doesn't allow you to see further, like you had claimed.
I think you're mixing up distortion and refraction, because those are two completely different concepts.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You are mixing up refraction and distortion. Okay. You are, in fact, mixing it up.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll give you my
ahead.
take on refraction versus distortion. So distortion, what you said, that was the correct definition of distortion. But refraction is a completely different concept, which takes into account temperature inversions and how it makes the light bounce flatter, meaning that you have a further distance of viewing from the horizon. Why are you saying no? You're literally not letting me finish.
Because I've got the citation right in front of my face, and I'm reading directly off the citation for atmospheric distortion and Snell's law.
Okay, Snell's law is refraction.
Which requires what?
Wait, let me read it. So Snell's law gives the exact relationship between the angles and refractive indices of two media. So this is
two media, that right there. Yes, you need two mediums. You need air and water for that refraction, for Snell's law. We're not talking about Snell's law. We're talking about the atmospheric distortion. We are talking about things like temperatures, altitudes, turbulence, miraging, adaptive optics, your location, thermal optimization. None of that has to do with Snell's law.
Have you ever considered that refraction might happen entirely within air itself when density changes? Because two different densities of air might actually be the two mediums.
That's called turbulence.
Is it now?
The primary cause of turbulent air with varying temperatures and densities that act like a shifting lens.
Okay,
I've got it right here in front of me. Here, I got it. Let me copy and paste this part for you to read. There you go.
Oh yeah, and then because of that, you can see further.
No, what? Because of turbulence. Wait.
How atmospheric refraction lets you see.
Wait.
The pure geometric horizon predicts. It flattens the light ray downwards, gently bending them to follow the Earth's curvature.
So why are we seeing 3,000% more than what a globe Earth would allow.
Because
there's no amount of
percent. Where do you get that 3,000 figure from?
From the globe math compared to real world observations.
Which real
over known distance?
Real world observations have you done?
Yeah, like seeing Anacapa Arch from Santa Barbara, California, at 1.5 feet above the surface of the water. 31.8 miles away. 31.8 miles away.
1.5 feet. 31.
31.82 miles.
I don't know. The math ain't mathing for me, bro. But
yeah, globe math ain't mathing. That's
yeah, flat Earth
problem.
Not math either, bro. In that case.
Well, you're just saying that, right? We have taken the globe math and compared it to these real world observations over known distances. And we're finding that each time the globe math is falsified repeatedly. So
Wait,
if we're considering
head a foot above the water.
Say that again?
Did you ever hold your head a foot above the water?
Yeah, I've been swimming at the beach. I can see those oil rigs.
Okay. Do you think that there might be different factors? Like, were you on a beach or was it over the water?
It was at the beach. I mean, I was in the water.
The beach is slightly elevated. That might actually mess up your
up to my neck in the water.
So you're not on the beach, you're in the water. That's what you're saying.
What does it matter? Now you're trying to do some red herring stuff.
It does matter if you want to be accurate.
No, you're trying to red herring this whole thing.
Huh?
He thinks the water's at a different height. That's when you're laying on the beach in the water.
Asking a question. Okay, bro. I was just asking a question.
Yeah, and you have yet to concede to anything that's been said. So
I totally get your points, and I think your points are partially correct. Mathematically, they are correct. At least the parts where you're saying that there is such a thing as atmospheric distortion that might distort certain things. But I think your definition of refraction might be slightly off from what I understand. That doesn't mean that my definition is correct. It just means that I don't think yours would be like fully accurate just because the way that light bounces off the denser air and stuff.
Refraction is the guiding principle behind Snell's law.
Right, but that can happen between two different densities of air as well, not just
Again, that's turbulence.
No, that's not quite it. But
yes. Oh, yes, it is. Okay. The primary cause of turbulent air with varying temperatures, right? You want to talk about different temperatures in the air, and it acts like a shifting lens. But it's not going to help you see farther.
Well, the shifting lens. I have a question. For you.
Let me finish real quick, okay?
That was my bad.
Because the more turbulence you have, the less you're going to see. The less turbulence you have, the further you're going to see, right? So when I say turbulence and you hear shifting lens, that doesn't mean seeing farther. You're not going to see farther in extremely turbulent conditions.
Okay, I have a question for you. Do you believe that turbulence and refraction reference the same thing?
No, because again, refraction is Snell's law.
Okay, so then what you're saying is invalidated because you're saying Snell's law is refraction and turbulence is Snell's law. That means that turbulence is refraction based on your logic. Which
turbulence is not Snell's law. Where did you get the two confused? Where did you get the two? I've already specified that they're two different things.
Okay, is turbulence Snell's law?
No.
You just said it was. Then is refraction Snell's law?
No, you're the one who screwed it up. She has it right. You're the one trying to mess it up, dude. I'm listening.
I'm just trying to be observant.
I think that you need to spend some time listening and trying to understand. Because I don't know how else to explain it to you. With miraging and turbulence and things like that, more turbulence in the air means seeing less. Okay, less turbulence in the air means seeing more, right? So if you want to call turbulence refraction, well then more turbulence or more refraction means seeing less.
Right. No, but turbulence is not the same as refraction. And what I'm
okay then.
Yeah, you said that, and then you still reference turbulence when saying refraction can't see further, and that's what's confusing me.
Because I'm trying to point out to you the error in your argumentation, and you're still not getting it.
See, what I'm just confused why you're combining the two, even though you clearly said it they weren't the same.
I'm not combining the two. You're combining the two with that, unwittingly combining the two.
Then how? I literally told you turbulence does not imply refraction. That was my
Exactly.
main argument.
So, yeah, no, turbulence is turbulence. Refraction is Snell's law. The end.
Okay. And what's Snell's? Okay, I'm not gonna argue anymore. I think we should all live in harmony. We should all hold hands together and walk down.
So holding hands because you don't like what refraction actually is. Holding hands isn't going to correct or make anybody feel better.
I'm just talking about holding hands at this point.
Yeah, like the bears do.
What bears? Hold up.
Wait.
Oh,
did you just
anyway.
ask what Snell's law is? And then you stopped and said, never mind, we just all need to hold hands and get along?
You know what?
Yep. Gave up. He's got that. What it is he's going to pretend. He's going to pretend he didn't come in here and forget about everything. To hopefully, just go forget about it. Like go do something completely different.
I understand your points, and I wanted to listen to them anyway. So, anyways, I have to go to bed anyways. It's pretty.
Hey, come back next time. Be a little bit more prepared and come back, dude. Have a chat.
Yeah,
just
I just wanted to
know
talk.
your worldview.
I just wanted to talk, man. I had no other reason why I was here other than just to talk.
Well, you know what? Maybe next time when you come back, you should do more listening, since you have 2 ears and 1 mouth.
Okay, damn, that was pretty hostile.
But that's fair.
What did I do? I'm not.
I'm not being hostile. I'm just saying when you come in here and you've got questions, it's a better idea to listen, to ask your question, and to sit back and listen than it is to talk.
I did. I was listening, and then I made my argument, and then you made yours.
Okay.
I thought that's how a debate worked.
Right. So, do you understand what Snell's law is versus atmospheric distortion?
I do understand.
Do you kind of get it?
I kind of get it, but I think for me, it was like Snell's law was the foundational base of refraction, because that refraction works on Snell's law, being that you have two media. And those two media can be water and air, or air and denser air.
Air and air. You know, Snell's law requires water and air. Okay. And
it does require water and air, yeah.
Yeah, Snell's law requires water and air. Okay. And you're not going to this Snell's law effect through air and air. Okay.
Yes, you are. Denser air, though.
No, that's not what's going to happen. You're not going to get it through air and air. That's crazy.
Yeah, you can.
Because you believe that you can? I'm telling you right now that you can't.
Let me just try and find a reference real quick. Yeah, so two media don't have to be entirely different substances. They can simply be two regions of the same substance that have different optical densities, refractive indices. So dense air and less dense air are two distinct media in the context of Snell's law.
So I've got the whole thing for Snell's law right here, right? Snell's law, right? This would be refraction is the bending of a wave such as light or sound. It passes from one medium to another. Right there. I'm going to read it again. As it passes from one medium to another. So air and more dense air are not two different mediums. It's still one singular medium of air. Okay. So this happens because the wave's speed changes when it enters a new material like air to water, water to air, causing it to change direction. A common example is a straw in a glass of water appearing bent or split at the surface. Okay? So, Snell's law is the relationship between the angles and materials property. It's described by Snell's law, which uses the index of refraction, okay, to quantify how much light bends. Even though light doesn't necessarily bend, it changes angles. So, like a straw, examples of Snell's law, refraction, a straw in water. We already went over that. Eyeglass and lenses. The curve of a lens is designed to refract light in a specific way to correct vision or magnify an image. Rainbows, a prism, or raindrops of refracted sunlight. Separated into different colors, wavelengths. Okay. So you want to get into Snell's law, it's not the same as atmospheric distortion.
Wait, do you know mirage is on a hot road, right? Do you know why?
I do.
Do you know why they form?
Because of it's that turbulence, it's that temperature.
Snell's law, brother.
No, sir. That's not Snell's law.
You do.
Friend,
You don't need to sir me. It's all good.
It's not Snell's law because you're looking through air. Is the road water?
Okay, wait.
It's called an inferior mirage. It's considered heat haze or shimmering. That's what happens. It's how it's categorized. So she's correct. Like it's not Snell's law would have nothing to do with that specific miraging effect.
So
not that specific one.
So okay, what I'm reading up is that mirage is the first media is the cooler air and the hot air is the second media, and light bends upward through the refractive index gradient, creating the illusion of water or reflections. Do you have an argument for that?
What do you mean? What do you mean? You were saying that it was Snell's law.
You didn't make an argument for that, and I get it. I get it.
You were saying it was Snell's law, bro.
Yeah, it is.
Where does it say that there? What you just read?
Because the cooler air is a different medium.
No. Where did it say that it's Snell's law according to what you read?
Because they have different. Wait, let me try and find it again. It was where was it? I'm trying to find it again. Sorry. It was right here. Where? Yeah. Dense air and less dense air are two distinct media in the context of Snell law because they have different optical densities, refractive indices. Damn.
Did he leave? Yeah, he left. That's
Yeah, he was wrong.
Yeah, that's been the big bone I really want to pick and specify with these Globers is when they want to cry refraction, well, they're crying Snell's law, which requires two mediums. They're giving no mind to atmospheric distortion, turbulence, mirages, and such. And this is why they're so confused. And he's like, well, that's refraction. No, it's turbulence. Yeah. You know, and then they leave because they just can't hang. Like, I hope he comes back and actually can understand this, how, you know, there's no earth curvature, you know, there's this magical event that's, you know, bending images up and over a curve isn't happening. Can we get the next contestant, please? Peachy? How about Peachy? Welcome, Mehedi. You're hot mic and how do you say your name? Mehedi? Mehidi? Mehidi? Peachy, would you like to open up your mic and talk to Ethergris? Instead of typing it out in the text chat when you're here in the voice chat?
Okay. Well, Peachy sounds just peachy. Likes to talk crap. Cute. Cheeky.
You sound trans. What the fuck? Peachy, you can open up your microphone. I guess he's scared.
Somebody else just joined in too. Yuga.
Oh, hello. What is this kind of channel? Are you really talking about flat Earth here?
Yes, we are.
Well, you observe the
Okay,
horizon.
so I'm just gonna listen to you.
Fair enough.
Yeah, why does the boat look cut off at the bottom? Well, that's miraging, which causes compression, specifically closer to the horizon. This is why buildings and boats and things they appear to look cut off at the bottom, but they're not cut off. They're heavily compressed closer to the horizon because of that miraging. But Globers go, see, that's Earth curve, but that's because they're not understanding what they're looking at. They're not understanding all of the other factors involved with their observation. And despite that turbulence and miraging, we are still seeing way farther than we should be seeing for a globe Earth. Now, given this turbulence and miraging, it can make the horizon appear at different places, different days, even hour by hour throughout a day. And but still, the problem that the globe has is that the horizon is never, ever, ever where it should be. If Earth were a globe. I think it's amazing that we've got a couple Globers in here staying silent and not even defending their position.
What if we found out that the Earth is flat? So what comes then? What do you think?
Mental
The
sovereignty.
news saying that the flat is the Earth is flat. So
Oh, I see. So you only believe it if it's on the TV? If the news says it? If the TV says it?
no, I don't mean this. If we know the truth, for example, all the countries were secretly
You go.
this.
Have you ever heard of the story of the Emperor's New Clothes?
No.
These two con men trick an emperor into believing that they're creating him some kind of mystical garment that only intelligent people who are honorable can see. And like basically pure of heart kind of thing. And all of these people want to play along and act like they believe that they can see it so that they don't look foolish or evil or wicked, untrustworthy. Until a child points out that the emperor is strutting around naked and says that the emperor's not wearing any clothes. That's pretty much what's going on here with the entire world. They believe in this general relativity nonsense, but it's basically invisible clothing that everybody's acting like they can see. There is no curvature to the earth. The horizon presents itself as being horizontal. You are on the ground, the floor of all that is, and the lights in the sky you see moving overhead are lights in the sky moving over your head.
Does it matter if I still gotta work to live? Whatever.
Well, you won't be able to be bothered by nonsense that has nothing to do with your daily life.
Just
You'll be
gonna
free of
feed
that
my
mess.
family.
Some folks are afraid of like rocks falling from the heavens and landing on their house or hitting them in the head or something. Shit, like Chicken Little.
And lucky for you guys, I actually sell meteorite insurance for $39.59 a month, which has a $10 million payout if a meteorite strikes your dwelling and you can prove it.
That is a great deal. I know I botched the Emperor's New Clothes story. I could do better. I'm going to have to read it and summarize it so that I can say it a lot better than that. But it is a good example of what's going on here. And welcome to whoever just joined in.
Oh, it's you. It's been a long time.
Why do so many of them like to spend so much time in the side chat instead of just talking here in the voice chat? Kind of weird. This Cthulhu guy's been yapping it up for a minute. You should come in here and chill.
Dang, I come back and Hugo's gone. But we got Almanator.
Yeah, I think he left without a word. Yeah, I noticed that Almanator's back. Welcome to whoever just joined in. Tough crowd. Everybody's quiet. Wonder if any of these guys have any globe proof.
I don't know, but imagine sitting in a flat earth server being a glober and not even piping up to defend your position.
Well, a lot of folks do hop in and say they just want to listen. And for the newbies, I understand that. The best thing that they can do is that. In fact, the ones who hop in and start unmuting and yapping without knowing anything, they're the most foolish more often than not. In fact, yeah, if they know nothing, they're foolish, for sure. Is there a verse that says that a fool can seem wise if he keeps his mouth shut?
The thing about that baseline almanator is that it must be established in order to get your elevation angles. Because an angle is two straight lines, and one of those has to be a horizontal line. Or else you don't have an angle, sir.
Oh, what the heck? Almanator's been here the whole time. Yo, why don't you just open up your mic? What the heck? I'm typing in side check like an idiot.
Yeah, Arminator told me, yeah, that he experiences a curvature in reality.
Go ahead, Almanator. Where do you experience curve?
He said give him 10 minutes and he'll be in the VC to chat.
Okay, I'll just wait for that then.
Yeah, just give him some time to prepare, innit? So he prepared to get exterminated, get demolished.
Yeah. Take care of just make some final preparation. Notify next to kin. Not let me quit. Y'all can have at it. I'll mute up and listen. Try and maintain.
I'm about it.
Try and keep it 1v1 or one at a time at least. Make it easier on me.
He says 10 minutes. All right. He's so stressed he's got to smoke a cigarette on the balcony first.
Yeah, Jenna, I want to hear a woman destroy Arminator. That's going to be very funny.
Yep, y'all know I can cook.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, cooking. Yeah, cooking real good.
Alminator versus Jenna would probably be cool. I'll make sure that noobs don't jump in and interrupt or whatever. We've got a couple other mods here who will do what they do. It'll be chill.
Hi, I have something to ask.
Yes, dear. I love that name. It's great.
So this is something very new to me, this flat earth thing. So just out of curiosity, I wish to ask this, that do flat earth, like people who believe in flat earth, so what is their idea about other planets? So
Well, I'd say it's not a belief.
Right. So,
like,
yeah. Well, a
I may
planet.
not be very
right?
good with words, so
Well, the definition, etymology, the root of the word planet means wanderer or wandering light, wandering star. Okay, and Earth is neither wandering nor is it a star. Okay, so the things above our heads are intangible. We cannot reach them, we cannot measure to them, we cannot find out exactly what they are, we cannot touch them, nothing. We can't perceive these with our senses except for sight. Okay, and you look up at these lights in the sky and you assume that you're living on a ball. That's illogical. Like, it'd be like looking up at the sky and seeing birds or planes and clouds and assuming that you live on any one of those things.
no, my question was like, what is your understanding about other planets? Like, do you believe that there is some entity called Jupiter or Saturn or Mars? So what's their shape?
It doesn't matter.
That has nothing to do with the Earth, does it?
Earth measures to be
Just
flat,
asking,
so
like,
whatever's going on up there above us.
Yeah, we don't
it's
get
going on
nobody
over us.
cares about space. Nobody cares about space lights. Nobody. Only you do.
Don't care, but
No, I don't care about space lights. They're always there.
let that lady answer. No, she was answering Snell's law so nicely. I learned a lot. So I just want her opinion. Like, you are 100 people. You can say whatever you want, but I just want her
Nice
opinion.
lady, tell him how we don't care about space lights.
Okay, so we don't care about the space lights because the space lights are the opposite direction from the ground. If we want to know about the ground, which direction should we look?
What are the possible directions in which you can look? You tell me that. It's
So we should-
obviously up.
Okay, so if we want to know about the ground, we should look towards the ground, right?
Yeah, makes sense. Sounds good.
Yes, we want to operate on complete logic and common sense here. Okay, so some people assume balls in the sky. Here's the thing about it, right? You can put any shape you want on a wall and go really, really far away from it. Eventually, you're not going to be able to resolve what those shapes are anymore. They're all going to look like circles. So it's also fallacious to think that you see balls in the sky. Right? We want to know about the ground. So
when you say sky, what's the sky? It is the atmosphere, or
the sky.
like, is there anything?
The sky is above you. Okay, the sky is up. Okay, the ground is down below you.
So like,
that's what I
how
mean when I
much up?
say looking towards the sky.
Like, should I go 1 kilometers above, or like, what is the physical measurement? Up, like how much? If you tell me to go right, like how many meters? Any physical quantity you must ascertain. No?
I don't know how that's relevant to how things in the sky aren't going to tell you anything about the ground, though.
Like, see, if you use the word sky without mentioning like how far I have to go, then I can go beyond the atmosphere, stratosphere, and all, and ultimately I reach to what I call space. So you need to define that. No, you say a word sky, which I don't understand how you understand. So you need to clarify that.
Okay, when you look up, Are you looking at the sky, right? I'm going to look there. There's the ground and there's the sky, right?
Yes, if I go
Yeah.
like 1 kilometer above and then I look, and if I go like 100 kilometers above and then I look, is it still the sky?
Oh, you're talking about are you seeing the horizon around you?
No, I'm not telling the horizon. You say when you look up, it's sky. I'm telling how far should I look up? Like what limit I would call it as sky? Give a physical quantity. Like you all are science students. You are telling so length is a physical quantity. Give me like how far? Like what is the length I should look up? To what range you would call it sky? Or is there any no limit to it? Like whatever
I'm
we look
saying
up, whatever
I'm
length
saying
it's sky.
when you look directly up, right? So call it 90 degrees. You're looking directly up, vertical, right? You're going to see sky, right? You're going to see the stars. You're going to see clouds and birds and planes and stuff, right? You're going to see these things up above your head. Yeah?
Yeah, when you say
90
birds and planes, so birds and plane live in like we see them at a different level, at a different elevation, at a different height from the ground level, and stars are at different level. So like for
Okay, so I
you,
should just
from
rip the Band-Aid
birds
off.
to stars, it's all sky.
Okay, so I should just rip the Band-Aid off. Space is fake.
Like
That's my favorite
you
part.
don't like using the word space, it's good. So everything that's up
Space is
is
fake.
sky for you. Like instead of using the word space, you are using sky. That's it.
No, okay, whatever. No, it's really the same thing, right? I look up towards the sky, the stars in the night sky. Holy moly!
But do you get the difference? Like
Well,
stars
do you see?
are at
Do you
different
see?
elevation.
Real quick, dear. Do you see stars in the night sky?
Yes.
Okay, then you're looking at the sky. It doesn't matter. You just want me to use different words, okay? And I'm not going to just use different words just to appease you. Okay, I'm not here to make you feel comfortable. Okay.
Don't use
So
like I wish to make you comfortable. Don't use the word space if you don't like. But like when you say you look up in the sky and like you see stars, okay, wonderful. But when I look up in the sky, I see birds also. So are birds and stars at the same level? No, there is
no,
like
they're
distinction.
not right. But the birds are at least tangible. The sky, the things in the sky, the things in space, and quote unquote space, are intangible.
Yeah, dude, listen, I can go ahead when a bird is flying over, take my pellet gun and shoot it so it falls to the ground and then go pick it up and throw it in the trash can. Or I can try shooting at a star and it's just going to fall down and hit somebody's windshield on the couple roads over. So which is better to do? Which way do you, what's a star?
Yeah, I was just gonna. Let me just
Like
answer the
define your
gentleman's
sky
question. Yeah,
thing.
hold on, sir. You want to know what's up there, and we'd only define it as sky.
Let me
The
talk to that
stars,
lady. Like
the stars.
I'm not very I'm not very good at this language English
That's
also.
fine.
So like let me
That's
speak
fine.
to her.
Yeah, no, you're not going to choose who you speak to. We're all involved in this conversation. So
Then
when
I
you look,
choose not to speak. You
then
enjoy
that's up to you. That's up
I
to you.
choose not to speak.
That's up
Thank
to
you so
you.
much. If
Thank
one
you.
person cannot answer, then I cannot answer three people randomly
No, you're not going to
speaking
do. This
random
isn't.
facts.
This isn't you just controlling
It's
this
your place.
conversation.
It's your place. You enjoy.
That's
You
right.
enjoy. Thank you so much.
We have been. Thank you. But when you're pointing up at the sky, there is only sky. There is no vacuum of space. So space doesn't exist. All we have is sky. That's what I was going to say. There is no space. There's only sky. The stars are in the sky. The sun is in the sky. The moon is in the sky. If someone thinks it's in space, they're going to have to provide evidence that space exists as a logistical place you can go to. That's it. It's only sky. That's it. There's only sky. There is no space. Yeah, I'd challenge anybody. If you think there's space outside of sky, provide evidence of that. Because we only know sky and that's all there is.
Yeah, space is fake, dude. A violation of the second law of thermodynamics and various other gas laws. So.
I don't think he likes that part.
Yeah, most of them don't like that part, but that's the globe Earth idea. That cosmology is held up by pseudoscience, theoretical physics, and lots of mathematics and imagination. All right, there's no demonstrations, there's no measurements, there's no testability, there's no repeatability. So that's a bummer.
Yeah, if he wants to talk about space, then he's got to prove it. All we know is sky. That's it. Anybody else up for the challenge?
What's the challenge?
Prove that there's space above the sky.
There is. Okay, very simple. Go buy a $10,000 Blue Origin ticket. Go up there and see it for yourself. Very simple.
That's not proof, dude.
So you don't trust your own eyes?
Dude, you're not flying around a ball, weirdo.
Okay, then what do you suggest?
Measuring it.
You want to measure the Earth?
Yes.
Okay, how about this? You go. Where do you think the edge of the Earth is?
Why is there an edge?
Do you believe the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Okay, so where do you think the edge is?
Oh, I don't know. I don't care. I live in Ohio, dude. One edge is Lake Erie. I can't really go past that unless I want to get in a boat. I'm done with boating. I did that for 20, 30 years. All done. We don't do boating anymore.
Okay, it's very simple to prove the Earth is flat. Is not flat. It's round.
No, go ahead, prove it.
Let me explain. All right. So, the way gravity works is when objects with mass.
Dude, why are you switching subjects? You're going to prove that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, I am.
Why are you talking about gravity?
No, listen. The way gravity works is
I didn't ask about gravity. How does gravity work? I asked you to prove that you live on a ball. How it was measured.
Dude, if you'd listen, you'd know.
It's nothing to do with gravity.
Bro, a flat Earth, a gravitational field, all right? It wouldn't be able to warp space-time. It wouldn't be able to create, like, you know how general relativity works? Like, the reason why gravity is what it is, why some objects have gravitational fields, is because it bends space-time. Like, Earth and its mass bends space-time, and it creates a gravitational field around. And then that's how...
Prove it.
That's crazy, dude.
Prove it. Prove what you just said right now. Prove it that it's true. Go ahead.
The proof is that you're not flying off
No,
into.
that's not the proof.
Why would
No,
we
that's
be
not the proof.
flying off? Why
I
would
wanna
we
know-
be flying off, son? Why
wanna
would
know
we
how-
be flying off? First of all, hold on. Just
Because
tell me why we would fly off.
The way gravity works is it has to be a circular.
You don't know how it works. You don't know how it works. So what is gravity? What is gravity right now? Just tell me what it is.
It's the force that's attracting you towards the Earth right now.
Yeah, how did you test for that?
You throw a fucking apple in the air and it lands on the ground, bro.
Okay, you see something happening. That's called an
wait.
effect. That's called an
AV.
effect. What is the cause for the effect?
AV, he threw the apple in the air, it landed in the water. Now what do we do?
It's the same thing. Look, if you had a large enough object with a large enough mass, it would create a gravitational field around it.
How do you know that?
Bro, look at atoms. Look at
No,
atoms.
I'm not going to look at something. I want you to tell me how you know what you know, for God's sakes. Just tell me how you know.
Post the size of the object needs to be to start a gravity field so that I can go start one.
Okay, so you look at an atom, right? You look at the nucleus of an atom. There's protons and neutrons.
You've never seen one of those. You've never seen one of those.
You can look.
Wow.
You can under an
Dude, you're working off your imagination to us. We don't do that shit. Why are you playing imagination games with us?
Bro,
Yeah, you've never seen what you just said.
Go get an electron microscope and see.
Have
the
you
atom.
seen one? Have you seen one?
I don't have access to a science lab, bro.
Then why are you saying there's one that exists if you've never seen it?
Because credible people have seen it.
So you believe. You just believe somebody saw it and you didn't see it. So somebody else saw it.
Okay, fine. How about this? When Apollo astronauts went to the moon, they took pictures of the Earth behind them, and it was literally round. It was spherical. How about that?
Wow, he's just all the way in. So he's one of those. You got to go moon landing and the whole 9 yards with this one. Good luck.
I was going to tell you the same. Good luck, dude. I'm bowing out of this.
You go ahead, take this one.
You believe the moon landing is fake? Are you kidding me?
Malamute, you're up, bro.
Bro, I went to NASA recently. I visited Texas. I visited Houston. I went to NASA. I saw the rockets. I literally saw like the stuff the Apollo astronauts. All right. Nah,
It's a
bro.
cool
The
story,
moon
bro.
landing
You didn't go to the moon.
They actually constructed the shit. They did the experiments. They did the test launches.
You're
And for
preaching. We heard the same story, dude, and now you're preaching. We were raised up with the same story. You're not teaching anybody anything new, and now you're giving us an anecdote about you going to go visit some show.
It's real.
That the Earth is not a square.
Nobody's claiming it's a square, and please don't interrupt. We're already speaking. Thank you.
It's real, bro. The moon landing is real. I don't know what to tell you, man. Like,
we get it that you're a believer. Hardcore.
No, this is not religion. There's no believer. There's only
It is
fact.
a religion. No, it is.
No.
You're under the authority of the cult of Pythagoras and the Globus Cruciger.
Okay, fine.
You are in a religion.
Say you are correct, right? Why would they con the whole world?
It's a religion. It's actually a cult of money.
Dude, you don't have to be fooled. You can just go outside and see for yourself and check for yourself. The Earth is just flat and stationary, and we're contained. You can do this yourself. Nobody's hiding it from you. You just think they are.
All right, fine. How do you think the atmosphere works? Like, say I'm traveling from East Asia to North America, right? Usually there's a curve, all right, because they're very far away continents, right? But if there wasn't a curve, we'd fly off the fucking Earth, right? And fall off the edge, right? So how come people aren't falling off the edge all the time?
I can answer.
No, you have a fundamental misunderstanding about this. You're trying to put some kind of disc into your heliocentric model. You're on the floor, and the lights in the sky you see moving overhead are moving overhead. How do you fall off the floor, dude? Come on.
What?
What?
If the Earth is is a sphere, then why people do not fall from the down place? You know. Tell me, Mr. Cryptic.
If the Earth is a sphere, you'd go around it, bro. How can you fall
No,
off?
why I don't look at like I'm looking from the other side? Why I don't look at like I'm in a rope and they try to kill me? Why I don't look it upside down?
But you all are like dumb as shit, bro. I'm sorry.
Uh-oh. He's spiraling.
Yeah, he's spiraling now.
No, I'm not spiraling. I'm trying
Goodbye, Spiral.
Well, then why you don't give me an answer? If I'm dumb, why you don't give me an answer?
What was your question? I want to answer.
Cryptic, do you know this is where the rabbit hole starts? The more you dig down, the more repellent it seems like.
Okay, say the Earth is flat, right? What are you gonna do about it, bro? Like, you're not leaving the Earth, right? You're not some astronaut going to Mars or something. Like, what are you gonna do regardless of whether the Earth is flat or not?
Do you know? There is a
Why
fun
do you care
fact.
about going to? Why do you care about going to Mars, dude?
Because it's the next frontier for
No,
humanity.
it's not. That's fake. That's made up shit on TV. Nothing about that shit is real. Filmed on Devon Island.
Elon Musk. What do you think about Elon Musk and SpaceX and all that?
That's wonderful TV show.
So, Cryptic, do you know a fun fact? Even airlines uses flat Earth map to navigate. They don't use the global standard.
Yeah, because they use the flat Earth map because most of the continents on Earth are on one side of the Earth. The other side of the Earth is all the Pacific Ocean.
But why they will risk everything on the just latitude and longitude to be misplaced? No one takes that risk. And then
70% of the Earth is water, right? Only 30% is land, and most of that land is on one side of the Earth because the Earth used to be one continent. All right.
No, you didn't answer my question. If Earth is globe, the latitude and longitude will be spread out, and it will bulges at the equator. And why they will use the flat Earth map to disguise itself as or disguise the latitude and longitude differently. Why they will risk everything? That doesn't make any sense. And yeah.
Okay, but if the Earth map was spherical, then how would it make a difference in pilot navigation?
It will not. Because the global model claims to be the Earth bulges, so the latitude, the distance bulges at the equator, and why they will use the flat Earth map to travel between the continents or to the countries. But that's simple logic. No one risks that. If you know if you have the two maps, what will you pick? You pick the map which is more accurate, or the map which is irrelevant?
Okay, I don't know how to answer that question, but there was an experiment that I heard of where if you're on a building, if you're on a building, it'll say you're on a 40-story building, all right, and you placed each person near the window of a 40-story building, and you watch the sunrise, right? If the Earth was flat, every single person would see the sunrise at the exact same time. But then, since the Earth is a spherical shape, the first people to see the Earth sunrise would be on a particular floor. I think it's the bottom floor. Then it would work its way up. But if it was flat, everyone would see the sunrise at the same time.
No, that doesn't track at all.
Why?
Sounds made up, dude.
All right, then
The
go
thing
to
is,
astrology.
the thing is with the
In a way
flat Earth,
that it can't
we
possibly be. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. So all the people who are in this, we are not just forcing you to believe that it is flat. We are all biased because we have fed a lie, and we have the normal people like us. We have been in the darkness, and they don't want to tell the truth. So we are not claiming anything, but there are the two sides of the coin. So we can't just say it will be global because the deeper you dig down in the rabbit hole, the more you start to realize that everything in
No,
every
but what's
aspect
the
of life.
rabbit hole? What is the rabbit hole?
Yeah,
do we
the
get
thing is, with the rabbit hole, we can't discuss here because it is so complicated, and I think so should not discuss here because this
Come on, man.
whole
Look,
discard. No, for that you need to do your own research,
no, I'm
and
not
we
doing
can.
any research, bro. Look,
Hey,
I'm not wasting
hey,
time.
That's a problem with the humans. That's a problem with the humans. They
hey,
don't have
Aria,
to do their
Aria,
own research.
yeah, 1 second, Cryptic. Hold on 1 second. Aria, are you a new member to the Flat Earth? Like, I've just noticed you right now. I heard you speaking, but are you like brand new to this group?
No, I've been in this group for a while. I'll just shifting around different channels. Sometimes I'll be in the political and regional channel, and sometimes. And I recently saw this.
Are you from India?
Yeah.
Okay, we don't have representatives from India. We used to have a guy, but I'm only saying that because we have somebody established in almost every country. So it's good to hear somebody from India. So I appreciate. That's all I was gonna say. I haven't heard your voice and just wanted to like.
Yeah,
you're doing it. You're doing a good job. I didn't want to. I'm not gonna interrupt any longer. I didn't know who you were. So
Yeah, and the thing is with the Indian people, they are in their own delusion. Like they're enjoying their life, and they don't know what's
they're
going
pretty
on.
smart, bro.
yes. No, but carry on. I just wanted to go ahead and let you talk to the guy, but I didn't know who you were, but I'm welcoming you to the group and stuff. So
Yeah. Actually, the Indian peoples are more into the delusion. They don't care what's going on, and they're not aware of.
No, actually, they're pretty smart, and most of the West likes to question their government because they have some, I don't know, some grudge against the government, even though they're some of the best governments in the world. They have some grudge against them, always trying to find conspiracy theories to discredit their government. And that's how they come up with flat earth. There are people who believe humans have landed on Mars, who also believe
That's
humans
crazy.
haven't landed, who also believe humans haven't landed on Earth. I mean, on the moon. So like, they will literally question everything the government feeds them to the point where it just gets like they're even
So
questioning their own
Cryptic,
gender.
you really want to dive into that rabbit hole? I can
No.
give you the starting point of the rabbit hole, but at the end you have to do your own research. Because
Okay, fine.
if
Give me
I
the
want
starting
to,
point.
yeah, the starting point is question everything, what you see, and question that who controls everything. And yeah, just you can dig into it by your own research because, and the thing is, even though history, the books you will gonna read when you're trying to dig this rabbit hole, it still seems more repellent, and I don't think so. It will be more, what I say, relevant, but you have to connect your own dots rather than just reading the books. Yeah.
Look, I don't know, man. I think I don't understand why they would lie about such a big thing to the point where they con the entire world. Yeah, I'm not buying it, bro. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just in the Matrix, you know. Maybe you all here are like Neo or something, bro.
Oh, he thinks he's a brain in the jar, folks. You guys broke this one too.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. So Cryptic, how about we'll make it more simple? So whom do you trust?
I trust science.
Okay, where does science came from?
From people doing experiments and eventually coming to a conclusion.
Okay, who fund those experiments and the research?
Well, the original experiments which were conducted in like early European society, I'm sure there was stuff in like Indian and Chinese and all these other societies, but they never wrote them down properly. But if you look
Okay,
at
but how do you confirm that everything they say is under the name of science is true?
I mean, to be fair, right, you could conduct these experiments on your own and come to your own conclusions,
Yeah, but
right?
we do not.
Why?
So when you go to the pharmacist to buy a medicine, how do you do medical testing that the medicine or drug does not contain poison?
No, but you trust the medical authorities, right? You guys don't trust the government when it comes to flat Earth stuff, right?
Okay, so how about how about who controls the government?
The politicians whom you elect.
Okay, so where does the government get money from?
Well, taxes, right? Taxes, sometimes lobbying.
No,
Then?
from the central banks.
Actually, central banks are like separate from the government, aren't they?
No, every country has their own central bank.
Yeah,
Like in
they do,
India,
but they're
we
all.
have RBI. Like
Yeah,
in
I
US, they
know
have
that,
Fed.
but I know every country has central banks, but they're all separate from the government. They're not supposed to be influenced by politics.
Okay, okay. The thing is, okay. So the development you see all around you, where does the money came from? How
Like
does government get the funds?
taxes.
No, it's not.
Then
It's a central banks. That's what I'm telling.
no, the central banks print money. The central banks issue bonds. The central banks print money. The government can issue bonds. You can buy their bonds, but
Do you know? Okay, the central bank. Okay, so government the all money is controlled by the central banks, and moreover the central bank takes bond from private banks. Do you know that?
Takes what?
Bonds, open market bonds from
whom?
Private banks. So money to be printed out of thin air. The private bank says, hey, we have this much amount of assets and we'll give you the bonds. But in reality, they don't have that asset. They don't have the reserve. So they just write down the bonds and they give to the central banks and say, now you can print the money out of thin air. And who owns the banks? This is what the rabbit hole starts.
Wait, are you talking about private banks or central banks? Who owns the banks and all that?
Central banks are being owned by the private banks because central banks don't have their own money. They take bond from the open market share. It's like an auction bonds from the private banks. You don't know the money flow, where the money is where the money is originated.
No, I know central banks print money and like they increase and decrease interest rates based on like based on what's necessary for the economy. They're in charge of monetary policy. I do know that private banks do influence central banks on monetary
so
policy.
how about we'll make it more easy. We'll make this chart more easy. Okay, so it's like government takes bonds or loan from the central bank takes a loan from the private banks. Who owns the private banks? It's a question you can go and research about that by your own self, because I won't discuss here anything. Okay. Secondly, the media. Who controls the media? You can go, and who owns the media? You can go and check that out. Who owns the NASA? Who owns the social media? Who owns the pharmacist? Who are those all billionaires?
Look, all right, fine. Say the entire, like, all of this is buyed out. They're all corrupt. They're all trying to con you and all that, right? What's stopping a private citizen who happens to be very rich, from finding out on their own and then sharing it with the entire world?
How rich we are talking about? Even though the normal people have billions of dollars, they can't compete because they have trillions, and they're printing out the money out of thin air.
And also, we are telling everybody. What do you want us to do? Are we supposed to go on CNN now?
You guys are nobody. You guys are nobodies, bruh.
Okay, who are the people that are supposed to be the somebodies?
The people who know science, who know engineering.
Okay, who? Name them. Name somebody that knows science.
Oh, Elon Musk.
No, he's a cartoon character.
Every billionaire you see are being placed by someone as a puppets. So even though you see in the politics we have a left or right, but they eventually serves the one master. The only way they are trying to make is try to create a distractions among the people, and they try to divide the people and keep people in the lies and in the darkness.
And
so
you guys.
I mean, that is ridiculous.
And that's the rabbit
who's that
hole.
guy? The one that got stoned on Joe Rogan's. Yeah, him. Yeah, he'd make a great political candidate. Let's put him up in power. Yeah.
Dude, you sound Australian. You know, you could actually prove that you're. Are you Australian, by the way, T-Dub?
That's right. I come from the land over there.
Yeah. You can prove to yourself that the Earth is round. Okay, you literally live in like the so-called edge of the Earth. So just walk off. Just go to New Zealand. Fly over to New Zealand. Walk off the edge and fall.
What edge? To where? Where? To where?
Do you think the Earth is flat?
No, I don't think it. It is.
Okay, so where's the edge?
Where's the edge of the universe?
No idea, bro. No idea.
Yep. Flat's not a shape, dumbass.
No,
Newsflash.
Yeah.
Smooth's not a shape. Bumpy's not a shape. Flat's not a shape.
What?
Yeah. Newsflash, buddy. Wow.
He's trying to put this Pizza Planet Space Frisbee into a heliocentric model.
Trying to strawman us with some bullshit. That's what's going on.
You mean the surface? Hey, the surface of my carpeted room, the surface of carpeting, is not a shape.
Look, the most basic thing that one can prove, so-called, if they believe the Earth is flat, is to find the edge. All right, I could understand.
No, we've proved it already. We've proved it. We don't need to find an edge. We proved it already.
That statement is illogical. That's not a logical statement, because me knowing if there's an edge, hold on, well, just listen to what I'm going to tell you right now. The edge is not contingent of me telling you where the edge is not contingent upon like you knowing what the surface is. The surface condition is a horizontal plane. I don't need to tell you that the edge is wherever it is to tell you that the horizontal plane is measured flat. I don't need to tell you that.
Okay, yeah, I get that, but do you think the Earth is infinite though? It's not, right?
That's not. It's non sequitur. Non sequitur means it doesn't follow. It does not follow that I need to answer that to tell you that the description of the surface where we live on is a horizontal plane.
Okay, all right. I get that it's an horizontal plane, but there has to be right. Don't you?
Yeah, that's a question that you want to know, Cryptic. That question, you want to know that question. I don't. I don't need to. It's not necessary for me to tell you that the Earth is flat for me to tell you also that there is or is not an edge. I don't need to say those things. I can just tell you the Earth is flat.
No, I get that it's not necessary to prove the Earth is flat. I get that, but don't you think that if the Earth was flat, that if we found the edge, it would actually be interesting for
No.
discovery?
No. You know why? Because logistically, everybody can't actually go and verify that that's true. So if you go and say, hey, I found the edge, and you come back and tell everybody, it'd be the same thing as if you claimed you land on the moon, come back and tell everybody. It's the same thing. You just make believers out of everybody. You wouldn't be able to have them verify that information.
Grab a camera and go.
First of all, they will assassinate you.
Yeah, I mean, even if you could get that information out, but the problem is you'd only make believers and not people that know what you're saying is true.
Yeah, so essentially, you guys don't have a solution to your problem, essentially.
No, the solution is not finding out where the edge is. The solution is getting everybody to realize they live on a horizontal plane. That's the solution.
You guys are the ones that are in a cult law, because like you guys don't want to share any like if I had a picture that the Earth was flat, you would say doesn't matter.
What are you talking about, bro?
We're sharing with you right
just go
now, dude.
outside. You
That's
can go
what we're
outside
doing
and
right
see it
now.
with your own eyes.
We're sharing with you right now about the flat Earth. That's what we're doing.
Cryptic, fun fact is NASA itself claims that they're all pictures are CGI.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of NASA. All right, I also don't like NASA, but I'm a big fan of SpaceX. All right, and I believe what they're doing is for real.
Same company.
No, it's not.
Well, how come they have NASA stickers all over SpaceX?
Because there's
and fun factors, and the fun factors in lots of an Egyptian teaching, they said the civilizations are mostly underwater and inside the earth. That's why the NASA initially started the water exploration program, but they canceled it and they moved towards the space exploration program.
Do you guys think like Atlantis is real and all that? Like the lost city of Atlantis?
It might be, but nobody still knows because we are in the darkness. They want to.
I mean, fine. How about this? Well, you guys could get into power, go get rich, and go into politics, get power.
We don't need that. Cryptic, we do not need that.
How rich we are talking.
Ara, hold on a second. We don't need that because just based on information we can give you right now, you can go and test to see if you live on an Earth that they say is a globe. You can do that right now and find out that it's a horizontal plane. So you don't need a lot of money. You just need the effort. Cryptic. You just need the effort to go out to the beach and find out if it measures like they say that it does as a globe. That's all you need.
Okay, tell me the tests.
It's called a long distance observation. Hopefully somebody can give you a methodology because I'm not kind of busy right now, but I do want you to realize it's a long distance observation to see if there's any curvature or drop over distance measured.
Well, are you literally looking over the beach horizon and seeing if the Earth is flat? Is that what you're saying? Because if that's what you're saying, there's like refraction and all that, right? So like what objects that appear closer are actually much further than they are because of refraction of light and all that. So
Cryptic, have you ever been in a plane? Aeroplane?
Yeah.
When you look outside the window, do you see the curvature?
Most of the planes that I fly through travel at night, but I have been on like a few flights in the morning, and like I just look outside and it's mostly just clouds flying over the clouds. I don't see anything else, bro. It's too bright.
Yeah, you can pull out the picture of airplane outside of the airplane without a fishy islands. And then you can see because you can't see the curvature of the Earth from the plane, which is flying about 30 to 35,000 feet. And again, the global Earth also claim that you can see the curvature from 6 to 7 kilometers of a distance. You can see the depth from the 6 to 7 kilometers, and we are flying around up 35,000 feet, 40,000 feet most probably, and you're saying that we can't see the curvature.
Look, I've never looked outside the window of a plane that much because it's just too bright. But yeah, I can't tell you that with my own eyes. But but if you stand on a beach and you try to look at the edge, that's impossible because of the refraction of light. And I don't know what kind of education you guys have, what kind of formal education, but it would be it would
Fun fact. Who funded the education?
depends on the country.
It's not. What's the origin of the education? Oh my god, we are really doing this.
What? You're from India, right? So the government funds your public education, doesn't it?
Okay, well, can I ask you a question? Does public education teach people that the surface of liquid at rest is horizontal?
Why does it need to teach that? It's literally common sense.
Does it? I'm asking you. It's common sense. It's common sense, you say.
Wow, you got a whole new starting pattern there. He said it's common sense. It's obvious, dude. Like you said, it's obvious that it's horizontal when it's at rest. Take it away, fellas.
If the surface of liquid at rest is horizontal, how can the Earth be covered in mostly liquid and it be a ball?
Gravity.
No, I didn't ask. I didn't ask what's causing the surface. I'm asking you, if it's horizontal, then how is it a ball and curving?
Well, the Earth started off as a ball because of when the universe first began and the Milky Way was first formed and the solar system was formed. The way planets form is when smaller rocks smash into each other, and eventually they create bigger rocks, and the bigger rocks
You've gone into you've gone into imagination land now. Look, listen. You know what horizontal means, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is horizontal curved?
No.
No. So you've got the Earth covered in mostly water, a liquid, right? That's allegedly curving. So how can it be that liquid at rest, the surface of liquid at rest lies horizontal, yet we live on a curving surface?
Well, okay, let me explain fully. When the solar system was first formed, smaller rocks smashed into bigger rocks, and they
I don't think
formed
you're
even bigger
understanding.
rocks. No, wait. They formed bigger rocks, and then the mass of those rocks was bigger, and then their gravitational field was bigger. Then they'd form a sphere. That's how planets are formed. And from there, asteroids smashed into Earth, brought water with them, and that's how the Earth was covered in water.
Yes, but that water has to curve. It can't be horizontal.
Yeah, I mean, the water. Look. Human vision is such that like you can't. Our field of view. Our field of view is limited. All right. I don't necessarily think.
So it's not actually horizontal.
Like well.
Are you saying that? Are you saying it's not actually horizontal?
If you had water in a cup, it's horizontal. All right. But if you had water on the surface
Okay,
of
then
the earth,
welcome to flat Earth.
no, if you had water on the surface of
Mhm.
the earth, it's literally curved. You cannot tell
No.
it with your
Oh,
own
oh,
eyes.
right,
You cannot tell it with
right.
your own eyes
Hey,
because
T-Dub. Hey, T-Dub. Hey, sir. T-Dub's going to ask you, because in the cup, it's horizontal, and now we're going to have magic cup that keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. At what point in this magic cup does the water become curved?
okay, first of all, the cup is not spherical. All right, it's like most cups are like, I don't know, cylindrical. All right, if you had a spherical cup, the water would curve. All right, say you had like a spherical glass test tube or whatever, then it would completely surround. Like, think about it. The property of liquids is such that it can its volume can fill any shape. It's like it has no shape, unlike solids. It has an irregular shape, so it can fit in any container that you pour it in. So for a spherical earth, since liquid has an irregular shape, it could be curved.
At what distance does that flat horizontal cup of water start curving with the earth? What size cup is that got to be?
Uh, uh, it doesn't have to. Look, dude, it's on the earth. It doesn't have to curve with the earth. Even if it was bigger than the earth, it would, like, you placed it on the earth. It would be on the earth. It would be the same shape. It doesn't have to curve. Water can curve because it has an irregular shape. It's in liquid
So
state.
if I took a cup and on the bottom I inverted it so it was a big bump on the bottom inside the cup, up like a bubble, like there was a ball in the bottom, about half a ball, and I poured water in it, would the top of the water be ball shaped?
What? I don't get it.
I don't get what you're trying to say.
I'm trying to say
Spherical
that
cup.
liquids. I'm trying to say the liquids are irregular shaped. Like, you can
I
pour
thought they were.
liquid.
I thought you said they were horizontal in a cup.
No, they are horizontal in a cup because they.
Okay,
take
that's
the
what we're
shape of
talking
the
about. Not the shape that it takes inside a container. The surface. Surface, it's horizontal. So now I have a bucket. Is it still horizontal?
Yeah, because you okay.
Now I
Okay,
have
say
my
you
kitchen sink. Now I have my kitchen sink. Is it still horizontal?
No, pour it in.
No, it's
Pour it
not.
in a spherical container. Pour it in a spherical container.
What's a
Is it
spherical container?
just get a okay? You have a say you have a hamster
You mean like a
ball, all right?
coconut?
No, say yeah, a coconut. All right. Say you filled a coconut, fully filled both sides of a coconut with water. All right. It would curve. It would curve and fill the entire coconut. All right.
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
Say you had a ball, inflatable ball, and you poured water inside the ball. It would fill the entire ball, and it would curve. It would curve, and it
Oh,
would
so you're
curve.
saying the Earth is curved because it's sitting inside a plastic bubble?
Yeah, he's claiming that it's curvature due to
Because the Earth is inside of a beach ball. Is that what you're claiming, sir? Beach ball
No,
Earth?
I think the Earth is a beach ball, and I think there's water on it,
Oh
held
gosh.
together by gravity.
So, Cryptic, how you explain the planes are moving straight, but they are not dipping down their nose every 3 minutes to match the Earth curvature? Why is it so?
Look, when planes travel straight, the reason why they don't bend down all the time is because there's gravity, and gravity is pulling the planes towards the Earth. And as the planes move
I gotta
forward,
stop you right there. Gravity's not a pulling force. Gravity's not a force at all, according to general relativity.
Have you
Do know what
ever heard
do you know
of
that?
escape velocity? Escape velocity. Escape velocity of Earth?
I've heard of it, but not. I've heard of it, but I don't necessarily know the exact definition.
Yeah, so escape velocity of Earth is 11.2 kilometers per second. If you taken up this meter to per hour, then the escape velocity is much lower. Sorry, the escape velocity of airplane is much more higher. So gravity doesn't affect on them. If they doesn't dip down their nose, the airplane will move straight forward than that of to intact with the curvature of the Earth. So escape velocity doesn't add up.
Wait, escape velocity is the speed you have to travel to escape the Earth's gravity, right?
Yeah.
Wait, so so you're saying that if you measure it per hour, it's wait. Could you repeat what you said?
Yeah.
Well, what'd you say?
Yeah. So I said that the escape velocity that you said that the plane. I said that the plane is traveling in the straight, but the pilots are not dipping down their nose every 3 minutes to intact with the curvature of the Earth. Why is it so? So you answered it as a gravity, but airplane, the speed is approximately 800 kilometers per hour, which is more than enough than that of escape velocity.
Wait, airplanes escape velocity is 800 kilometers an hour, and what? Well, what else are you saying?
Wait a minute.
You know, I might attend a flat Earth conference at some point in my life with a bunch of friends to just actually find out and troll you guys, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. Cause like,
Troll us. You can't even do that in here. You haven't been able to do anything yet. You'll get laughed at, dude. You know what? You'll become famous. Go ahead, go to one of those things and try to troll them. See how famous you get. We'll have you viral.
all right.
You wouldn't need the troll anyway. You could just show up and people would welcome you and chat with you.
Because if airplane will travel in the same speed, it will get to the higher layers of the atmosphere of the Earth, but it's still intact at 40,000 feet or 45,000 feet. To maintain its steady pace on the curvature, the airplane needs to dip down its nose, but they never dip down their nose. They always stay. They always travel in the straight.
Wait, so what you're saying is the airplane travels at a certain speed, but it doesn't make sense for the height at which it's traveling to not bend its nose every few seconds.
Yeah, let's take an example. Like if you have a ball, and suppose you are flying a toy airplane on it, and if you fly that toy airplane on that ball straight, you just get out of that atmosphere and you entered on the higher densities atmosphere. But that's not the case. But if you have that toy airplane, you need to dip down their nose and align it with the curvature of the ball to maintain into the lower atmospheric levels, or else you will just flown out to the different atmospheric levels. So you have to dip down the nose to make the steady pace on the curvature.
No, I get what you're saying, but yeah, I get what you're saying, and I can see why you would think that's correct. But a lot of your logic, like all of you have heard from here, it's all based on I see, therefore I know. Like that's your logic.
No, that's incorrect.
I know.
No, incorrect. Incorrect. There's more to it. You're leaving some out.
But the thing is, I'm
You're
also
misrepresenting
observing.
us.
I'm observing
bro.
with my own eyes and senses rather than you're just
dude,
believing on them.
I appreciate what you're saying, bro. I stepped in.
Yeah, good.
I want to correct this man because he's misrepresenting us. He's leaving out an important part. And that's that we not only observe it, we also measure it that way, and we use it that way practically. Just like is being described here with the aeroplane. Practically uses the Earth as flat.
Everything you've told me, from the water being horizontal in the glass, and this guy telling me that airplanes and can't escape escape velocity or whatever, and then you telling me to go to the beach and look outside, and like all of this is just I see, therefore I know.
Okay,
No,
so
it's also
you
measured away.
you give me the evidence that Earth is globe, rather than proving us. Prove me the Earth. Prove or give me the evidence that Earth is round.
I mean, dude, the most simple thing I can say is we have pictures, but you guys don't believe that. So the
Okay.
second
Holy
So
fuck!
you
Wait,
believe
hold on.
So you're believing the someone's else
that's-
picture, and you're
that's
not believing on your own eyes and observation.
Dude, that's your C. That's your C right there. So you say flat earthers are someone who just looks and believes what they see. You look, you see the earth is flat, you don't believe that. Then someone shows you a photo that you see, then you believe that instead.
All right, fine. How about this? You guys know gravity is a real thing, right? So how is gravity made? It's made when
No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't know. I don't know that. I don't know that.
Okay,
Gravity
well,
is not absolute. Gravity is not absolute. We have buoyancy, which we call it buoyancy. The gravity act differently in the water, and different densities. So gravity is not absolute.
I live on the equator, all right on the equator. And if the Earth was flat, I'm pretty sure I'd notice things. All right, I live on the exact
reasons why it's impossible, and that is not a reason why it isn't. The horizon remains horizontal. And dude, you need to look up what gravity is. The bending and warping of the four-dimensional manifold of space-time is not a force. Gravity is not a force. You
Even
really should
gravity,
update the script, man.
doesn't have its own unit.
Dude, I've been studying physics for the past 6 years.
Yeah, clearly you've learned nothing.
Okay, so what is a unit of gravity? So what is a unit of gravity?
9.81 newtons per kilogram.
Newton. It's you're referring to some other units, like
Gravity
if
is
we want to. If we want to measure the light, we say lumens. If we want to calculate the force, we use Newton.
It's 9.81 meters per second square. That's the acceleration due to gravity.
I ask you about
But
unit.
due to gravity, due to this other thing, right? So you're not giving a unit for the thing that you're saying is causing it.
Look, unless there's a SI unit, we call these SI units, alright? Unless there's an SI unit for a particular quantity, everything else can be derived, alright? Force is a derived quantity. Force equals mass times acceleration. Mass is not a derived quantity because there's a standard kilogram, like 1 kilogram. There's a standard unit. And everyone follows that. Same thing for the second. These are standard units, and based on standard units, you get derived units. That's how it works.
But bro, the equation that you gave can be used without any understanding whatsoever of the shape of the Earth.
Because we're not just talking about the Earth, right? It's an equation that can be used anywhere in the universe for any planet.
So that equation doesn't tell you anything about the shape of the Earth, bro. Nothing.
Okay, give me an equation that will tell you the shape of the Earth.
No, you give one.
No, I have no. My equation. I gave you my equation, but
and it doesn't tell me anything about the shape of the Earth.
Well, that's not what I learned in physics. So
tell us, How do you find out the shape of the
Is
Earth
there
then?
anyone in this voice chat with a degree in physics? I'd like to talk to them.
So
No one?
You know what's sad is that you think you know physics and you can't even describe how you know gravity is actually been tested and proven. How has gravity been tested and proven?
What is it? What is a unit of gravity?
Meters
You
per
give me-
second.
That's not a unit.
I'm gonna hold him. I'm gonna hold him to what I'm saying. I asked him the question. How has it been? How has gravity been proven, Cryptic? Since you want to speak to
look
somebody
at
about it.
general relativity. You look at general relativity. The objects with greater mass are supposed to bend space-time around them, and that's how gravity is created.
How was that proven? Cryptic. I'm gonna ask you again. Just answer my question. How was it proven?
You throw an apple in the air and it falls to the ground.
Okay, so we see an effect happening, right? Gravity is a
Yes.
cause and effect relationship, right?
Yes.
Okay, what's causing that effect?
The Earth's mass.
How do you know that?
Because objects with bigger mass create
That's an
greater
explanation.
gravitation.
That's an explanation. I want a validation. I want a test. Give me a test, something I know that's for sure.
Okay, all right, fine. How about this? You create your you create a vacuum. All right, create a vacuum in a science lab, and you get an object with
All
more
right.
mass. And
Now we're talking.
yeah, you get an object with more mass, and then you get an object with little mass, and then you test it out. See if the object with less mass and less volume is attracted to the object with greater mass, and see if there's an actual gravitational field that's forming. You create your own vacuum and you test.
Your explanation of something falling, the effect of something falling, is not the cause. You're trying to ascribe a cause to the thing that you're looking at, the effect.
That's
We all
okay.
see-
Listen, hey,
we all see an
I
effect.
have one of your vacuum chambers that you want me to do that in, and I've done that, and the balls didn't go towards each other. So now what do we do?
That means it's not a big enough ball. Like you really look, dude.
No, that's not the point. I'm going to hold you to this. Just wait. So what we need to do is find out the cause for the effect. So it doesn't matter what we're seeing. I don't care about it. You see whatever happens is happening, right? You want to know what's causing it. How did they scientifically prove what the cause is?
I mean, Newton came up with his equations, and everyone believed it. All right.
Yeah, believed it. Believed what? The effect? Well, everybody knows that the effect is occurring, right? Everybody sees something happening. We want to know what's causing the effect. Now, how have they scientifically proven the cause for the effect?
Gravity.
Yes. How did they prove the cause for the effect?
They came up with general relativity.
How have they scientifically proven the cause for the effect?
Rolling balls on a trampoline. They rolled balls. Say they rolled balls on a trampoline. That's the correct answer.
No. Okay. Nothing comes to mind. But I'm
Thank you. Thank you. Therefore, you don't know what gravity is. That'll be all.
So I'm actually smarter than you because I gave an answer.
There's the gravity. Do you
And
know
you
the
keep
gravity
flip-flopping.
changes? Gravity changes in the water, which we call a buoyancy. Because if we take it that buoyancy, you multiply the density of liquid with the gravitational force and volume of the liquid displaced. So gravity doesn't implicate, implicits or implies in the water. So it's all about the density. It's like the different type of metals can only be flowed on certain type of densities of the liquid. So gravity doesn't apply on that. So gravity doesn't apply on that. And the example which you are giving me in the vacuum chamber, that they will, if there are two balls with the different masses, they will attract. They know they don't attract because the experiment we are conducting is on the Earth, and that will relate it to the free fall than that of gravity. So the
Oh, okay, guys. Wait, Avi, you said that they've never been able to prove that gravity is a real thing, right? They've only provided.
What is the unit of gravity, Cryptic? What is the unit of gravity?
Aria, just 1 second. No, I was saying the cause for the effect is not proven. Everybody can quantify the effect, right? The average rate at which something falls to the ground, that's easy. The thing that they're trying to figure out is what's causing that effect.
But how would you prove that, though? How would you?
I know that's our point. That's our point, Cryptic. It's not proven. That's our point.
Look, you don't have to prove everything to know how it works. All right.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
The universe is just so complicated.
You would get fired. I thought you were studying physics. You would get fired from where I work if you said that. You don't have to prove anything. You can just say it's going to work, and then it works.
Well,
it's not complicated, bro. You're making it unnecessarily complicated. Listen, this is how simple it is. The surface of liquid at rest lies horizontal. Therefore, the Earth cannot be a ball.
Dude, okay, fine. Look, I don't know if gravity's. I don't know if the cause and effect relationship of gravity has been proven or not. But regardless.
No, you can't say that. You can't say that because everything that's tied to the Earth being a globe has the cause and effect relationship is married. So they're saying that the time and space is
which was what I was getting to. You see that equation, right? So much has been built on that one equation. All right, people have launched spacecraft. People have built aircraft.
But it's only the effect.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's launching spacecraft does not use that equation.
How about satellites?
No,
it doesn't use it.
Okay, Cryptic, can you show me a single photo of a satellite? Go ahead, right now Google it and show me a single photo of a satellite. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, while you're doing that, you got to realize that the equation has nothing to do with the cause of the effect. The effect is sir. The effect is what you're noticing and quantifying as that equation. So the equation has nothing to do with the cause. The cause, however, is something ascribed to what's making that thing do what it's doing when you see the effect.
So, how do satellites remain in Earth orbit and orbit around the
Nobody
Earth?
sees the satellite. Nobody ever seen the satellite.
Nobody sees a satellite going around a ball. You've never seen an orbit in nature.
That question is cryptic. The question is malformed. You're asking something already begging the question that the Earth is a oblate spheroid and the satellite's going around in an orbit. And you're asking us, how does that work? So you can't, it's a malformed question. You have to listen to when you're asking questions if it's pertaining to something that you're begging the question about. You have to go at it from a perspective where you're not already inserting that you think the Earth is a globe. It has to be from a pure, how do satellites work, up in the sky or something? Like you can't say on a globe in an orbit. Anytime you say that, it's begging the question.
How do you guys think satellites work anyway?
So, Cryptic, first of all, 99% of the data transfer has been done by the optic fiber cables under the seas and under the ground. Okay? And I ask you a question to show me a single photo of satellite, a real photo of a satellite. Go ahead. I'll give you time. I'll give you a minute.
No, I'm too tired right now to search it up. But
so that's what the problem with the people. They don't want to do their They don't want to do their own research. They are just depending on someone to spoon feed them, and they even don't know that they are being fed a poison.
So what about the people? Well, what about the people that take all those physics degrees and get those PhDs and all that?
Yeah, we are not against any physics. We are against the lies that we have been told.
No. But you said people are lazy and all that, right? But what about the people who actually take an effort to get a degree in physics, to study like a PhD in physics? Then what about them? Why do they
There's
not?
practice something called practical physics. Okay, that's what you can actually get your hands on and do something with and demonstrate to an audience, right? To a classroom. You can show them this is how this is happening because we can get this one thing and do something to it, and it causes this other thing to happen. Actual, true, real, practical physics. And then you've got theoretical physics, where people are doing nothing but going into their imagination and writing down some numbers and saying, well, this is how it must all work, even though I can't show you and demonstrate it practically.
Well, we've built a lot of inventions thanks to theoretical physics. All right, like it's. I mean,
Like what? Like what? Like what?
look, the Apollo missions were originally like based on a lot of theoretical physics. All right, like people have never
And they
done
say
this.
and now they say they don't have the technology to go.
Oh, they do. They're going back. There's Artemis now, and they're going. And Elon
Yeah, with the
Musk
help
is
of AI, they can now make a better CGI.
videos. Dude, have you seen the Starship videos of Starship going around the Earth? Like, I watch every single launch, and
Okay,
they launch
so how
Starship.
about give me a million and billions of dollars? I'll make a fake scenario and show you that I landed on the Mars. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Bro, that is not practical physics. That's imaginary physics on TV. You're not going to the moon. You're not going to Mars. You're not launching anything into orbit. You're not sending things away from the Earth so far away that it can take photos of the Earth. You're not. Other people claim to be able to do it, and you just believe it. Give me something that from theoretical physics, which has led to a groundbreaking, discovery or a breakthrough in science, which has benefited me and you and everybody else.
Deserve it.
Well, I mean,
But Cryptech, you still not given me the photos of satellites.
yeah, I'm not doing that now, bro. Set it
because
up
you
yourself.
because you know they're all CGI made.
What the?
Have you
Yeah,
ever
I mean,
watched the
look,
broadcast from international space stations? They literally hang themselves from the cable wires, which can easily seen by the people. They're just disappearing. They're using the green screens. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, how about you just give me some millions of dollars, and in next 2 days I'll just declare this humanity that we have successfully landed to the Mars, or we have successfully landed on some other planet. Do you believe on me?
Okay, how do we get to another planet, bro? Then, if
I
what
don't
they're
want to
doing.
explain. I don't want to explain you anything. I'll just show you the videos of it.
Okay, bro, I
Dude,
get it.
You're
all
not
right,
going
fine.
to. You're not
You
going
guys
to
are
other
correct.
planet, dude. You're not going to other planets
Why?
because you're not.
Why? I want to go.
Reason that you're
No.
not going
What are you going to do there? What are you going to do there?
Set up a new civilization.
No, you
or
won't.
something.
You won't be able to breathe.
You can wear the spacesuit.
No, yeah, about a week of wearing that thing, and you'll be smelling like some kind of weird ripe onion.
Yeah, I don't care about the smell, bro. That's not
Yeah,
the
you
point.
do. Yeah, you do care about the smell.
But the point is, you don't die out there. That's why you wear it.
2 weeks later you will when
So you're not dying.
when
So
you
you're
got
not dying
poop
on
in
this
your
earth
when you
also.
got poop in your spacesuit rubbing against you. You'll die. Don't worry.
You don't wear the spacesuit for 2 weeks, bro. You wear it when you go outside the space shuttle vehicle, whatever, and then you remove it when you're back inside.
It's amazing. Have you ever
Unless you're
done
on
this?
if you're on the surface of the moon or Mars, you build habitats such that
Holy crap.
So Cryptic,
We can't even make
I have a
things
question.
here that a hurricane can't just blow over, and you think you're going to build shit on some windy red planet that changes some weird temperatures, and you're going to have some magical just blow up hut there with magical cars that you can drive around, and you can mine things, and
How
you
do
can
you know about the
possibly play
hurricanes?
golf. And there'll be
But
like
what
three of
about
you. There'll be three of you there, and you guys won't get sick of each other or anything.
what about do you guys think Mars is spherical or flat?
It's a light.
So Cryptic, if Apollo mission is really happened, then when they get out of from that moon, who shoots the video from the surface of the moon, and how did he came back?
Wait, no. Do you guys think the moon is flat or spherical?
Answer my questions.
Nobody
No,
said
answer my
that.
question.
Dude, none of that has anything to do with anything. You can have bubbles over puddles, so it's non sequitur. It doesn't change the fact that the ground itself is flat.
So other planets are round, but our planet is flat.
No, I think the moon is a circle. The moon is a circle.
Yeah, I see a circle of light. There's some cool designs on it.
I see a moon as a hollow sphere.
So is Mars
Civilizations lived under the moon surface, and it's a hollow sphere.
What?
Get out of here.
Don't make claims about anything related to stuff that's going up there. We can test the ground.
Yeah.
That's like guy.
Wait, so Mars is flat or what?
Doesn't matter.
I said Mars is a light. Remember, I said Mars is a light because that's all we
What's
see.
that supposed to mean?
It means that that's all you see is a light.
Okay, how about the sun?
Yep, it's a light. Did you notice that it lights up everything? That's also a light. Isn't that crazy? So is the moon.
but what
Moonlight,
shape is
remember?
the light? What shape
Moonlight.
is
Moonlight,
what-
Matt.
what
Moonlight. There's moon dials. You can tell time by the moon. All that shit. Yep.
Oh, what shape is the light?
The moon is artificial satellite.
Oh my god.
What shape is the light? It looks like a circle to me when I take a picture of it. When I take a picture of the sun and the moon, they look like circles to me.
Because we cannot see the other side, and we don't
what
know.
about- Fine. Say all of this is true, alright? I don't know what light
It is
means.
true. You can see it for yourself.
Okay, fine. Say all of this is true, alright?
It is true.
How do you explain the universe, all that we know about the universe, solar system?
Oh, I don't. I don't. That's a story you guys made up. I don't explain that. Yeah, I don't explain that.
Because
That's like how do you explain Star Wars, dude?
The scientist claims that our ocean is like 80% of the ocean. 80, not 80. It's 80 to 90% of the ocean is unexplored. So the thing is, you're telling me that they never explored our own planet, and they're going to other planet to explore and to start the civilization on the other planet. This is what you're talking about.
Yes, they're going to the bottom of oceans on other planets. Going to the bottom of oceans and inside volcanoes. But here, no, they don't do that here because they'll catch on fire or they'll just die. One or the other.
No. The reason why first of all, none of the planets we've explored have water on them. All right, that's one. And two, when it comes to the Earth and water, there's huge pressures underneath the Earth, under all that water, like at the bottom of the ocean, and it's completely dark. That's the more important part. It's completely dark. The sun can reach surfaces at the bottom of the ocean. It can. So it's very hard to actually, even if you have like super powerful submarines, it's very hard to be able to explore them. And the pressures are very high too. But when it comes to other planets, the sun lights up everything because everything's at the surface. All right, there's nothing beneath the surface.
I guess the pressure doesn't affect anything in a vacuum, huh?
That's over there.
No.
Dude, look, the most.
Agaraga, I am CJ.
I never thought an Indian be
I am
a
from.
flat earthian.
I
What
am.
the fuck?
Dude, the most important thing is that there's no light at the bottom of the ocean, and there is light.
Wow.
What?
Wow, that's amazing.
Why is that?
There's no light at the bottom of the ocean because sunlight. Everyone knows this, bro.
Why?
You go to the bottom of the ocean, there's literally no light.
I can't go to the bottom of the ocean. If I did, it would be pretty ugly.
Yeah,
Why?
You wouldn't see it.
You're telling me the story over and over and over. Why? I'm asking why.
Dude,
That's the reason why. It just tells you.
Dude, the creatures that evolved there literally have light.
Shit. Why are we on animals in the ocean with no
Now
light?
he's talking
I'm
about
asking why
things
there's no
evolving, creatures evolving, weird shit.
I'm still wondering what this has to do with the ground.
They send submarines down there with cameras, alright, and it's completely dark, alright.
Congratulations.
What?
So Cryptic, do you believe in democracy?
No.
Oh, okay.
Because you know why? Because democracies produce dumb shit like you guys, bro. if we all live in society,
Let's go back to flat Earth. Let's go back to flat Earth.
You guys are idiots. You're hurting my brain, bro.
Now you're
But
gonna get
we're not even talking about the topic.
But you still not.
You're
But you
so
still
far
not
off
show
topic.
me the
There is
photo
no
of
reason for us
Adelaide.
to say that. Listen, you're so far off topic. You're not even proving whether the Earth's flat or a globe. You're talking about non sequitur nonsense. So of course your brain's gonna hurt. You need to actually talk about the thing that would cause the Earth to be a ball or flat as a descriptor. So curvature measurements would be a discussion that would discern whether the ground is flat or curved. Not the sky, not stories, not Narnia.
You
Not
can't measure the curve of the Earth with a measuring tape. It's impossible, alright?
Nobody said anything about measuring tape.
Now, how are you going to measure the surface, the curvature of the Earth? That's impossible.
I agree. It's impossible because it's flat.
Oh my gosh, bro. Dude, this is why I think I don't know where you guys
Instead
are
of going
from,
into an
but
insult by you saying I don't know why,
your countries need to fund
This is the part where he talks about us and our country and school, and he talks about everything but the facts.
Right.
The facts are that
the weird feeling that you're feeling right now, there's a term for it. It's called cognitive dissonance.
Oh my gosh. Dude, it's like 3 a.m. here and you're hurting my brain.
Yeah, no. Hey, guess what? You're not going to be able to go to sleep. You're going to remember us.
No.
Yeah.
No, that's true. We're gonna live rent free in your head for the rest of your life.
No, you're not, because what you said is false.
Yeah, we are, because the horizon's gonna remain horizontal no matter what you do.
That's right, because that cup that you said the water's horizontal in the cup, no matter how big it gets, it's still horizontal.
So what, you guys are like Morpheus and this is like the Matrix and you're trying to pull people out
No,
of
dude. No, we're not trying to do anything.
But what is this? What? Why do you guys care about the Earth's shape so much. It is round.
I don't care about it. You guys care so much that we had to make a room for you guys to come in and freak out about the fact that the earth is flat and you guys think it's a ball. It's your problem. You guys are the ones who freak out. We don't say shit. We just sit in here and talk about colors and what's your favorite color and what kind of dog do you have. And then Globers come in and want to talk about flat earth and we tell them and they freak out, dude.
What? Every single one of them.
Every single one.
Yeah, just about. Almost all of them.
Awesome.
Well, I mean, okay, fine. If you guys are actually correct, then my entire life is a lie. And
So what? Now what's that mean? So what's that mean now?
Identity crisis.
So what's that mean? Does that mean were you supposed to go to Mars, dude? Were you supposed to go to Mars? Did
Yeah,
that get ruined?
I was planning to actually go into the space industry and actually start a space tech
Dude, they
startup.
still need people to draw pictures.
Bro, are we really arguing about if Earth is flat or not in the big 2025?
If you're
Really?
flat, this guy thinks his
Guys.
mom is not his
I can give you a tip to start a space industry. How about just grab 1 or 2 peoples and train them to use AI and to create a CGI? Voila! You have your space agency.
I'm gonna pause that guy.
Millions, bro.
Cryptic.
Where are we really?
Yeah, hold on, guys. Take a knee, Cryptic. There's a new guy that's in here. We're gonna talk to him. RK, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. So, would you allow us to challenge you on if you know the Earth is a globe or not?
Maybe later, not right now, but I'll get some points to speak when I'll discuss you later. All right.
Yeah. Why won't you allow us to challenge you? Or is it because you might not know that the Earth is an actual globe?
Wait, let me apologize first. If I came off as aggressive, it's just because there was interruption and a little bit of audio chaos. You're welcome to speak. It was just there was a conversation at that time. It's over. So you're welcome now. You have the floor, man.
Who you were talking to, AJ?
The guy that just joined in. I was trying to. Never mind.
Oh, RK. Yeah. All right. So back to RK.
I think I'll have to gather some points to actually really have a debate about it. That's why I don't want to do it right now because I'll be all over the place right now. You know what I mean?
You can talk about the flowers and colors until then.
That's honest of you. But if anybody else wants to challenge their own mind to see if they actually know that the Earth is a globe, we'd love to take you up on a challenge. So
I thought you love to talk about colors and flowers.
For the past 1-2 hours, and I'm still not convinced that the Earth is flat.
we're not here to convince you, Cryptic. We're here to show that you don't have any evidence that the Earth is a globe. And after we do that, then we can show you how the Earth is actually a horizontal plane.
Cryptic, when I told you that we're in here to talk about our pets' names and what we did on our camping trip, and then we have Globers that come in here and ask us questions, how come you didn't believe me? We're not trying to do anything.
Dude, look, I gave you my evidence and you turned it upside down. You said, oh, this is fake. Oh, this is not cause and effect. This is imagine your imagination or whatever. This is the evidence I gave you.
Did that hurt your feelings? Because you realize it is fake and it is your imagination, and you don't like that.
You see, this is the problem. There's a saying, all right? Don't argue with stupid people. They drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. That's what you.
Hey, can I tell you something? You should be proud. You sound like Don Pettit when you talk. And he's a famous astronaut. And you sound just like him. Look him up. You'll be amazed at the similarities.
Maybe I am him.
All right, Cryptic. Yeah, that's enough of you, man. We've dealt with you. You've said all you wanted to say. Now we can entertain other people. Okay, you're not the main attraction here.
Bye.
All right. So, does anybody else want to have a challenge for the Earth being a globe? Come on, guys. It's 2025. You should have the evidence at hand. Why is it so difficult? I mean, this young guy came in here for about an hour, 2 hours, not been able to prove the Earth is a globe. So I'm pretty sure someone else can, right? It's that easy.
It's just I never felt the need to prove that Earth is globe before. And I don't know what to say exactly to prove that. What do you think?
Well, no,
It's
I mean,
flat?
like,
What are your points? Can you please tell me that?
Yeah,
I actually want to know what do you think about it?
The point is that you, me, and everybody have been told that the Earth is a globe ever since we were very young. So, in order for us to actually verify the information with critical thinking, we're going to have to put the globe to the test. In any way, shape, or form that they tell us that it's an actual globe, whether they're showing us pictures or they're telling us that it just is with the sunset, whatever it is, we're going to have to test every single claim. Now, you can actually just pick one of those things, doesn't matter what it is, the Earth spinning, the curvature of the Earth, the vacuum of space, it doesn't matter what you pick. Just pick one and see if you actually know if it's real or not. We'll challenge you on it.
The horizon being curved. Let's pick that.
Okay. How do you know, or can you describe to me how you know that the horizon is curved?
Wait, let me think.
Go ahead.
How do I?
You can type it into your chat GPT. It doesn't matter what you use.
No, I'm not using ChatGPT. Well, you tell me. I don't really know. Actually, I want to know. I'm curious that what do you guys think about it?
Well, I mean, what have you
think
been
of me
told,
as a child and just tell me what do you think. Not ask me questions. Okay, I'm not here to disprove or prove anything. I just want to know what you think.
You don't have to have like a solid argument, but what have they told you about it? Because you mentioned the question, right? So obviously you might have something in mind. So what have they told you about it?
They told me that Earth is a globe and it curves at the horizon, as you can't see far from that because it curved around that corner. And what else? We can't see the sun after horizon because it just sits down to the level. What's it called? I don't remember.
below the horizon.
Yeah, below the horizon.
Okay.
Why do you think it's flat? I want to know that.
Well, if they're giving you some sort of explanation, did they show you how you can?
Will you be here tomorrow as well? I would like to actually do this with more
research,
proofs and all.
Yeah. We're gonna be here tomorrow. We're here 24/7. Well, I tell you what, we might be in politics server. We might be here. I'm not gonna guarantee it, but I know DJ is usually here. Anti-globalist. So somebody might be here. There might be people here. But what I'd say too, man, is that you gotta critique yourself, like of what you know, and then look it up on the internet. And then if you want to challenge us, you bring your information. Challenge us that way. If you wanted to be,
I think I have a scientific mind. Okay, so I don't really just. I want to go for the facts here also, and I'm not like if you present facts to me and I just neglect those facts and say that it's not true and all. I'll actually change my beliefs if I'm proven wrong. So I'll try to argue with you tomorrow and with some facts and research I'll do of my own. Okay.
That sounds great. Do the best you can, but at the same time, keep an open mind. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. Thank you.
All right.
I have a curious question.
What's your question?
So I used to follow Jeranism and people like that when this whole kind of theory exploded, But I was just wondering, what evidence would be sufficient to prove that it's not flat to you? Would it be maybe, obviously a picture of Earth from space, I know would probably be sufficient. But what if somebody took a drone, a private person, and took a drone and flew it over Antarctica to show that it wasn't the ice?
Is the question, what would we accept as evidence? Because you could have stopped right there.
Well, he just mentioned the ice wall.
Yeah, go ahead, Eli.
If somebody were able to fly a drone over Antarctica and show that it was.
Stop right there, about a minute before you, a minute before. You said, so what would it take? You could have stopped right there and let us respond. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Measurable curvature of the surface.
Right. I understand that, but people say that all the time. They say, okay, well, we've measured the curve, or we can't measure the curve. I mean, that seems to still be debatable. And I don't know one way or the other. I'm not here as a glober or a flat earther. I'm just curious, like, if somebody particularly like flew a private drone and filmed the continent of Antarctica, would you then like admit?
Measurable curvature is the only thing I would accept for someone telling me, hello, that the surface is curved. That's it. Nothing else.
So if the Earth is flat, then wouldn't there have to be an ice wall?
No, there would have to be no curvature, which is coincidentally what most of us have measured. But again,
I mean, I know every argument of flat Earth. I've studied it intensively. I know every argument of flat theory. I've studied every
Chase, do me a favor.
of it.
Chase, do me a favor. When he's speaking, can you not interrupt him, please? Let him finish what he's saying.
Yeah, he's just saying curvature.
Yeah, you didn't hear him because you ran over him with your microphone. So you gotta wait till he's done talking, and then you can come in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Measurable curvature, that's it. You said you don't know either way. Well, go find out. Then if you validated that it's curvature, measurable curvature, then bring it to us, and then we'll look it over. And if there's measurable curvature, we will not be here anymore.
We don't have any cold water. You don't have cold water. Bathroom, we've only had hot water for months now. So you're wrong. Yeah, we've been saying this for months now, and nothing has happened.
Go again, bro. What the fuck?
Holy shit.
Okay. So again, he just said measurable curvature. That's the only response he had. So I was waiting for him to say curvature again.
No, measurable curvature. In other words, you have to have a method in which you've measured the curvature of the Earth. That would be sufficient for everybody to test and verify and or falsify the claim.
Yeah, I'm going to go do it right after you present it. I'm going to go do it myself right at the same place and see if I get the same measurements. If I don't, then you guys did something wrong because I'm always right.
Yep. So you got to remember, Chase, when you present something, everybody in here is waiting to see what type of method you're going to tell us to do, and we're going to check it out. Nobody's just going to be like, oh, that's great. The Earth must be a globe. No, we're going to hear you out. We're going to hear what you've got going on with your method, and then we're going to test it.
I'm just a regular person. I'm not a scientist. I don't have the technology to measure the curvature of the Earth. I'm just having a peaceful conversation. I'm not trying to be angry. Could you answer my second question, though? Could anybody answer my second question about Antarctica?
What do you want to know about Antarctica?
Like, if we can prove that it is one continent and it's not the ice wall, would that not change your perspective?
Yeah, no,
Nobody cares about Antarctica.
Yeah, that's non sequitur, bro. That's not even.
Nobody cares about Antarctica. That's like one of the biggest arguments for flat Earth is that it's an ice wall.
Dude, where you been? Hold on, Chase. Where you been, dude? Because you're not been in 24/7. I guarantee you, nobody in here is saying that. I've never heard anybody say if Antarctica exists or not. Come on, bro.
So where do you think Antarctica is?
It doesn't matter. It's not a part of the conversation at all.
So it's not a continent?
No,
it doesn't exist?
It doesn't matter what... Bro, Jesus, dude.
Well, geography does kind of matter if we're talking about the shape of the Earth.
Okay, yeah. So what does Antarctica being there and where they say it is or not, what difference is it going to make for globe or flat? Either one.
I'm having a good faith question here. I don't see why you're so mad at me.
Answer my question, Chase. Stop acting like a snowflake. Stop asking like a snowflake and just give us the relevance to your question. What relevance does it have to the conversation of globe or flat?
Because generally, can I answer? Because generally there's two concepts between flat Earth or round globe Earth, and in general, if the Earth is flat, most of the flat Earth models have a ice wall ring around the
Okay,
flat.
so you know the ice wall you keep talking about? You keep trying to talk about this ice wall. Do you know that's a U.S. military term, not us? We have nothing to do with that word, that phrase, anything. Nothing to do with us. How you guys gave it to us, I don't know.
What do you mean, you guys? I'm not part of the U.S. military. I'm just saying things that
Globers, when you ask these weird questions about ice walls, that's
I'm
the
not a
military. You need
glober.
to ask them. You
Like,
can't
I'm
ask
not a
us
glober
about an
or a
ice
flat
wall
earth.
that we don't
You're
know,
not a
that we didn't
glober.
name
Are you
an
not
ice
listening?
wall.
Do you not know how to
You can't
listen?
ask us. Yeah, you can't
I'm
ask
not a
us about an
glober or
ice
a flat
wall
earther.
that we didn't name the ice wall.
Okay, so what is around the perimeter then?
Oh, I don't know. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares. So you just only care about the facts that you bring up, but not any other questions that anybody challenges you on.
Yeah, what relevance does it have to the conversation, Chase?
Because it's about the geography of Earth. That's what relevance it has to the conversation.
So geography has to do with what, based on it being a globe or not? What does geography have to do?
If we can look at maps and chart them accurately as far as where the continents lie on Earth, then we can figure out, from there what shape the Earth is.
No, incorrect. You can't do that. Nobody ever uses a map or a chart to find out what the shape of the Earth is. That's incorrect.
Did I say that we use a map or chart to figure out what the shape of the Earth is?
Listen, bro. You want to use a map or a chart to find out what the Earth is. We don't
Did
use
I say
a
that,
chart.
or did I say geography?
Okay, why would you mention geography and maps and charts? Why would you use that?
Because you're acting like Antarctica doesn't exist or something.
What? When the hell did I ever say that, bro?
Okay, so what is Antarctica?
Matters because of topology, right?
Where is Antarctica?
In the south.
In the south.
What difference does it make, dude? You haven't given us the relevance to knowing
Dude, are you
where
drunk
things are.
or something? All right, you realize you're talking to a regular person who has genuine questions, and you're just yelling at me.
What
Like, I'm not even a glober. I'm not even a glober or a flat earther. I'm
amazing,
neither.
isn't it?
I'm
That's
completely,
amazing.
I'm completely impartial, and I
you're
don't
melting,
really care.
and
I'm
you're
just
melting
asking
like a
genuine
snowflake.
questions.
You're melting like a snowflake.
You're the one getting upset. You're the snowflake getting upset. I'm asking a basic ass question about geography.
Why are you yelling? Dude, because you're not giving us the relevance of what it means for you to know if Antarctica is in location where it's supposed to be. And then in regards to the Earth being...
You guys are the ones making the claim that it's flat. You guys are the one making the claim that it's flat.
You see, this is why I'm yelling, because you're talking over me, dude. That's why. Because I'm trying to get these words out. And what relevance does it mean geographically that I know where Antarctica is to the fact that the Earth is a globe? How do I tie those in together?
Okay, here we go. Because in general, on the globe model, we have been told, whether it's true or not, we have been told that Antarctica is on the south pole of the globe. So if you disagree with that,
I told you.
Excuse me, you're the one interrupting now, right? So
I told you it was in the south.
On the South Pole is what we've been told based on geography that we were taught about the globe model.
Yeah,
so if that is not the case, if you're saying that's not the case, then what is Antarctica if it's not
listen
that?
to me when I say this. So what? So what if it's in the south?
See, you can't even answer the question.
Listen to the fact that I'm telling you so what.
Listen to the question that's being asked and try to answer it with an intelligent conversation.
Chase, it has nothing to do with the Earth's rotundity. It's not going to give you the measurements of how round it is. It's not going to do that. I don't give a shit if you know if Antarctica is 100,000 miles away. It's not going to tell you how spherical the Earth is. You need to get that through your thick skull. Doesn't matter about geography.
It's not going to tell you about you're really upset. You must be like such a snowflake, bro.
It's not going to tell you about the Earth's rotundity, period. Nothing will tell you. It's not.
You're really upset, dude.
Yeah, because you just,
Why
it
are you
takes
so
you like
upset?
what? It takes you like 5 or 6 times for you to realize geography has nothing to do with the Earth's rotundity. Nothing.
Geography has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. That's what you're saying.
Yes, that's correct.
That's the most ridiculous statement that you could possibly make.
Then make a logical syllogism.
How about you look up the word geography and it will make sense if you understand definition.
I'm going to hold you to this. I'm going to hold you to this. Make a logical syllogism how geography has something to do with the Earth's sphericity. Go ahead.
How about you answer my question first, and then I will.
Nope. You're going to make it logical, or else you don't have logic. There's
How
no
about
logic.
let's talk to somebody who's not a complete fucking moron who thinks that they can answer the question.
You're acting like a snowflake and you're melting because you know it has nothing to do with geography. Otherwise, you'd be able to make a logical statement.
Why don't you get it through your thick fucking skull that geography has something to do with the shape of the Earth?
Make
Get
a
that through
logical
your thick
statement.
fucking skull, snowflake.
Make a logical statement. Make a logical statement
Okay,
right now.
my logical statement is that the globe Earth model has taught us that there is a continent on the bottom of the Earth on the South Pole called Antarctica. It is not an ice wall according to what we have been taught. I'm asking you in good faith if you have a different version of that and you're getting pissed off because you have no answer because you're a fucking moron.
Chase, you haven't realized that you didn't mention the Earth's sphericity in what your statement said.
Vericity?
You didn't mention
what is vericity?
Yeah. Sphericity.
What is vericity?
Spherical. You didn't mention anything about the Earth's rotundity.
Did you
How
just make that
spherical
word
it
up,
is.
sphericity?
Oh, Jesus Lord. Okay. You're not talking about
Is
how
English
round
your
the Earth
first
is,
language,
dude.
bro? You think you're so educated? Sphericity?
I swear to God, dude, you must be as dumb as fucking rocks right now. You know exactly what I'm saying. Look up the fucking word if you don't know what it is, dude.
Look up the word geography if you don't know what that means.
Here's the most important takeaway from this. You didn't make a logical syllogism of how you know that the Earth's geography is tied into the Earth's rotundity.
But that's not the claim I was making. Why would I make a syllogism? Why would I give you a syllogism for a claim that I'm not making? Why would I give you a syllogism for the claim that I'm not making?
Time out.
How
I
about
looked up
somebody who actually
geography.
knows about geography?
I looked up geography and it didn't say anything about Earth being a ball.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
You guys just think? Do you guys just think you can twist people's words around and not have to answer a question?
You know what? Let's ask the audience. Is his question about geography tied into the Earth being a globe or not?
No.
Let's see what the audience.
Yes.
It is, and he is right. I can make the logical syllogism.
Yeah, well, wait a minute, because we're not going to go to another speaker. We're going to wait to see if the audience concurs that he's making the argument of geography tying into the Earth being a globe.
Yes, and it is
not what he's trying to do.
Correct.
It is, and it is correct. Yes.
He's denying it. He's saying no, he's not.
Yes.
Okay, wait a minute. Who said no? Hold on. Who said no?
No, because when I went to geography class, I learned about mountains and plateaus and valleys
That's right.
and reading books and all this other shit.
Right.
It had nothing to do with measuring
Bays
curvature.
and lakes and how all that shit works.
Yeah,
and I'm talking about a continent. I was talking about a continent, not about the measurement of the curvature. I was talking about a continent called Antarctica.
Right, and you can have a continent called Antarctica on a flat plane.
Yeah, you're talking about topography, not geography. Maybe you're looking at the wrong definition. Topography is about elevation. Geography is about where the land versus the water is located on the planet.
Yep. You're hearing in order to respond, but you're not listening in order to understand. That's your problem, Chase.
But
What's the problem? Explain it to me.
You are hearing.
Explain to me how I'm wrong about the definition of geography or topography.
You are hearing in order to respond, but you are not listening in order to
So prove what I'm saying wrong instead of telling me over and over that I'm an idiot. Why don't you actually prove something?
I have not insulted you.
Hold on, AG. Let Eli come in. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Do you mind if I talk with you and answer your question?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking directly to you.
Yes,
so
I would love a genuine answer because I have a good faith question. I'm not in here trying to troll people, and I don't understand why y'all are so pissed off. Like, I'm asking a genuine question. I'm curious.
Do I have to? I was already here. Do I have to sit through your crying, bro? Can we get through this quickly?
Go for it.
Okay. What's your question?
My question was, if somebody were able to take a drone, like a private person, not a space agency, and they were able to fly over the continent of Antarctica and show that it is its own continent. It is not an ice wall. It's exactly where we've been taught it was on the globe model. Would that change your perspective on the shape of the Earth?
No,
And why not?
because Antarctica being an ice wall never had any weight on my perspective.
Okay,
So I
so
can
what do
see
you
if I
think the
fall.
perimeter?
Can I answer? Can I?
Yeah.
So if I thought about the Earth as a whole, and I thought about seeking questions like that, maybe I would have an answer about perimeters or where the extent is, or all of those kinds of questions. But how I came to my conclusion actually has nothing to do with any of that stuff anyway. So the quick answer for you not being here forever, I'm telling you straight up, no. It wouldn't change my perspective, but I don't think that Antarctica is an ice ring anyway. I don't think about it in any sense. I just know what I've done. And most
So
people
do
will
we?
probably, in a roundabout way, tell you the same thing.
Right. So do you think that the other continents that we've been taught in school are where they say they are?
Do you understand what reification is?
I'm sorry, what's the word?
Reification.
Reification. I guess not. I've never heard that.
Yeah, well, the first example they give you is the map isn't the terrain. So what the land looks like on a map isn't what it actually is. It's really there as a scalar for you to go from point A to point B. It's not there
Sure,
to tell
I
you.
understand. I totally understand that you could take the globe model or the flat model and use the same exact maps for travel and flight.
Well, you interrupted me, and
all
that's not
that.
what I was saying. You interrupted me. If you were to interrupt me and you had
Man,
my line of thinking,
you guys call me a snowflake, but y'all get so butthurt over any response. Like,
who's
I'm just having
y'all?
a legit
Who's
conversation. Every
y'all?
single person who's interjected on my questions so far has been butthurt. Like, I'm
Who's
asking
y'all, then?
legit questions and y'all have no answers to them.
I thought we weren't gonna cry. Who's y'all? Because it's just me and you right now.
I heard Eli answer your
You
question,
and the
dude.
previous two people.
He just answered your question. I heard him.
He answered the question by saying that it doesn't matter to him. He doesn't know. His answer was I don't know, and it doesn't matter. That's
Oh
an
yeah,
actual
it doesn't
answer.
matter to me. Yeah, that shit doesn't matter to me either. I can see why he
Right,
said
but you
that.
see how that's not an actual answer, though.
Radman,
That's
hold
saying you
on,
don't
Radman.
know. Saying you don't know is not an answer.
Oh, okay. So then, what do you want? So I don't know is my answer. So what you gonna?
So,
That's
if
it.
do
It's
you
not.
believe Antarctica is a real continent?
It's whatever they say it is. I guess I don't have any problem
No.
with it.
Do you know? Do you know that Antarctica is a real continent or not?
Well, I did give you an answer, bro.
So, are you going to answer that question? Do you know that Antarctica is real?
I did. I know that Antarctica is a place that a few flat earthers just went to. So what's the problem? They saw.
Do you think that there are people on Antarctica right now, as we speak?
They literally claim that they have research bases there. So why wouldn't I?
Okay. So, do you believe that it's a continent on its own, enclosed, or do you think that it's a different shape than what we've been told?
I have no idea.
Okay. Thank you. That's an actual answer to my question. Even though you still don't know the answer to what it is, at least you gave me a genuine answer. That's what I was looking for. Also, I'm very curious as to what would constitute proof, because somebody said, I asked earlier and somebody said it would have to be measurable curvature. It would have to be measurable curvature. And then somebody else in the chat said, well, even if they brought me measurable curvature, I would have to take your measurements and remeasure them myself and all this stuff. So what is the actual evidence that somebody would have to bring to prove to you that the earth is not flat, but it is actually curved?
So if someone tells me that the earth is curved, I'm going to ask them for direct evidence of that. The only way that you do that is by measurement. I don't know any other way that you actually determine the curvature of something.
I'm sorry, can I interject for
Do you understand how that's not an actual answer? Because you're just repeating the same thing over and over again. You're not actually saying like what measurement, what particular measurement that provides you proof of the curvature would you actually believe?
Okay. So long distance measurements, like I know we already have them. I already know what the results are.
You're talking about like the Midland?
No, we're not just talking about 10, 20 miles. And no, we're not just talking about, looking at frozen lakes or anything like that. That's not what I'm talking about right now. So you're going to have to do more inquiry as to what I'm talking about. And we could keep having conversations.
Well, I've probably studied flat Earth for longer than anybody in this room, and I've heard every argument for and against it.
That's
so I'm
hilarious,
legitimately...
Dude,
yeah, I have. I'm legitimately asking.
Don't interrupt.
I'm legitimately asking, what proof do you require to believe the curvature measurement? What exact tools would somebody need to use?
What curvature measurement? Give me any direct form
what experiment or tools would somebody need to provide to you to where you said, oh,
shoot a laser over, go to the beach, shoot a laser down the beach 10 miles, and at the other end of the beach, the laser should be 66 feet in the air. Do you agree?
Somewhat, yes.
Oh, there's your experiment. Go do it.
No,
well, like I said earlier, I don't have the equipment. I'm just asking you, like,
I have an experiment that only requires a wooden stick, just a simple wooden stick. Okay, you guys live in different places, I assume, right? You have maybe one guy living in one part of America, another guy living in Europe. Yeah, I imagine there are people like that here. Just go out and call each other at the same day, and both of you just get a stick and put it in the ground perpendicular, right? And then look at the shadow. It's gonna be different lengths for you in Europe and for you in America. Sorry?
For fuck's sake.
Perpendicular to the ground, you said? So vertical, you mean?
Yeah, vertical. This is vertical, yes. Put it ideally vertical, under 90 degrees, okay? And then look at the shadow.
90 degrees. That's relative to a horizontal baseline, right? 90 degrees.
Yes. This is relative to a horizontal baseline of your locality, which is flat. Okay, I'm just
baseline is not local. A baseline is something everyone can use. That's why it's called a baseline.
No, my friend, just put a stick vertically, right, in both places, and observe the length of the shadow.
Okay, and so what are these, like angular measurements? Which, are
just the length of the shadow at the same time, the length of a shadow.
Okay.
Most of your people in different parts of the planet, right? And the way, like, if Earth is flat, right? Just picture it. You have a flat Earth, yes, and you have a sun shining on it from a faraway distance, right? Wouldn't it make sense that from a faraway distance, all shadows will be of the same length?
No.
How far away?
As far away as
the answer is no, because in what way could I actually set this up with lights on the ground to determine that this is a particular consequence of light and something causing a shadow? And how could I relate that without just affirming the consequent, which is a fallacy? Why would I do that? So you got sticks on the ground. They're creating shadow lengths. Am I supposed to come to conclusions based on assumptions of what that shadow is telling me? Because what is a shadow going to tell me?
You just measure the lengths of these shadows, and they're going to be different.
You measure it. One is longer than the other. What does that tell me?
So why one is longer than another? Like just try to just draw it. Maybe
that's my question to you. Why are they longer? Why are you saying? Because this is not my example, it's yours.
Okay, try to maybe draw it on paper, right? Because if it's flat,
one is longer than the other one. So let's listen. Make it more simple and less complicated. You have 2 sticks, 2 different places. One shadow is longer. I don't need a piece of paper. I've already envisioned it. What are you telling me that means? That's the question.
It means that there is a curvature, because how? Like do not imagine sticks now. Like you have sticks in the ground. Imagine a ground as a plane, and far away from it is a sun.
Okay.
Sun is casting on the sticks, and they are casting shadow, right? If there is no curvature, there is no how to say it. There is no deflection, or like the sticks of the same length, irrespective of the position, they will cast the same shadow because the surface is plane, is flat.
No, when you have one light source and you have shadows, the further you are from the light source, the more elongated the shadow is going to be. What do you mean?
Yes, but they're
it's
going to
not
be
a really great experiment to prove anything, because the shadows are going to change when the sun moves around, even if it were flat.
Yeah, but that's why you call each other and confirm that you are doing it at the same time.
Okay, but
Pretty sure people have tried this experiment. It wasn't conclusive.
No, my friend, a Greek guy did this experiment and calculated the circumference of the Earth. Like a Greek guy, ancient.
I'm trying. Listen, I was talking to someone else. He interjected. I didn't want this to take forever because I kind of wanted to get back.
My question is simple. I just want to know what.
I don't need you to interrupt the moment I mentioned you, bro. Damn.
I'm trying to get back to the question.
Are you slow?
No, I'm not. I'm actually.
Everyone in here knows what the question was. You can relax.
Okay. You can relax too, bro.
Well, I am relaxed. You're the only
Everyone
one.
relax.
Doesn't sound like it. Doesn't sound like it.
Chillax, kids.
You're the one blaring through my earpiece every time I'm mention. I literally just started talking about how I was going to respond back to you.
How about you stop bullshitting and answer the question?
I mean, to be fair, your question was answered.
Hold on, Indio. Why don't you relax? You're telling me to relax, but you keep interrupting. That's the sign of a not relaxed person. And your mic sucks.
My mic is brand new. It's way better than yours.
Okay.
Well, it
okay. Just stop the bickering. Okay. Laser dude, you said, how can you test it? Your question was answered. Elijah's addressing the next question.
So as far as the different shadows, I mean, I'm failing to understand how this is supposed to tell me that the ground is curved. Because first of all, we know that there are hills and valleys, this, that, and the third. But how do we tell that there's a continuous curvature of 8 inches per mile squared from one location to the next? How does putting 2 sticks in the ground inform me of that? Are there any other assumptions that I might have to make? Do you know what they are?
So imagine that you have.
So you didn't hear anything I said, right?
No, I heard what you said. I heard what you said. Saying, imagine.
So answer the question. Don't start with imagine. Answer the question.
What assumption you need to make?
Well, the first question was, how does 2 different lengths of shadows in 2 different places inform me that the Earth is curving?
Well, I posted a diagram. The diagram on the side chat. If do I need to tag you? I will tag you.
I'm just going to say straight up, it's not evidence. What you're giving, you don't know how to explain how it's evidence. You're giving us this. Yeah, it's mathematics. The same kind of mathematics I could do with my kitchen. making the same assumptions. Yes, same thing. Because a circle's always going to have 360 degrees. I can figure it out.
Jesus Christ. All right, carry on, guys.
The guy just talking. Look in the chat. Look in the side chat. I just posted peer-reviewed academic paper about the Eratosthenes, and he had assumptions and presuppositions that if he would have assumed other things, then he would have came to a different conclusion. Okay, so this is well known. Not, I don't even know why people offer this up as evidence at this point. It's almost silly.
Well, it's not evidence because all he did was repeat what navigators have been doing since the beginning of time. I don't know why they couldn't.
It ain't evidence because he sped read some article he Googled on the internet.
Well, get ready for more good news. Geography and Antarctica being there has something to do with the Earth's sphericity. I don't know how, but there's a guy in here that claims that it's totally relevant.
Must be the penguins.
I didn't say that. That was the words that were put in my. That was the words that were put in my mouth. I didn't say that. I said it's geography. I said geography has to do with whether it's accurate what we've been told. So whether the Antarctica is an actual continent on its own, which is not a ring around the perimeter, I would find that highly relevant to the topic.
Why? Because it's not an AE map? Or
My question originally was if somebody were to take a drone and fly it up. You said you don't know. You said it's irrelevant and you don't know.
When you said it,
that's not an answer to say that something's irrelevant and you don't know. That's not an actual answer. Like,
what do you want to do with? Hold on, bro. What do you want to do with the drone?
Wait. Look, can I finish?
Dude, I'm still listening. Like, let's hear from somebody who actually knows what they're talking about. Elijah, you just don't know anything.
So he's going to interrupt, right?
I'm going to interrupt somebody who's talking out of their ass who doesn't have an answer. You don't know anything. Let's hear from somebody who actually may have an answer.
So I need to let him repeat a few times, long enough for him to be rude enough for then me to be able to say, okay.
Dude, you're rude as fuck. You're rude as fuck.
See what I'm saying? I just want to respond because he lied about it.
You're a fucking rude person. I'm asking genuine questions and you're a rude fucking flat earther.
Why don't you chill out, bro? What's the problem?
Because I'm coming in here with a good faith question and I'm getting treated like the dude said I need to get it through my thick fucking skull that it doesn't matter. That's what a snowflake sounds like.
That wasn't.
Oh, yeah, dude.
You're snowflaking on me. Oh, see, I can't do what I'm doing if I got.
How do you even have conversations with people who are curious if you're just gonna bash everybody who has a genuine question, bro?
Right. So that wasn't.
It makes your whole group look like complete
who cares,
assholes.
dude? Let's disengage from the meta, dude. Okay, the conversation about the conversation. Let's just focus, dude. Take your.
Anybody answer the question? Like, what proof would it take? What evidence would it take to convince you?
We've already told you
that the curve is in the location they tell you it's at. That's the evidence that it needs to be there.
Look, I'm just trying to respond. Just because he doesn't give a fuck about my response doesn't mean I'm not going to continue.
Your response is that you don't know. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about a response.
Why don't you give Elijah 30 seconds to speak instead of just interrupting him?
All right, let's see if he doesn't say the same exact bullshit that he said last time.
It's taking you longer to complain about it than it would for him to speak. You're not saving time.
Why don't you give me an answer?
I will, after Elijah talks.
Oh, is Elijah the king of the flat earthers?
No.
See, y'all are letting you still letting him do it. That's why I was trying to take over. But I can't do it with other people talking. Person has to feel dumb and leave on their own accord. Y'all see me do it numerous times. Y'all not letting me do it though. So again, what I actually told you was whether it was an ice ring or a continent wouldn't really change my perspective, because you asked if it would change my perspective if you flew a drone up. I said no. You said, why not? I said, because it doesn't actually have any bearing on what I do know. Now, the next thing I thought you would have asked is, well, what do you know? And how does that trump knowing anything about Antarctica and everything? What do you mean? Because ultimately, I'm trying to get you to understand why I'm a flat earther, regardless of what the Antarctica might be. But if you're not interested, then I will hand it to someone else.
Was that supposed to be your answer?
Yeah, my answer was, it doesn't change the fact that I know what I know, which is why I'm a flat earther.
Right. So your answer is that it's irrelevant and you don't know.
Because what if it is irrelevant? Are you going to inquire about why I'm saying it's irrelevant?
Well, if you would remember, if your memory would serve you correctly, my next question was, do you believe that other continents are what we've been taught they are? And you didn't have an answer for that either. So I'm just wondering, if you're challenging all of geography, if you're challenging all of the geography that we've been taught, as far as what continents are and where they are located on the earth, then you must have some kind of idea of what you think it looks like. So what is that?
My response to you was, did you know what reification was?
Right. We've been through this, and I did not know that, and now I know that. Okay.
Right. But so if the map isn't the terrain and a globe is a projection, and you ask me, are the things arranged on this projection in the way that you believe it's actually laid out in real life? And I tell you no, all maps are good for is scaling. What part of that
But I wasn't talking about maps. I was talking about physical land masses called continents.
Okay, so how do you know it's a continent? You've seen it on Google Earth or the
I
globe
don't
or a
know.
map,
I'm
right?
asking you if you believe that it's real or not.
And
I didn't come in here. Excuse me. Can I speak for 30 seconds before getting interrupted? Or are you the only one that's allowed to have a platform?
After
My
I said,
question. I didn't come in here. I didn't come in here as a globe Earth model believer. I didn't come in here.
I did tell you it
Excuse
was
me.
real. I don't know why.
See, this is how you win arguments, by just talking and interrupting over people and not letting them ask genuine
Well, I mean, because you said that I said it wasn't real, and that was a lie. Because I said it wasn't
I hope
real.
all the flat earthers in here are paying attention to how ridiculous.
He was a Jaren believer, a Jaren follower when he jumped in.
No, I did follow Jeranism, and I've listened to a lot of his arguments. I've listened to
so that's why he's speaking
Mark
from
Sargent.
the AA perspective
I've
or
listened
whatever.
Oh yeah, you're in the wrong channel, dude. We're not those guys
anymore. You're not following that guy
I'm
anymore. That's what
asking
it
you
is.
questions. I'm not telling you I believe in any person and what their view is. I'm asking you what you believe. So I don't understand why it's so hard to answer a question about if you believe that continents are actual physical land masses and what you believe they are, if not what we've been taught. It's a very simple question. You're making it seem like I'm a globe earther trolling here, and I'm not.
The simple answer is continents are land masses. Second of all,
so is Antarctica. So is Antarctica a physical land mass?
If I told you, I don't like the reason some people get exacerbated is because they're retards. I remember telling you that
the reason why some people can't answer questions because they're retards and they act like they're experts on things they don't know shit about, like you.
Okay, so now I'm going to respond.
How about somebody who actually has an education? How about somebody who actually has an education could answer the question? Is there anybody in this room with an actual education on geography that understands continents and what they are that could answer the question about Antarctica?
You said we know a lot about. Why don't you step up?
So the answer to the question was that they have researchers there. I'm pretty sure it's a real place. So I did answer you. You just
Okay.
I don't know.
And what shape
Why
do you
you're
believe
acting
that
like-
continent is?
Don't know.
Why do you care what he believes, dude? Why don't you care about what he knows? What if he believes in fairies with pixie dust? Who
Because
gives
he
a
doesn't
shit?
know. He just said he doesn't know.
Neither do you.
I know based on what I've been taught.
Exactly. You know nothing. You believe a bunch of shit, and now you want to know what a bunch of
There's
shit
no
he
such thing
believes.
as there's no such thing as facts in geography.
There's no such thing as facts that you can verify in geography.
And that's the crux of your entire argument is that no matter what facts people bring to you, no matter what facts people bring to you, you're just going to say that facts don't exist.
No, you use the word facts wrong.
Oh, I use the word facts wrong. Okay.
Yeah, you are, because a fact is a current event or something like that.
Wow.
So if you said someone went to Antarctica and measured the perimeter of it, that would be a fact. Saying Antarctica's perimeter is X miles, that is not a fact.
Yep.
The act of someone measuring it would be the fact.
Okay, so here's the measurement of Antarctica.
Okay, and I know
can put it
that's
in the
wrong.
side chat for you.
Yeah, and I know that's wrong.
Oh, so if I present
how
to
I
you
know it's
facts,
wrong?
you're going to
Do you
say,
know how I
okay,
know
how
it's
do you know
wrong?
it's wrong?
No, do you know how I know it's wrong?
How?
Okay, because somebody so-called circumnavigated Antarctica. It's called the
Admiral
it's
Byrd?
a trimaran. No. It's a trimaran. It's got the record for the circumnavigation of Antarctica. It took the same amount of time to go around Antarctica as this same boat took to go around the entire Earth. The same amount of time, the exact same number of days. 73
And where
days.
is this study?
It's not a study, it's a boat, dude. It's a speedboat.
Okay, so
it's a
where is
trimaran.
this event? Where is this event? How can I look this up?
Look for world record circumnavigation Antarctica. World record circumnavigation in the world.
Okay.
The same boat to trimaran, right? And not just that, the fastest solo in a carbon fiber racing yacht was 93 freaking days. Now the
Circumnavigating Antarctica has been
listen, dude,
accomplished.
you're not listening. So it was 93 days in a carbon fiber racing yacht, so they would have had to be going something like 3 knots. Okay? For the distance they say. They would have to have been going super fucking slow. So you can believe that, or you can believe that the perimeter is wrong.
So
And that expert sailors don't know how to sail.
Let me just show or tell you this about circumnavigation of Antarctica, scientific expeditions, the Antarctic Circumnavigation Expedition ACE in 2016 to 2017 involved multiple research vessels and over 150 scientists to study the continent's
That's great.
climate and oceanography.
Were they racing? Were they racing?
I don't understand how that's relevant.
Okay, because races are important because you're trying to cover the greatest distance in the least amount of time.
They also had an unmanned drone and in the air in 2019 called Saladrone, completed the world's first autonomous circumnavigation of Antarctica, collecting oceanic and atmospheric data.
He didn't hear the relevance to what you said, Indio. That's what I think you need to get.
Also had the solar.
Maybe you don't understand.
Because I'm reading out loud. I'm reading out loud to you the proof that Antarctica is not an ice wall, and you just don't want to accept scientific research.
Take the drone to go around it.
I didn't have anything in my back pocket. All I had to do was Google
it.
it.
The drone to go around it. How long?
All I had to do was fucking Google it, and it showed me.
The last time I'm going to ask you before you get muted. How long did you take the drone to go around it?
Your drone went around nothing.
I can I can click on it and find out.
What was the distance it traveled?
So, samples taken. There were 26,600.
It's funny you're Googling what you already believe. Why do you
I'm literally Googling this right now, dude. I'm not holding a position. I'm trying
Why
to
did you already believe it?
Together with other people. I don't, dude.
You did hold a position.
Have you not been listening to this conversation since I started?
Yeah, I did listen. I listened and said, Elijah, this is how you win debates.
So
what debate? You're not debating, remember?
do you have a rebuttal?
Only
Do you have a rebuttal? If you're winning the debate, do you have a rebuttal? Can you prove?
You're the one who said you were in a debate, bro. Remember?
No, you just said the word debate. I was asking questions, dude. I was asking questions.
But you also said you were in a debate.
You just brought up. You said this is how you win a debate, bro.
That's what you said to Elijah. Don't you remember?
No, I did not.
Yeah, you said
Roll
to
back
Elijah.
the recording, bro. Roll back the recording, bro. You're putting words in my mouth.
What you said to Elijah was, "Is this how you win debates by interrupting?"
Moron.
Why did you just interrupt me again?
Because you're a fucking moron.
Yeah, that's not an argument, okay? That doesn't tell me why you just interrupted me.
I'm not debating you, bro. It's not a debate. You're a fucking moron. It's not an argument.
Why did you? Then why'd you say to Elijah? Then why'd you say to Elijah? This is how you win debates by interrupting people.
I didn't say this is how you win debates. I said this is how you.
That's what you said. You're a goddamn liar. Go on, mute, bro.
So he's not hearing you. He's not hearing you. He thinks that you're saying.
He's not hearing his own conscience telling him not to lie.
You asked the question. This is how you win debates, bro, by interrupting. The whole point is you're literally doing that to Indio the entire time. Is this how you win debates, bro?
When I provide you.
You didn't provide us the necessary information, as in distance traveled or time.
I'm actually looking at it right now. If I could speak.
Okay, what was it? How long did it take?
Well, give me 2 seconds to read. The kilometers traveled was 33,565.
God, Antarctica's pretty big, huh?
Number of countries represented on board, 23. Scientists
I want
were
the drone distance, dude.
I'm trying to find it. Give me a second. The reason why it took so long is because they stopped at 12 island groups surrounding Antarctica.
Stop giving excuses and provide the data.
I'm looking for it. I'm reading it right.
And that's why I referenced the race, because they're not going to want to pause. Okay? They're not going to want to stop and look around. They're not going to pick flowers in the middle of the ocean. They're going to go as fast as they can. So the question on the table is, how come it takes as long for the freaking one of the fastest boats in the world to go along Antarctica as it does to go around the equator? Which is supposed to be 25,000 miles.
That's not what the circumnavigation was an experiment for. They weren't trying to prove that the Earth was not round.
Oh my God!
Yeah, so circumnavigation means going in a circle. That's what that means. You can go in a circle.
They weren't. Yeah, it doesn't. You're asking why weren't they speeding around, racing around it? Because they weren't trying to prove how fast you can go around Antarctica. That's why.
I'm talking about the thing I referenced, not the thing you referenced.
You asked why weren't they racing around Antarctica? The answer is because they were not trying.
You're slow, bro.
They were not trying to prove how fast they could get around Antarctica.
Yours is a red herring, because his point was to your question of
you guys have studied logical fallacies so much that your entire argument is fallacious.
Every time I'm in the middle of an argument, every time I'm in the middle of a conversation,
every time you bring up false axioms, you're going to get.
Thank you. So he literally said, what is the diameter? What's the shape of Antarctica? So Indio said, well, they've done races around Antarctica, and funny enough, it appears to be the same distance, or they've taken as long as it's taken to do what? It's at least as long as the
circumnavigate the world along the equator.
There you go. So what does that mean?
That mathematics could be the same on either map. So how does that prove anything?
The circumnavigation Antarctica should be something like, I don't know, 16,000 miles maybe? There's an extra 10,000 miles.
But if you turned the globe map into a flat map, then you're still measuring the same exact geography, correct?
What are you talking about?
Flat map?
What? Yeah, like with
he doesn't understand.
He doesn't get it.
You just finished telling somebody that
mathematics can pretty much be manipulated.
Let me hold him real quick.
Go for it.
He's not getting it, and that's evident. Like the way he's responding is evident. He's not getting it. The point. It's not coming across. I don't know what else you're gonna try to do. It's just go ahead.
What's the point of telling him, hey, all of the maps that we use are derived from elevation angles to the star? Like, what the fuck even is the point of telling him that the AE map is the same thing as the globe, just a different representation of the information? Like, what's the point in telling him that a map isn't the terrain, like I already did? What's the point in showing him how it's measured flat and there is no measurable curvature if he doesn't care? All he wants to know is about Antarctica. Why don't you go to Antarctica and stick your dick in the sand or the ice? Whatever. You know what I meant. Fucked up my joke.
That's the whole conversation since the beginning.
I'll tell him something about Antarctica. Antarctica is known for being one of the flattest lands in the world.
Exactly. But that's what AV was talking about earlier, was the like what does the AE map have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Yeah. The guy was just on and on and on and on and on. It sounds like,
and no matter how far away we got from it, no matter how far away we got from the AE map, he immediately comes back to the AE map every single time.
Every time. Yep.
Yeah, he's trying to foist the Gleason's map on us. You understand that the Gleason's map is a globe, buddy? That it's the projection of a preferred coordinate reference system, namely latitude and longitude, which is based upon the celestial sphere. You understand that, right? That it's not the actual ground? Which it seems like everybody talked about it. Elijah talked about the reification, and everybody talked about like it didn't stick or something. Maybe he didn't understand. Talking in, like I'm just saying, like I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he just didn't understand.
Dude, I was
what
you're talking
about.
I was 6 times in it with him, and at some point I was like, "You're not getting it to your thick skull." He got offended. He's like, "Why are you flat earthers always saying this shit?" I'm like, "Dude, because I can't tell you any more simply. It's just that you're not getting it." And then he went to another speaker, and then Eli took over. It's like it's not
because they're stuck in 2015 where you could just tell a flat earther, "Oh, it's not an ice rain." Like, what if you meet flat earthers who never believe that, but they still think the Earth is flat? Are you going to continue to be a bigot and argue with them based on a whole other group of people because they call themselves flat earthers? Because that's what a bigot would do. I mean, you're a step up above like the worst thing that America has ever done. Like, you're a step above that because you've taken the whole encompassing thing of being a bigot. Forget all of its subsets. So again, if you don't really care why we're flat earthers, what is the point in talking to us?
I care about the truth. I care about what the truth is, and that's what I'm trying to get to.
But you're a bigot, though, so it's making it
How
hard.
am I a bigot? How am I a bigot? What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
So
you don't even
He's talking about lumping all flat earthers in the same crab bucket.
I wasn't doing that. Just because I said some things that resemble what other flat earth models have taught us doesn't mean I was saying you're a fucking whatever. I'm not the one using ad hominem attacks here. You guys are.
Well, Elijah.
Yeah, you did to me, and I tried to stop you.
Yeah, I called you a fucking douchebag because you're the one using ad hominem attacks.
Okay.
No,
Elijah specifically.
No, I wasn't.
Hold on, Elijah. Let me explain this to him. Elijah specifically asked you, why don't you ask him what he thinks? And you decided you wanted to just spurg out on him.
My question.
Instead of learning what we. Okay,
my question has not been answered. People said, "Oh, he answered your question."
What's the question?
But the
question I heard you answer. How would you measure it? And that was answered.
The question I've only ever heard was,
how about this
if
question?
it's not the AE map, then why do you think it's flat?
What shape do you believe that Antarctica is?
Don't care. Irrelevant.
See, that's not an answer, though.
I
Why
don't
can't you
know.
answer it?
Is it Chase?
It is an
I don't know
answer.
is an answer.
So here's the thing. If we
So
don't
you
know,
don't know. That's the answer. Is that you don't
I
know.
don't know, and neither do you.
I'm not the one claiming to know. I'm asking a question.
Hold on. The question is.
I said I don't know.
Yeah. So what's wrong with not knowing? What's that?
Brother, nobody in here knows.
Just because you don't know doesn't mean it's irrelevant.
Okay, but I don't know.
It's irrelevant to whether the Earth is a globe or not.
Yes, it does not mean that it's irrelevant. Because you don't know the shape of continents, that does not make it irrelevant to the shape of the Earth just because you don't know.
Yes, it does. Yeah, it does.
Okay, just because you say yes, it does not change the fact.
I told him,
You guys are ridiculous. Oh my God, your brains don't work.
Instead of just asking me why, right, like a normal fucking person, instead of going nuh-uh, okay, it doesn't matter because there's only one hold on. There's only one dichotomy between flat and globe. It's whether the surface is curving or not. Any construct of where the continents are or where anything is based upon a mathematical construct called a preferred coordinate reference system. Now, depending on what your origin of coordinates are and what you decide to use as your orientation and your references, your coordinate references, in this particular case, the globe uses the celestial sphere, okay? It doesn't use the Earth, dude. You know that, right? You do know that. Latitude and longitude are not points on the ground, right?
Yes, I understand that.
They're points in the sky.
Okay, I
so
wasn't
we can
arguing
make
that.
we can make any arbitrary coordinate reference system and reify some fucking map, and it won't prove the shape of the Earth. The only thing that can prove the shape of the Earth is measuring the profile of the Earth. It's that fucking simple. It doesn't matter whether Antarctica exists or does not exist. It doesn't matter what the sun does. It doesn't matter what the stars or the moon or fucking anything else does.
There is
it
one
only matters
exception
whether
to
the surface
what you're
is curving
saying.
or not.
There is one exception to what you're saying, and that's this: is that if you could circumnavigate the entire Earth from any direction, then it would have to be a ball, correct?
No, because you're still. How are you placing yourself?
If you can go in rings, if you
Listen,
can
bro.
go in rings around, no, you listen. If you could go to in rings, circumnavigating the Earth in rings,
This is X 2.0 right here.
From every single angle.
You interrupted. You asked me a
What
question,
does that have
and
to be?
Fuck, dude, shut up. Shut up.
So you
asked
can't
me a
answer the question.
I was answering it. You interrupted me.
I haven't even finished my question when you're interrupting.
Dude, you interrupted me in the middle of my fucking answer.
So what was my question then?
Dude, if you could circumnavigate in any direction, then it would have to be a ball. And I was in the middle of a goddamn answer and you interrupted. Okay, so here's the answer. It depends on what your coordinate reference system is. What are you using to place yourself? What is your direction? What does that even mean? Is it the cardinal directions? Is it based upon the compass? Is it based upon the celestial sphere? Is it based upon the sun? What do you mean?
No, none of that. Like, let's just say hypothetically
none of that
you use the same exact ship or the same exact vessel or whatever it is to circumnavigate or a drone even or a satellite
circle
or
around
whatever
what?
To do rings around that go
what?
all the way around from every single degree, like from
around
360 degrees around the plane to where you wind up in the same place you started.
Where's the
and
point
then you do that, and excuse me, let me finish. And then you do that 360 times, and you prove that there's 360 rings of degrees. Would that not be a ball?
Around what? Where on the plane?
No, around whatever this shape may be.
No. Where on the plane?
It doesn't matter where you start from. Start from the same spot. Start from the same single spot. No, start from the same. No, actually, I excelled. Start from the same spot.
What?
Start from the same spot.
Dude,
start from the same spot in every single attempt, and every single time that it works, every single time that you realize that it works, that you would have to eventually admit that it's a ball, right?
Dude, you're an idiot. Okay, circle around what? A circle is equidistant from a point, right? Every point is equidistant from one point. Where's that point that we're all
I said
circling
a
around?
ring. I said a ring.
What the? There's no difference between a ring and a circle, stupid.
Oh, really? Have you worn a circle around your finger or a ring?
Yeah. I have worn a circle around my finger.
Oh, it's a circle. It's not a
Is a ring
three-dimensional
equidistant?
ring.
Dude, this is
it
a red herring,
three-dimensional?
dude.
Is a
Is a ring
fail
equidistant from a single point? Dude, you're gonna
Did
get
you
kicked
fail-
out of here, dude.
did
If you
you
don't
fail
fucking goddamn
geometry,
start
bro?
being honest, you're gonna get booted. Okay?
I'm being
not gonna
completely
tolerate your
honest.
bullshit.
I'm saying that if
Yeah,
you can
so, is a
circumnavigate
ring-
the Earth over and over again from every different position, that means that
Around
inevitably
what?
you would
Hasn't
prove
been
that
done.
it is not a flat
And I'm
plane.
gonna ask you again one more time, around what point?
Any point starting or ending to. You, as long
Okay,
as you start
so
and
let's say New
end
York
at the same
City.
point
Okay,
every single time.
Okay, let's say New York City. We're gonna start from New York
Sure.
City. What are we circling?
So go out in any direction, and then you move over. When you get back to where you started, that's one full ring. Then, when you move over 1 degree, move over to the right or to
You're
the
fucking
left,
dumb as
1
rocks,
degree.
bro. Bro,
And
listen.
you continue
what are
to
we
do that and winding up in the same place. Once you do it 360 times, that proves that you're in a three-dimensional makeup of rings, which would be a sphere.
Okay, are you almost done? Can I talk now? Okay, so.
Do you
how we
disagree
know-
with that?
Dude, shut your fucking pie hole. How do we know
Shut
what
your
direction
fucking
we're
pie
going?
hole. Fuck you. Fuck
Dude,
you,
shut your pie
motherfucker.
hole, fool. You're
fuck
embarrassing
off,
yourself.
you fucking dipshit. I don't give a fuck.
Listen. Okay, so I'm going to say what I'm going to say. You're spurging out, dude. It's disgusting. You should be embarrassed. Your parents should be embarrassed. It's really simple. We need to place ourselves. How do we know we're going in a straight line? So, check it out. Euclid's parallel postulate is that there's a point and there's a line and there's a single line that does not intersect that line, and that's a parallel line, right? So that's what forms a straight line. So how do we know we're going in a straight line? What are we using as a spatial reference to know in any direction we travel that we continued in a straight line? Let's hear it.
I guess it would depend on the vessel that you're using, if it's going to be able to go in that straight line or not.
Forget the vessel. We need some external spatial reference. What are we using? The sun? The moon? A mountain? Like, what are we using?
No, you can use land. You can use land.
Okay, so we traveled 1,000 miles. What land can I see, which I know my orientation relative to that land?
Well, I suppose, let's say hypothetically you left a trail.
Hypothetically. Right? A trail.
Yes, you left a trail. Sure, or like an actual.
Sure, breadcrumbs.
See, you're not even entertaining. You're not even entertaining the hypothetical that could prove you wrong.
This hypothetical.
So if you had,
me wrong because it can't be done.
If you could imagine in your mind how this would work,
you could imagine.
Yes, if you can imagine in your mind how a spherical object works, which we know that spheres exist, right? So,
if I may, on the face of it, it's ridiculous. Try visualizing a breadcrumb from 1,000 miles away. Are you kidding me? Come on, man.
You don't think technology exists that could leave some kind of digital trail or any kind of trail as it's traveling? So where when you wind up in the same point you started,
bro. Just shut up, bro.
When you wind up in the same point you started, you know that you went in a straight up.
Has this been done?
No, you
These
don't know that.
hypotheticals are all well and good, but has it been done? Yes or no?
Fucking breadcrumb, like, dude.
Clipcord.
I swear, man, that's a new one on me. Like, leave breadcrumbs behind and then watch the trail that you leave. Like, who's doing that, bro?
That's how you find your way out of the woods, man.
He reminds me of Vaxwax. The same kind of arguing style that Vaxwax. The same exact thing.
I know. Parasites like bread.
Oh,
maybe we could follow the parasites eating the bread. Like, it's real bad, man.
Look, Chase. I tried to be. I'm being very fair with you. Okay, what you're proposing is impossible. You know it's impossible. okay? Because you can't see a single point to know if you're going straight or not everywhere on your path. That's why we use the stars. And even using the stars, we have to hand off at some point when the star goes from one horizon to the other, right? We have to use some different stars. There's no way to know if you're going straight or not. Your hypothetical is impossible. Okay? I'm sorry. Can't be done. But what we can do? We can measure to see if the surface of the Earth is curved, and we can know 100% for certain whether it's a ball or not. I'm sorry you guys don't like that, but that's a fact. The only dichotomy between a ball and a flat surface is curvature. That's it. All that shit in the sky, traveling around, it doesn't matter. Unless you're doing some parallel transport. The only way to prove a ball by traveling is what's called the parallel transport. Now, if you can do that, then you'd have something.
So do you think that drones have the capability of digitally tracking their trail?
In what sense?
When you look on a flight log,
their trail?
like when you look on a flight log and it shows you exactly the trajectory of your flight, are you saying that is just not real technology? It doesn't exist?
No, it means that you don't know how it actually works. That's what that means. So you have a course and then you have a heading because air moves around. You're moving in a fluid. And because you have a course and a heading, your plane is pointed in one direction, but you're moving in another direction. It's the same way as at sea, and it's the same way as in an airplane. So you can look at the orientation of your airplane on your heads-up display, and it says you're pointing east, but you got a freaking diagonal wind, so you're actually going northeast or something. That would be your course. Your heading would be the direction you're pointed in.
So you're telling me that if you fly a plane or a drone or what have you, and it's tracking your trajectory as far as your flight path, where you just flew through.
What do you mean by where, though? You're in the same problem. The where assumes a coordinate.
The air that you were just talking about, that you just flew through from the original point that you took off from.
Dude, you're not this stupid, dude. You're not this dumb. Where assumes a coordinate reference system. Where is a coordinate?
Sure, a GPS coordinate. It doesn't matter if the Earth is flat or a globe to use a GPS coordinate.
Okay, a GPS coordinate is an Earth-centered, Earth fixed. So are you going to use the plane and prove the Earth's a plane?
If it is a plane, then yes. If it's a globe, then it'll prove it's a globe.
Because GPS works on an Earth-centered, Earth fixed on a tangent plane.
My question
contrary to your belief,
which one will it prove? My question was, would that be an experiment that would prove it one way or the other?
Nope.
And how would it not? If you can...
Because it's a reification of a coordinate system, dude. This was explained to you at least 5 times.
But it doesn't matter, though. That's what you're not getting.
It does matter.
If you use that formula 360 times at a degree difference every single time, then that is a globe.
Tell me what it means by reification of a coordinate system. What does that mean?
I just learned reification earlier. I don't know. I've never heard the word reification before.
It means turning something that's abstract and causing it to be physically real.
Okay.
Okay, so the coordinate system, we can pick from any number and use that, right? That doesn't make the coordinate system real. Okay, it only describes.
It doesn't matter if you.
Why are you interrupting? It only describes a particular relationship between geometric.
Because imaginary numbers in mathematics, are still functional for the formula.
Let you get it out.
Oh my God, dude! No one's talking about imaginary numbers.
He literally just said that he's not trying to prove one way or the other, and then said we're just trying to prove one way or the other. Like, hey, how come y'all don't catch that stuff?
Hey man, I caught him saying he was debating you when he said he wasn't debating. Give me some credit.
Fair enough. But he just like when he said that, I was like, "Fuck!" I was put on hot mic duty. That was like, Yo, he literally just said, no, I wasn't talking about that, like to prove, if it's flat around. I just wanted to talk about whether it would prove one way or the other.
Elijah, this is why we invite you to be here.
Relatively close to what he said.
So you can point it out.
Like, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing with your life, bro? What are you doing? But again, I mean, it's our fault for being trolled, though. That's how I feel. And he's trolling. He's not serious. He doesn't
Well, his first premise was that he was a Jaren follower. Now he's trying to figure it out after following Jaren fell apart.
Yeah, and he said he's not he's not a
But he didn't
Glober.
he didn't do anything to learn what people who aren't Jaren say. He just so I don't understand. What did he ask of us that had anything to do with what we've learned? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Tried to get him to be inquisitive about that. He just started bugging the fuck out. Oh,
Try to reset with him. Try to reset.
No,
Try to
he's
start.
not. He's not serious. He's not serious, Jimsy. I don't know what y'all don't get when y'all hear these people. Maybe y'all feel like, oh, they sound like a nice person. Like,
nice
no,
person.
I already understand that he's not here to listen. Like, he just demonstrated that for like the 2 hours that I've been in it.
Well, nines meaning necius, ignorant, not knowing. Yeah, nice person.
That's very helpful, Jimsy.
It's acting like it.
Very helpful.
Okay, let's open this mic go one more time. I'm just kidding. It's just acting. Yeah, Vaxwise 2.0.
Maybe I need to talk to him. Maybe he wants to talk to a nice flat earther.
Oh yeah.
Please.
What's going on? I heard you tripping out.
Because I keep asking a legitimate question and everybody is just saying, shut your fucking mouth, shut your pie hole, you're a fucking idiot, did you not go to school? It's all these ad hominem attacks. I'm not even a round earther or a globe earther. I don't know.
Did you go to school?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay. What was the question?
My question, well, there was a series of questions, but to boil it down, like what I really want to know, because I am not here as a troll, I'm literally asking, is there a specific experiment that would prove that the Earth is a globe that you would have to concede? Like, what experiment would it take? And then
No, there is no experiment. No, there's no experiments. You need measured curvature over a distance. You need to measure that the Earth is curving over a distance.
Wouldn't you have to do an experiment to measure
No,
it?
that's not. Measuring isn't an experiment.
So, what form of measurement would suffice?
Oh, you can use surveying. Surveying will work.
See, they were bringing that up earlier when somebody else was talking about it, and then your boy Elijah here was telling him how stupid that was. So apparently that's not the answer.
To shoot a straight line? I don't think Elijah thinks it's stupid to shoot a straight line.
I didn't say that. He's a liar. But that's what liars do.
I believe he's lying.
Every experiment that people were bringing up earlier, they were just saying, no, that's not going to work. So I'm asking you,
what experiment?
Like such as the one of shooting a laser or whatever. That was one of the ones somebody brought up. Shooting a laser across
like 10 miles, right?
Somebody said at least over 10 miles or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have video of that. And
so is that not an experiment?
No, that's shooting a laser and seeing it on the other side. What's the experiment? Okay. What's the experiment there?
So are you saying that it proved the Earth was flat?
Yeah, at 10 miles, it should be dropping 66 feet. You shoot the laser one direction, it should be 66 feet above somebody else's head at the other side of the beach at 10 miles away. If you put them exactly at 10 miles, wherever the beach is at, boom, that's 10 miles. You stand there, I'll shoot the laser at it. We know that's 10 miles. 66 feet in the air is where the beam should be going, and it doesn't. It just goes right to the guy on the other side, standing on the beach with a camera, so it hits the lens, and so it hits the camera, and they can take a picture of it. Boom. It's
So
not
why does
66 feet in the air.
the previous gentleman doesn't trust lasers on like airplanes or drones, but you guys
What about
trust
lasers? Why are we using lasers on airplanes and
Because
drones?
my hypothetical experiment or measurement was that if you start from a one point on Earth and you do 360 rings to the starting point, and you do that, 360 times at
can't.
1 degree separately,
can't.
would that not have to be a spherical object? that
No,
you're
you can't
traveling
do
around?
that. Yeah, you
Why
can't
not?
do that. Because nobody ever said you could.
Well, has anybody tried?
No.
Then
Because
how do you know
can't
you
do
couldn't do it?
Well, that's it. That's where we're at. Nobody's ever tried, and so your hypothetical is just imaginary. So I said, nope, you can't do it because nobody else has ever done it. So,
So there's no globe.
you have to go do it, and then you'll be the first one.
Okay. That's an actual legitimate answer to what I was asking. I was not coming in here as a troll. You guys are so defensive that you think everybody's some globe earther trying to destroy your argument.
What do you mean, you guys?
Everybody who was throwing ad hominem attacks my way, especially this douchebag Elijah.
So you come here ultimately to say, so okay, if I do 360 degree rings, that would mean that it's a globe? You were waiting for one to say, well,
Yes.
no one's tried it. Okay.
Because that was how my
wait,
question in the
he
beginning
literally
was
said-
what
he
would it
literally-
take, specifically, what would it take to actually prove that it was a globe if it were? That was my original question, and you guys are treating me like I'm a fucking idiot.
I did answer it. The answer
No, you
was,
said you don't know. Your answer was you don't know.
No, that's not true. I said I don't
Your
know.
other
what
answer
the
was
shape
that
of-
it's irrelevant. You said it doesn't matter. That's not an
So I can
answer.
answer one. He keeps talking, and I'm trying to just get one.
Yeah, because you're a fucking idiot, dude.
So if anybody can just go ahead and mute him, then I'll continue. Or he can leave, whichever one he's going to be good with.
He's muted.
Okay, thank you. So what I said was you can measure the curvature directly if it were there. That's what I said. I said I don't know the shape of a continent. I don't know the shape of a lake either. Who gives a shit? I don't know the shape of the base of a mountain. Who gives a shit? It's definitely an irregular shape. Would you think we were going to say circle, square, triangle? Like what are we talking about? But at the end of the day, you said what would prove it's a globe? I said measured direct curvature. I gave you the answer.
Sorry, was there a question there?
This is recorded, right, guys? Yep, he's retarded.
Yes, sir.
Good.
See, there you go. Just when people challenge your ideas, the best way to convince them. The best way to convince them is to just call them a retard.
Hey, you didn't challenge anything. You just asked us what would prove the globe. How is that a challenge?
Measured drop over distance. There's your answer in a nutshell.
Well, if it wasn't a challenge, then why do you feel so offended?
Measured drop over distance. I don't feel challenged by you, boy.
What?
There you go.
Measured drop over distance is the
Measured
answer.
drop
And
over
number
distance?
2, I do not feel challenged by you, my young friend.
Oh, you're so smart then. Great. So measured drop over distance.
Intelligence has got nothing to do with it, so quit with the ad homs already.
Right, because you guys are the ones
Yeah,
who
right.
just called me.
Don't you like it, eh? I didn't call anyone a retard.
I'll talk. I'm trying to figure out where you've made more comments about us or the topic. It seems like your word count is mostly about us and not about the
Did
topic.
you count how many times I was called a retard?
You guys.
Want 5 more? I'll do it 5 more times.
I didn't call you a
I'm sure that
retard.
would prove that the
I'm a
Earth
nice-
is flat.
I'm
Then
a
if you
nice
just call
flat
people a
earther.
retard enough,
I didn't call you
people a
names.
retard enough, that'll
Remember?
prove the Earth is flat.
Well, you
Remember when
you
you
didn't
talked
ask
to
us.
me?
You never not once asked us how we've proven it's flat. So you're not even.
Yeah, I've
in
heard
the same,
all of the
You're
things
not
you're
even
talking
in the
about,
same building.
the laser measurements, which they do call experiments, by the way. I've heard all of these, and I'm not discounting them. I'm asking
5
the
seconds right now.
opposite.
I'll send you $10.
I'm
What
asking
is
the
a nautical
opposite
mile?
of that
How is it
is
derived?
which
10
measurement
seconds. 10
opposite.
seconds. What is a nautical mile and how is it derived? I'll give you $10 right now. Don't Google it.
Oh my God.
What is it and how is it derived?
I'm not trying to talk to you, Elijah.
You
You're a
don't need.
fucking
You don't
douche.
know the cornerstone of my favorite argument. You sit here and say you know all of the arguments. You don't even know what a nautical mile is.
Sure. Okay. If you think I don't know what a nautical mile is, then just call me a retard.
Well, you could have told me and just got the $10 that I just offered you and made me look dumb.
I don't need your $10, bro. I don't need your $10, bro.
Take the free $10, dude.
He can't. It's already gone. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it.
All right, here, I'll give you the answer that you guys have given me. It's irrelevant.
No. Well, that's why your $10 broken.
Definitely Johnny, dude. A lot of fucking haters in this room, y'all.
Yeah. Eventually, you're gonna tire out, but we're still gonna remain. So when you leave this place, there'll be 10 more other iterations of guys like you coming in here, and we're still gonna be here. So don't worry about that.
Yeah, don't call the nice flat earthers. Not all of us are mean. I'm the nicest one here.
Yeah.
Well, that's not saying much.
Hey, I'm the nicest one. Come on.
Oh yeah. Sorry,
If
Rod.
you guys actually wanted to,
I am more humble than
if you guys
thou.
actually wanted to convince people, like you cared to convince people, then you might try like some actual tact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Anything else?
All I gotta do is lay down some. All I gotta do is lay. Oh, I can't even say it. I can't even.
You want to say it?
Hey, I want a quick interjection. Okay, so the Earth is flat because water is flat on the surface while at rest. What's your evidence for the globe?
I'm not a globe believer.
He doesn't want to be held accountable, sheepdog. Remember, he started off saying he only follows Jaren.
Just like
He's not-
5-year-olds and women.
I don't follow Jeranism.
Yeah.
I said I remember back in the day when Jeranism was one of those flat earth people. I don't even follow flat earth people. I don't follow globe earth. It's not really a topic that I've even cared to.
Wait. So Jaren is not a flat earther anymore? Chase?
I don't know. I don't follow them, and I don't follow him. I don't know what he's up to.
How did you know he was not a flat earther if you weren't following him? Duh.
I didn't say he wasn't. I thought I could have believed he still was. I have no idea.
He got busted, dude. He follows him. Busted.
I don't follow. You can look on my page right now. I don't
first
follow
word that he
Jeranism.
said when he joined. He said, I used to follow Jaren or something like that.
I said
the first thing he said.
Yeah, I used to like 10 years ago when this was a new topic, and you guys are still talking about it with zero proof.
You're the one that brought it up.
Back in the day, the stupid kid would just be quiet in the back of the class and go to sleep.
Oh, that's much what you've been doing, huh?
That was what I was doing.
Did you watch it before?
I did not.
So you guys think that the laser pointer measurement is proof that the Earth is flat, or that water rests level? That's proof that the Earth is flat.
Pictures also. Yeah, 10 miles. We can see shit at 10 miles, 20 miles.
Does it matter?
Photos.
Can I watch it now? Oh, what is it, man? Sorry, y'all. Don't mute me. Go ahead. Continue.
It was coming, Eli. Hey, all right. Did he run out of gas? The Jaren follower, that guy, is he still talking?
I think I got the only half-ass decent answer that I'm gonna get from any of you guys.
Water's flat, bro.
If there was something that could demonstrate curvature, it would have been done already. It hasn't. That's why we're here.
I have all the gear. I have all the gear. What do you want me to go do?
Have you flown up into the upper atmosphere yourself?
Ground. Pay attention.
Well, how would you see the curvature from the ground?
Because we should be able to measure it. So, I have all the gear. What do you want me to do? I'm not flying anywhere. That sounds fucking crazy. Don't be an idiot.
I mean, you tell me. You're making the claim that it's flat.
I know. No, it is flat. You're the one who claims it's a ball.
No, I didn't. I didn't claim it was a ball. I didn't claim it was a ball.
Oh yeah, it's not a claim. It's just how it is. That's life.
No, I haven't made any assertion.
Well, I don't see any curvature, so therefore it's
if
flat.
you would listen to the entire conversation, I haven't made one claim or assertion about what I believe the shape of the Earth is.
I've been listening.
I said
the whole time.
I don't know. I said I don't know. And what What evidence would it take to prove that it were a ball?
Curvature, not flying in the air. Measure curvature.
Measure curvature when I'm not flying in the air.
Water curving around the ball.
Not flying in the air, because flying in the air doesn't measure the ground.
Yeah, that was the whole point, was water curving around the ball, right? Because water.
Once you go up high enough, right? Once you go up past a certain threshold.
No.
Oh, so you're saying it's a globe?
No, going up doesn't mean
I'm just having a conversation here. Like, once
sounds like
you
you're making
go
a claim.
I'm asking
If you go up high enough, you'll see a curve, right?
That's not what I was saying. I was asking, once you go up past a certain threshold of altitude, would you start to see a curve at some point?
I don't know. What do you think? What's the threshold?
At what point?
I mean, I asked the question to you guys.
Yeah. What's the threshold? What do you?
Yeah, what point? So I can answer yes or no. What's the point? What point? How high?
What
I guess it would be I guess it would be outside of the atmosphere.
Yeah. What's the altitude? How high is that?
You tell me. I don't know.
I mean, outside of the Earth's atmosphere.
How do you know?
Past
Listen,
the sun.
Hold on, Sheepdog. Then how do you know there's an actual limit?
That's the point of the question, though, and you're avoiding the point of the question.
Yeah, no, it's not. We're not avoiding it. How do you know there's an actual limit?
I don't know. Would you answer the question?
You just said so. You're like up to the limit.
Oh yeah, we don't know that. If you don't know, then we can't help you.
Are you guys not capable of answering a simple question? Like here's the question again. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. If I were to go higher in altitude.
That wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
Wasn't me.
Okay, so if you go higher in altitude, you go higher up in the air. Yep, you go higher up.
Right. So once you get past a certain threshold,
which threshold? Where's it at?
It doesn't matter to the question.
I have. I have altimeters I can send up. You tell me at what height I can start taking pictures.
That's what I'm asking you.
I'm asking you. You're the one you're the one doing this mind experiment of yours.
I mean, all I can do is look things up and try to make my best guess. I'm not a rock.
Yeah, go ahead, do that. Go ahead, look things up then. Tell me what I got to do. But that's not the point
of the question. Why don't you answer the question?
What the fuck?
If somebody were to send an actual spaceship into space and be able to look down on Earth and see that it is an actual spherical body,
the vacuum of space.
Listen, how far up is that? How far up is that right there?
So where do I got to send it to?
The vacuum of space.
I want to know the height. Yep.
Yeah, me too.
I didn't claim that space was a vacuum.
Oh, well, how high is it though? How high do we have to go?
so it turns into a ball.
You know what you sound like? You sound like Brenda.
Yeah, give us an altitude, bro. Come on now. We ain't got all day.
You know, you're going up, you're like, poof, all of a sudden it turns into a ball. What is that number?
That would be.
Well, first, I'm assuming
okay, come on.
first it would start to bow as you see the curvature, right?
Okay,
It would
where does that
to
start?
curve.
Yeah, where does that start? The bow start.
But you're asking for a specific number of the altitude when
Yeah.
you realize
Yeah.
that the question I'm asking, that the specific number is irrelevant, because at some point, if the Earth was a globe, hypothetically, if it were, then at some point you would start to see a curvature, and that
No, at some
curvature.
point you would see it right away as soon
Oh my
as you
God, I
took off
can't
the
even
ground.
finish.
You would
I can't even finish.
you would always
See,
see
this is
it.
why you guys can't have a
Dude.
conversation. You don't let people
Dude.
finish.
You would always see it. It wouldn't look flat. It would not look flat. You would always see it. Going up would just make it exaggerated.
Exactly my point. You agree that it would become more.
No,
The curve
we
would
go
become
up,
more
we see
exaggerated the
farther.
higher you
We
go
see
up. Right?
farther
If it were a
straight out.
ball.
No, when we go up, we see farther straight out, not around a ball.
So how high have you gone up to look at the horizon?
Who cares?
Because it's a.
How far
it's
away is the
a-
horizon?
That's
If the Earth is a globe,
fallacy. How high?
if the Earth is a globe, how far away is the horizon?
You guys are asking for like specific numerical measurements of things in a
Well, I
hypothetical.
mean, hypothetically, right? Like,
We're
if we're
talking
just
about
imagining the
physics
Earth being a
here. We're
globe,
not
how far
talking
away
about
could the horizon
mathematics.
be?
We're talking about
It's really a
physics
redundant.
of a ball.
I know.
Really a
This is an
redundant
imaginary
question.
thing.
Yeah, it's a really redundant
Hang on
topic
a
to
sec,
begin
Sheepdog,
with.
because one sec, Chase. You're asking a redundant question because
Yeah, this is
it's
a
just goes
redundant
without saying.
topic.
It's redundant. No, your question is redundant because, of course, if the Earth actually was a globe, there would be a point at which you could get far enough away from its surface in order to view it as such, right?
That's
It just
exactly
goes
what I
without
just
saying.
said. Yeah, that's
It goes
exactly what I
without
just
fucking
said.
saying.
So you agree that if somebody could do that, that would prove that it was a globe then?
Oh my God.
Why are you unwilling to admit that?
How far away is the horizon on this globe that we're going above?
See, you just changed the subject. Why are you unwilling to answer
No,
that?
it wouldn't prove that because you don't know what you're looking at, if that's the actual thing that you're seeing, or if it's a function of some type of light, fluctuation. You wouldn't be able to
So
tell
now
that.
it's an illusion. So now it's an illusion.
No. In order for you to determine whether or not what you're seeing is what you say it is, you'd have to go back down to the ground and measure it.
Okay, so what if they did that?
Well,
What if they
yeah,
did both?
let's do that. Let's do that.
So if they did both, if they went all the way up and saw it was a ball, came all the way back down and got the same curvature measurements, then you would believe it.
Yeah, where is it? Where is that? Where is that?
Do you
Present us
understand
with
how
that information.
hypothetical works?
Yeah, it doesn't
You
matter.
understand how hypothetical
If you're saying that this could be the case, then let's see anybody prove it. Now it's time to stop talking about hypotheticals, and then now it's time to see who's done it. That's what it's time for.
Yeah, I've got a couple of astronauts that went to space and said it was flat. So
Yeah, let me see if this guy has any more.
That seems way more interesting
Hold
than
on,
talking
Dog.
to these.
Yeah, dude, hold on. Who's done that though? What you just said right now? Who's went up and saw it like a globe, came back down and measured it like a globe? Who's done that?
I mean, they say that the space agencies have. I don't necessarily trust the space agencies.
That's great. Then how are we going to get a conclusion to anything you're saying? Where's
That's
the
what I'm
conclusion coming?
asking. You guys are acting like
Oh
I'm
my
the fucking
God, bro.
enemy here. I'm asking
you're
you
just a
the
doofus. You're
questions
not the
to
enemy, you're
prove
a
or
doofus.
disprove it because I don't
You
have a
can't.
bias. You guys obviously
Dummy.
have a bias. You
Hey,
want
hey,
to
dummy.
get.
You can't disprove it if you're saying there's no way to conclusively say that it's a globe. You're saying that right now. You are.
I can't prove or disprove either side, and I'm.
There you go. Well, there
yes,
you go.
I said that the whole conversation.
Yeah, you can't determine.
Do you have enough
Doesn't-
humility to admit the same thing?
You can't. No, not because you can't determine doesn't mean that we can't. So you are your own person. The fact is that you can't determine is not our fault. It's yours.
You can't determine either way either, though.
No, you can't project your bullshit on me. Just because you're a dumbass doesn't mean that everybody else is one.
Oh, so I'm a dumbass because you haven't proven that the Earth is flat to me?
Yeah,
So it
it's
makes me
simple.
dumb?
It's real easy, but you don't want to listen to anybody here tell you how it's flat. You just want to go on about your stupid questions.
Dude, I've heard the claim over and over. You want to talk about what's redundant is claiming the Earth is flat with zero actual evidence applicable.
Right. Except for you won't accept anything.
I will totally accept any kind of valid measurement.
So if the Earth's not flat, then what is it?
If it's not flat, then what is it? Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I'm not the one making a claim to know the shape of the Earth.
What? If it's not flat, if the surface of the Earth is not flat, what is the surface of the Earth doing?
I'm completely content being agnostic and not knowing the shape of the Earth. That's why I am not biased as to what the answer is. So I'm coming here with a genuine curiosity as.
Yeah, so I guess, you know what? Maybe there's some other people in here that want to actually have a conversation and figure out whether or not the Earth is actually curving or not. Let's see, you got JG is new to me. How you doing? You got Quick. Like John Wick. Pretty funny, man. Welcome to the server. The discussion is whether or not the Earth is actually curving and whether you know it. Pills, you're new to me, dude. How you doing? Hey. What else? Amayori. How are you? Alminator likes making claims. Honey Root. Must have.
Yeah, if you guys want to just provide laser tests in there for the guy that we were speaking to before. Just something, because you did sound like it. You wanted to hear something, so. Specular reflections. I mean, present anything actually at this point.
Right.
He's muted anyways.
I mean, he obviously needed a timeout anyway.
A couple of the guys are saying that he might want to. That it sounds like he just hasn't seen any measurements or long distance observations.
He's been in this argument longer than we have.
That's what he said, right? That's what I've just brought up. So I don't know.
That's why.
Maybe he just hasn't. Maybe.
I mean, it's still good for the audience, though, right? It's good for the audience that we have a rebuttal to that. That's all. Minus him. We don't have to do it specifically for him. We can just do it just to put it into text for anybody to take a look at.
Was there anybody that might be able to take point on this? I'm sorry, I am at work, so.
I just got off work. Take point on what? I'll bite.
Basically a demonstration of the flat Earth argument and why we know the Earth is flat.
He's interested in hearing about curvature tests, basically. He wants to see maybe some long distance observations or have some explained. Just that premise that, if the Earth is a globe, then over X distance, it would have to have a certain amount of curvature present and whatnot, and this is what's being done, and then maybe some some resources so we can look into the explanations and whatnot. That's what it sounds like he wants to see.
I can't do that. I can't provide media enrichment while I'm driving, so I can talk.
Yeah, I think that's good. I mean, I'm about to watch a movie with the missus, so I can't present stuff at the moment.
Maybe an overview, Yoder? 'Cause I know you know a little bit about radio wave propagation as well.
Sorry, I lost everybody while I was getting Bluetooth hooked up.
Oh, you're good, man. Just like a brief overview of like history of long distance observations, maybe some laser tests that are relevant to you, radio wave propagation that you're aware of, things that like if the Earth were curving, these things wouldn't be possible.
Yeah. Yeah. So the history of this, I think everybody in here agrees it kind of started with the Nikon P900 and people posting their photos on Reddit. I mean, I remember coming across this before I took Flat Earth seriously too, back in like 2014. So yeah, the Nikon P900 revolutionized consumer grade digital optics, where you could grab a digital camera with an 80x real life optical zoom and zoom in on things that you never could zoom in on before. And I think Nikon's entire marketing promotion was to shoot the moon. Yeah, their design spec required them to allow the user to take close-up images of the moon's surface. And this is something that's been very difficult to do, but the Nikon P900 does it and does it well. So people started buying these, right? And they started taking them on vacation and started zooming in on the horizon at the beach, right? Hey, let's go watch those ships go over the horizon. Only they were watching ships way beyond where the globe horizon should be. And people posting like, is this for real? Like, what the hell's going on? You know, and then people took other images too, zooming in on shorelines across bays, across large bodies of water, downriver. I mean, it got people really asking. So that's kind of the genesis of this, was people noticing that we can see beyond where the globe limits lie. And it got people digging further, like, okay, let's go test how big the globe should be. And let's figure out what the globe claims to be, not to anthropomorphize the globe, but the globe has a 59 mile radius. So you can do some quick trigonometry and derive the distance to the horizon for any observer height, which comes out to 1.22 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the geometric, in a vacuum, perfect environment, distance to the horizon where it should be on a globe. It's a great rule of thumb. I mean, you can almost do the mental math yourself, particularly for observations like 1 foot off the ground, as is the case with the oil rigs. We used to call it the Black Swan, probably not a good title for it anymore. But we've got these observations of oil rigs that serve as distance markers that are well before the horizon, way, way beyond the oil rigs. And that's the whole point of the oil rigs, is to serve as distant markers so that the camera's height from 1 foot off the ground can zoom in on the horizon past the oil rigs and see flat Earth. I mean, it's just remarkable. Oil rigs being 6 to 9 miles plus. There are 2 of them individually. So if the observer is 1 foot off the ground, where should the curvature begin? At 1.2 miles. That's it. So how is it you can see a continuous surface, not only from the shore of the ocean, but going all along up to the bottom of the oil rigs and beyond the last oil rig, way off to the horizon? How is it you can see it's got to be easily 20, 30 miles plus from 1 foot off the ground? It's remarkable. And more observations started to pile in. People start to claim, oh, there's refraction. And usually they don't know what they're talking about, because most people who study what refraction is don't even know what the hell refraction is. It's very complicated, very, very green field area physics, particularly involving meteorology, not necessarily laboratory conditions. So people started modifying their P900s to take care of that. You know what they do? They modify the sensor, they pop on an infrared lens, and now they can see infrared super zoom. long distance. And oh man, it just gets worse for the globe, because you'd expect to see the horizon of the globe to pop out at you. Like, let's say you're, a 5 to 6 foot observation height holding your infrared converted Nikon P900. You should be able to zoom in on the curvature of the earth that's 3 miles away. And people can see far, far beyond that. And at some point, some flat earther said, what if I were to take this up in an airplane? What if I were to take high-end infrared converted optics up in an airplane to 35,000 feet? What can I see? So you got folks like Jay Tolan Media One. He's got this YouTube channel, been around for, 8 to 10 years now. He just flies all over the world, taking long distance, high altitude infrared imagery of the beautiful flat earth. And the best part is he's an actual RF engineer, and he knows what he's doing when it comes to photogrammetry. That's using the geometry of images in the camera in order to ascertain distances and sizes of objects in the image. I mean, he's zooming in on mountain ranges that should be 100,000, 150,000 feet below the curvature of the earth. But you could freaking see the mountains in the base of the mountains that they're on. Like, what is going on, folks? I mean, it's almost with this technology, like taking a spy satellite and aiming the damn camera sideways at the horizon instead of straight down to look at newspaper print and zooming way in on it. It's freaking trippy as shit to see such a flat earth. And then got people questioning, well, what about radio? VHF operates line of sight. People install microwave links, which is point-to-point antenna links to get high-speed communications going. People started examining what they were doing as jobs. You got microwave tech installers now saying, holy shit, I think Earth is flat because we're able to propagate distances well beyond any curvature, well beyond even the claimed globe of globe terrestrial refraction of microwave, which is 4/3R. I mean, there are now like Wi-Fi claims, low power Wi-Fi claims going out hundreds of miles over the ocean. So it just gets crazier and crazier. And over time, we've now built up this huge library of long distance observations, not just in, visually, but beyond the visual spectrum, into infrared and into microwave. And Earth just behaves flat in this manner. We try to measure curvature and can't find it anywhere. And then we decided to go examine, well, why do people believe in the globe in the first instance? How was this created? Well, we figured that out too. And now we're wondering how the hell we got here as a civilization. Why is it 2025 and we still believe that Earth is a ball? It's harder to believe that the world has gone mad with this globe delusion than it is to accept that the world is as flat as it measures and is observed to be. I tell you, folks, it's crazy. And then go try telling your friends and family members you're a flat earther and they think you're nuts. So, yeah, don't do it. Cannot recommend. Yeah, I can step back from the mic now. I only have a few minutes left anyway. Thanks for letting me monologue for a bit.
Nice work, man. That was good.
I don't know, how much more bait can we dangle out there, like gyroscopes? We could talk about gyroscopes. We could talk about maps. We could talk about surveying, navigation, cartography, the geometry of maps itself, relating to differential geometry and topology and manifolds. I mean, really, what I like about this topic, even if you aren't a flat earther, if you can't even get on board with that for whatever reason, I get it. There's mental blocks. I had a huge one for a long time. This topic gets you researching things that you probably either long forgot things that you studied in school perhaps once. Maybe you dropped out of a physics program in college 30 years ago, and now you're like, holy crap, do I still have my textbook in the basement somewhere? Let me dust it off and take a peek. I mean, maybe you studied some geometry at a higher level in high school or something, and now you're like, holy crap, I need to figure this out again. I need to study geometry and trigonometry again. Let me go study that. Let me go study some chemistry. I might need to know how the air freaking works, and I need to know a little bit about fluid dynamics. Maybe I need to learn about static pressure of water and containers and stuff. Maybe I need to dig into that too. This topic, Flat Earth, takes you everywhere, and you will study more. If you are totally going to engage this, you will study more than you ever did when you were a full-time student, on top of your full-time job and whatever commitments you have going on. And honestly, it can lead to some imbalances in life. You got to be sure to not neglect your relationships and make sure that you take this topic in stride. And by that, I mean, it is absolutely important as a topic itself, but your real life relationships matter more than this, I would say, especially your relationship with God if you have a deep spiritual life. This topic, I think, is ancillary and may be incorporated into some of that, but for the love of God, literally, don't neglect your relationships.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Have you got a few minutes left or not?
Yeah, I guess so. I do. I'm at a stoplight. A few lights from my house.
Any chance of a little rant about how the spherical coordinate system that was originated from the sky was basically hijacked into a terrestrial coordinate system and called the globe?
Yeah, briefly. I kind of think it came out of the age of sail. It came out of navigation. A need to have some kind of way to conceptualize, to construct the stars, I call it a star field, into a geometrical object that sort of works. So there's a pragmatic utility in this. When they constructed the sky and the stars into a celestial sphere, this started happening actually with the Greeks, but it really took on its formation with the astronomical and nautical almanacs that became popular during the age of sail. So we're talking 15, 16, 1700s is when this really kicked off. And they realized as they had to use sky geometry in a spherical manner, that they were having topological mismatches with the flat Earth below their boat and sailing. So in order to get arc lengths in the sky that they'd measure with angles and to get a distance relationship to correspond to the ground, they had to form arcs out of the surface on the ground, and that became nautical miles. And they did this in order to retain symmetry, retain a scalability between the sky and the Earth. And the reason for this is if you were to project three-dimensional ball geometry from the sky onto a flat surface on the ground, you're going to have problems with planar sailing, with planar surveying and triangulation. You're not going to be able to form triangles whose corners meet and whose sides are straight, and your geometry is going to be all fucked up on a flat Earth. So in order to be consistent, they mathematically contorted the ground into a ball too, and that became a globe. And then so what they're doing is they're basically printing flat Earth like wallpaper into the interior of a globe that's the sky ball. And then they're imagining their ships and their people that are walking around on the top side of it. That's their globe. The globe is just a convenient way to conceptualize navigation with the celestial sphere. And it kind of reified itself into existence in reality. The entire coordinate system we use, latitude and longitude, which we think of today as being ground coordinates, exist first as sky coordinates. A way to look at the relationship of stars and their motion over time in the sky. Again, using a celestial sphere construction, man-made construction, even though the sky doesn't exactly behave like a sphere. So Latitude comes from what's called declination, which is your distance from the celestial equator. That's right. The equator, too, is a conceptual line, an arc in the sky. It's above what people consider today's the equator of the globe. And your declination is your distance from that. And 90 degrees puts you under Polaris in the north, puts you under a similar point in the south. Orthogonal to that, something called right ascension, which is where we get longitude from. And to figure that out, you kind of need clocks. And this is looking at stars as they move east to west in the sky. Stars have different angular displacement depending on how far away they are from the celestial equator. So as they move towards what we call the poles in the sky, they don't exhibit much, if any, angular displacement over time, with Polaris being relatively fixed. So those coordinates were mapped into the surface in order to retain the sky geometry and to make a topological match. It doesn't mean that the distances are indeed accurate, but if you have a coordinate system and you can calculate it and use it internally consistently, you can apply this to any topology, whether Earth is flat or not. And I gotta go. I'll be listening later on. Take care, guys.
Thanks, man.
Those are some quality rants. Telling you.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna just clip a section from the live stream, so I'm gonna go listen over it again.
I ain't your friend, Josh. Yeah, I'm not playing your games, Eliminator. I'm not playing your games in the side chat. Why don't you just mic up and just present your argument in detail instead of making people fucking guess? Because if you don't start doing it, bro, might just remove all privileges of you being here. You'll be able to tune in and listen and watch. You won't be able to respond in voice or text. So if you want to follow us around, right, from server to server, trying to insert your little say, your 2 pence, then freaking mic up.
Yeah, Alminator, you
Then-
said you'd be ready in 10 minutes, and that was like an hour ago.
Right. So if you're listening, just listen then.
Yeah, he said he had to go and make preparation by smoking a cigarette on his balcony. Right? How long ago was that?
You making friends, T-Dub?
Yeah. No, look. Don't want to play guessing games in the side chat. Just make your argument clear, concise, and just state it outright. If you've got a claim about geometry and how it relates to the surface of the Earth, then make it. I mean, primarily, we are here for the purpose of aiding those who are learning English in this particular server. Then, secondary, if there aren't any of those people willing to engage with us, we could, if we wanted to, entertain the trolls that follow us around with the same
Hi,
old,
guys.
same old.
Can I ask you guys a
Hello.
question?
Yes, you may. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm not good at English, but I'll try my best. So my first question is, why does ships start disappearing gradually instead of
Sorry, you might have to ask your question again because it sounded like it
Boats over
ended
the
before.
horizon, T-Dub.
Yeah.
Right.
My question is,
Right.
when a ship like goes on the ocean, like why does it start disappearing gradually and not instantly? Shouldn't it be like instant if the Earth was flat? Because if there is a curvature, then it will disappear gradually instead of instantly. But because it is
No, that's incorrect.
has a curvature.
Yeah, that's incorrect. That's incorrect because it goes to a vanishing point, and sometimes there's effects that happen at a far distance that looks to be like a miraging effects that can occur, and it can also go out of sight where you can't see it anymore. It gets too small to actually render by any optic. So it's not true what you just said. There's a couple of things that can happen at the distance where you see it.
What causes the vanishing zone?
The curvature, obviously.
Definitely not curvature.
If there is no curvature, then we shouldn't. It should appear like instantly, right? When it's when we
whether it's the camera or your eyes, there are limitations to it.
yeah, because limitations to our eyesight would be like instant, right? It shouldn't be gradual. After a certain point of distance,
I have a question.
couldn't see, right?
In this side chat, I posted an image. There are dolphins jumping up. Are these dolphins jumping over curvature?
What is polaris? Which one?
You might have to repost it.
Oh, I see it. I see it. So
Do you believe that these dolphins are jumping over curvature?
What shape does the land be when it is flat?
Doesn't matter. Earth is Earth-shaped. Flat's not a shape. It's a property shapes have, and the horizon is observed to be horizontal. Not only is it observed, it's measured that way too.
Are you saying it's not like a spherical shape? Not a proper shape.
Clear. The Earth doesn't measure to be a sphere. There would have to be curvature.
So my other question is, why can we see like other cities from a far object, from a far place, using
the same reason.
Telescope or something like that?
For the same reason.
Why
There's
can't
animals between you and over there. And
if I use a telescope, right? If I use a telescope and if I use a telescope, why can I see Mount Everest from where I'm standing?
because things get smaller the further you are away from them. There's
No,
way
using telescope, like we can see the moon, like which is very far away.
I can't speak if you talk over me, and I tap out. I'm not going to do this.
Yeah, the air is semi-transparent. Okay, so you have a maximum visibility rating, right? So you could look up in your particular area what's the average visibility. Okay, and you'll find that it's a limited distance because the air isn't perfectly transparent because we have gas, we have fog, we have dust, pollution, all these kind of things. So under perfect conditions, right? Which is just a technicality, the maximum distance you could see through the medium of air is about 300 kilometers, I think, or might be 300 miles. Regardless, it's usually much less than that. Like in my area, it's 16 kilometers or 10 miles. That's the average visibility that you can see. So that's the reason you can't see. Even if you had the most powerful telescope, you're not going to be able to see forever through an atmosphere. And also the angular resolution limitation, right? So even a telescope will have an angular resolution limitation. So things will, disappear from the human eye when they get below 0.02 degrees in angular size. And then if you bring out some binoculars or a telescope, you'll be able to bring it back to view again. But as it moves further away, it's also going to get smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore. But the main problem, right, if you keep bringing out a more powerful lens, eventually the the air not being completely opaque, the air being opaque will hinder you from being able to see forever.
So what's the maximum distance?
It's
you
like
can
300.
see?
I think it's 300 miles. I think that's
300 miles. So
but that's just based on it, like technicality. I don't think you'll really ever get conditions where you could see. Well, maybe you can see that far if you use infrared or something like that helps you see further. But yeah, I think it's about 300 miles. That's the maximum.
oh, 300 miles, right? So
Yeah.
if I use a telescope, a very powerful telescope, and I say look eastward on the east direction or the west direction or on some direction, I can see. I can be able to see like a distant object that is 300 miles away, right?
Yeah, I think the world record is about 255 miles using an infrared lens, and we can see things that should be very, very far below the curvature of the Earth and hidden. So there's quite a lot of long distance observations like that would not be able to happen if the Earth were a globe.
Can you send the picture in the chat?
Of the world record.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I have it here somewhere. I've only got like a couple of minutes to talk, but I think
Because I've always heard of like seeing evidence that the Earth is rounded, but I've never seen one single evidence that it's flat. Besides,
yeah. So when we go out and take long distance observations, we can see orders of magnitude further than you should be able to see on a globe. Okay, so if we go to say a 20-mile lake, for example, okay, there should be 293 foot of curvature over 20 miles. Okay, that's quite a lot. So we can go to a 20-mile lake and perform different types of observations and laser tests and things like that, right, to try to find that curvature. Right, we're looking for things being hidden by the curvature of the Earth in the distance behind what would be the geometric horizon. Okay, so the horizon should be at a certain distance, and then you should have obstruction of things beyond the horizon due to the curvature of the Earth. When we go out and take these observations, it doesn't match up. Now, I have to go in a second, so I can't present much, but I can post a few videos in the side chat that you can have a look at where people have done the long distance observations. They go over all of the mathematics, all of the details, and everything. So
I don't know, but us just casually going out, and you can't have these types of observations just with the human eye. Also, we're with our height, we're too low to the ground to discover anything.
Yeah. So we're using high-powered optics for the observations, right? Or we're using high-powered lasers for the laser tests. Okay, and we can calculate how far away the horizon should be. Okay, if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be at 3 miles. Okay, so we can go and test for that horizon that would have to be there at 3 miles. Okay, and it's not there consistently or ever.
But where do you get the info from? That is 3 miles.
Okay, so these observations are logged, right? High definition videos, PDF files, right? These are logged, right? And anyone can go and reproduce these themselves. I've done a whole series of long distance observations myself, right? Just to clarify it for myself. But I'm gonna post some for you now, and you can watch the videos if you want, right? And come to your own conclusion.
What is the starting point and ending point of flat Earth? Like if it is flat, there should be a starting point and ending point.
Well, we're not claiming
on the land.
Yeah, we're
land
not claiming.
ends.
We're not. Okay, so you got to remember that flat's not a shape. Okay, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. And what most people do is they try to replace the globe. Okay, they picture the globe model, and then they try to replace the globe with a flat planet. Okay, that's incorrect. Flat earthers are not claiming that the Earth is a flat disc-shaped planet floating around inside the globe Earth version of outer space. It's completely different system, different way of thinking about this system that we live in.
Okay, do you believe in gravity?
Like, how long is this flat bed? Like, you know, like
Yeah, I don't know the size of the Earth in entirety, right? We're just testing the surface and not finding any curvature consistently. Hold on, you're both asking questions. It's hard to answer both at the same time.
Okay.
And look for this video. Right, so in the side chat, this is a really good video. Okay, Dr. John D. Check it out when you have time. Right, this observation is impossible on a globe.
Hey, I have two questions. First is, do flat earthers believe in gravity, and what about you?
Gravity is something that's required to have a globe. Okay, so you guys need to be able to explain how you can have a globe in the first place. Okay, floating through space, spinning in all of these different directions at the same time at 1.5 plus million miles per hour. You need to be able to explain how you can have oceans sticking to the outside of a spinning ball. You need to be able to explain how you can have gas pressure on a ball, right? On the outside of a ball that's inside a big giant deep space vacuum. Okay, so all of these things, you guys are going to need some kind of explanation for all of these things that seem to defy logic and common sense. So you have gravity to try to explain all of those. We don't need to have such a thing in reality, okay? Because we live on a flat, stationary, enclosed system, okay, where we don't need gravity in the sense that you're thinking of gravity.
Exactly. Then why does stuff fall down rather than any other direction? Like, why?
Well, not everything goes down, right? So we have the air, right? That's what everything's in, the medium of air. Okay, so air is a very light medium. It's not very dense. And most objects are more dense than the air. Okay, so if you pick up a rock, it's more dense than the surrounding medium of air. So if you let it go, it's going to sink down to the ground. If you have a helium... Well, let me get to that. Okay, so if you have a helium balloon, it's going to go upward because it's less dense than the medium. Okay, now why is down, down, and why is up, up, right? These are like two primary directions that things will go, whether they're more or less dense than the medium. Nobody knows why down is down and why up is up. Nobody. Not from the globe side, right? Not from the flat earth side. But we can easily test and validate, why things are going, why something will fall and why something will rise without knowing why down is down and why up is up. Okay, down is down for every single person is the same direction on a flat earth. Whereas on a globe, down is a different direction for everyone depending on where they're located on the globe, and up is a different direction for everyone depending on where they're located on the globe.
Okay, I have another question. Okay, so it's either one of us, like the flat earthers or round earthers, is being gaslit, okay, and scammed, or whatever the word is. Why do you think that? Like, what's the benefit?
Well, I don't think that. For the most part, I think people that genuinely believe the Earth's a globe are not lying. For the most part, right? Like your teachers, your university professors, most scientists, most people that work for the government, even most people that would work for NASA or SpaceX probably genuinely believe that the Earth is a globe. And they're just repeating the information that they were taught. Right? And they probably never actually went out and empirically tried to validate that, right? They just, they were just taught that from a young age. They've probably never been presented a solid alternative argument for something else that could be, right? Because they experience the Earth as flat and stationary, but they get told from a young age that, hey, you're just too small. Okay, so you don't see any curvature. You see the Earth as flat, and because you're so small and the Earth's so big, you don't feel it moving. Okay, so everyone experiences a flat, stationary Earth. Most people just believe that they live on a globe because that's what they were taught. Okay, it's a theoretical mathematical model or a concept that most people just blindly believe in, and most people don't really know much about it.
Can you talk about the moon? I don't know how to come up with the question, but like I feel like the moon should say something. Like, why is it just floating there? You said you don't believe in a globe, you know, or like space. Like, what is the moon?
I try not to make claims about things that I can't empirically validate, right? Such as things that are too high for me to test, too high for me to validate, or too far away for me to reach. Okay, so when it comes to the sky, right? Everything in the sky moves in a particular cycle, like a big giant clock in the sky. Okay, so we see the sun, the moon, the planet, the stars, right? All taking particular cycles in an east to west direction over our head and resetting back into the same positions for all verifiable history. Okay, the Earth there's no evidence that the Earth is moving, and the celestials are taking a particular motion above our heads. Now, exactly what they are, what medium they're in, what size they are, what distance they are, etc. I don't think anyone can empirically validate that. So it's going to be speculation, and we kind of try to stay out of speculating about things, right? So I don't know, and I apologize. I don't have a counter explanation for every single claim that the globe side makes. I'll stick with what I can empirically validate, like the surface of water not having curvature.
So you're saying, since you can't reach it, you just don't you don't know if it's denser than air or like lighter than air. Thus,
well, I don't know anything about it, right? I don't know anything about what medium is it in, like what medium is up there. I'm not sure personally. I'm not sure how far away it is. I'm not sure what it's made of. Now, I'm not agreeing with this, but there were actually scientists in the 60s saying that the moon is made out of plasma. I'm not saying that I agree with that, but mainstream scientists were saying that back then. There's different interviews with them talking about that, saying how it's not possible for anyone to ever go and land on the moon because it's plasma. So I'm not sure. People can have different theories about it and different models, right? But what we need is empirical evidence to back up these speculations about the sky.
Alright, who's behind all of this? Like, who's the mastermind to make us all believe that it's rounded?
I have no idea who the mastermind is, right? But it was first proposed, right, by the ancient Greeks, and it was more conceptualized into existence rather than empirically measured or tested. If you look back in history, you need to learn about the way that they viewed the celestials, right, and the way that people observed the sky, and eventually they made a coordinate system out of the way that they viewed the sky, right? The celestial sphere. And they envisioned the heavens as, a big spherical system, okay, where the stars were on the inside of this big giant dome-like sky, right? A way of conceptualizing the way that we view the sky. And later on, they inverted that, right? They said, as above, so below. So the earth must also be like we see the sky, right? So they inverted that spherical celestial sphere model, right? That they envisioned the sky as a concept, right? And they turned that into a terrestrial sphere. Terrestrial meaning the earth. Okay, and that's how the globe came to be. And it's a lot more technical than that, but I don't have time to go over all of the technical details at the moment because I'm just about to head off. But yeah, if you have any more questions.
I have a question. So, if the land is flat, how can we have so many different time zones when it is morning in America? Why it is or night at any other place? It should be day every time for every country.
Well, if you, that's what I was talking about at the start, right? If you try to picture the flat Earth inside the globe model, where you've got a 93 million mile away sun that's really giant, yeah, that wouldn't work. It would always be daytime, right? But that's not what flat earthers are claiming, right? So if you were to speculate that the sun is much smaller, right, than the 93 million mile away globe Earth version of the sun, right? Okay, much smaller sun, much closer sun, taking a particular observational path, right, over the surface of the Earth, it would be lighting up different sections of the Earth at different times. Okay, taking a particular cycle, which would create day and night and seasons. So when you just say it's midday in Australia, right? The sun's going to be directly above you in the sky when you're standing in Australia. At the same time, it would be nighttime in Europe. Okay, and then the opposite. Okay, so 12 hours later, it's going to be the opposite of that. Okay, so it's midday in Europe. You're going to see the sun directly above you or close to, right? And you're going to have the opposite in Australia. It's going to be nighttime. So the sun is taking a particular cycle above the surface of the Earth, just like we see the sun move across the sky east to west. Okay, we see it rise and set within our field of view due to perspective, right? The way our eyes work. And it moves away. It moves away from you. And when it's moving away from you, it's taking its light with it. And it's the light from the sun is not able to push through the density of the atmosphere, right? Because a medium like the atmosphere or a medium like the ocean, right? It absorbs light. And then as the light moves away from the source, we also have the inverse square law of light. So the intensity of the light quickly diminishes as it moves away from the source. Okay, so it sort of gets eaten up by the air. Think about this: 200 meters deep into the ocean, it's pitch black. You can't see the sun. You can't see any light from the sun because the sunlight gets absorbed by the medium because water's quite dense. Okay, and the sun can't travel forever through the medium. Now the air is also a different medium. It's just not as dense as the water. Okay, so it still happens. The same thing happens, but on a larger scale.
what you're saying is the sun moves further away when it's night and comes closer when it's day. Is that right?
Yeah, the sun's moving over the surface of the Earth and lighting up different sections as it travels overhead.
I have a question, okay? Now, based on my observation and probably any other person listening to me, you can see the sun every day directly to your side or like in front of you, where in your the way you said it, you're only supposed to see it above you or like diagonally going further away, but still above you. But I can literally see it in front of me,
Yeah, so as things move away from you in the distance, they're going to appear to converge with the horizon due to the way perspective works, whether it be a cloud or a bird or a streetlight or a plane. Okay, as things move away from you, they're going to look like they go down, 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 and then eventually they're going to converge at the vanishing point, which is going to be at the horizon.
Oh, that has never been the case with clouds and airplanes.
Yeah, it absolutely is the case with clouds. I actually have a really good video to demonstrate that. Okay, so in the video that I'm gonna try to find it in a second.
Bro.
Okay, so we have a guy. Okay, listen, just for a second, just with the clouds. Okay, so we want to use the clouds as an example. Okay, so when you see clouds in the distance, they look like they're going down and converging with the horizon. That's just due to perspective, and I have a video that proves that. Okay, so in the video that I'm going to find, we have a pilot in a very small plane, and he's standing on the runway, and when he looks down the runway, we can see the clouds in the sky, and we can see the clouds, they look like they're going down and meeting at the horizon. Now, what you'll notice is that he keeps filming, and he goes up into the sky with his plane. When he goes up into the sky, you'll see those same clouds that looked like they were going down completely flatten out into a completely flat deck of clouds, because when he goes up to the height of those clouds, he doesn't have that perspective convergence issue anymore that makes the clouds look like they're going down. Similar to the way when we look down a hallway, it looks like the ceiling of the hallway is going down and the floor is going up, right? And then they meet at a vanishing point, which is a point of convergence. The same thing happens on a larger scale with the clouds. So I'll just try to find a video that shows that exact thing happening. Old Dude just posted a little diagram in the side chat just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. So you'll see some lines. It's called perspective convergence. It's just the way our eyes work. I'll just try to find this video quickly. Right, so here's just an image, right, while I'm still looking for the video. So this is a hallway, okay, and it's overlaid over a picture of the ocean. Okay, so you can see that it, you can relate the way that perspective makes you see the hallway, and then apply that to the same way that you see the clouds and the water at the ocean. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of images that basically explain what I was saying in the side chat, right? I'm having trouble finding the video at the moment, but I'll find it shortly. Does that explanation make sense?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, you just got to learn about perspective. Like, look at this last image I posted. Okay, so this
sorry, if I compare.
You go ahead, man.
These two, if I compare the way I see the sun move, okay, and change perspective. If I compare that to the thing you're trying to explain, it's not the same, and I think that we can see the difference, and I think it's different. It's really different.
Well, it's actually not that different. If you just scroll up a little bit, scroll up to 57 minutes after the hour. Now, obviously, the sun is much, much further away. Okay, and you're seeing glare, and you're seeing you have a lot of atmosphere between you and the sun. Okay, so it's going to behave different than something that's very close to you. Okay, like looking down a hallway, right? You don't have much atmosphere between point A and point B, right? You don't have a light, right? You're not looking at a light like when you're looking at the sun. So yeah, it's not the same thing, but it's the same concept, right? Still perspective. Okay, have a look at this example. I'm just going to put an example in the side chat. Okay, so here's a straight line. Have a look at what I posted. Okay, so it's someone set up a string going horizontally across their kitchen top counter. Okay, and he's got the camera up at the height of the string. Okay, and you can see that the string is straight. Now what he does is he actually puts the camera down on the ground to represent how we would see something up in the sky based off perspective. And now have a look, right? That straight line that he was pushing that little light across to represent the sun, all of a sudden it looks like it's going downward. Okay, and it looks like that sun's going downward. But it's not. It's just perspective that's making it appear that way. there's a video that shows this entire demonstration with the sun and the countertop. But I'm sure you understand what I'm talking about.
Do you like argue that? How do you justify the seasons? The summer and winter.
The seasons, like I was explaining before how everything in the sky moves in cycles. Okay, so the sun also moves in particular cycles. Okay, so the sun's going to be taking a particular cycle over different sections of the Earth during different times of the year, and that's what's going to be creating seasons, right? So if I'm in Australia and it's summertime, the sun's going to be taking a path where at midday, the sun is directly above my head at midday. But during winter, okay, at midday, the sun's going to be much lower in the sky because it's taking a path over a different section of the Earth relative to where I'm standing in Australia. So at midday in summer, directly above my head. At midday in winter, it's going to be much, much lower in the sky. Now, during winter in Australia, when I see the sun much lower in the sky, in the north, where, say, Europe is, okay, so someone's standing in Germany, when it's midday for them, the sun's going to be almost directly above their head at midday. Right? So it's moving in a particular cycle, but when it's winter in Germany, right, they're not going to see that sun directly above their head at midday. It's going to be much lower in the sky because it's taking a slightly different circuit over the surface of the Earth, or a different path, a different apparent path. Might be hard to wrap your head around at first because I don't have a diagram really to show you. But I'll just put, it's like a kind of like a time-lapse photography of the analemma, which kind of explains what I was just talking about.
Then why don't the Antarctica ever get sunlight?
It does. It does. So in the north, sometimes we have the 24-hour sun in the north, and then sometimes we have the 24-hour sun in the south. But when we have the 24-hour sun in the south, it's 24 hours of darkness in the north, right? Because of the particular circuit, or not circuit's probably not the right word. The particular apparent path of the sun, right? It changes. So let's say we're in the north, right? In, say, Iceland. Okay, so when it's winter in Iceland, when it's summer in Iceland, the sun will be taking a particular path that's very close to the north. Okay, so you're going to be able to actually see the sun in the sky for 24 hours during the day. And then it would be at the same time in the south, it would be dark, right? In the far south, like in Antarctica, it's going to be dark 24 hours a day because the sun doesn't go close enough to that particular area for the light to reach it, right? To light it up. And now I'm just explaining. I'm just explaining what everyone observes. I don't know I'm not making a definitive claim about exactly how the entire system of the sky works, right? I'm just kind of explaining what everybody observes and giving you an idea of how it can work over the top of a flat plane. How do we know the plane is flat? Because we go out and we can consistently test the surface of the Earth for curvature, and we can't find any. Right? That's the basis of the argument, is if you have a globe, you have to have curvature. And when we go out and test for curvature, there's zero curvature.
Are you talking about the average, everyday, when you say go out and observe like any person, or like you're talking about scientists or people who do tests with equipment and stuff?
Yeah, people that go out and do tests with equipment. It can be anyone from a scientist to just a general person, right? It's not difficult. Okay, so you just need to find a large body of water. Okay, and if the Earth were a globe, you can calculate how much curvature there should be over that distance of water, and then you can test for it, right? Because if it's a globe, then let's just say we have a 10-mile body of water, a 10-mile lake, or a 10-mile section of the ocean. If the Earth's a globe, there has to be 66 foot of curvature over that 10 miles. Okay, so we can go to a 10-mile lake and try to find that curvature. 66 foot's quite a lot. That's 22 meters of curvature. Okay, so you shouldn't be able to set up a camera on one side of that lake and then zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, right? Because it should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But we can do that. Yeah, we can go consistently to this lake and we can zoom in and we can see things that we shouldn't be able to see.
Oh, sorry, you said 66 over how long?
Yeah, 66 feet over 10 miles. But it gets, yeah, you can look that up yourself. You can go on ChatGPT or anything like that. Look, this is what you would do. Go on Google and type in Earth curvature calculator, and there's a huge amount of Earth curvature calculators. So you can put in the height of the observer, put in the distance, and it will tell you how far away the horizon should be and how much should be hidden over that distance. So over 20 miles, right? It gets bigger as you go further. Okay, so 20 miles, say we have a 20-mile lake, there should be 266 feet of curvature over that distance. So if you're standing at a 20-mile lake on one side of the lake, okay, and the Titanic, right? You know the boat, the Titanic that sunk? Okay, just say the Titanic was docked on the other side of the lake, 20 miles away. You shouldn't be able to see it if the Earth were a globe, right? It would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth because the Titanic was 175 feet tall. But over 20 miles, there's 266 foot of curvature. Okay, so if you're standing 6 foot tall, you just wouldn't be able to see the Titanic, right? It would be hidden behind the horizon, behind the curvature of the Earth. But when we go to a 20-mile lake, we can zoom in across the lake and we can't see any curvature. We can see flat water all the way across the lake.
Hey, what should I type on Google again?
Earth curvature calculator. I do have to go in a second. I'm sorry. Appreciate the conversation. Come back another time, or maybe I think someone else can pick up the conversation. So yeah, I appreciate chatting with you guys. I'm gonna head off.
All right.
Have a good evening or day wherever you are.
For me,
Appreciate it. Thank you.
You too.
Nice one, DJ. What's up, fellow flat earthers?
Hello. Yo, guys, he's a nice guy, okay? But please don't believe him, okay?
Don't believe him? Believe what?
Research.
What shouldn't we believe?
I said, I understand that he's a nice guy, and
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
I see honesty in him. He truly believes the Earth is flat. But
Well, he just said it measures
I
flat.
don't have to believe him.
But he said it measures flat, so if it measures flat, how could I not believe that it's flat?
Do your research.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He says it measures flat.
Okay.
So if it measures flat,
All right.
how could it not be flat?
If it measures flat, then it's flat.
Yeah.
But he says it measures flat.
Yeah, well, it does measure
Says
flat.
It's not facts. Doesn't have to be facts.
No, it's not just what he says, though. It's how the Earth is measured when anyone tries to measure it.
Okay, guys. Cyclone is also seems like an nice, honest guy, but guys, don't believe these flat earthers.
I agree. Don't believe me. Don't believe me. Believe the Earth. Go and check with the Earth.
Listen, if it's not meant to look like a rounded, sphere.
Oh, so you believe the government?
Look like it.
You believe the government, right?
Not necessarily.
That's who you're believing. You're believing NASA, but not nice old DJ there.
It's not only NASA, bro.
Yeah, it is NASA. They're the one telling you it's a globe. The U.S. military. So that's who you're believing. Not harmless old, polite, honest DJ. The U.S. military. Famous invaders of poor people. Blower-uppers of children. That's who you're believing. I bet DJ's never drone-striked a child.
If they say the sky is blue, you're not going to believe them, right?
Well, if I observe the sky to be blue, I don't have to believe it. I can just observe it, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
But then if they tell you, actually, we're the US military and we're telling you, although it looks blue, the sky is actually green, you would believe that, right?
No.
Yes, you would, because they've told you the Earth looks flat, but it's actually a big ball, and you believe that.
No.
And you've never seen the Earth looking like a big ball. You've just seen it looking flat. But you believe them.
Okay, they probably sometime in their lifetime said that the sky is blue, and you still believe them.
No, it's not a question of belief. I just explained it to you. You observe it. But they've told you that what you observe isn't true, and that you should believe their story instead. And that's what you're doing. You're believing a story over your own God-given senses. Why are you doing that?
It just makes sense. It just makes
No, it doesn't make sense, because your senses don't detect it. It's nonsense. It's not sense.
It's logical, bro. It's just more logical.
It's not logical, though. It doesn't conform with even your base senses, so it can't be logical.
I bet flat earthers think it's flat because when something...
Because it's observed, measured... No, because it's observed and measured flat. Like, why would you believe you are 5'9" or whatever you are? Because you're measured to be so. That's it.
But the Earth is not measured flat.
Oh, okay. Is it not? What about a lake? What's a lake? Is that not flat?
It's supposed to be.
Okay, so the lake's flat.
It doesn't.
Yeah, so the water is flat. So the majority of the Earth is covered in water. So the majority of the Earth must be flat.
No, it doesn't have to.
Well, if the water's flat, it does.
Bro, do you comprehend how big the Earth is?
How big do you think it is?
I mean, it's big. It's big.
Well, I agree with that, but I mean that doesn't really mean anything. What does that mean? The Earth is big, okay, big and flat.
Oh.
You think saying it's big means it's a ball? Come on, dude.
Bro, you think if the floor in your house is flat, the Earth is flat?
No, I think if the floor in my house is flat, then the floor in my house is flat. Whereas I guess you think it could actually be curved, even though it just looks flat and measures flat and is used flat. It's actually curved. That's your logic. Come on, dude, because the U.S. military told you so.
Listen, the floor in my house looks flat. Sometimes.
Are you like under your bed sheets right now or something, dude? With a little flashlight.
Listen. When you take a closer look, sometimes you find curvatures, even though
Nah, no one finds curvatures. The Earth has no curvature. That's why we're here.
As we're here.
That's why we're here, because there's no curve. If the curve was here, we would not be here. But the curve is not here, so we are here. Understand?
Okay, what if there was curve and gravity?
Well, if we imagine If we imagine the fairy tale globe story is true, then what? Then it's true. No. I mean, you can imagine the globe is true, but when you actually go out and measure it, you'll find it's not true. So you can keep believing it, but why would you?
Okay, that's the same thing with you. Like, why are we here? If the floor, like, if the Earth is flat, like, we could just fall sideways or like
What?
upwards.
Fall sideways from upwards. What does that even mean?
I said, or upwards. Like,
We could, if the ground that you're on is flat, you could fall sideways or upwards. Is that what you just said?
yes.
That makes no sense at all, dude. So if you stand on a table that's flat, you could fall sideways or upwards because it's flat. Think about it. What are you talking about?
Bro.
You're just saying shit.
You can only fall down because the gravity is under you. Okay?
You don't have down on a ball. You don't believe in down. You believe in inwards and outwards.
No, it's the central point of
No, which way is down? Which way is down?
there is no down, yeah.
There you go. So why are you saying down if you don't believe in down? See how the globe fucks you up? You can't even say down anymore. You can't even operate in reality and say up and down. That's how messed up the globe is.
Common sense and not scientific.
Yeah, your common sense tells you that the Earth is flat and motionless. Have you never heard them say it's too big to see the curve? And you can't feel the Earth spinning or moving? So yeah, your senses tell you it's flat and motionless. Then the government tells you it's a big spinning ball.
So, when you're in a train, right?
Oh, here we go.
Miles per hour, and you have a glass of water. Why doesn't it just spill? Everyone goes.
Because it's in a container.
No, even if it's open.
How does that water stay in its container?
Because it's getting it. I don't know, but
Because it's contained, isn't it? Water needs to be contained. The surface will be level.
Like,
yeah. Think about that in reality.
why doesn't everyone just fall
Why doesn't everyone just fall? What, just fall into the ground?
back when not fall backwards when the train is going forward 100 miles per hour?
Because you're in a container. You're in a train. Try sitting on the roof of the train.
No, actually, that's the same thing.
No, it wouldn't be the same thing. So why they don't let you sit on the roof of the train unless you're in India or something?
But what about like roofless cars?
Yeah, same thing. You're in a container. You're shielded from the outside air that you're traveling through. But on the globe, you're supposed to be not in a container, are you? You're on the outside of the object that's moving.
Okay, so you would have to see the container in order to know you're in a container. What if the container was built out of stuff that are not like seen, like not solid, like air or whatever it is? Like, I'm not too advanced with these stuff.
I don't know, dude. I think you're trying too hard for the globe. You should just be looking for some evidence for it. I mean, I get it. You believe in the globe, but it doesn't sound like you've actually got any evidence for it. And that's what you'd need. Because we're not just here to believe shit. We want some evidence.
So I have one last question before I go to bed.
A bedtime question? Okay.
Yeah, before I go to bed, I got one last question and I'll go out. So, why does the sun set completely below the horizon instead of just getting smaller and fading away?
Well, it depends, because sometimes you can see the sun appearing to get smaller and fading away. It depends where you are and what the conditions are of the air that day. But yeah, you can observe the sun appearing to sink into the horizon. This is an optical effect. Things will decrease in apparent altitude as they get further away from you. Like, if you're on a long street and you see the street lights, over a distance, it'll look like the ones further away are lower down, closer to the ground. They're actually the same height. but because of the way your vision works and perspective works, everything moves towards the horizon, the vanishing line. And eventually, that light won't be able to reach you. The combination of your perspective and attenuation of light in air means that the light can't travel forever through the air. It eventually blocks it out. It's a combination of things which can result in what looks like the sun sinking down beneath the horizon. But that doesn't tell us the Earth's a ball.
So
you're telling me...
I don't think he understood. Because...
So you're telling me...
Because Cyclone, you're...
Hey, dude, raspy dude who's hiding under the bed covers. That guy was asking his question. Let him finish.
No, bro. You're explaining a different thing because he's saying...
No, dude, we're gonna let this guy... This guy needs to go to bed. He's very tired. Let him ask his question and go to bed. Then you can continue to whatever you're doing.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so you're telling me that that I'm seeing an illusion, like it's an illusion that the sun...
Well, it's a function of perspective. Like when you see things in the distance getting smaller as they go away from you, you could call that an illusion because they're not really getting smaller, but you just know that's a function of perspective, right?
But the sun is like...
If you see a plane flying away from you...
It's like... Yeah, but I can see it go down, right? So...
Yeah, because things over a distance appear to compress towards the vanishing line, which is the horizon.
Because so you believe there's a horizon, right? There's a point where...
It's not a belief, it's a phenomenon that's observed.
So if there's a horizon and after that point things start going down, so where...
No. The horizon isn't the curve of a ball where the ground is going down. It's an optical limit. It's the limit of your optic. It's not a curve. It's not a curve of the ground.
I can still use optical instruments and still see the same thing, right? So
you can see the horizon, yeah. Because every optic has a limit.
Using my eye or using a telescope.
Yes. It's an optical phenomenon that's apparent through any optic, right? But it's not curvature. It's optical. You understand?
Yo, but why
can
we go in one direction and then end up in the same place?
Is this another guy now? Who's talking? You guys need to keep it straight. I need to know if I'm talking to one person or two or three.
It's found, please, before we jump into the next subject, like change the question. Let me just repeat Mahom's question. Mahom, did you forget your question or what? You said that it sinks. It doesn't go away, like go far away, that it meets with the horizon. It actually sinks. You can see half of it. And then you see a quarter, and then like it literally sinks. So, based on our observation, there is some curvature around this.
So why are you saying the sun sets?
Why do you call that an illusion when you call like seeing the Earth as flat?
Well, what's your explanation? Why is the sun setting?
Because
the only explanation is because of a curved Earth.
What does that mean? Wait, so the sun is moving downwards. The sun is moving downwards beneath the curvature. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So that's not what they're saying, though.
I mean, the Earth is spinning, so it's the same thing.
Oh, so when you're seeing the sun going down, what are you actually saying is happening?
So yeah, when I'm saying it seems like the Earth is the sun is going down, but it's actually the Earth spinning.
So you're spinning backwards, you think?
Exactly.
Okay, do you have any evidence for that?
Hey, you don't have to be spinning backwards. Maybe the sun is...
Well, you do. For the sun to go down, you would need to be tilting backwards.
Like the sun just could be behind you or to your
So have you got any evidence that you're actually spinning backwards?
I don't have an evidence, but
Obviously,
I mean,
you can observe the sun.
Well, you can observe the sun appearing to move downwards, but now you're saying it's not the sun moving downwards, it's you spinning backwards.
No.
So have you got any evidence for that?
If you watch both sunset and sunrise and sunset, you can see that it's spinning.
You can see, no, you see the sun moving. You're saying you're spinning backwards. So you got any evidence for that?
You can feel it, like when you can feel it moving
What do you
backward.
feel? What do you feel?
Like I feel gravity pulling me back.
You feel gravity pulling you back. What does that feel like?
okay,
I'm just
so
joking.
I feel the earth move under my feet.
Okay, so far you've got a claim that you're spinning backwards, but no evidence for it.
yeah, we have no evidence, but for flat Earth to be
Well, I'll just dismiss that then.
correct, then the sun has to get smaller and fade away.
Well, arguably,
That's
we
not the
do have
case.
some videos. I'm sure
That's
folk
not
can
the
post them
case.
in the chat.
I've
that
always,
the sun does decrease in angular size.
I mean, I like seeing the sun fade, so I see it always like setting down and not fading away.
Yeah, but what if that's just because where you live, the conditions make that the case, but if you were somewhere else, you would see something different?
Like where? Something different where?
Like, in some places, depending on the atmo conditions, the air conditions, you can see the sun appearing to get smaller as it moves away.
I'm not aware of those instances.
Well, if you look in the side chat, I'm sure people can post some GIFs or videos for you. But needless to say, you're not seeing the sun going down because you're on a big spinning ball and you're falling backwards. That's not happening.
Right, sorry. They have been. We have been. People have been posting stuff.
Yeah, so there you go. Look in the side chat. Just because you haven't seen something doesn't necessarily mean it never occurs.
Bro, I've been to like 3 countries.
I only
and I
believe what I
have never
see.
seen
So,
that phenomenon.
yeah.
Yeah, so 3 out of what? How many countries? 200 countries? That's not very many, dude.
How many locations? Like I've been to Europe, Africa, and Asia.
Okay. So?
I'm in the equator, so.
Well, listen, it's in the chat. Folk have posted it in the chat. Just go and have a look.
Hey, Demon, the lady in the back already told you to shut up and go to sleep, so why don't you do that?
I hit a nerve with flat earth or what?
You're about to get slapped by someone in the back, so we don't want that to happen to you. So just mute up, and go to sleep.
Actually, I think it was the other guy who was going to go to sleep.
I'm not sleepy though.
Don't get emotional, kid.
It was the other guy who was going to go to sleep. The guy who's hiding under his bed covers. He's in for the long haul. He's got his flashlight charged.
There's no one fighting under my bed covers. What are you talking about?
You, the other guy who's like, okay, I can't have people hear me, but I'm arguing with the flat earthers at night.
What's up?
Bro, I got flat earthers mad, bro.
He's getting
See?
flat.
Oh, what's up, twin?
He's gonna get flashback
Wait
by
a
the
minute.
lady.
I remember you from somewhere.
They're just going to hit him with a slipper.
With the flip flop.
Holy shit. Didn't you build that children's hospital all by your bare hands, dude? That was crazy.
Yeah, bro, that's me, bro. You remember me, bro?
Yeah, oh my god, bro. Thank you. You're such a hero, bro. Thank you.
Yo, bro.
You saved my brother's
Me
sister's
just another
brother's
Tuesday,
nephew,
man.
bro.
Bro, you're so welcome, man. Like, I
All
do
right,
this, like,
have a
you know, I just
have a
want to help
family
people,
reunion somewhere else, guys.
Yeah, go to
Sorry.
MVC, ladies.
No, thank you. Here with the flat earthers.
So these guys think they're spinning.
Yo, please.
These guys
please,
think
please,
when they
please,
see a
please, but
sunset that they're spinning backwards at 1,000 miles an hour. Has anyone got any evidence for that?
Please, guys, man. Please, bro, I have a conversation with a fan, yeah? You can't disturb us, you know? So please, for 1 month.
Yeah, put yourself on mute, dude.
Do you want an autograph, man?
So have you guys given up on the globe already? Is that a concession? Sounds like it. What's the best globe proof? Let's hear it.
Alright. I'm back, guys. You miss me.
All right. What's your best globe proof?
Huh?
What's your best globe proof?
Globe proof?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Oh, so why'd you believe it?
So.
But you believe you live on a big spinning ball?
I mean, yeah, kinda.
Why, if you don't have any evidence?
Well, low-key, all the other planets are balls, so...
How'd you know that?
Because NASA said so.
Oh, so the US government told you so. So it must be true. Because they don't lie, do they?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't know. I'm not from the US.
So you wouldn't know. So the US government must be telling the truth because you don't know.
I don't know, probably.
Probably. That sounds like a smart way to base your entire worldview on.
I don't know, bro. I've never been to space.
Yeah, so why would you believe their fairy tale Hollywood stories about it?
Because, like, I don't know.
Because you're lazy.
Is NASA run by the government? I thought it was a private organization.
Yeah, come on, dude. It's the U.S. It's part of the U.S. military,
from the
basically.
US. What do you expect?
You don't have to be from the U.S. to understand that NASA is a government organization.
I'm not from the US.
But like, why would they lie to us about that?
Yeah, why would the government lie, guys? The government doesn't lie.
Why, like, all the governments say that?
Governments don't lie, do they, guys?
No, they don't lie. I don't think they lie, man.
Has been.
Yeah, governments can't lie.
All the way
I
since,
think
like,
he uses topic to lie.
ancient times, though. With, like,
Yeah, control, why would they want to? What? Yeah, why would the government want to control your entire worldview and belief system? Why would they want to do that? It doesn't make sense.
Why do you believe the Earth is flat?
It's not a belief. I experience it every day. Go outside.
Nah, man. But
I am
like,
outside.
Okay, you'll notice that the ground isn't spinning at 1,000 miles an hour then.
Yeah, no shit. We're spinning with it.
Oh, are we? So it is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's low-key how physics work.
Okay, so how do you know you're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour?
I don't know. Science said so.
Science said so. Is science a person? Who's that? Mr. Science.
I don't know. Scientists.
You talking about Bill Nye?
You just saw a cartoon on TV and believed
Bill
it.
Nye said so. He's the GOAT. He knows everything.
I don't know is a good answer.
Yeah, Bill Nye also
I believe
thinks
what Bill Nye says.
Well, Bill Nye also says that men can get pregnant, so...
No, he doesn't. No, I wouldn't watch Bill Nye. So I wouldn't know anything about that.
Okay, so it's fair to say that you've got no idea what the Earth is. You just believe it's a ball because you were told so.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't know because I've never been to space, but like...
Well, maybe you should use your brain and think about it.
No,
But you
I'm
can
thinking
see
that
the
it's a ball.
curvature when you're on a plane, bro.
Yo,
Like,
everyone.
So now you've realized that you think it's a ball, maybe you should try and find some evidence for that.
I don't want to. Playing Battlefield is low-key fun. More
Okay,
fun than this.
put yourself on mute then.
No, thank you.
No,
Stay lazy brained.
Bro, Erson, I have
No,
a
thank you.
question.
Playing Silent Hill F is better.
That's okay. Well, we
than
can do
doing
it.
Research.
We can do it for you.
Imagine doing research in the Big 25.
So,
Yeah.
Boo.
See,
Boo.
you revel in your own
Boo.
ignorance. Of course, you're a globe believer. A perfect demonstration. Doesn't know anything about the globe. Just believes it. Doesn't even want to challenge it. Doesn't even want to investigate it.
Cyclone.
I don't know. They taught us that in school, but I don't remember it.
Yeah, you've forgotten all the fairy tales that you're supposed to believe, but you still believe them.
I mean, yeah. Bill Nye said so. It's like
Yeah,
science.
the Government and TV said so.
You know,
so it must be true.
Like Jesse Pinkman said, you know, yeah, Mr. White, yes, science.
Yeah, you're watching too much TV. That's why you're lost in reality. Yeah, that's why you don't understand reality.
I watch it on my PC.
Because you're stuck on TV. Yeah, you're a TV
I don't watch
watcher.
TV. I don't watch
your
TV.
head is
I
a
watch it on my
TV.
PC on Netflix.
Oh,
My
whoa,
PC is not
okay.
a,
Must
my
be
PC
very
is not a
different
TV,
then.
but okay.
It's a highly intellectual difference.
Television program.
I'm low-key smarter than you anyway.
You're a TV guy.
That's true, man. That's true. He's smarter than
Yeah.
Yeah, because
me
he
ask you something
blindly
then.
believes
What's 2
government
plus 1?
cartoons
What's 2 plus
and
1?
fairy tales.
Nah,
That's so
man.
smart.
What's 2
It's
plus
so
1?
smart. Why would the
I have a
government lie?
fact.
That's so smart.
No, I have a fact, guys. Why the Earth is round, you know? So, if the Earth was flat, why is
Not your wrong start. You're starting wrong.
No, man. Why
You're starting
is
wrong.
Bro, let him speak, bro.
one side of the Earth night and the other side day? You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense.
Okay, prepare yourself. Prepare yourself. This is radical. The sun moves. Whoa. You notice that?
I have a question for the cyclone. Can I ask my question?
Is it about why the sun moves?
No, it's something else.
Have you guys, let me ask first, have you guys noticed that the sun moves?
I got you. I mean, no, in my opinion, the Earth moves and the sun, it still moves.
But when you
like,
go
it's not
outside,
around the Earth.
you see the sun moving, right?
No, but
Well,
the Earth is moving.
that's
He's
just
right.
the Earth
The Earth
moving.
is moving. Yeah, it's true. It's true.
No, you're only observing the sun moving, though.
Okay, so can I ask my question now?
Well, once we get to the bottom of this, because
No,
you
please,
guys are
please.
saying you
Just
see
really quickly. I'll
the
let
Earth
you
moving,
finish
but you
yourself.
don't.
Scattergun.
You don't see the. You don't. Hold on. You don't see the Earth moving. You just see the sun moving, right?
I mean, I'm not in space, so I don't know.
Yeah. So you just see the sun moving from your perspective.
I mean, I guess.
Okay. So is it possible that the sun is moving?
Yeah, for all I know, I've never been to space, so.
Well, there you go. That's what's happening. The sun's moving. The Earth isn't. Pretty simple.
Okay, that's cool. Can I ask my question now?
Sure.
What's 2 plus 1?
Wow, that's what you had to get out.
Yeah, please answer it.
Is this a deflection from you realizing that the sun's moving?
No, please answer it, like, actually.
Just put yourself on mute, dude. If you're this upset, you can't discuss it.
No,
Just put yourself on mute.
Actually, please, just please answer it, and I'll put myself on mute after.
Nah, we'll put you on mute if you don't want to put yourself on mute.
Yeah, we'll just put you on mute. That's fine.
Bro,
That's a concession.
Answer my question.
That's a nice concession.
Fuck.
Simple. So who was the other guy
Me.
that doesn't understand? Okay, so you see the sun moving, yeah?
Yeah, like I see this. Yeah, for me, it looks like the sun is moving, but
Okay,
Earth
so
is
why
moving.
you don't believe it's the sun moving? Is that right?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
So when you see the sun moving, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, because like in every
Right.
book, in every school, you learn that the
Every
Earth
book.
is moving around the sun.
But when you go outside, you only have evidence for the sun moving.
Yeah, but it's like it's because of how is it called? Like
The sun moving?
it looks like the sun is moving, but the Earth is moving. You know what I
But
mean?
you know better. You know
Perspective,
better.
yeah, perspective.
So how do you know better that it's actually you moving? How did you figure that out?
Wait again. How do I know that the Earth is moving?
Yeah, when you see the sun moving, you say, no, it's not the sun moving, it's me moving. What makes you think that?
Because I'm gay.
Okay, another concession. See how school has just brainwashed you and you have no idea why you believe what you think you believe? That's not something to be proud of.
Let me say something to their age level. Low key, you guys are sus. Don't know what it means.
6, 7.
6'7".
Yeah, that's a tap. So we can move on. The sun moving always trips them up. Isn't that funny? Just blatant reality makes them spiral. Any other globe believers confused about the sun moving?
Well, what about Found? Or were you talking to Found?
No, you weren't.
Okay, your time to shine.
I guess. I mean, when I'm in a plane, I can see the curvature. Like people say that the Earth looks flat in the horizon, but I can see the curvature.
You think you see the curvature from a plane?
Yes.
Well, then you're not arguing for the globe model then, because the globe model says it's too big to see it from a plane. So I don't know what globe you're believing in, dude. Some tiny Rick and Morty planet.
No, look. There are people in the chat who said the Earth is like a plate. I don't believe in that.
No one here is saying it's like a plate. We're saying that there's no curvature, so it can't be a ball. There's no curvature, so it can't be a ball. It measures flat.
What is it then? Is it a cube or like what?
Well, flat, I don't know. Flat isn't a shape. Flat's a description of the surface. What shape is a lake?
So you mean it's like maybe like a ball that's been squeezed?
No, it can't be a ball because balls by necessity have a curved
you didn't
surface.
understand me right. It's like you mean it's not totally flat, but it's like a flat object.
Well, the land, the hills and the valleys, they're not flat, but the water's all flat. Yeah.
Wait,
the water, all the land sticking out.
What kind of form is the Earth then?
It's a motionless topographical plane.
A what? Can you repeat?
Motionless. Yeah, not moving.
Yeah.
Topographical. Hills and valleys.
What does topographical mean?
Like hills and valleys. Elevation difference from sea level.
Okay.
Yeah. Motionless topographical plane. So the general nature of the surface is that there's no curvature to it.
Are you guys actually debating about if the Earth is flat or not?
No,
it's not a debate.
We're just explaining to him what we're saying, which is that there's no curvature.
Sure of that?
Yeah, of course.
How come that you're so sure of that?
Because that's how it's observed, measured, and practically used in reality. The surface, flat, motionless. You can't get much more sure than that. It's like, how are you sure that you're 5'11"? Well, because you measure it. You know your height.
Mm-hmm.
You do the same with the Earth. You measure it.
Yeah, that's right.
Because a ball has to have a curving surface, remember?
So
and they never measured that.
Like the measurements of the Earth don't make sense. Like
no, they never.
No, they make sense. They make sense, but they just measure flat, no curve, no ball. No ball's ever been measured. There's never been any curve measured.
So all
they tell you how big it is.
And all the
yeah, at school they tell you how big it is, right? The size of it. You can even Google it right now. But they don't. They've never measured it to be that size. They're just giving some numbers there, and you guys are just saying like, "Oh, the Earth is this big," and just believing it.
Yeah, it's just a fantasy story.
They lie to us. Like every government on the Earth is lying to their people.
No, because most of those governments they just believe it too.
Round.
It's just a belief, dude. Everyone's believing the same thing.
Okay. So the people don't know. That's what you say.
Yeah, most people are just like you. They just like heard the story and believed it.
Yeah, but why? Like, where's the other part of these people? Like, some people must know, in your opinion. So why are they trying to hide it?
Maybe they want to control. Maybe they want to control your worldview and how you think and how you believe.
But
maybe
let me just say something very clear. They're not trying to hide it because it's nature outside. You can't hide nature. You can go see a flat level horizon any day. They're not hiding that. You just believe that that flat level horizon is actually a globe somehow.
Yeah, but why are they saying then that it's like round?
Because
So
they believe it, just like you. They're doing the same thing
they're
you
not-
are.
Okay, okay.
Well, they in effect they create this source of truth, quote unquote, in an organization like NASA. And so,
one question.
hold on. Let me finish this thought. Let me finish this thought. No, hold on. I'm going to finish this thought, dude.
Please let me.
No, dude, I'm going to finish this thought. I'm going to finish this thought, dude. Pop yourself on mute for a second,
Thing, like the only
or you'll
thing
be
I
put
want
on
to say.
mute.
But
No,
what?
dude.
What's happening?
I'm about to explain an important part of this. Right, so
Yeah, but I was just
they've
asking you
created
a
an
question.
organization which is beyond reproach. They've created an organization in NASA which, if it comes out with any story, you're going to believe it. And you do so because they've told you that you can't experience reality, only we can. We have access to what the Earth actually is, you don't. So if they tell you Uranus is raining diamonds and farting out gas into space, you'll just believe it because you believe anything they say. So the government's managed to
I don't
create
even
a source
believe
of truth.
I just like I believe that you don't know anything, so you can't be 100% sure of anything. There's like an equal chance that it's not. Like I think.
Nah, that's no use. That's no use. You do know some
but
things.
it's like so. Like,
you know you're on Discord.
Solipsism is not a good
explored.
worldview to hold, brother.
Wait,
You can't just say
one
that.
second. You think the Earth is not explored totally?
No, I told you is the Earth's surface has no curvature and so cannot be a ball, like they've told you.
Okay.
Try not to take the solipsist.
Like, if you want to think it, like it's fine.
Yeah, sir. Try not to take the solipsist worldview where you can't know anything, because that's going to undermine anything you can know. So
it's not, and it's not just what I think. That's how the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used. Flat, not curved. So you saying, oh well, you can think that. Okay, well, if you think otherwise, show us some evidence.
I trust like the scientists and like these people more than
You don't know. You're not trusting anyone. There's no. If I asked you who you're trusting, you couldn't tell me a single person. You're not trusting a person. You're just believing an idea. What scientist do you trust?
You don't know, right?
Which scientist proved the globe?
But it's like the general knowledge.
You told yourself that you're appealing to some scientific truth, but in reality, you couldn't even name a single scientist that you think's proven this. You don't know.
It's just the idea.
It is just the concept, the idea that you're appealing to. So I would suggest you go and do some research, and then come back and follow up on what I told you. The Earth's surface has no curvature.
Is it even like does it matter if the Earth is?
Yes, reality and the nature of it matter. That's why human beings have spent their entire existence pondering the question. So yes, it matters.
I mean, okay.
Yeah, we make some solid points, man. Just for you to think, just like when you leave here, just think about what we're saying. You don't have to like, oh, the Earth is flat, like tomorrow. Just think about what we're saying. Yeah, a lot of people just believe that the Earth is a globe based on an idea. That's it.
I mean, okay, it's like, it's a solid thing. Like, I mean, you can think about it.
You don't. It's not only that you can think about it; you can go outside and experience it, because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about what is experienced in reality.
The curvature when I was on a plane. That's why.
No, you didn't see any curvature. If you saw curvature, it would be measurable. So who's measured it?
Yeah, that's true.
What kind of measurable? I see when it's round.
Okay, so you see it's round. So give us a measurement of this curvature that supposedly exists.
And somebody should be able to come back down to the ground and measure it if you saw it up in the air. Somebody can measure it on the ground.
You just say I didn't see it, right?
No, dude, he's saying if you saw
because
curvature, then you could come back down to the ground and measure it if it's truly what you saw.
But it's like a common thing.
Let's say I'm not saying you're lying. I'm saying you're mistaken, right? So the windows on a plane are curved anyway. So maybe you saw it at a particular angle where the window curved the horizon. That's
Why do
possible.
you see the curvature also when people are like skydiving?
You don't. Well, if they're filming through a camera that curves the image, then you might. If they're using a GoPro,
why does
you
the
can see that
curvature
curve.
appear
It's
on
not
the camera
curvature
when
of the
you
Earth.
film on the ground?
Yeah, that's
Because
the problem.
there is
though.
no curvature.
You're just
There is
saying
no
that people
curvature.
see it. Yeah, listen, dude. You're just saying that people see it from wherever you are, skydiving, from an airplane window, from a space shuttle. It doesn't matter where you said you see it from. If it's true, that's a globe. You can come back down to the ground and measure it. That should be something you can do if you saw it, right? Or
Yeah,
no?
they're not seeing it, dude. It's just a camera. It's a lens effect.
Yeah, but
But
if
you
you go
have to
down on
ask-
the Earth, it's like
you have to ask
are
yourself
so
that.
small in comparison to the Earth that it appears to be flat.
No,
Nah,
bro.
dude.
Yeah, you can't do that. Like, if somebody saw curvature and they didn't measure it, that's a problem. They should be able to if it is curvy. Yeah.
What you need to do is you need to understand the curvature claim, because at the moment you're just thinking of curvature. You're not actually thinking what the numbers are. So take a 10-mile stretch, for example. That's a simple one. How much curvature do you think exists, A to B, according to the globe concept?
Wait, a 10-mile stretch.
Over 10 miles. 10-mile stretch, how much curvature in feet? Like a drop from A to B.
Feet, bro, I don't know about feet. That's not the measurement. I
Okay,
use.
centimeters.
Centimeters? Oh,
whatever.
That's like a little measurement. Wait, let me think.
10 miles. 1 centimeter, 10
miles.
centimeters. Have a guess.
Like the... Okay.
The drop. The surface is supposed to be dropping down and away from you in all directions because you're on a ball. So over 10 miles, how much has the surface dropped due to curvature?
I mean...
Just have a guess. I don't expect school has taught you.
I think you would say none, but I think...
No. I said according to the globe idea, right?
Okay,
Because they tell you what size this ball is, so they tell you how much curvature there's supposed to be.
Okay, I would say... Bro, that's like so hard to guess. Bro, I can't guess that.
Just have a
Can you
guess.
tell me what they think?
I'll tell you after you guess.
Bro, I don't know. Like,
What is it? Half a centimeter, a centimeter, an inch, 10 centimeters, 20? Just ballpark it.
I
What do you
would
think?
say like little, like really little.
Like a millimeter?
No, not this. Maybe a centimeter.
A centimeter. Right. Okay. Well, actually, they say it's about 66 feet.
What is that in meters?
What, 22 meters, something like that?
Okay. And how do you...
So that's a lot more than 1 centimeter, isn't it? Well,
how do you prove them wrong?
Well, because I ask, who's ever measured 22 meters of curvature over 10 miles? And do you know what they say?
Tell me.
Nobody.
No one has.
Wait, but so they just claim that, and it's like not true.
Yeah, nobody's ever checked, dude. Who's checked it? Nobody's
Exactly.
But it's also
There's
like
nobody
That's it.
the Earth isn't.
Hold on. Just let me.
Like that,
I'm just going to leave you with that. Now they claim it's like this basically perfect ball. That's what they're showing cartoons of.
It's not
so that is
perfect
what
ball.
they're
The
saying.
surface is like, one second.
That's what they're saying. No, hold on. That is what they're saying. That is basically what they're saying.
Let me ask a reply on that.
Because I'm just a way to head off. I'm just saying goodnight. But I'll leave you with that. And you need to focus on what I just left. No. What I said was,
if you're not avoiding this,
no one's measured the 22 meters, right?
Take only a minute.
Hold on, no one's measured the 22 meters of drop over 10 miles. Do you understand that?
If you don't want to tell me that, I will leave. But if
well, I'm leaving. I'm gonna go on listen mode, dude. I'm just saying bye, but I'm saying this is what you need to focus on. No one's measured that 22 meters over 10 miles.
Because it doesn't make sense.
Yes, exactly. The globe does not make sense.
It makes no sense because the Earth's surface is like not a perfect ball.
Good chat.
It's like
okay, good chat. You think it's like a lumpy potato, even though they're showing you pictures of a perfect ball in space. Cool story. Okay, anyway, have a good night, guys. Enjoy. Miggy or someone.
Yeah,
pick this up.
man.
Okay, bye. If you don't want to get into
good chat. It was a good chat, bro.
Everybody has to leave sometime. Like, geez, you can't stay here forever.
I mean, I see it's a good point of conversation to leave, I guess.
Well, I mean, obviously, but anyway, yeah, nobody's ever measured that, so
because
we
it makes
can
no
rest
sense. Because let me say that it makes no sense because there are like the Earth's surface is not as round like as a perfect shaped ball.
How do you know that? How do you know that, bro?
Because I see it.
From where? Where do you see it like that?
I see it from my perspective. I can even see that.
Yeah,
like,
I know, but what?
There's like mountains and little like differences in the height of the ground.
Yeah, brother. From your perspective, where were you standing where you saw it like that? Like it's not a perfect sphere.
Like on the ground. on the ground, like on the street. I can even see it on the street. Like,
Are
why
you
would
kidding
it
me?
make sense to measure a point
Okay.
where a hill
All right.
could be or something like that?
No. Because you're saying that land topography, like a hill, is the curvature of the earth. No. What we're talking about is.
I didn't say that.
All right. So what are you saying?
I'm saying that
What are you saying that you saw the earth?
Probably measure it, but you would have to have a earth ball that it's perfectly shaped, like
No, that's not the point, bro. That's not the point. The point we're getting to is that nobody, not even in like the school, that they told you that somebody's actually measured the surface. Nobody's ever done that.
It won't be, like, it won't even make sense to measure it because of the shape. Like
what? Dude,
So
then why
you're
are they
making it
telling
even
us
more difficult for yourself?
Yeah, then why are they telling us that it's a certain? Jesus,
it makes no sense. Will you?
It's hard enough to measure bumpy Earth, and you're going to say they can measure curvature on top of bumpy Earth?
It has to be like, it has to do something with perspective.
What? No, bro. Like, you're not. Okay.
That's the problem.
Oh my god. Listen,
yeah,
bro,
they hijacked perspective and called it curve.
But it's fine.
No, I mean, obviously, if you think it's perspective,
like, I
what's the
don't
argument?
think it's wrong to doubt things. It's not
No,
wrong.
but it's wrong for you to say things that are not correct too, right? You can't say
I mean,
that
it's
and
my
then just think
belief.
everybody.
It's
Yeah,
the
but your
same as
belief
your
is
belief,
that. Listen,
so it's
I'll
not
tell you
wrong
like
to
this:
say that.
if your belief had any merit, then it would stand, right? But you can't
I mean,
even
if
say
I could talk to you in my first language, like you would talk to me in English, I would probably be better at explaining it. But it's my perspective, so.
I mean, you could say it's your perspective, but it's not. That doesn't measure the surface to have like the curvature that you think exists.
But you
on
can't do that either.
On a lumpy
right?
Earth. It's not. Don't say that I can't do it either. It's not my claim. I'm not saying the Earth's a giant ball, sir. You
But what
think
are
that
you
it
saying?
is.
You're saying
Not
the
me.
Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, and so you think that there's curvature, and I'm saying that cannot be measured because all you notice
So
is
you
the
just
Earth
say you
looking.
can't measure that, and that's
Brother,
because it's flat.
Yeah. So there's no
And I
curvature
say
measured
I can
except for
see
you.
it, and that's because I.
Yeah,
like,
where do you,
because of that,
brother?
I
Where
think
do you
it's
see
not
the
flat.
lumpy Earth? Where do you see lumpy Earth at, bro? Like honestly,
So we
like you're
both
not making
make
any sense.
assumptions, and we don't really know it for sure, right?
Yeah. Do you see
I'm
a
not
lumpy lake?
Yeah, hold on, dude. I'm not making an assumption. You are.
What else?
You're the one making the assumption. I'm not. There's no
Why?
assumption here. Yeah, you're assuming that there's lumpy Earth, and you're seeing lumpy Earth. You're not seeing lumpy Earth, dude. If you see anything that's lumpy,
What is
that's probably
lumpy?
a
What does
hill.
lumpy mean?
That means that the Earth is not perfectly a sphere. It's got a
What is
regular, like
weird?
a regular shape. Like a ball.
Okay.
Hold on. Sorry, I know I said I was going, but just very quickly, I would like to suggest that he's, I think, confusing just general land elevation, confusing this 22 meters drop.
No,
So
I'm not.
what we're
I'm
saying
not.
is,
Like, I'm reading off because
you could do
I
this
know what
over
you
a lake.
mean, but it makes no sense to measure.
You can do this over a lake, right?
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about the hills and the valleys. Do it over a lake, and that lake is supposed to be level with the earth, right? So it would be following the curve. Yeah? So that water is supposed to be dropping 22 meters. Where's that been measured? Show us a curvy lake. That's the position.
Yeah, over water, yeah.
But the lakes all measure flat, so people are going out and looking for this 22 meters, but they're finding that it doesn't exist, and there you go, flat earthers, because there's no
Wait,
curve.
let me one second. I have to research something.
Someone show him some examples. Just show him some laser tests, explain it to him. He sounds like he could understand it.
Yeah.
And don't worry about the language. Your English is pretty decent. And if you don't understand something, just ask us to explain it or simplify the language. We're happy to do that. But anyway,
Okay,
have a good night, guys.
I want to see it, man. I want them to give the old college try because it's always good for them to actually put their best efforts if they're thinking that they have an answer. Because if we shut them down and just give them what flat Earth is, and they're going to be left with I can prove it, but all this other stuff. So they gotta do their best, or at least attempt to. Anyway, I mean, But currently, I think he's just going to go look for something. I'm going to actually be leaving here.
No, I'm just searching for because of my language,
It's like it's not a perfect sphere.
Okay, it's hard to like. It's probably not measured when you see it on the river. You mean the river, right?
No, I mean any large body of water. There's
So
no
also the
convexity over that
ocean.
large
You
body.
mean?
Yeah, any large body, sir. Any
So
large body.
if you are on the ocean with a boat, and then there's another boat in front of you, but way farther, you can only see the upper part of the boat because of the curvature. Why is
That's
that?
incorrect. That's incorrect. You just
No, it's
your
not.
statement is yeah, it is. Have you ever made this observation yourself?
Yes,
Okay, how many times have you made this observation?
I think 3 times because I was on 3 times I was on a cruise, and I see that.
You saw the ship disappear from the bottom up?
Yeah, no,
What dis-
I was looking with what is it called? These glasses,
Okay, what distance away from you were to the ship?
a large distance.
How far away were you?
I mean, how
like
could I
mind you,
measure?
mind you,
No, I don't know.
mind you, it's important. Well, it's important because if you're seeing the ship move away from you and it's going a distance away, we're going to want to know what the distance is to that ship because if it's farther than the predicted amount of
Kilometers,
Earth
it's
curvature,
many kilometers.
what? Many kilometers is not an actual numeric value, sir. And it's important. Like it's specifically
It has to
important.
be
Like
an
I said,
American measurement or what?
no, just like a distance away. It could
I would
meters or
say 50 kilometers or something or more,
50 kilometers.
or even more. I think I don't have a good I
Yeah,
can't
I
guess
mean, yeah.
I don't really know the distance from an ocean
Well,
perspective.
the hard thing
hard to
about
guess
what you're
that.
saying, well, the hard thing that you're saying right now is that nobody can actually put to the test
But
the distance away.
one thing, why could I see the ship from
Bro,
up,
you're not
but
listening to
down?
me. You're jumping on what I'm saying. You're not listening. Just hear what I'm saying, okay?
Okay, I will.
The important thing about the distance is if you tell us that it's really close or far away, specifically what distance, then we can know if it's like what you're saying could be validated. That you're saying, hey, I'm making a case for the Earth being a globe, so that the distance away is going to be this specific distance, and then the curvature should be appearing because I'm really far away. So that's the curve. So then we could talk about it. But if you don't give us any information, we don't know if you're like a mile away. We couldn't tell. But if you're saying it's really far away and you don't give us a numeric value like distance, that makes it difficult
An
for us to
American
even...
value.
No, numerical, like numbers. You can't just say something like it's far away or it's close. That's not something specific. But if you say it's 10 meters away or it's 1,000 meters away, that's something specific. You're giving a number value to how far away it is.
Well, I think it's maybe even 20 kilometers or something.
Okay. Well, at least that's something to work with. I mean, it sounds like you really don't know, but then it's going to be difficult because if we're saying there's a specific amount of Earth curvature that should be present, and then we got to find out how high
Isn't
off the
this
ground.
a common thing? It doesn't does this not contradict your statement that the Earth on an ocean or in a river that you can see the curvature when you see only the upper part of the ship?
No.
Why not?
Because it's an optical phenomena that occurs that can cause that. And also, it could be the angle that...
What causes
Bro,
that?
you're not allowing me to finish, bro. You have to stop talking when I'm talking, brother.
Oh, let me
at least let me
make this
dude.
further.
Can you go ahead? Finish what you're saying because obviously I can't finish what I'm saying.
Okay, tell me now.
No, you finish what because I don't want you to interrupt me. Go.
Okay.
Tell me what you're gonna say.
Then I will finish it. What does that cause besides the Earth curvature? You must know. If you say it's not that.
What does that cause? What do you mean?
Yeah, what does
it's hard. Can anybody understand what he's trying to ask? What does that cause? What causes it? Is that what you're saying?
The optical illusion is caused by besides the Earth curvature, and you're saying it's not the Earth curvature.
Yeah, there's optical phenomena like mirages that occur over distance. So there's a lot of effects that occur, and including the distance you are from the ground. So what
But can
angle
you
you're viewing?
exactly explain them?
Brother, I am in the middle of telling you. Why do you keep interrupting me? Stop doing that.
You paused.
I pause so that I can, like, it's called taking a breath, bro. Can I do that?
Yeah, you can do that.
All right.
I just asked a quick question.
Oh my God. Just keep going, dude. Somebody else take it. I can't deal with this guy.
I tried.
You may never. Yeah, no, I tried.
I mean,
Hey,
it's fine.
buddy.
I don't
Buddy,
blame you
you
for.
have to control. You have to control the diarrhea of the mouth, bro. You can't just be doing that to people. Come on.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, talking to you.
I
Because you know, there's other people listening. There's other people listening. There's other people listening, and you are interrupting other people. So that's not how communication works. You have to wait for someone. No, you have to wait for someone to finish what they're saying. Then you reply. You don't do it in the middle of their sentences.
Fine.
That's how
then
communication
you
works.
know.
You know this, right?
Now you interrupted me.
The guy interrupting say he's being interrupted, huh?
It's fine. Like I don't.
No, it's
take
not
it
fine.
Bad, but he can speak now if he wants. I think
Nah, he
heard
doesn't
my
want to talk to you. He doesn't want to talk to you because he knows now that he's gonna be interrupted.
He won't.
When someone is in the middle of their sentence, that's not a
I
cue for you
know
to
that.
start
I know
speaking.
that.
No, you don't know that.
Okay, then well, you don't talk to me, right?
No.
That's fine.
No, if you just gonna behave like that, we don't want to talk to you. Whenever you learn and you know that you cannot be speaking in the middle of someone else's sentences, then we might be able to speak to you. But before that, once you learn that, then you might be able to have a conversation.
Tell me that. I already know that.
But he told you like 5 times and you still don't get it. I don't
But he
believe you
interrupted
get
me
it yet.
too.
I don't believe you get it. I don't believe it.
Okay,
until
then.
you demonstrate it.
Okay. Okay. I mean, it's quiet now. You can talk if you want.
Okay, so you believe that's the only reason that a boat is going away from your view, it has to be because of the curvature of the Earth. There's no other reason.
Can I talk now?
You just did. Can I talk now?
Wait, you are asking me a question, right? Shouldn't I answer?
I mean, if you want to, you don't have to.
Yeah. I mean, it seems to be the most reasonable solution.
How many of the other reasonable, you said that's the most reasonable, what are the other ones that you discarded and checked out and said this one is not reasonable, this one is less reasonable, this one is less than the other one, and this one is the final lesser of all of them, and then you came to the most reasonable, the curvature? How many did you checked, how many variables did you check and discarded before coming to the conclusion that it has to be the curvature of the Earth?
So, it's like, it's reasonable because I can compare it to different scenarios. When I would be on a mountain.
How many variables did you check? Tell me the other variables.
Bro, you are like criticizing me.
The variables. Give me a list
I'm
of
not
how many
speaking to
you
you
checked.
if you're interrupting me after you're like making a big thing out of this.
So are you gonna answer my question or no?
Nah, I'm not talking to you now.
Okay, so you're not gonna answer my question.
If you would learn to not interrupt people, maybe then.
Are you gonna have a follow up? Are you gonna answer a question or no?
Yeah, it's like you guys are having 2 separate conversations. The audience is getting a little frustrated. Not your fault, Jamesy.
It might be a language barrier.
Nah, I don't even think so. Bro, okay. If you're on the mountain and you are on the peak of the mountain and you go down a little bit and the other person is going like down also a little bit, but on the other side, then you would only see the upper part of the person, right? And it's the same with the ocean. When you see the upper part of the ship, That's why I think that this is the solution. And I don't really compare much with it because it's a thing that makes sense.
Joder, you want to reply?
I mean, I'm not sure what you're getting at here. Are you saying that the two people walk away from each other and the mountain stays where it is, and the people just see the mountain getting smaller relative to how far they are from the
No, you
mountain?
didn't
I
get me right.
really try to struggle to figure out what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that there's two people on a peak of a mountain, and then they go in different directions and go down the mountain until
Yeah.
they only see the upper part of the other person because of the curvature. And it's the same with the water when you see another
Oh.
ship in the distance.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
Okay, then you never be like on the ocean and see that.
No, I
That's
used to
fine,
live in
but
Hawaii,
it is
across the
like
street
that.
from the beach. I used to watch ships sail out of Pearl Harbor every day.
Okay,
and into
maybe you didn't see them like far enough. But
Oh, I mean, I saw them very far away.
okay, then we have different experiences. It's fine.
Yeah, and I've never seen anybody show me ships going over the curvature of the Earth in any video or picture or anything otherwise.
Okay, then look it up, search it. You will
I
find
have,
enough pictures of it.
and I know what I'm seeing, and I know in all cases, it absolutely is not presenting me globe curvature.
Why not?
Well, first off, people don't present anything that seems to be causing globe curvature where the globe should be curving. What
Why
people do
shouldn't the globe
present are things like waves and shoaling and miraging effects of boats as they're getting squished and stretched in the distance. I've never seen globe curvature.
I feel like this is more a thing of you don't want to believe it.
No, I've been searching for globe curvature for about 5 years now. Can't find it.
So what did you find?
That nobody is able to demonstrate globe curvature, and
But I just did.
all evidence is on the contrary. Everything looks flat. It's crazy, but it's true.
Yeah, it's because of perspective.
Yeah, it's not curvature, there's perspective.
Yeah, it appears flat because it's like such a big thing.
So your evidence for the globe is how flat it looks?
Nah. My evidence of the globe is what I said earlier, that I can see the curvature if I'm high enough. And I can also see satellite pictures, which I believe are true. I mean, I don't blame you if you don't believe they are true. And I can see things from the upper perspective when I'm in the ocean, like ships.
I've seen satellite images of a flat horizon. I've seen images from CloudSat. CloudSat is or was a constellation of weather satellites. They have sideways looking cameras, not looking straight down at Earth only, but also looking out the side at the horizon. And they show a flat horizon, 1,120 kilometers, flat Earth. It's beautiful.
But who
and it's
published them?
infrared.
Who published them? Like who?
Organization in the United States called NOAA, NOAA, the National
And these people
Oceanographic
believe that the Earth is flat.
Aeronautic Administration.
Oh, they are government stuff.
Yeah, and it's a joint program between NASA and NOAA.
So they like posted something where you see the Earth is flat.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that guy you were talking to earlier, his name's Gemsy. He's got a ton of information about this. It's really great.
Did he also like bring you into this?
Into flat Earth? No.
But you okay?
I found out it was flat myself.
I see.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you think you have evidence for a globe, it becomes obvious really quickly that it's not.
I mean, I wouldn't say that. I would say it's pretty obvious that it is, but
well, can
I
you find
think we
a
just have
particular
different-
case?
We want to have different beliefs. It seems like
No,
more than
I
that.
mean, it's true.
What makes it true? Like, you don't even have a proof. I mean, I don't have much proof either, but I would say I have much better proof than you.
I don't think so. We got a server with terabytes of evidence.
Yeah, but we have like
Discord.gg/flat
more
earth.
evidence against it, probably.
Well, that's a funny thing. What you think is evidence against is actually evidence for. Most of our evidence for flat earth seems to come from official sources.
Okay. I think
Right.
it's like it's a perspective thing, but it's fine. I'm just like, I will stay here and listen to you a little bit more.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, we're not going anywhere. We're here 24/7.
Yeah, I
We've
believe
got
that.
people all over the world, and we've got the best laser tests on Earth.
Cool.
One of the best places to do a test for curvature is over water, over frozen water, or over a salt lake or a salt bed that has been recently rained upon, so it produces a mirror, a flush mirror image of the sky. Not once has curvature ever been measured over such things. We got flat earthers that take infrared cameras on airplanes and zoom in on the horizon. No globe there. What does the globe side present? Well, they present surveys of the Earth. They present surveys where they survey the Earth flat, and then they pick a globe model, and then they contort their flat Earth measurements to fit the model, and they call that a globe measurement. This happens all the time. There's a whole field dedicated to this called geodesy, Geodesy. Geodesy. It's when you measure Earth flat, and then you mangle your measurements with calculations on a fake globe model ball. It's the most insane thing. Not a single surveyor in this entire field of geodesy is able to measure the Earth directly as a sphere. They have to mathematically contort it to fit a globe model. And they've got hundreds and hundreds of different models of the globe. And they're not all the same, which means they aren't fully compatible with each other, which means nobody has a true map or a true concept of what the globe is or what it even ought to be. Within about a year or so of looking into this, I decided that I needed to look at what the surveyors are doing, the people who claim to actually measure the Earth for a living. And it was quite a frustrating endeavor. Nobody's actually measured curvature in accordance with the radius of the globe. They take models of the globe and they bend their measurements to it. It's almost like taking a texture map in a 3D program and wrapping it around a ball. And this is what they do over and over again, and everybody's fine with it. Everybody pretends that they're measuring the globe, and they're not. It's crazy. Like, what the hell is wrong with everybody? It's funny because they don't exactly tell it like that, but that's exactly what they do. It's the process they describe. They think that the globe model that they select in order to contort their measurements onto, that globe model itself has arisen iteratively after many, many measurements over many years, this, that, and the other. It's just not true. Ultimately, their globe models come from measuring angles to stars in the sky at night. That's right. That's how they created the globe. If they could demonstrate that they were measuring the globe itself, then they wouldn't need what's called a reference ellipsoid to make it work. So this invites a lot of questions like, well, does that mean that they're purposefully mangling the true distances and even the orientation of things? The answer is yes. Yes, they are actually. I mean, does this mean that our flat Earth laser tests are debunking globe Earth distances between continents? Why, yes, absolutely. You see, when you use latitude and longitude on a globe, you're calculating distances on a map. You're not measuring distances when you look at two places. Like if you say New York is at this latitude and longitude, and Los Angeles is at that latitude and longitude, you can calculate the distance between the two, but that doesn't mean it lines up in reality that way. When they claim that there is a relationship where 1 degree of angular displacement of a star in the sky on a great circle route happens when you travel 69 miles or 60 nautical miles over the surface of the Earth, that has never been measured. That's a calculation. Sure, they can measure the angle. Fine, I'm not disputing that they can measure angles. But it's the angle distance relationship that has never been substantiated via measurement. Has anybody proven that? I've never seen anything but an extrapolation within an unspecified margin of error to substantiate the 69-to-1 rule. I've only seen extrapolations. I've seen people measure arc seconds or arc minutes of degree in the sky and then extrapolate that out to a full degree. But nope, never an actual measurement. So this means, I mean, does that relationship hold everywhere on the globe? And the answer is no. Like even with globe Earth geometry and mathematics and surveying, astrogeodetic surveying, the 69-to-1 rule is a rule of thumb. It doesn't even hold true in the globe paradigm everywhere consistently around the world. Why is that? Well, they've got a lumpy geoid. They pretend that Earth has this potato shape of a gravity field, and this screws up everybody's ability to get plumb measurements that are parallel to each other, or radial out from a common center, I should say. And this will have an effect on your distance calculations. That's one issue. You know, and they figure this out when they try to establish the 69-to-1 rule and they go to look at a star to see where it should be and it's not. They're like, oh crap, okay, it must be Earth's gravity field bending the starlight. That's what the geoid does. So they make all these ad hoc patch corrections here and there, salvage some kind of semblance of a working model. But yeah, I mean, I don't accept a 69-to-1 relationship at all. I mean, beyond just a map distance. calculated map distance. That's all that is. Measuring angles to stars is another challenge because within all the manuals, they tell you for practical purposes, you don't want to take angles above like 60 degrees of elevation. If you're looking straight overhead, you're going to have a problem. And you don't want to use the very narrow, low angles to the horizon due to what they claim is astronomical refraction or terrestrial refraction even. And so you got to use the meaty middle of your field of view, somewhere down below from directly overhead and somewhere above from directly in front of you. That's where the stars are that you want to take elevation angles to. But the assumption is that every star you're taking an elevation angle to has a GP that corresponds, and you can work that out with the geometry. And yeah, you probably can work it out geometrically, conceptually. But if you're not really taking 90-degree zenith angles to these stars, because it's impractical for many reasons. And, what are the chances of you being directly underneath